Here's some spooky experiences that I remember from my childhood. The first one didn't happen to me. It's something that my mother told me about. Her mother died in 1959. A few years later, she remembers waking up in the middle of the night and hearing her mother calling her name. This always gave me the chills, especially if I thought about it at night. When I was maybe 6 or 7, something happened that scared the living daylights out of me. I can still picture it in my mind. A short time after I went to bed, I was lying there awake, and I looked up at my bedroom door, which was closed. There was a window across the room from the door. The curtains were open, and the moonlight was shining through the window, making a square of light on the door. In the middle of the square of light, I saw the shadow of a hand slowly moving back and forth. I was so scared that all I could do was just stare at it. I was trying to scream, but no sound would come out. Finally, I managed to get my voice to work, and I yelled as loud as I could, "Mom!" My mother came running in, and I told her what I saw. I don't remember if she saw the shadow too. Probably not. She didn't see anything outside, and she shut the curtains. Now, there were no trees right outside my window that were close enough that they would make a shadow. Not to mention that this did not look like a tree branch. It was definitely the distinct shape of a human hand. Looking back on this as an adult, I realized that this was most likely not anything supernatural at all, but someone actually trying to break into our house, which, quite frankly, is more scarier than a mere ghost. When I started screaming, the person heard me and ran away. Shortly after the previous incident, I asked my parents if I could move into the room across from that one. Gee, I wonder why. My new room had a little trap door in the closet, leading to an attic of sorts. My parents never used it for storage, as it was too hard to go up there, through the trap door, and it most likely wasn't even high enough to walk upright in. When I was about 10 or 11, my best friend and I were playing in my room, and we noticed that the trapdoor was open about an inch or so. We slid it closed. Every once in a while, I'd look up there and find that it was open again. I'd keep sliding it closed, and then a few days later, it would be open. My friend and I naturally assumed that we had a ghost in the attic. I really don't remember if I actually heard anything up there or not. Around the same time, this same friend would occasionally spend a night with me. Several times, we'd be lying in bed and hear the sound of a newspaper or some sort of paper being crumpled up in the living room when we knew no one else was up. We called this the newspaper ghost. Another time, I think I was about 7, I was riding my bike around in circles in the street. This was in a housing development where there was very little traffic. My aunt, uncle, and cousins were visiting, and I recall looking at the bathroom window on the side of our house and seeing my aunt's face looking out the window. Later, I mentioned it to my aunt, and she said she hadn't been looking out the bathroom window, and neither had anyone else. Now, I realized that this could have easily been a reflection of something in the window. At the same time, it seemed pretty spooky to me. In the summer of '69, I was about 13. We had some relatives staying at our house for about a week. One evening, after everyone had gone to bed, I was still awake. As a child, it always took me a long time to get to sleep. I was always too wound up, I guess. Anyway, all of a sudden, there was this loud crash that came from my closet, like something metal or aluminum falling on the untiled floor. The thing that came to mind was a metal vacuum cleaner hose. There was no vacuum cleaner or any other large metal object in my closet that could have fallen and made such a noise, and even if there was, what would have made it fall off the shelf? I was too scared to get up and look in my closet or go and ask anyone if they'd heard it. Now, this was a small 3-bedroom house in Levittown, Pennsylvania. If anyone is familiar with the houses, If a loud noise occurs in any part of the house, it would be impossible not to hear it all over the house. The next morning, I asked my parents, aunt and uncle and cousins if they heard a loud crash in the night, and no one else had heard it. And by the way, I looked in my closet in the morning, and nothing was out of place. This has always puzzled me. Here are a few things that have happened in the last few years, in the house I live in now. Nothing blatantly scary, just weird. I thought I'd share them just for the fun of it. One night, I was asleep, and all of a sudden, I screamed and woke myself up. My husband came running in, and I couldn't for the life of me remember what I had dreamed that had scared me. But I had a vague memory of looking beside the bed, and seeing something in the form of a human being, made up of little points of light. There have been a few occasions where I've woken up in the middle of the night and heard a kind of electrical humming that sounds like it's coming from our bedroom closet. My husband said he could hear it too. I could never figure out what's causing it. It sounds like it could be the refrigerator running, except that the kitchen is not right next to the bedroom. And if it was the fridge, wouldn't I hear the noise every night, since obviously the fridge runs all the time? I haven't heard it in over a year. Just as well, it gives me the willies. I want to say that I can sympathize with your situation, although other than apparitions, my experience varies greatly from yours. I do want to share what happened to me with you, but I do want to warn you ahead of time. I used to be a reporter, so I can get lengthy. My first experience happened when I was a child. I was 7 years old and lived a completely normal life. My parents didn't smoke dope or dabble in the occult, so I really had no knowledge of ghosts, other than the traditional Halloween experiences every child encounters. When I turned 7, my family moved from Metro Memphis, Tennessee, to rural Independence, Mississippi. We moved into a house that my father renovated. Rather than trying to draw a diagram that may get scrambled in transmit, I'll try to describe the layout of the rooms involved. The way the home was originally laid out, you walked in the front door into the living room. To the left was the kitchen, open without walls to the living room. To the right was a bedroom door. Straight ahead was a hallway leading to other bedrooms, laundry room, and bathroom. After my father was finished, the front door was added onto a new wing of the house. The living room was enclosed into a bedroom. The bedroom now directly led out into the hall, which now led to the kitchen also, and had a new doorway to the bedroom that previously opened up to the living room. Is that confusing enough? We moved into the house, and I immediately was terrified of my sister's bedroom, the one that had previously opened up into the old living room. I just felt that something was there, and it was watching me. I felt like it wanted to possess me or something stronger than a mere presence. Also, I never found out why, but hers was the only room with security bars on the window. No other family member noticed anything strange in the house. I ended up in the new bedroom, and sometimes at night, I'd hear noises. Being so small, I don't remember exactly what they were, but frequently, I'd see an incandescent, glowing form in the shape of a human walking across my room. What made me know that it had to be a previous occupant of the home was that it would walk from the bedroom I was so scared of, through my room, into the kitchen, the way the house used to be laid out. Once when my grandmother came to visit, my parents forced me to sleep in my sister's bedroom. I was so terrified, but I finally went to sleep. When I woke up, I saw what appeared to be an ectoplasm swirling above my head. I spent most of my childhood years terrified of sleeping. Being a middle child of an older sister and a younger brother, I'd hide my prized possessions, jewelry, money, whatever I thought I didn't want them to get a hold of. Almost every time I hide something, it would disappear and reappear later in a different location. Thinking my siblings had discovered my hiding place, I'd find a new one, each time to have them disappear and reappear once again. The really strange part came later. We sold the house when I was 13 to another girl's family I went to school with. After she'd moved in, I'd asked her one day if she noticed anything weird in the house, and she said no. Her sister refused to go into the bedroom that scared me. Sister's explanation was that someone was watching her, and she was a middle child also. I guess there must have been some connection to middle children. I said something years later about the house being haunted in front of my aunt. She said she'd always had a feeling that something was wrong with the house. I'd appreciate your input as to what you think my experience meant. I had a person tell me one time I was a demon that wanted me, but I'm not even sure. While I lived there, although I was the only family member that had strange experiences inside the house, I wasn't the only one who had strange experiences in the area. In the fall, between the hours of 10 p.m. and 12 a.m., my mother would see balls of light floating in the field and wooded areas across the road from my house. She would always ask me to come look, but I had enough terror inside the house, and as far as I was concerned, the woods were my only safe haven while at home. So I never looked and never witnessed the lights myself, but both my sister and my mom did. When I was 19, I started dating this guy who was friends with a neighbor from the house I'd lived in. Basically, he lived catty-corner from me, with their house backing up to the woods mine faced. My new boyfriend asked me if I ever saw anything strange in the woods. I said no. He told me that his neighbor's kid, who was a friend of his, told him that he'd seen balls of lights in the woods. I then told my boyfriend about my mother and sister's experiences. So apparently, it wasn't just restricted to my family. Another experience I had was when I was in my early 20s, when my grandfather passed away. We'd always loved each other very much, but didn't have a close relationship because of my grandmother, whom I didn't get along with. I was present when he passed away and was devastated. 3 months passed, enough time to allow me to grieve and get on with my life. I was asleep one night and awoke to find my grandfather sitting on the side of my bed. He told me not to be scared, that he had a message for me. He told me I needed to get my life straight, or I was headed for trouble. I remember he held my hand and told me that he was going to tell me what heaven is like, but I'm not allowed to remember what he told me. I remember him being present for a while longer, but can't remember a word he said. Now that I'm an adult and have some time and distance between me and these experiences I had as a child, I'd like to try to discover what these experiences meant, or why I was chosen to have this one. Do you have any suggestions? Also, even now, I can drive by a place or house and tell that it's haunted. Does that mean that I'm psychic or paranormally gifted? Usually I just get kinda jumpy and frightened, but one night, I was out repossessing vehicles, something I did part-time for a while, and my partner pulled up to this house. I was so terrified of that house that I told him he better turn around immediately, or I was getting out of the vehicle and running. Please help me to understand what is going on with me. I'm finally getting to a point I accept it and want to understand it, rather than how I've been so terrified in the past that I didn't even want to talk about it. In 1983, when I was 18 years old, I was severely ill. I woke up one morning and my face was badly swollen. My mother took me to the emergency room. I was placed in the ICU the next day as I went unconscious. It would take a team of doctors over a week to finally diagnose me. It was a rare disease. There was only 2 case histories. They both died from it years before. That's why my doctors had no idea what it was. It was from a sinus infection that had backed up behind my brain. From this, I developed a brain abscess. The night before they would make the decision if I needed brain surgery to remove the abscess, I was lying in my hospital bed, praying that the abscess would have shrunk a little. I felt someone standing beside my bed. I was sure it was a nurse, as it was very late, too late for visitors. When I turned to talk, it wasn't a nurse at all. It was my grandfather, who died 1 year earlier. At that moment, I wasn't afraid. He said to me, "You'll be fine." When I asked if you were sure, He then replied, "Do you doubt me?" I replied, "No." He then said, "Everything will be fine. You will be alright." This part has puzzled me ever since he told me. He said, "Take care of your mother." This was my mother's father, and he simply turned around and walked out of the room. The nurses came in, and I was wondering what happened to my grandfather. They didn't say anybody walked into the room, and they told me to calm down. I swear I knew what I saw. I knew it was my grandfather, but the whole situation was just weird, and it gets weirder. I thought he meant that I would do fine through the surgery, my grandfather. Now here's the kicker. He had brain surgery about 7 years before his own death. Even crazier. The next morning I had an x-ray, and they came to tell me that my abscess was completely gone. First of all, I have no idea what happened. Even the doctors were confused. They wanted to take even more x-rays, and I obliged, and they confirmed no abscess whatsoever. As for my grandfather talking about my mother, I had no idea why he was mentioning her. She was pretty healthy at the time, but it makes sense now. Recently, she has been diagnosed with MS, diabetes, and in September, she had heart failure. In November, she almost died and had triple bypass surgery. Through the years, my family has had many encounters with the spirit world, but this was the most wonderful one. As a teenager, I lived in Emory, Texas, in Rains County, and had a very strange experience when we first moved there. Our first residence was in an apartment building that had at one time been the Rains Cole School. When the new school was built, the old one was abandoned until someone bought it and decided to turn it into apartments. During the renovations, a group of local children were in the old school gymnasium, playing in what used to be a storage building to hold the chemicals and supplies being used in the work and repairs. Apparently, there was a large drum of flammable liquid in storage there, reportedly paint there, that was ignited by the children playing with a lighter or matches. In the ensuing explosion and fire, one of the boys was killed and the others injured to varying degrees. The gymnasium was destroyed, but this building was connected to the part of the school that was being turned into apartments. The renovations were completed and the apartments were ready to be occupied, hence my family enters the picture. We were the first occupants of apartment 12. The first night we were in the apartment, we heard a lot of movement in the attic area, which my mother put off as some type of animal being up there, even though it sounded awfully loud to be a small animal to me. The next day, I was talking to my next door neighbor's son and asked him if they heard anything in the attic the night before. He said he had heard something every night since they had moved in, and said his parents too had tried to explain it away. It's something simple. We talked to some other people in the building and found out that a lot of them had heard the same thing. We also found out that the ceiling directly over the apartments were a drop ceiling, so that it would be easier to keep the apartments cooler in the summertime and warmer in the winter. This was very distressing to me, because that would make it impossible for someone to be walking on this, but to us, it sounded like heavy footprints directly overhead, but that is in the end. After about a week, we kept noticing little things, like objects apparently being moved forward from the places they were being left. The strangest occurrence to me was a music box belonging to my mother that had a baseball on it and played Take Me Out to the Ball Game. Somehow kept moving off the shelf it sat on and onto the living room table, sides being moved around. We would wake up in the middle of the night to the sound of it playing in the living room. My mother kept blaming my little brother and me for this, until she was home one night alone and woke up to the sound of the music box playing by itself and sitting on the coffee table, even though she knew that it was on its shelf when she went to bed that night. We finally got used to this happening on a regular basis and even started joking around with each other when we couldn't find something by saying the ghost must have moved it, even though to my brother and me it was still a little creepy. Finally, Christmas time rolled around and the fun really began. We put up our Christmas tree on Thanksgiving Day, right after dinner, as is our family custom, and took great care in placing the ornaments, as many of them were handmade ornaments from our mother dating back to the time we were born. The next day, we were up bright and early to head out for our other family tradition, the day after Thanksgiving shopping spree, which was always an all-day affair for us. When we returned that evening, we unloaded the car and were dividing up tape, wrapping papers and bows to go into our rooms and start wrapping gifts, when we noticed that all of the ornaments on the tree were completely rearranged for how they had been when we left that morning. We then moved them back to where we wanted them and went on our way, wrapping presents, and didn't give it a whole lot of thought. After we finished this, we placed our gifts under the tree, made hot chocolate, and listened to Christmas music. The next morning we woke up, only to discover that the ornaments had once again been rearranged, and not only that, but the gifts under the tree had also been moved around by someone during the night, and the music box was once again sitting on the table in front of the couch. We were all pretty well freaked out, but resigned to the fact that no matter what, our guests had a definite opinion on how things should be, and we were fighting a losing battle. During this time, I somehow began to develop an attachment to our guest and started thinking of them as a member of the family. This was the young boy who had been killed during the fire when the renovations were being done, and he was lonely and looking for a friend. I even started asking our friend where things were when I couldn't find them, and it was almost like something would tell me where to find them. I even began telling our guests goodnight when I would get ready for bed at night. This continued throughout the Christmas season, even though I had learned to accept things. My brother and mother couldn't, and she decided it was time to look for someplace else to live. Shortly before the end of January, my mother announced she had found a house for us, and we would be moving the 1st of February. While we were packing for the move, we kept noticing that the things we were boxing up kept appearing back where they had been, like someone didn't want us to leave, which was very disturbing to me because by now, I felt a real attachment to our guests. One of the saddest moments of my life was when I closed that apartment door for the last time because I felt like I was leaving something or someone very important behind. The strangest part was, I could have sworn that I heard a young boy's voice telling me goodbye. I've been a fan of your website for a couple of months, and I connected with some of the stories that have been listed, although I felt some of them were far-fetched. I've always been drawn to ghost stories and understanding the paranormal, even considering taking college courses in paranormal studies. I never really thought about why I was so drawn to it, till my older brother and I were talking about all the different houses we lived in. Throughout my life, half of the houses, maybe more that I've lived in, have been haunted. Ever since I can remember, there was always something going on in my house, whatever house we were in at the time. One of the first houses I lived in, the first I can remember, the previous owner's grandmother passed away in the house and decided to stay. Most of the haunting, from what I remember, I was maybe 3 or 4 years old at the time, was centered in my older sister's bedroom, but the grandmotherly ghost liked my closet too. I figure she liked it because my sister's closet and mine shared the same wall. I was often tucked in by her too. My memories are hazy, but I don't ever remember any harm or maliciousness coming from her. 9 years later, the worst haunted house we lived in, well, that one had a reputation of being spooky. It sat on a double lot, full of plants and grass, overgrown and neglected. Many of the neighbors' reactions to us moving in were, "Oh my god, you're moving in there?" No one ever wanted to tell us why they reacted that way, or why they would come up with some lame excuse for the reaction such as, "We're just surprised, it's been empty for a while." We soon found out why, with good cause. It wasn't a gradual haunting, starting off small. It was as if we were disrupting someone's routine, and we were unwelcome. I still get shivers when I think of that house and living there. The atmosphere was stifling and oppressive. I was so frightened, I couldn't get a handle if the spirit was male or female, but looking back, I think it was male. He liked playing with electricity, flickering the lights, and sometimes turning them off completely, leaving us in the dark until he found it to his benefit to turn them back on. My brother and I were usually the only ones to experience these things, while our parents continued to be skeptical. They preferred to ignore the unexplainable and hired an electrician to check out the breaker panel. Nothing was found. No surprise to my brother and me. I was stressed, trying to stay out of the house as much as possible, getting by however I could. Then I had the nightmare. To give you a little background on this, at the time, I had a Winnie the Pooh giant stuffed bear that I had since I was 3. In my dream, he grew claws and teeth and flew through the air, chasing us from the house. We needed to get away from that place. That was the message in the dream, loud and clear. Waking up from the dream, I looked across my bedroom to see my Pooh Bear looking at me. I could have sworn I'd put him in the back of my closet. That was enough for me. I ran to my brother's room and dived in his bed. I sobbed and begged him to let me sleep with him, and he held me and calmed me down. Soon after that, my father lost his job and we lost the house. Thank God for miracles in disguise. A few years after that, we lived in a house where the owner died in my bedroom. The haunting was slow and gradual, and it was my first experience with night terrors. I wrote it off as being stress, and at this time, I was a little more well-read on the subject. I knew that being a teenager, I was more susceptible to poltergeist and high-anxiety paranormal activity. But then, my brother experienced the presence too. We were laying on my bed, talking, and this thing came through my window, traveled between us, and circled the room, exiting where it came. I say thing because it was invisible, but we felt it, heard the energy in the form of a high-pitched ringing. I felt more relieved I wasn't alone, or crazy. Since then, I've experienced many more spirits, night terrors, and deja vu experiences. I seem to be sensitive to these things. I would appreciate any and all feedback. You know, every ship in the Navy has a ghost, or at least that's what they say. I've been in the Navy for 11 years now, and I'm on my 4th ship. I haven't noticed a ghost on all of them, but that doesn't mean they weren't there. I did notice one though, a few times. The ship was the USS Frederick, LST 1184. It's decommissioned now, but when I was there, I met the ship's ghost before anyone even told me there was one. But for the sake of the reader, I'm going to tell you the story about how the ghost came to be first, and then I'll tell you how I met him. All Navy ships have a compartment called a sea chest. This is a void on the bottom deck of the ship that is used for quick ballast. It can suck in water, but force water out by creating either a positive or a negative vacuum in the space. Needless to say, you don't want to be in one when it's operating. Well, this poor soul on the ship went down into one of the sea chests one day during his watch. He didn't have to be in there, but he wanted to take a nap and not get caught. Nobody knew he was in there, and nobody bothered to check, and they engineered lid off the sea chest pumps by creating the vacuum in the space. Within seconds, the poor kid's head imploded as the air got sucked out of his body. Now his ghost haunts the ship. It travels from space to space, mainly in engineering, looking for people that are sleeping on watch. If he finds you sleeping, and you're on watch, he'll violently wake you up. This could be anything from making a loud noise to what he did to me. I was sitting in my shop. It was around 2300. That's 11 p.m. for those that don't know 24-hour time. I was technically on watch, but my watch was an on-call watch where they just needed to know where I was in case I was needed. I didn't have to stay up or even stay in my shop, but I was up and in my shop and I got tired, so I leaned back in my chair facing the door and closed my eyes for a quick power nap. Now, my desk was against the bulkhead wall to the left and was facing the door. The only way into and out of my shop was through a large metal gated door that squeaked and rattled when it moved. Along with that, the only way to get to me was to walk around the right-hand side of the desk, which was at the time a maze of broken equipment that I was working on. I was sleeping for maybe 5 minutes, and I was by no means sound asleep. Out of nowhere, I felt someone punch me on the left-hand side of my chest really hard. I had a bruise there the next day. No, I didn't see him, but I know it was a ghost for a few reasons. 1. There was no way for anyone to get in my shop without me knowing it. 2. No one could have hit me as hard or where I was hit without first coming around my desk, and second, breaking my pen, which I kept in my left chest pocket. The final reason I know it was the ghost, it was because I immediately opened my eyes and saw no one there. The next night was the kicker about that ghost. He never went into the berthings. That's where everyone sleeps. Some say it was because not enough people on the ship believed in him, but I think it was simply because people are allowed to sleep in there. But that night, he went into my berthing. I went in my rack, bed, and I had that feeling that I was being watched. So I woke up, opened the curtain on my rack, and looked out to see who was there and what they wanted. There stood the ghost. I knew it was the ghost because he had no head. He was standing there, facing my rack. When he noticed me looking at him, he gave me a small bow, which I took as he was sorry about the night before. He hadn't known that I wasn't sleeping on watch. I was raised by my grandparents in a very small town north of Marshall, Texas. At the time of my grandmother's death, I was engaged to a man that I'd been dating for a few years. Obviously, she had known him. In October 1999, 2.5 years after her death, my fiancé and I split up, and I started dating another man. He moved in with me in the house I grew up in with my grandparents. About a month into the relationship, he was sitting in our living room watching television. He saw me walk by the doorway into the kitchen and asked me to get him a drink. When I did not respond, he asked again. Once again, with no response, he got up to see why I was ignoring him. To his surprise, the kitchen was completely empty. He figured I left the room without him noticing. He came to the bedroom where I was folding laundry and asked why I didn't answer him when he was talking to me earlier. I told him that I had been in the bedroom the entire time and had no clue as to what he was referring to. He asked if I had changed clothes as well. When I said no, he became a little edgy. He told me he saw me walk by him to the kitchen. Then I said I was wearing a green t-shirt and white shorts. He also thought my hair was pulled back because it seemed short. What he was describing to me was how my grandmother usually dressed when she was alive. She had short hair, and she always sat at the kitchen table to read while my grandfather watched television in the living room. I told him this, and he got a little nervous. About a week later, he was coming out of the bathroom and heard his name being called from what used to be my grandmother's bedroom. I only used this room as storage. I couldn't yet bring myself to use the room. He opened the door, thinking I was in there going through the boxes and needing his help. Once again, there was no one in the room. He slammed the door and came running into the kitchen where I was. He told me he loved me, but my grandmother was really scaring him. There were instances of us misplacing the car keys and the like. I thought long and hard about the things that were happening and came to a conclusion. I figured that since my grandmother never got to meet my new boyfriend, this was her way of testing him to see if he was going to be a good match for me. I had experience with a friendly ghost for about 12 years. I grew up in a small city in Michigan. My parents bought their first house in the mid-1970s. It was a bungalow built in the 1950s. Sometime around 1979, may have been earlier than that, the ghost first appeared to my mom during the night in my parents' bedroom. The ghost was a man in his 30s. My mom was the only one who had ever seen the ghost. My dad and I did not believe her at first, although I would hear what sounded like someone walking around upstairs and going up and down the steps, but I never thought much of it. My mom would not tell anyone about the ghost because she thought people would think she was weird. The ghost would put different items in different places, or she would not be able to find an item for a long time, and then suddenly, it would pop up where it was supposed to be. The ghost would go to work with my mom. She owned a hair salon, and when she was there alone, the hangers on the coat rack in front of the salon would move, like someone was playing with them. When I got to be a teenager in the 80s, I began to realize the ghost was real. I would hear him walking around upstairs and going up and down the steps. I always felt the ghost was around. It was like I could feel his presence. I was never afraid of him. My mom was making cookies in the kitchen early one morning, and he appeared in the dining room, and she would ask him to go away, and he would leave. He came with us on vacation one year when we went to Niagara Falls. He would turn on the motel room lights in the middle of the night while we were sleeping and turn on the radio in the room. For the longest time, though, my mom was the only one who had seen him. Finally, around 1991, when I was 21 years old, the ghost woke me up one morning. It was about 7:30 a.m., and I woke up to something touching my face. I opened my eyes, and the ghost was at the side of my bed, and he had touched my face. My bedroom was now in my parents' old room, where my mom had seen the first ghost. I was really excited that I finally got to see the ghost. He only stayed a few minutes, like he was just curious as to who I was. He was probably in his 30s, and he was wearing a hat and had a mustache. He was always with us the entire time we lived in that house. I moved out in 1993, and then my parents had a new home built in 1995. Since then, we have not experienced any more ghosts. I do not know who lived in the house before us, but I did hear that many years before we lived in that house, that a young man who lived in the house next door was working on his roof and fell off the ladder into what would be our backyard and died. So I'm thinking that maybe that is who the ghost is. He was never mean and never scared us on purpose. It was kind of like he was hanging around to be a part of the family or something. I always wonder if he is still in my old house. My parents bought some underdeveloped land in the country, in southern Texas in the mid-1970s, and built a 3-story house, 2 above ground, 1 below. Not far away from the land is a small cemetery. It contained a few infants and 1 older person's headstones. I guess I'm the first to experience our friendly ghost. While up late at night reading, I heard some cabinets in the kitchen right down the hall open and close, but couldn't see the kitchen light on under my door. I immediately got up and went into the kitchen and turned on the light. No one was there, and after talking to my family the next day, no one had gotten up in the middle of the night. My parents' room was above mine, so I always heard when they walked across the room and down the stairs, and my brother's room was right across the hall. I'd have run into one of them when they had been up. My family started teasing me about hearing things. My next experience was when I was home alone. I was in the living room reading. The couch was against the wall with the stairwell going up. All of a sudden, I heard steps coming down the stairs. I was so terrified. I slowly looked up, expecting to see a hand on the handrail. Getting up my nerve, I walked up to the front of the stairs, and no one was there. My father claimed for years that I was just hearing the walls creak. I'd lived in the house for a long enough time to tell the difference in wall creaking and stair walking. My family continued to tease me until the day of my brother's experience. They were alone in the house, downstairs playing pool. They heard the front door open and close, and heard someone walking into the kitchen above them. They hollered at my dad, whom they thought it was. When he didn't respond, they looked at each other and walked upstairs to the first floor. The front door was still locked, and there was no one in the house. Since that time, my mother has heard several things. My father has heard a gonging in the house, something you just don't hear out there in many instances. My parents have both felt someone kneeling on the foot of their bed while they were in bed and not asleep. When the light was turned on, no one was there. Now they don't tease me anymore. We just joke about Casper, our friendly ghost. We've never seen him or her, but we have heard plenty of noises he or she makes. Anytime I'm visiting now and am there alone, I always walk in with a greeting. Hello, Casper. I'm home. As the home was built by my parents, and we don't really know the history of the land, we've no idea who it could be. Hi. I have an experience I would like to share, and perhaps get some answers to my questions. 3 of us went to check out the Amity Hall Inn, listed in your Pennsylvania hauntings directory. 2 adults and 1 teen. We didn't intend to enter the building or take any photos. We just turned around in the parking lot and shined the car lights on it. We didn't see anything there, but we smelled a freshly opened can of coffee and an odd smell, like a decaying smell. We were only there for about 5 to 10 minutes and left. We proceeded back on the highway to Lewingstown, Pennsylvania. About 3 to 5 minutes after leaving the inn, we saw a bright light flash in the passenger side of the window, but there was no cars on the highway at that time. Almost immediately after that, I saw a hand appear from my rear bumper as if to grab something and tag along. I was startled and then saw an old man's face floating in my back seat. I was crying and closed my eyes in hopes it would all go away. I calmed down and we drove a little more. Another bright light directly in front of us zoomed up and flew over the top of the car. We heard something let loose from the car and sounded like a large rock hit the bottom rear end. We continued driving and felt like our hair was full of static, like after a balloon is rubbed on your head. There were tingly sensations all around. It lasted almost the whole trip home. We pulled in at our local 24-hour grocery store and checked out the rear end and passenger side of the car. My hubcap looked like someone put an auto-body grinder against it. We found some scratches on the paint and a small handprint on the rear passenger window. The handprint was made from the outside, so it was not made by the teen in the car because no one of us got out of the car until we got to the supermarket. I've had many ghostly experiences, like ghosts following you house to house, but never one that tagged along on a moving car. Can anyone please tell me what may have happened and why? Thanks for reading. Hello. I believe I've been sensitive to ghosts since I was a child. I grew up in a rather odd family. Seances, tarot card readings, tales of the afterlife, etc. I was taught to believe what I saw and felt. So here is a story that truly occurred back in 1988 in Riverside County, California. I was living in a domestic violence shelter in an old home built about 1880. One night, all of us women were watching movies downstairs, and the restroom downstairs was busy, so I went upstairs in the dark to use the other restroom. Well, there at the top of the stairs was a latching gate that was to remain locked at all times because of the small children. Well, I unlatched the gate and ran to the restroom and proceeded to park myself on the toilet with the bathroom door open onto the landing. As I was sitting there, looking into the landing and hallway, I saw the figure of an elderly woman in period clothes from the 1800s walk over and latch the gate that I had just left undone. I was intrigued and remained calm, just watching. She then turned to me and smiled, then just disappeared. So I went downstairs. I asked the counselor if I could have a moment of her time, and I relayed what I had just seen to her. She said that yes, the house was haunted by an elderly couple whom they believed to be the original builders and owners of the home. She said that yes, she hoped I would keep this to myself. She did not want the others to be frightened, but she said that many people had seen the ghosts, and they all felt they were benign and only watching out for the children. The other thing that occurred here was that my 3-year-old son began talking and playing with someone I could not see, but to him, this child was very real. My son would sit out in the backyard apparently talking to himself, entertaining himself. The counselors even remarked how well he played by himself for his age, but upon closer examination and observation and listening, I began to think he could see something. So I asked him on one day, who was he talking to? And he said, my friend. I said, where is your friend? And my son said, you can't see him? He's right there. So I proceeded to ask my son other questions, and he was adamant his friend was there. So, this leads to a question that I have. Once we moved into our own apartment, my son insisted that his friend had come with us. He had me sit a place at the table for him, and he was always talking to someone. Is it possible that this little ghost followed us to our new home? This took place about 1.5 years, then he was just gone. To this day, my son, who is 20 years old now and in the army, he still tells me his friend was real, at least to him. I just wanted to share this, maybe get a little feedback. In June 2000, My husband and I moved into the treehouse apartments in Conroe. I was 4 months pregnant with our first child and really excited to move into a 2-bedroom place. We had the time of our lives decorating the nursery. I started noticing strange things about 3 weeks after we moved in. I was taking my afternoon nap while my husband was at work when I suddenly awoke to find a child calling for mom. The sound was coming from the nursery. I opened the door to find nothing out of the ordinary and just dismissed it as our downstairs neighbors. The thing was, it happened at 1 p.m. The children downstairs were still in school. We had a kitten at the time, and he acted as cats do. After that incident, he began to act very strange. He would hide under the furniture of whichever room he was in. I had to start feeding him under our bed. We didn't have a washer and a dryer, so we took our laundry to my in-laws' house and stayed the night. When we returned the next day, our television was on. This was strange because the television was plugged into an outlet that was controlled by a switch. We left the switch off. When turned on, the TV automatically came on to channel 3. You had to turn it to channel 4 to get the cable box to work. Also, the channel on the cable box had been changed. No one else, older than the apartment complex, had a key to our apartment, so it was really strange that this had occurred. We never saw anything like a ghost in the apartment. It was just those 2 incidents. After that, I had to put the litter box under our bed as well. My poor kitty would not leave the security of under the bed. One night, while we were sleeping, my cat jumped up onto the bed with us, yowling loudly. We could not get him calm, and he refused to come out from under the covers. We moved by the end of the week. I've had a few encounters with what I considered to be ghosts, but this was by far the scariest. In June 2001, my husband, son, and I moved into Bay Harbor Apartments in Baytown. The week before we came, there was a shootout between the police and a resident, and that apartment was still boarded up and had many visible bullet holes in it. Our apartment was a few buildings over, closer to the back of the complex. A couple of months after we moved in, we started noticing things in our son's room. He was 1 at the time and still slept in a crib. The crib still had a mobile and a toy that played songs and lit up when he rolled the bar at the bottom of it. John and I were up watching TV one night when we heard the toy start playing. We went in to see if the son was awake, and he was sound asleep. We just shrugged it off and went to bed. This same thing happened the very next night, and again, he was asleep. We decided to put his crib in our room. It didn't happen again. We eventually took the crib down and put him in a toddler bed. We put him down for the night and had left our door open to hear him if he woke up or was getting into anything. I suddenly had an irresistible urge to check on him. I did not hear any sound coming from our room, but there was a weird odor in the air. As I came around the corner into the doorway, I saw my son standing against the wall. We had a very heavy lamp on the right side table between our beds. The lamp was laying in the middle of the toddler bed on its side. The bulb had burned through the shade and was beginning to burn the top sheet of my son's covers. There was no possible way the lamp had fallen or been knocked over and landed in that way on his bed. It was equally as impossible for him to have picked it up and put it there himself. I removed the lamp from the room, and our son began sleeping in bed with us. I had his old room set up as a playroom, and he would stay in there all day long. One morning, he fell asleep on the couch, and I left him there for his nap. I was making my rounds in the apartment, doing my daily cleaning. When I finished his playroom, I shut the door behind me. There was no person or animal in that room when I left. My son's great-grandfather bought him a toy that had a motion sensor in it. When it was activated, the toy would whistle and say, "I love you." As I was in the kitchen washing dishes, I heard it go off. Thinking my son was awake, I opened the bedroom door. I saw nothing. I shut the door again and went to check on my son. He was still asleep on the couch. During the course of his 1-hour nap, the toy continuously went off. I went into the room, grabbed the toy, and changed the batteries. I thought this would solve the problem. It did not. I finally took the batteries out and removed the box entirely so that there would be no way it would come to life again. The majority of toys that he played with were moved into the living room. No one ever really went into that room again. I remember what happened before we moved in, and I went to ask the management if anything similar had occurred in our apartment. I was told that management had recently changed, and the current people had no record of anything happening there. We stayed until our leave was up, and then we got the heck out of Dodge, our lease ending permanently after that. Hello. I thought this experience was worth sharing, as it freaked the hell out of me and a few people I've shared it with. I was 19 at the time, and me and my best friend Sally had just moved into a flat in an old, dilapidated building block of flats. The flat was a bit run down, but we were really excited about redoing it, and we were so happy to have a place of our own at last. It was the middle of July, so we weren't thinking of school yet. Sally was working at her day job at the local department store. I was alone relaxing with a cup of coffee in front of the TV in my bedroom. Despite the hot day outside, I found myself shivering. An intense cold air had filled the room. Suddenly, the end of my bed sank as if someone had sat down beside me. I was really freaked out and ran for the main room. It was warm again, and I was filled with relief. I didn't tell Sally because I didn't want to sound stupid. This happened at least a dozen times in the next week. I was so sick of it, I even thought about calling an exorcist, but I knew that I didn't have much to tell him. One night, I woke up to find an old man sitting on the bottom of my bed, looking at me. I tried to scream, but nothing came out. Eventually, he disappeared. This happened several nights in a row. I was so freaked out, I knew that there was only one man for the job, the retired priest that lived down the road. The next evening, when Sally was out, I called the priest and he arrived at once. He entered my room and immediately detected an entity. He lit a circle of candles and placed them on the floor. He called on the spirits, and I suddenly realized I did not want to witness the exorcism. I waited in the living room until about 15 minutes later. I heard the priest giggling and talking softly. I didn't know what to do, so I waited until about 10 minutes later when the priest emerged. He said it's going to take a lot longer than expected, and that he will return this time next week. This went on for the next 2 months, until I finally asked the priest what was going on. I demanded to know. I've been afraid to sleep for the past 8 weeks, for God's sakes. He finally expressed and told me he had been having an intimate relationship with my ghost. I couldn't believe it. I told him I wanted him and the ghost out, now. He reluctantly agreed and entered my room. He spoke gently and said, "Come on now, Albert, it's time to go. By the way, I've got a spacious bedroom and a double bed." I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The priest turned to me and said, "Okay, he has agreed to leave with me. Sorry for your trouble." As the priest bent down to pick up his candles, as he was doing that, I noticed the most disturbing thing that I ever seen in a paranormal event ever. His voice changed to really dark, deep, and sinister, and he said, "I will be leaving myself out of this place soon, and I'm taking my friend with me." I then froze. I didn't know what to believe, or even if that was coming out of his voice. I said, "What did you just say?" And he returned to normal. To this day, I can't really explain what that voice was, or if it was the entity that possessed him, but I know that was really strange, and he acted like as if it was nothing after that, like nothing ever happened. The story I'm writing to you involves myself and many other people as witnesses. There were many events that took place in the same old brick farmhouse outside of Black Earth, Wisconsin. The first story is one that I will never forget. It was late in the evening on a summer night. My friends and I were playing a game in the old farmhouse. Beth, the girl who was living in the house at the time, decided to go to bed. She went upstairs alone, and the rest of us just sat around talking. Moments later, I heard the most blood-curdling scream ever, and immediately after the scream, the wind chime inside the house chimed. Bridget, another friend, ran up to see what was wrong. They both came back downstairs, and Beth told us what happened.
She told us that she was laying in bed and she saw the shadow of a man in her doorway. She called out John, that is her brother's name, who also lived in the house, and there was no response. She said that she thought it was her brother and turned over to go to sleep. Then, what happened next gave chills down my spine, and I felt very uncomfortable. Beth said that she felt someone crawl into bed with her and she was frozen. When she reached over, she said she could feel someone laying next to her. She tried to speak, but nothing would come out. My sister lived in the same room for a while. She said she never saw anyone in her room. She did, however, notice imprints in her mattress as if someone had been sitting there. She also saw a man with his head bent down in an old car on the property. One other night, my sister, a friend named Scott, and myself were having a few beers, and Scott asked to use the bathroom. We told him it was at the top of the stairs, so he relieved himself and came back down and told my sister that she left her curling iron on, but that he turned it off. A little later, my sister went to use the bathroom and returned and said that Scott must have not turned off the curling iron because it was on when she went in there. We didn't think much of it, but when my sister went to the bathroom again, it was turned back on. No one else was in the bathroom between her visits, and no one else was in the house. In May 2001, I got a job working as a dispatcher for a cab company. Adjacent to our office was this garage, and it was 10,000 square feet. This company also had charter buses. When I first started working there, the owner told me I might hear weird noises. And growing up, my father was a truck driver, so I was aware of the air brakes, ticks, etc. But I didn't expect what was adding to the noises in the garage. This would be my third ghost experience. It all started on the third night I worked there. My boyfriend had called me on the phone when all of a sudden, there was this loud banging noise coming from the garage. So loud, I could barely hear him on the phone. I was working midnights, so he came up there. By the time he got there, the noise had stopped. We hung out there, and about midnight, my boyfriend went to go lay down in the garage. There was a front bed just outside the office door. He was out there about 2 hours. Then he came into the office in a tad bit of a hurry and sat down. The look on his face was a Kodak moment. He asked if I had just tried to wake him up, and I told him no. He said he was lying there and someone kept saying hello. Then he said he sat up to put his shoes on, and the voice was right up in his face and sternly said hello. Also at that time, a driver had called me and asked if he had jumper cables. I asked my boyfriend to go look. He wouldn't go out into the garage till I went in and turned on the lights. Then he told me what happened, and I was just like, wow, too cool. Then in the days after this, I started experiencing my own little visits from now who we called Casper. It was weird. I could get out in the garage and sit by myself. I could actually feel the energy moving, like it's sweeping around the room. Then he would go and knock on things. His best one was turning on the air compressor. It was unplugged. Then one day Casper must have gotten upset about something. He started being on the garage overhead doors, and my boyfriend and my son and myself were in there. Between the two overhead doors was a regular door. When the beating started, my boyfriend went out the regular door because he really thought someone was out there, and he opened the door and no one was there, but the beating continued. After that, I was working one night, and one of the bus drivers came in. We were sitting in there talking and watching TV. Then all of a sudden, the channel changed. The driver asked why I changed it, and I said I didn't. The remote was next to the TV. I got up and changed the channel back. A few minutes later, it was changed once again. This went on for an hour. That's when the driver told me that he believed there was a ghost. I was convinced already. Me and my boyfriend used to sleep in the garage when things got quiet. Of course, as you guessed, Casper was there with us. Back in the corner of our garage was a portable basketball net, and we would go out and shoot hoops. Then one day, the basketball vanished. We couldn't find it anywhere. About 2 weeks later, at about 6:30 a.m., me, my boyfriend, and 2 other drivers were sitting in the office talking. The door from the office to the garage was open. We were sitting there, and we were starting to hear a basketball bouncing. Me and my boyfriend looked at each other, and we were like, what the fuck? So we ran out there and the bouncing stopped and no basketball was anywhere to be found. The other two drivers heard it too. Then one night, my boyfriend and I were sitting in the office. We were asked not to smoke in the office, so we would go out in the garage. I was on the phone. I saw my boyfriend grab a cigarette and go into the garage. When I got off the phone, I went out there to join him. But when I got out there, he wasn't there. Above the office was rafters used as a storage space. I sat in the chair. I heard someone walking around up there, and I kept calling for my boyfriend, but he didn't answer me. I thought he was trying to scare me. I kept calling up to him, and then he came walking out of the bathroom. I told him to listen. There was someone in the rafters. He started to go up there. He got about 2 stairs up, and Casper ran across the ceiling of the garage. We followed the sound with our eyes. Then we looked at each other and ran back in the office. There were so many other occurrences that I could be up all night here, but that's my story and I'm sticking to it. I quit that job at the end of summer. When I was born, I had a twin sister. She died shortly after we were born. My mom and dad didn't talk about her much, but I always knew that she was my sister and that she had died. In fact, I remember talking to her all the time. I don't remember talking back, but my mother told me a story that suggests that she did. I think I was 3 or 4 at the time. Mom heard me talking to someone in the bedroom, so she came in and asked me who I was talking with, and I said Mindy, my twin. Mom wanted to know what we were talking about, so she asked what we had been talking about. I guess it was around our birthday, because I told Mom that Mindy wanted a birthday present. As long as I can remember, we had plastic toys put on her grave on her birthday, but I never knew why. When Mom told me the story, it explained quite a bit. Just over 2 years ago, my darling dad died from 2 cancers. When he finally died, my sister, mother, and I were there holding him as he left his life. The hospital window was filled with sunlight. The radio was playing a classical piece, and my father died the way he should, with family holding him close and not leaving him to die in the sterile hospital environment where most die unseen and alone. Dad was a Roman Catholic, but one who had lost his faith and truly believed that after death there was nothing. My family of 3 had spent 4 days and nights in Southend Hospital, Essex, England, hearing the rasping breathing and waiting for my dad to go. When we finally returned to my mother's house, we were, naturally, talking of what had occurred. Exhausted and drained, my sister joked about how Dad may come back as an angel. We didn't believe in those. We're British after all. At that moment, a large, white feather came floating past the French windows and landed, oh so gently, upon the patio. We just looked at each other and said, oh. Since then, my non-believing father has come through to my ex-partner in a dream. For his treatment of my daughter and myself, he has been seen walking in South High Street. He has held me above my shoulders after my heart attack. I was only 41 at the time, and when I was recovering, asked him to be there if I died. At the anniversary of his death, my daughter saw a white feather and felt the presence of her granddad. This was only after she realized the significance of the date. My most previous partner heard my dad telling him to lay off, even though he had never met him. This man was a total non-believer, just like my dad. As a woman who has the shadow of the Grim Reaper's blade above her head, it has strengthened my belief that there is life after death. That when I do have that massive heart attack and leave this earth, there will be someone waiting for me. I might be in trouble with my dad, but at least it will pass the time to be lectured and hugged while I make my way to the next place. Thank you for reading. My life has been relatively free of paranormal occurrences, although one morning, at age 8, I experienced the much dreaded sleep paralysis. There is, however, one other story worth mentioning. In 1991, I was a 20-year-old Army corporal stationed in Germany. By this time, I was a graduate of French commando school and was in charge of my own cavalry recon squad, a jeep with 2 other guys. One chilly winter night, my unit was deployed somewhere in southwestern Germany in the wilderness during field exercises. We were literally in the middle of nowhere. Me and my crew spent half the night slinking through the woods, doing the usual cavalry-style patrols. At around 2 a.m., we were told to stop the Jeep and set up a listening post in a clump of trees. I decided to be the first watch of the night, while the other two guys got some sleep. After about 30 minutes of staring into black nothingness, I decided to get up and walk around a bit. With a weapon in hand and a radio on my back, I began to prowl around the area. Yes, it was unbelievably dark, but at least this was keeping me occupied. Suddenly, a very average night turned into a encounter I will never forget. After several minutes of walking, I suddenly realized how quiet the night was. Not a sound to be heard from an animal or even an insect. Thinking this was a bit strange, I walked a few more paces before realizing I was right in the middle of a very old deserted village. I pulled out my night vision goggles and noticed that the village consisted of about 7 or 8 old stone houses. Only the walls remained, as the old thatched roofs were long gone. Suddenly, I felt this dark, evil presence like a weight on my shoulders. I knew I was being watched by someone or something, and I knew that I was not welcome in this place. I slowly turned around and began walking back the way I came, with every footstep in the tall, dry grass sounding like a firecracker. It was very slow and painful walking out of this place. I consider myself a rational person, but was truly scared as I made the long walk back to the Jeep. Needless to say, I spent the rest of the night inside the Jeep. As you read the stories on the site, it may be hard to appreciate the feelings others have felt as they try to tell their tales. I promise you, the fear and sixth sense we have felt during these tales are the most important part of the story. Hi, my name's Brooke. I work at an assisted living facility in Pennsylvania. I worked the 11/7 shift, so of course, there are a lot of stories about the place already. But besides that, I was wondering if the experiences I've had, as insignificant as they may seem or be, could be the activities of ghosts, or just my mind. Of course, I'm not the only one that claims to have seen things, but who knows? For instance, I'll just be walking around the building, and I constantly think that I see things, like out of the corner of my eye. It's not a definite thing, it's just a shape. It's either black or white. A lady I work with always sees black when she sees things out of the corner of her eye. As for me, I always see white. The forms are white, that is. Is there a reason she sees black and I see white? And today, for instance, I was walking and I was sure there was someone behind me. When I semi-turned around, out of the corner of my eye, I swore there was a figure for a split second, but it was gone. It scared me to death, actually. That is why I'm writing to you today, because today, that was the closest a form or figure has ever been. No one has ever died in this facility that I work in, but they have died in the hospital. The building has only been open for 4 years, maybe 5. I was just wondering if these could be ghosts, or just my eyes playing tricks on me. A lot of the residents say that they see a woman in white in their room, or sitting on their bed. I don't know how to explain or take that either, but I appreciate your reading. Thanks for listening as well. The story I'm about to tell you happened to me directly, and has forever changed my view on the supernatural. I would like to state for the record that I've always been a skeptical person who never believed in anything that couldn't be proven. Before my experience, I didn't believe in ghosts and had never given the topic a second thought. Since that period of time, it has always been on my mind frequently. This is my story. The event in question occurred several years ago at my grandparents' house. I was 19. I'd been out with my friends and returned home around 2 a.m. I retired to my bedroom on the second floor of the house and got into bed. I'd been lying there for 2 or 3 minutes, reflecting on the events of the evening, when suddenly, I heard the muffling screaming of a woman coming from the basement. Almost immediately, the screaming began to slowly ascend the stairs, and within a minute had reached the first floor. It continued to ascend the stairs, and 30 seconds later had reached the second floor and was right outside of my room. The screaming was very loud and was clearly that of a woman. My bedroom door was closed, and I could therefore see nothing. The screaming continued outside of my room for approximately 1 minute, and then slowly began to descend the stairs into the basement. When it reached the basement, the screaming ceased, and the house was silent. That is the end of my story. I feel that in order for me to give an objective account of this occurrence, it is important that I detail my own actions and opinions. When I first heard the noise, I recognized that it was coming from the basement, and although it sounded like a woman screaming, I immediately disregarded this as being ridiculous. I started to try and rationalize what I was hearing. However, my analysis ended rather abruptly when I realized that the noise was getting closer. By the time I reached the first floor, it had become quite loud, and being unable to think of any rational explanation for such a noise, I became convinced that the ghost of a woman was ascending the stairs of my grandparents' house. I became completely terrified and quickly sat up in bed, both so that I could hear better and so that I could run, if necessary. When it reached the second floor and was outside my room, every hair in my body was standing on end, and my hands were literally shaking with fear. I was too scared to move, and for that reason, remained stationary until it returned to the basement and the noise subsided. I stayed where I was for several minutes, waiting for the noise to return. When it didn't, I got up, turned on my light, and sat back down on my bed. Being wide awake and in no mood to sleep, I spent the next couple of hours lying in my bed, listening and thinking about what had happened. Eventually I fell asleep, and the next morning, when I woke up, my light was still on, and I was completely convinced that I had heard a ghost. I spent the entire day gathering information and trying to figure out what I had heard. The only other people in the house were my grandparents. My grandmother is a sound sleeper. My grandfather is hard of hearing. They heard nothing. They bought the house in 1966 and sold it in 2000. During that time, they never heard anything that even remotely resembles what I described. My mother lived in the house for several years in her late teens and never heard anything either. I myself lived in the house on and off for years and never heard anything before, and have not heard anything since. I considered that maybe the pipes or something else in the house made the noise, although I don't think any pipe on earth could have made the noise I heard. I dismissed this theory anyways, because if the house did make odd noises, someone would have heard them in the past 30 years. I also dismissed the wind, because I've spent many windy nights in the house and heard absolutely nothing. In the end, I came to the conclusion that there was no earthly explanation for what I heard, and that what I experienced must have been supernatural. It sounds crazy saying that, but I know what I heard. I will never forget it. I'm sure it was a ghost. In conclusion, I would just like to state that all of my friends think I was asleep and that the whole thing was a dream. I would like to touch on this briefly. The first thing I would like to say is that I know I was not asleep. Here's my case. I've been in bed for 2 or 3 minutes, less than 5 for sure, and was laying on my back thinking. I've always had a difficult time falling asleep. It usually takes me 20 to 30 minutes, and I've never been able to sleep on my back. At the time, I was making no attempt to sleep, but was lying there, thinking. Secondly, no matter how real a dream seems, you always wake up afterwards, and that's how I know you were dreaming. I don't think it's possible to remember a dream without waking up and realize you are dreaming. If it is, it's never happened to me. If it had been a dream, I would have woken up and said, wow, that one was weird. That never happened. I was awake. Thirdly, I turned the light on after the occurrence, and it was still on when I woke up in the morning. I know for a fact that I was awake. That is my story, and I swear to you that every word of it is the truth. I don't know if you will believe me. No one else will, but I swear it's the truth. I am 17 years old. In the past 7 years, I'd lived in 3 different houses, and every one of them had a ghost. The first one we lived in was from 94 to 96. The occurrence that spooked me there happened in my parents' room.
A week before anything weird happened, a bunch of knickknacks fell off of my mother's headboard. So, she put it back and pushed it away from the edge. On Easter morning of '95, I was with my brother, sister, and dad, watching TV in the living room. About 20 feet away from my parents' bedroom door, I heard a bang, and my mom came running out of her room. She really wanted to know who was pounding. Apparently, when I heard the bang, all the stuff had fallen off her headboard and kind of flew off this time. Not only that, but this Oreo tin can she had looked like it had been stepped on. After that, our next door neighbor told us that she had seen this old man that lived here before us in the backyard on the day he died in the hospital. Now, the living room looked into a hallway. In the hallway, you could see into my brother's room, and my parents' was right next door. The living room had a clear view of my parents' room. One night, my dad fell asleep in the living room. He was sleeping, facing the hallway. He suddenly woke up and looked into his room. He saw this cloud of smoke billowing in the hallway, moving towards his room. He jumped up and yelled fire. When he yelled, my brother woke up and saw this. The cloud settled in the hallway and disappeared. I know this was not any kind of imagination because my brother and my dad are very logical and analytical people, and they both witnessed this. In the next house, it was never anything really. The only occurrence that happened was the night one of our cats died. The cat house was in the corner of my room, and I had a nightlight next to the cat house. I looked up to the top cat house, and I saw the shadow of our dead cat. The cat loved sleeping on the top every night, and this night was no exception. The third house is the house we have lived in for the past 3 years. I believe it all started with the woman. My dad wakes up early in the morning to get ready for work. When this happened, my mom would occasionally fall asleep in the living room. There's a door next to the entryway that leads into the back hallway where all the rooms are. The first room is my brother's, the second is my parents', then you turn, and then comes my sister's room, and lastly, mine. Now, on this morning, my dad woke me up and looked over. He saw the back of a woman and assumed it was my mom. He got up and went out into the living room and saw my mom sleeping on the couch. He went back to his room and no one was there. After that, I had an experience with a man. It was about 4 in the morning and I was suddenly woken up by the feeling of a large man tapping my foot. I looked up and no one was there. I have this ticker stuffed animal that I got for my birthday from my sister. At the time of my next story, my large dog slept in my room with me. He would sleep up against the door so I couldn't sleepwalk and open it without waking up. I woke up one morning and my ticker was nowhere, so I figured it rolled under the bed. I opened my door and it was laying outside of my door. About a year ago, my mom started sleeping out in the living room for health reasons. The wall our couch leans against is connected to my brother's room. We had a family friend staying in there while my brother was in boot camp. One morning, my mom woke up about 7 a.m. She heard a knocking on the wall between the living room and my brother's room. She thought it was just our friend when it moved to the wall behind her computer about 10 feet away. This is an inside wall and there's no way there could be any knocking. It then moved to the ceiling. She said it sounded like someone knocking. A couple nights later, I heard her banging in my parents' room. Their bathroom is across the hall from my brother's room. My bathroom is across from my sister's room, and the bathtub stalls are back to back. When I heard the banging, it sounded like it was coming from the wall where the shower head is, and they have a lot of shelves over there, so it would be impossible to bang as clearly as I heard. A couple of hours later, I heard shuffling footsteps in the hall coming from the bathroom. On 2 occasions, my dad has seen a streaking white figure that appears to be a cat, but we are not positive. We have also seen shadow people walking in the side yard through our shutters. Not long ago, our next door neighbor told us that the houses in our neighborhood was built on Indian burial ground. We are not sure if this has anything to do with all this. The house we live in now appears to be the most haunted so far. I'm 17 years old, and I used to live in an old house, made in 1921, in Haverhill, Massachusetts, that I know is haunted. One day, when I was 10, I was in my upstairs bedroom with my two sisters coloring. I think that's when it started. We were home alone when we heard the closet at the end of the stairs slide open. Then we heard it slide back. The sliding doors of the closet always made a loud rumbling noise when it was open. When we heard it that day, we didn't get scared at first because we thought my mom had gotten home from work, so we ran downstairs to greet her to find that nobody was home. We looked around and then looked outside to see if the car was in the driveway, but we were alone, or so we thought. We ran back upstairs to our room and grabbed shoes and hangers for the so-called protection. Then all of a sudden, we heard footsteps racing up the stairs, then back down. We never saw anything actually reach the top of the stairs, but they ran up and down repeatedly, about 10 times, then it stopped. We were so scared, we just sat there crying, waiting to hear more, but nothing else happened. Then, when I was 15, I was taking care of a dog, and when I brought it to the foot of the stairs, he froze and just stared at the top. I didn't think much about it, so I picked him up and brought him up the stairs to my room and closed the door. The dog then began crying, and he seemed to be getting nervous and uneasy, and he started scratching at the door. When I opened the door to let him out, he ran down the steps so fast that by the time I got out the door, he was gone. After that, many more things started to happen. I woke one morning to hear something or someone dragging themselves on the rug next to my bed. I was so frozen with fear that I didn't even look to see what it was. The cabinets in our kitchen would open and slam shut by themselves. I could also hear the silverware jiggling and slamming inside the drawers. There are even moments where the computer keyboard would also type by itself. I've also had my foot slapped and have felt something sit on me while I was laying in my bed. There are also too many noises and weird things to explain, and also creepy dreams. So I'm glad to be out of that house. Well, I would like to know if the house has some kind of history or if anybody died there. Last year, after we moved out of that house, our cousins were sleeping over and we were talking about our old house. One of my cousins, who slept over our house a lot, asked why our dad always walked up to our room and why he did it over and over without ever coming into our room. We told him about the day we heard the racing footsteps running up the stairs, and she got so freaked out. My other cousin also said she hated sleeping in our room because she always heard those same footsteps coming up the stairs but never making it to the top before it ran back down again. Now in our present house in Orlando, Florida, weird things have suddenly begun to happen. Noises, shadowy figures, and also short wide figures have appeared. I always seem to see something in the corner of my eye. When I turn my head to look, there is nothing there, and my sister felt somebody whistle and blow in her ear. Well, that's all I have for you for today. I hope you enjoyed this. Thank you for reading. Hello, my name is Nikki, and I'm 14 years old. Unfortunately, I don't remember the details to my story very well, because it happened when I was about 4 or 5 years old. But anyway, my family lived in a large house that was actually quite old. One night, I was asleep in my bedroom upstairs, and I awoke in the middle of the night. I went straight across the hall to my brother's room and asked him to come downstairs with me because I was scared and wanted to sleep with Mom and Dad. He asked me why I was so scared, and I said I didn't know. So he came down with me. We started down the stairs, and I froze at the sight of what I saw. There was a little boy at the end of the stairs. Now, this could have been my younger brother, but my brother was just a few months old. This little boy had brown hair and was just sitting at the bottom of the stairs. I wasn't scared, so we kept walking. We got into my parents' room, and I was getting ready to climb in their bed, and all the lights in the house came on at once. My dad woke up and checked the circuit breaker, but nothing was wrong, so he went through the house and shut off all the lights. Well, the next night, I saw the same little boy, and the same thing happened again. This activity continued for a few more days, and my parents checked out some information by the guy that lived there before. He said a little boy around the age of 5 died because he was very sick. He died in the middle of the night in his sleep, and a few hours before he went to sleep, he turned all the lights in the house on because he was afraid of the dark. I have never seen anything since, even though I've moved several times. I always somehow sense when there is an unknown presence around them, but I'll always remember that night. I've since been afraid of the dark, though I hate to admit it, but it's not like anyone is going to criticize me for it.
One night in October 2008, my friends Scott, Denny, and Steve and I decided we wanted to go ghost hunting. Scott was the only one who had experience with anything, and he had seen things and had things happen to him and other people in his past groups. We started off by going to Peace Church Cemetery and where the murderer Billy Cook is buried. We were equipped with a video camera, me, a digital camera, a digital voice recorder, a heavy-duty flashlight, Scott, and 2 smaller flashlights with the other 2 people. We walked around for a little bit as Scott instructed us to let our senses take hold of us and guide us as they please. If we got an impulse to do something, do it. We all had weird feelings, but eventually realized we weren't going to find anything here. We left, deciding to go somewhere that Scott had experienced before, the Waco Cemetery. Once we got there, we said our opening prayer and made our way out into the cemetery. Eventually, we split into 2 groups, me and Steve in one, Scott and Denny in the other. Steve told me to get a couple of specific things on video. He thought he had seen something he said was best described as a specter, with a head that shaped into a point and a cloaked black body. We walked around for a bit longer, and he told me he had seen it again. We walked towards the area he saw it, and didn't see anything. We met back up with Denny and Scott on the other side of the cemetery, and Scott started talking about the things that had happened to him here. He had been asking questions and talking in general, trying to pick up some EVP. He started talking about what he called the prankster that had slapped him in the face and possibly put scratches down his friend's back. We made our way back to the center of the cemetery where there were no graves, just a patch of grass. We stood around, and Steve told the other 2 about the specter he had seen and where he had seen it. Around that time, Scott said lights out. He took a couple of pictures, and the rest was silent. Then, we turned our lights back on for a few seconds before Scott repeated his order of lights out. This part gets a little blurry. I can't remember if it was before or after we turned the lights back on, but Scott is a big guy, wide and tall. He fell backwards onto Steve, who would have fallen on me had I not moved in time. He had fallen hard. He laid there and just looked confused, and his face was red. His glasses had flown off of impact of the fall. He asked where his glasses were. Then he asked, "Did I fall?" We tried to explain what happened from each of our perspectives quickly, as we were pretty freaked out, since this was our first experience. He had asked a couple more times as the rest of us came to the conclusion that he fell too hard to have just fallen from a loss of balance. I, for one, think he was pushed by some force. Anyway, we got him up to his feet. He looked around and said, "We're leaving." Scott was shaken, and that was all we needed to hear. As we walked back to our cars to say a closing prayer, Scott started coughing, which progressed into dry heaving. We had 8 Hardees before we went to the first place, so we knew that he had something to throw up. We stopped to wait for him, and after he felt better, we proceeded to walk to a space between the cars to say the prayer. Scott began, "Our Father which art in heaven." It was interrupted by more dry heaving. Steve said, "Scott, are you okay?" He nodded and said, "Hallowed be thy..." and cut off to some dry heave some more. This time, it was so bad that he lost his glasses and was down on his knees coughing up something that wasn't there. He looked up, straight at me, and gave the most evil glare I've ever seen. I immediately recoiled in fear, with tears forming in my eyes. I asked Scott, "Scott, are you there?" He got over this fit eventually, as Steve said. "Howled by thy what? Finish the prayer, Scott. You have to finish it." Scott straightened up a little and hoarsely started to finish. "Hallowed be thy name." Again, the same occurrence had just happened, and he just kept coughing and dry heaving. At this point, Scott has regained his composure enough to finish and says, "For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever and ever. Amen." As we each followed with a thankful amen, he said, "Now let's get the heck out of here." I was ahead of him in parking, so I started the car and drove out of the cemetery as fast as possible. We stopped into a church parking lot up the road. Scott got out of his car, and we started talking about what just happened. He claimed to have no recollection of falling or anything after that. That's the story of what happened in Southwest Missouri on a late October night. May you form your own conclusions, and I hope you enjoyed. I've felt the presence of ghosts at some places I've been or lived at. I've never had an experience of seeing a ghost, but I can walk into a place and tell if there's a ghost there. I know if it's a male, female, or child. I've seen dark shadows, but not all have been black. Some are gray, like the color of a rat. One night, a very good friend of mine came over and we started watching a movie and eating pizza. I saw the dark outline of a male child peeking around the corner of the kitchen. I told my friend Dawn, who is very religious, and at first she didn't believe me. I kept seeing the outline of a head and shoulders peeking around the corner. Then, about 5 minutes or so later, we started hearing a scratching noise. I told Dawn that's the ghost. She said it was just a mouse. Then, I heard a loaf of bread fall on the floor. The bread is kept on the counter far back next to the microwave. I got up to investigate. The bread was lying on the floor, but had no holes in it from a mouse. I put the bread back and went back into the living room. Dawn got up to get a glass of soda, and when she went into the kitchen, she yelled. She said the loaf of bread moved across the counter and dropped on the floor at her feet. She started praying. Every time she stopped praying, you could hear scratching noises. She kept praying, and the scratching continued. Then it got quiet. We finished the movie, and as we were talking, we noticed the lid on the pizza box, which was propped up, started to slip down. Instead of just falling down, it closed. This was very slowly. Dawn said she had enough and went home. She took the pizza and box home with her. She called me later that night and said that the ghost followed her home because her bread was constantly sliding off the counter, and she actually saw the pizza lid open when it was closed in the box. She said she threw the bread and pizza box off her balcony and prayed really hard. She didn't have any more problems, and our bread stayed on our counters after that. I was at the age of 12 to 13 when my grandmother bought me a rocking chair out of what she said was a yard sale. She claimed that they were very glad to get rid of it, and she never thought to ask why. She brought it home and sat it in my room with my dolls on it. It was an antique, so I was leery about anyone sitting in it. I never experienced any weird activities in it, but my brother at the age of 9 years was sitting in the living room where he could see it, and claimed to have seen it rock 3 times. It scared him to the point where he just ran outside to my grandmother, crying and screaming. I was confused, and my grandmother told me to keep it closed and keep my door shut. Later, my aunt said she went into my room to get something, and she also seen it move. I was getting mad, thinking that there was something wrong with my chair, and hid it in my closet. The last person that had seen it move was my little cousin, due to us moving to another location. She agreed to keep it in her room, where she did not stay at the time, but went in and out of there when needed. She was doing her hair in a dresser mirror when she got a glimpse of the rocker moving. Then, to her surprise and fright, a little girl appeared. She said she was very beautiful in an older clothing. She screamed and ran from the room. It took her some time to calm down to tell what happened, and there I was, ready to get rid of it also. The one thing I did find out about the chair before giving it away was that it hated men. Due to my family's curiosity, my great uncle was determined to see it and experience it sliding away from him across the room. He was nevertheless very scared and left quickly. I'm glad I gave it away and didn't think twice, but never had it do anything in front of me. I didn't experience this myself. It happened to my mother a couple months ago, and she told me about it after it happened. What happened was, a couple of months ago, my mom was prepping for a party in our kitchen at about 9:30 p.m. Me and my brother, who were about 11 at the time, were both at the house at the time. I was upstairs, and he was in the living room. My mom told me that she was washing dishes, and that she looked up at the window in front of her, and she saw someone walk by the hallway behind her. She immediately thought that it was me, because of how tall the person was. She called out my name, and told me to do something for her. After a couple of minutes, she came to look for my brother to ask where I had went. He looked at her like she was crazy, and told her that I hadn't come downstairs for about an hour. She calmed me down noticeably scared, because she thought someone was in the house, but we couldn't find anyone. This happened more than once to my mother, but more noticeable. She was washing clothes, and had to walk through the kitchen, and saw someone poke their head out from behind the counter. She of course thought that it was either me or my brother, but when she checked, she found no one. She called me immediately and told me what had happened, and now we believe that a ghost is in the house, but it doesn't show itself regularly. 2 other things that have happened since then. One happened a couple months after that. Me and my brother had a friend over, and he had gone to the bathroom on the 2nd story of the house. No one was up there at the time, but when he came down, he said that he had seen 2 red eyes down the hall near my parents' bedroom. He immediately ran downstairs, and we told him about my mother's experiences. The other things that happen more frequently now is that our dog starts to growl at something in the hallway. She sleeps in our parents' room, and sometimes she will get up and walk around the room, and then she will stop in the doorway and growl at something in the hallway. But when we turn on the light, there will be nothing there. It has been a couple of months since anything worth reporting has happened, but we believe that it is a friendly ghost and nothing harmful will come of it. Even though I'm terrified of this kind of stuff, reading stories and watching things on TV about it is very interesting to me. I have a story to share. It's still very fresh to me, even though it has happened many years ago that it has taken place. My husband and kids laugh at me when I tell them my story, just because some of the things that went on. They find it more humorously amusing than seriously true. This story took place when I was about 5 or 6 years old, in a house we lived at, in Oregon, Ohio. I really don't even know where to begin. The house was a 2-story home that wasn't huge, but sure wasn't small. I had 2 brothers, and they shared a bedroom with me, having my own bedroom right next to theirs. In their closet was this blue plastic hanging shoe rack that was left when we moved in. It was completely empty, except for a few bouncy balls and a metal jack in some of the pockets. Every day we would check these pockets because whenever we would empty them, there was always more the next day. I never thought anything weird about that. It was cool finding things in there. My room had a door that led to the closet. I never heard anything scary in my room, but one night, my grandparents spent the night. They came from Florida and were visiting us before moving on to other relatives. In the middle of the night, everyone ran into the room because my grandpa woke up screaming. He said the cat had crawled under the mesh part of the box spring and scared him. Everyone went back to bed, and nothing was thought of it. Months went by, and summer was here. My brothers and I used to all lay in the hallway upstairs outside our rooms, in front of a box fan my dad would put up, because it was so hot. Sometime in the middle of the night, my younger brother Mike woke up, I guess to sleep in my room, and began screaming. He said my older brother's Jake's face was on the wall scaring him. Jake had been laying in the hallway the entire time with me and Mike. Still, everyone shrugged it off like the other things that had happened and figured he was sleepwalking. I've heard things throughout the night on and off after the last incident, but the last and scariest part of the house that happened to me, and I'm not sure how much time in between this happened, is one night when I was sleeping with my cat. It was sometime in the middle of the night, and for some reason I woke up. My cat also woke up. My cat was tucked under my arm at my side, and all of a sudden, it opened its eyes wide and hissed with its hair standing up on its back. Then it darted out of my room. I didn't understand why the cat acted like this, and seconds later, at the end of my bed was this figure. It was definitely human, but was all white and misty. It had no features or limbs. The only feature I remember is seeing an O-like shaped mouth. It was just standing there, but then looked like it was moving slowly closer. I kicked my feet at it, and nothing happened. I just kicked right through it. I was scared to death and ran into my parents' room and slept there the rest of the night. I thought I heard sounds coming from the drawers in my dad's dresser the rest of the night, but never heard anything or seen anything since. My husband, like I said, finds this humorous, so last year, he bought some ball and jacks and placed them on my pillow and laughed. I would love to find out if anyone living in that house after or before me ever had any experiences like that. I always wondered why that thing would want to scare us like that. My grandfather was a member of Washington Country Golf Club in Washington County, Pennsylvania. The golf club sits on top of a hill and used to be a very old farmhouse that dates back to the 1800s. He told me stories of him along with a group of friends who spent the night at the clubhouse. Members were allowed to stay there if they wished. It was said the old farmer who lived in the house lost all of his money and the farm went under. After this all happened, the farmer then decided to end it all. My grandfather said that during the late hours of night, you can hear footsteps walking back and forth upstairs. They went upstairs, and no one was to be found. Even in the ballroom, the lights would be seen turning off and on by themselves, as doors were being opened and closed as well. I myself have been in the clubhouse, which is very old, with wooden stairs and floors. I have even seen the bar going across the staircase, where it said the farmer had done the deed. I've heard this story from other members of the club. Whether this is true for sure or not, I don't know exactly. Another story I've heard takes place in Peters Township in Washington County. I've been told by an old football coach whose family lived in the town all their life, dating back to the 1700s, I believe. He tells the story of an old haunted railroad tunnel close to Hidden Valley Road in the area. It's said that many years ago, when the railroad was a busy place, a man was hooking up two boxcars. The boxcars then rolled together, hitting the man in between the two hookups. The man was cut in half from the two boxcars, and many people say that they have walked the tunnel holding hands across the tunnel very late in the night. They said they have seen a man walking at the other end of the tunnel with an old oil lamp in his hand, swinging back and forth. They even say that a train can be heard off in the distance, but no train even came. The story has been known as Boxcar Willie. I've heard this story from many different people in the past. I've seen the tunnel myself one night with two of my friends. We held hands going across the front of the tunnel. We all then saw a very small light at the end of the tunnel. Never went to check it out, but something was there. We all saw this light. It may have been something off in the distance, but I believe it was Boxcar Willie. We all felt something very weird that night. That's why I get the feeling something was out there.
I was reading your site around Halloween and noticed Green Man, and instantly knew what the reference was. I had heard this story dozens of times by my dad who visited Raymond. Then, I realized the legend was not correct. The legend states that late at night, you could witness a ghost wandering around the tunnels and bridges around town. There have been numerous reports over the years of a man with a green face walking after hours. He is known as the Green Man. This is because when people have seen this figure, the apparition has a terrifying green face as he floats by the local tunnels and bridges of the area. The real version is extremely depressing, but the real version in the least. The horrible accident occurred in Evans City. Raymond, unsure of the last name, and his older brother were flying a kite near some electrical wires next to a tree. The kite got stuck, and Raymond followed his brother up the tree to retrieve it. When Raymond's brother grabbed the kite, both brothers got electrocuted. Raymond's brother was killed, and Raymond was severely burned. He was extremely disfigured, and it was extremely hard for him to walk because of the accident. The residents of Evans City collected nearly $30,000 for the boy for his care. His older sister and her boyfriend ran off with the money, leaving Raymond without the money he needed to get well. From then on, the townspeople took him under their wing and took care of him the best they could, but without the funds to do it. My dad's grandmother, who lived in Suiki, told my dad and his brothers and sisters the story of the Green Man when they went to visit her. Raymond, now an adult, walks down the road to and from the tunnel every night. The sun would hurt his eyes, since it only had a thin sheath of skin to cover them, so he did not go out in the daylight. He could barely walk, but did so every night regardless. People from all over came to bring him money, gum, and cigarettes, even while he was on his nightly walks to the tunnel and back home. The Green Man came from the color his skin looked when the headlights would hit him. He had been charred so badly, he was gray, so the headlights actually made him look a greenish-gray color. Unfortunately, my dad couldn't confirm this because he is colorblind. Raymond had a hole for a mouth, no nose except for a hole, and holes for ears. My great-grandpa and my Uncle Carl, then a teen, got out, and handed Raymond a pack of Lucky Strikes and a pack of gum. Raymond talked to them for a bit, though you could barely understand what Raymond was saying. Behind my great-grandma's car were many more cars, waiting to see Raymond, as there were more every night. At this point, Raymond was a bit of a celebrity. Raymond was watched by the town and the police, and he never had any trouble with the visitors. My family left, and the next car pulled up to visit. My dad recalls hearing of Raymond's passing some years later. Must have been about 1985. The interesting aspect of the story is that years after Raymond's demise, I've had friends who have passed by the tunnels and have noticed gray mists, orbs, and other strange phenomena. Where that they witnessed phenomena near the very same tunnels that Raymond used to frequent. One of my friends is a non-believer and a true skeptic of the paranormal, and he had experience where he saw the Green Man years after his death. Just like the story, he shined his headlights as he was driving through the tunnel and nearly wrecked his car. He thought that he had saw a man wandering around who appeared to have a green face. He appeared so quickly that my friend had little time to react. His car came to a complete halt, but there was nobody in sight. Whether Raymond haunts the road and tunnel, I don't know. However, I'd like to believe that the legend is now true, after the experiences that my friends have had. A little ironic, but fascinating, nevertheless. These experiences all occurred at my grandmother's house, which is called Gwynmick Manor. Although the house isn't very big, it's around 200 years old. All my dad's family have lived there, and my grandmother now lives there alone. There have been many different events, things such as footsteps, dogs barking at something unseen, and the shower being turned on and off, or just a few minor things. One time, my uncle fell asleep in the kitchen at night, and the door he was sleeping next to was flung open, waking him up, even though there was no draft, and it was an airless night. The same uncle also had experiences as a young child. When he was younger, he would hear footsteps from outside his window late at night, as though someone was walking hurriedly over gravel. At the same time, he would see two big black dogs sitting by his bed. Another time, my grandma was walking upstairs with some laundry when she dropped something and bent down to pick it up. As she was retrieving it, she saw a pair of shoes on the steps in front of her, as real as a human's. She looked up and saw a long skirt and the start of a shirt, and then the figure disappeared. My grandma swears to this day that the story is true, and says although she didn't feel threatened, she certainly wonders who this woman is. There was no one else in the house at the time, and the stairs are curved, so if someone had walked down them, you would have seen. Most recently, my sister and I were in the corridor opposite the dining room, which is locked when it's not in use. There is a key on the outside of the door. We were standing there talking when the key started to move, as if someone was trying to get out from inside. We thought maybe someone was in there at first, but then we remembered that the key had been moving from our side of the door. Most recently, we were sitting on the lawn whilst my dad and uncle played badminton on the court behind us. The garden is raised almost on a hilltop, with steps leading up to it, so the grass we were sitting on was in line with the upstairs bedroom window, if that makes sense. We were facing the window, talking,
and looking in at my grandmother's 2 dogs, who could have been sitting on her bed. My grandma had gone out shopping and had left her dogs shut in her bedroom. First, we saw one of the dogs start barking urgently at something in the far corner, which was out of sight from us. This continued, and the dog then jumped onto the bed again and started barking directly at us. We thought this was strange, but what happened next couldn't be explained. A white mist, almost in the form of a hand, passed over the dog's head as though it were stroking her. She then stopped barking. We both looked at each other in horror, knowing that we both had seen the same thing. There was no sunlight that could have reflected through the windows, and I honestly can't think of another explanation for the hand we had seen. I still feel scared when I go into the house. January 1999. I'd been working for an American company in Evesham in the UK. The company was based in a small industrial estate called Briar Close End East. On the edge of this estate is a small pub called the Oddfellow Arms. We all used to go to this pub now and then for a quick pint of a lunchtime. I personally used to have a pint, perhaps once or twice a week there. Anyway, as you go in on a fairly regular basis, you tend to get to know some of the locals. There was one couple in particular that the story is about. They were an old couple. He was an ex-counselor and had to use a frame to walk with. He was always with his wife. She used to drive him everywhere. Obviously, he couldn't get anywhere without her assistance. It was just after the Christmas break, first week back at work in January. I decided to go for a sandwich and a drink at the pub. Funny thing was, I noticed that this chap was on his own, sat in the corner. He tipped his glass to me as usual, to acknowledge me. I thought no more about it. Later that day, I spoke to my warehouse manager. He frequented the pub on a more frequent basis and knew all the regulars by name. So, I mentioned to him how odd it was that the old guy was on his own. Astonished, he replied, "That's impossible. The old guy had died over Christmas." I have never forgotten this, and some people, including my wife, have told me I must be mistaken, but I know what I saw, and I know when I saw him. For all those people who know the Oddfellows Arms Evesham, perhaps some of you may remember this chap and his wife that frequented the pub, or maybe someone else had seen him too. I'm recently going to a neighboring school by this house, and have visited it frequently. I never get a safe feeling while in there, and recently, we found a mutilated animal, not like it was feasted on, but just torn apart, and left in front of the house, maybe for some sort of omen, or a warning. The body was ripped to shreds, and its skin on the hands were ripped off, just showing its appendages. Later, we found the skull of the animal adjacent to it, and we noticed the jaw was removed, but the skull itself was in a very clean fashion. No blood, or guts, or any kind of fluids, not even dirt marks. The skull almost looked like it had been washed. That not being the strangest thing, I have a friend of mine who is a female who is as well as extremely interested in the paranormal, and she has recently gone to the house, and the first encounter dealt with her and her best friend going into the house and just walking around. The problem was that they did not even get to enter into the house. Right before stepping on the yard, the house is surrounded by large bushes. They heard a sound coming from one.
Other times that I've been with her, we swore we heard footsteps beside us in the bushes, as if being watched. Her best friend saw a shadow and became very frightened and began to flee. My friend was not as scared and refused, and her being the determined person that she is, continued to go forth. The sound was continuing this whole time. Her friend left sprinting, and so just to be a good friend, she decided to go catch up. She was not running so fast, and in her light jog, she turned around and noticed a woman with bright blonde hair, this being the only thing sticking out, chasing after them, and even got off the yard and continued in the pursuit. When seeing this, my friend began to run even faster and eventually ran to the church where they parked their car. She called me while this was happening, I guess to help us believe, and also she knew I was very interested, and I could hear the fear in her voice. When she returned, she told us the story, and one of the girls who was a local asked about what she had saw, and when she said the thing chasing them had long blonde hair, the local freaked and admitted that the woman who was murdered did in fact have long blonde hair. This scared and excited all of us because my friend who was chased had no idea how the woman looked or anything of that sort. Not being enough for us, we decided to go back with another group of kids who swear they know much about demons. We weren't allowed to go on because the demon group refused to get on because they swore they could just feel the evil. Well, they went back, and we ended up going another day with other friends. We just heard small sounds and footsteps. Other friends' stories deal with the chair in the living room that has two missing legs would be dragged across the living room. But one day, my friend, being the brave girl that she is, went into the house by herself one night, and she was walking around and really did not notice anything. She made a comment expressing how upset she was that nothing was happening, and a few minutes later, she heard a high-pitched shriek, and right then she was pushed, what she guessed to be about 4 feet, and pinned to the wall. She stumbled out of the house, and when she got home, her best friend noticed the scratches on her forehead. She still has them right now. This incident is very recent. That same night, her friend later called me saying that she had fallen asleep and was not responding, and that she was breathing normally, but her body was extremely cold. We haven't gone back yet, but we noticed that activity is much higher when fewer numbers are around. I look forward to giving you updates. Also, I'm from McAllen, Texas, and there's a building in that area that is rumored to be haunted. There's this building, and it is extremely haunted on the 3rd floor. I'll go ahead and check that out as well, and I'll give you an update as soon as possible. My name is Andrew Pierce, and I'm a local ghost hunter here in Warwick, Rhode Island. Having experience in paranormal investigation helps every time I tell my story, because living with ghosts and experiencing ghosts are two different things for me. I moved into my home 15 years ago, at the age of 6. The first night in my new house, I slept in what is now my mother's room, and before waking that night, I had nightmares of bloody murder, massacres, and deadly beatings. At the time I was just scared, but now, after researching, I've come to the conclusion that this was a ghostly encounter. Between the ages of 7 and 10, I suffered 4 experiences in my dreams where strange people would walk around in my house. The only problem is that they weren't living, and in each of these dreams, they were foreshadowings of what are now actual hauntings. The area with the most activity is my basement, which has been finished and where several phenomena have occurred.
The first came when I was 12. I was headed upstairs from my computer room when I saw a figure out of the corner of my eye. When I turned around, it was a little girl huddled in a corner and looking at me. She was dressed in 18th century garb and looked like she had just left church or some sort of social gathering. She has never been seen again, but she has been felt throughout the house and even experienced once by someone who had never been in my house before. This occurred when a friend of mine was sleeping downstairs, waiting for us to get back from a run to CVS. She was asleep on the couch when a ghostly arm or hand touched her arm, and then proceeded to knock over a couple of items on the table. When she had informed me of this, I knew it was the girl. Another haunting would be in my mother's room, where, if you are alone upstairs and my dog is not around, a growling sound comes from her room. It is entirely inexplicable, but I have a feeling an angry ghost lives in there, but cannot gather enough energy to support anything other than making sounds and haunting dreams. Shortly after my neighbor died, he built the house for his children and loved my family very much. Most of the hauntings disappeared, and a sense of comfortability ran through the house. Everything was at normal temperature, and there was no more dreaded sense of being followed or even watched. This has comforted me greatly, but it only lasted for a short time. Since that time, several newer and less aggressive ghosts have entered the house, and they are seemingly very friendly with my dog. Where he used to bark at them, he is now okay with them and can even be seen playing with them. This was witnessed when I saw him playing with his ball alone, but then noticed that the ball was rolling to him on its own. He would bring it back, and it would only roll once more. Also, this same ghost apparently hates breakfast because it disturbed us one time by knocking over a bunch of papers on the counter and spinning the trash can lid violently. No explainable cause was determined, as it was the middle of winter and no windows were open, and we don't have a fan in our kitchen area. Another ghost prefers to walk around the foyer and up and down the stairs, but never seems to go past the hallways. That's really all that happens, but I wanted to report these since they are the only real, vivid ghost experiences I could ever recall. Thank you. We bought a house in Yucca Valley in 1988, built during World War II, from what we were told, 2 bomb shelters. House added on to the years to come. Interesting old place, but nothing special other than the fact we thought we could turn it into our dream house. 2-story, white picket fence, etc. A couple weeks after moving in, my husband and I were in the kitchen, talking, when I thought I saw something. A fog, an image of a lady going through the dining room, not saying a word, thinking my husband would think I was nuts. He said to me, "Did you see that?" My husband and I choose to sleep in the downstairs bedroom, and the girls upstairs at that point. We were in a king-size waterbed, framed firmly on the floor, so it's not logically possible for something to be placed underneath it. After we began renovating the upstairs, we moved our bed up there, and the girls had the downstairs to sleep. Full-size beds, sitting on regular bed frames. There was nothing on the floor when we moved our bed out. A few weeks later, one of my daughters informed us that something was under our bed. My husband investigated and found a black and white photo, as well as some silk scarves. We called the former owner to ask if he knew who or what it might be. He came to look, said the photo was of his dead wife, and the scarves had belonged to her. A few months later, my husband found a painted portrait of a young man in his workshop. Again, called the former owner. He said it was of his dead son. A year or so later, one of my daughters saw the same image, the fog, image of a lady. He or she never caused us any harm, except for the fact that money we hid in one place or another had disappeared. After living there a while, we met the neighbors. They informed us former owner's wife had died from cancer in the bedroom photo, and scarves were found. His son, portrait found, had offed himself at the Yucca Valley Inn. Ashes had been spread on the property, according to them, the neighbors, but these facts were not disclosed to us at the time that we bought the house. After living there some 19 to 20 years, we decided to move, not because of spirits, just now that the kids have grown up and moved out on their own and wanted to downsize.
About 10 years ago, when I was stationed in Japan, I had an experience that still makes the hairs on my arms stand on end. I was sleeping one week at night about midnight. I lived in a dormitory with other military members, and this particular night, I woke up from my sleep to see a dark figure standing in my room. At first, it didn't bother me because my friends would frequently come into my room at all hours of the day without knocking, and I thought it was one of them just messing with me. So I called out to them to let them know that I saw them and the joke was over. However, at that time, the figure laid down on its belly and started to crawl towards my bed. Still, I thought it was a friend playing a joke on me, so I let them know the joke wasn't funny. However, each time I would call out to the figure, it would stop and stay very still, and then start crawling towards me when I stopped speaking. I quickly became frightened and got out of the bed and turned on the lights, and when I did, the figure disappeared and was never seen again. I'm currently a student studying in Japan, and I was invited to my friend's house in the Fuki Prefecture, on the western coast of Japan, one of the most haunted prefectures in the nation. It has more graves than any other location in Japan and is home to the infamous Chernobyl cliffs. I was with my friend and several of his classmates at around 2 a.m. in a family restaurant when the subject of ghost pictures came up, and several of them said that they had taken pictures at the Chinbo cliff and had seen the spirits that float around the area. My friend could even see them, a couple who jumped off together, standing on the edge of a cliff. I did not believe him, and I challenged them to accompany me up the cliffs. There was 8 of us in all. About 5 of them refused to go, but the others managed to convince 3 of them. The other 2 that had refused to go had very bad experiences there. One of them was a victim's cousin, and the other took a picture, only to have the ghost cling to his shoulder, and was plagued with nightmares. He saw people throwing themselves off a cliff. The nightmares continued until he visited a shrine where he was blessed and a Buddhist priest performed a ritual that would send that spirit on his way. We take the spirits of the past very seriously. On the 13th, 14th, and 15th of August, there's a national holiday called Obon where we could go to the family grave and light a fire of barley to lead them back to the family house so they can protect us. Many elderly Japanese pray in the morning, offering fruit, rice, sake, rice wine to their family shrine. Anyway, please forgive me for the detour. I shall continue with my story. The Chinbo cliffs can be separated into 4 main parts: the cliffs itself, a red bridge where the bodies wash up, an island that the red bridge connects to the mainland, and it is said to be the resting place of spirits of the deceased, and a statue of Shinto god in a tunnel, which is said to show displeasure in his face if something bad will happen. We arrived at the cliffs around 3 a.m. and went directly to them. There is a total of about 10 of them, and we stood at the end of them and looked out. I saw nothing, as did several other people, but a member of our group seemed to be losing his strength in his legs, and we had to help him walk. Then we headed over to arguably the most haunted area of the cliffs, the telephone box where many suicide victims make their last calls to their loved ones.
We took a video on one of the guy's cell phones. When we played it over, at the 19-second mark, we could hear a woman screaming in the background, "Stop, please stop, don't do this," saying this over and over again. Needless to say, we left in a hurry after that. We headed over to the bridge, which legend has it that the hands of those who had died would reach up and cross the bridge. We did not linger, nor did we cross the bridge to the island. Rumors had always flown that people who went there would carry more than a single spirit. We left and went to the tunnel. We drew straws to see who would go see the statue. I was third, and when I entered, I found to my immense pleasure that the statue seemed to be smiling, like it was blessing me. However, the last member of our group was not so lucky. He came out and told us that the face showed displeasure, disgust, and hate. I called my friend the other day to see how he and his family was doing. He immediately went into the story of our friend, who was the unlucky victim of the statue. He had suffered a major breakdown, quit school, lost his job, and broke up with his longtime girlfriend, then disappeared. They found him on the island, under the shrine, sobbing. My first experience was when I went to Japan for a family visit over the summer. It's been a long time since I visited them. I was only 15, and that's when it happened. Before I went to Japan, some of my friends would tell me ghost stories about Japan. I thought they were just teasing me, so I ignored them. When I arrived, it was going well. The first week of my stay in Japan was going very fine, but I felt as though a shadow was following me. I kept having this feeling like someone had been watching me for a while. I woke up in the middle of the night, and I was still sleepy. I don't even know why I decided to get up, but when I looked over to my shadow, I found another shadow behind my shadow. I quickly turned around, but no one was there. I was freaked out, so I went to talk to Mom and Dad, but they wouldn't listen to me. I went back to sleep, but felt a warm hand touch my forehead. I was scared, so I just pulled a blanket over my head and closed my eyes tight. The next morning, I talked to Grandma and told her all about it. She told me that it must be her late daughter's dead son, who died at the age of 17 of a fever a long time ago. She told me not to be scared because he wouldn't do any harm to me. Even if she said not to be scared, I was still scared. Ever since I told Grandma about it, she would tell me stories about the time when he was still alive and that he was a nice man. For some time, a few weird things happened, but I just ignored them or forced myself to sleep. Back in July of the year 2010, I had a trip to Okinawa, located on south of Japan. To be remembered, Okinawa is one of the places in Japan which had suffered the consequences of World War II, being attacked by US military. Because of that, many people died, including Japanese civilians, Japanese military, and US military. Since I already studied about Okinawa's story, I had a strange feeling that something spiritual will happen there before I visited Okinawa. I've already had another experience, but I'll submit it later. And Okinawa is one of the places that have a US military base. I believe that was on the second day of the trip. We were guided by a local person to an underground-made cave called Gamma, which used to be a local's people place of refuge in case of aerial bombing runs. And because of the low hygiene, many people had died there, such as children, women, elders, and even sick or injured people. That's not all. Even the Japanese military said to civilians, when the US soldiers come to you, suicide before they kill you all. Die for glory, die for Japan. The cave itself was slippery because of the rain and too dark, or should I say, pure darkness, pure black. Because of that, we have to move with hand lights. While we're advancing, we had a moment to turn off the lights to see how dark it was. The cave was also chilly rather than too cold. A few seconds later, I could have sworn I heard a woman's crying voice in the cave, but I noticed that wasn't the voice of the girls who were with us at the time. No, there were only 2 girls with us. And then I started to think myself, this is not a living person's voice. Later, we went out of the cave, and in order to confirm, I asked the girls if one of them cried, but the answer was, none of us cried there. And I asked the boys too, but same answer. I really wondered what the crying woman's spirit really wanted to tell us. I'm in Okinawa, and this all started a couple weeks ago. First, I kind of ignored it, but it kept going on. First, I thought I saw something from the corner of my eye. Next, while sleeping with the lights off, I saw the light up a little. After that, in the middle of the night, I didn't feel part of the blanket down my foot, so I sat up and looked up, and the blanket was being lifted up a little. The other day I was hanging my clothes up, and I had a hanger on the bed. While hanging my clothes, I heard a noise. I turned around to see my hanger was now on the floor. I told my friend about it on the phone while in my room. After I hung up, I heard a whistle sound and I got cold. I had goosebumps on my arms. Recently, I was trying to fall asleep. I was laying on my side when I felt something on my back like it was pushing me a little. I ended up hearing the whistle sound yet again. The whistle sound is more frequent. It's a very faint whistle. I have no idea what it could be, but it hasn't hurt me. It's just like trying to get my attention and never leaves me alone when I try to sleep. And the last experience was when I was sitting in my room watching TV. I saw a goldish light orb in the corner of my wall, all the way up to the ceiling. I hope you guys can help me out. I'm out of ideas of what this could mean or be, and I'm so sorry if this sounds kind of jumbly or incoherent, but I wanted to get my thoughts down as fast as possible. Thank you so much. To make things a little more clear, I want to give a little background detail of the house that I lived in. The house was an older traditional style Japanese house. The kitchen and living room area was on the opposite side of the house from where the bedrooms, including mine, were. I also was the only one on the side of the house because my host mother was in the kitchen cooking supper and the rest of my host family was working out late. The cat was outside too. My bedroom door was a fancy sliding door that was made of frosted glass, so I would have seen someone walking by. Also, the ceiling in the hallway leading to the other side of the house from my bedroom is kind of low, because I'm an unnecessarily tall Canadian. It was a little bit before supper, and I wanted to go and relax in my room. I laid down on my bed and started to reflect on how my day went. As I laid there, I got a strange feeling. It was a kind of excited, eerie feeling. I looked towards my door. I stared at it when all of a sudden, a black, shadowy arm from the ceiling came down and knocked on the window of my door. I was flabbergasted. I went to my door cautiously and opened it. I looked up to the ceiling to find nothing there. At that moment, my host mother called me to supper. I ran to my host mother and told what had happened. She laughed at me and told me that I was just paranoid. Anyway, that night, I had a little trouble falling asleep. Any ideas? Or was I just hallucinating? In 1990, I was a corporal in the Marine Corps, counting down the last 6 months of my tour of duty at Camp Butler on the island of Okinawa. Being an NCO, I managed to get my own room. Although made for 2 people, the room was small. When you entered, there was a wall locker then a bunk on the other side, and on the far wall was a desk, a small fridge, and an end table situated near a window. Hanging on the wall above the bunk on the left of the room was an old, large mirror held in a strange-looking, heavy wooden frame. I took the bunk to the right. Having recently been promoted, most of my friends were of lesser rank than me, and I let them hide in my room whenever they needed to shirk any unwanted duty that came up. They never stayed long, though. At first, they would try to nap, but complained of angry, violent dreams. Arguments would break out, and even a few fistfights occurred over even the most trivial things. People would enter the best of friends, believe, angry, sad, or even depressed. A few of us were sitting around talking once when one of them, who had entered in the best of moods, suddenly became upset about something and jumped at me, getting me into a chokehold that took the other two with him to release one from. Later he apologized and said he had no idea what had come over him. Feelings of dread, depression, and anger were only highlighted by the noises that came from the room. I can't even count the number of times the surgeon who lived in the room next to me would come banging on my door, telling me to turn down my music or the TV I had. The problem was, I was a very quiet person, only listening to music on my headphones, and, on the rare occasion, I would watch TV, kept it down to a low volume. Numerous times he would complain about loud parties I was having, only to find that I was alone in my room, writing letters or reading when he came in to see what was going on. During this time, I had used an acoustic guitar and was writing my own songs. Since there was a lull in traffic out in the hall, and most people were away for the weekend, I decided to record a song I had just written to see what it sounded like. I'm a horrible singer, but wanted to hear how the words flowed with the song, so I turned on the recorder and very quietly strummed out my tune and sang along. I did this a few times until I had the way I wanted it, then listened to what I had. On the recording, I could hear the soft notes of the guitar in my horrible, whispery voice. Suddenly, I began to hear people howling like dogs. I shut the machine off and rewound it. Again, I could hear my feeble attempt at singing and then a chorus of people howling. It sounded as if they were making fun of my lack of musical talent. I was completely embarrassed and decided to wait until later to record my songs when I was completely alone. It did not hit me until later that the hallways and other rooms were empty at that time, and that, upon listening again, the howling was coming from inside the room. The room had, to some degree, the same effect on me as it did everyone else, and it was easy to see that the mirror was causing it. When I had company, I noticed people would shy away from it. They would sit as far from it as possible and glance towards it now and then as if to make sure it hadn't moved. The mirror stood out, and although I used it, I didn't like to. I tried to avoid looking at it whenever I came or went, which was nearly impossible since it was so big. Once, after work was over for the day, with the sun still shining bright, I was getting ready to go out. It was the weekend, and I was to meet some friends nearby. I had showered and dressed and was about to leave when I remembered something I had left on the desk. Retrieving it, I went towards the door, quickly checking myself in the mirror. I stopped and looked again. I still have a hard time believing what I saw. There, in front of my own reflection, was the clear image of a human arm. It was tan and slightly dirty looking, stretched out as if to shake someone's hand. There was no body or blood or anything, just an arm from the shoulder to the fingers. I am unsure as to how long I stood there staring at it, a full 30 seconds at least, before it quickly faded away. It seemed as if I was in a trance the whole time, just looking at what should not be there. I couldn't move, or really even comprehend what I was seeing. Once it was gone though, I came to feeling cold, as if I were going to faint. I bolted for the door. Not quite sure what to make of all this, I met my friends feeling strange and confused, but said nothing. I needed more time to think about it. Soon after, the friend who had me in the chokehold was promoted and moved in with me. It took a week, but he finally said what everyone else had been thinking. He told me he couldn't stand the mirror and refused to stay another night in the room if it was not removed from the wall. He couldn't pinpoint one exact thing, but he said that the mirror was really strange to him, like it had a strong sense of, well, evil. Hearing this, I blurted out my own story about what I had seen, and we both agreed to do something. There really wasn't any place to store the thing, and when we tried to toss it out, we were told by an anal superior we couldn't dispose of government property without proper permission and to put it back in the room. Yes, he kept checking to see if we did. So we took it off the wall, wrapped it in a heavy blanket, and placed it behind the refrigerator with the glass facing the wall. This sounds silly, but it worked. After that, there were no bad dreams or fights to deal with, and things were noticeably better. It felt like someone had turned on a switch, and all the darkness fell away just like that. We had one more room inspection before leaving Okinawa and returning to the States, so we cleaned everything up, but forgot to place the mirror back on the wall. The officer giving the inspection was a friendly, easygoing lieutenant, and he gave us only one bad mark: the wrapped-up mirror behind our fridge. When he asked why it was like that, my roommate, much to my embarrassment, told him the whole story. The lieutenant listened, nodded, and then ordered us to unwrap the mirror. He looked at it, nodded again, crossed off the one bad mark he had written down, and said, "Wrap it back up, it looks better that way." We did just that, leaving it covered up for the next tenants to find. I was at the camp I had been going to for the past 4 years. I had heard many stories over the years, but never encountered anything as I had heard many others have. There was this story about a shadowy figure that haunted the rafters of an old recreation hall there. So me and a group decided to take a group picture up in the rafters just for kicks. Well, the freaky thing about that is that there is no electricity in that building, and in the picture that we took, the lights are on. Then when we got down, there were sounds of something running in the rafters, so we started singing "Jesus Loves Me," and the noises got louder, and then suddenly they stopped. The next night, a lot of groups all slept in the Holland building, which is just an old building for sports and stuff. My cabin mates and I were all sleeping in a star-like formation, and after everyone had turned the lights out and laid down for the night, that is when it all took place. The only thing that lit up the room were exit signs. All of a sudden, something frantically ran by us. The floor was carpet, so we knew it had to be inside, judging by the sound and how close it was to us. I'd kind of been jinxing people all week, like I would think something and it would happen, so I told my friend that I thought about me opening my eyes and someone would be standing in front of me. The next thing I knew, Caitlin, on the other side of me, screamed and was so terrified she automatically went into tears. When we asked her what was wrong, she said she had just opened her eyes and saw a shadowy gray figure was standing right in front of her at the end of her sleeping bag. Then this big noise occurred right beside us. It sounded like a crackling noise of some sort. My counselor said she woke up and saw the same figure sitting in a chair near her. Then I felt like a presence was in my sleeping bag with me. Like there was a pressure on my body and something was playing with my toes. It's unexplainable. Honestly, I think we may have pissed off Rafter Man by taking our picture where he lives. Freaky, right? Not to mention this all happened at a Christian camp. Thanks for reading. It was told to me once that my grandfather attended the summer camp. At that time, I'm sure the camp had a different name like Camp Gregson or something. It was told to me once that my father and my uncles attended this camp too. I'm sure it's possible. It was an old camp. Nausea Fresh Air Camp, nestled in Greenfield, New Hampshire, on Sunset Lake at the base of Crooked Mountain, unfortunately closed now, was my home for a few weeks every summer from the age of 6 to the age of 12. My story takes place when I was around 10 years old, 1988-ish. I was being punished for that night. I had a horrible temper. I decided to punch a fellow camper in the back at dinner because he wouldn't stop slurping his tomato soup. My punishment: sit outside the nurse's office on a small group of boulders and get eaten by mosquitoes. Horrible time to be punished. It was mid-season and everyone was celebrating with a bonfire down at the waterfront. I had heard of the games they were going to play, and occasionally I could hear their laughter being carried on the wind to my rock. Mosquitoes are ruthless, and even though I had tented my t-shirt around my legs and tucked my arms inside, they managed to still bite me on every surface possible. For a bit of relief, I concocted a story that I had to use the bathroom or something and entered the nurse's office. I shouted for the nurse but received no answer. I shouted for a counselor and received no answer as well. After a little exploring, I discovered that I was alone. I decided to go back to my cabin and read a book. There were 4 main cabins that I knew of that were reserved for campers. Bunny Hole, for the newest and youngest of campers. Eagle's Nest, for those who were a bit older. Hawkeye, for the oldest campers. And Dugout, which seemed to have a different use every year I went to camp. That year, Dugout was being used for the oldest campers, and Hawkeye had been turned into a cabin for camp counselors. And this is where I stayed that year, Dugout. To get to Dugout, you took a narrow road or trail from the nurse's office, past the other 3 cabins which were relatively close together on the right side of the trail, took a left turn after the bathrooms onto a new wide rocky trail leading up the mountain. This trail ended at Dugout. Each cabin held 24 campers. 4 single wooden beds lined the walls on the left and right side of the cabin. The center of the cabin held 8 sets of wooden bunk beds attached head to toe and side to side. There was a large room at the front of the cabin, as you walked in, where cubby holes were found to place your personal stuff in. This room was separated from the sleeping area by a wall with 2 door frames, one to enter the left side of the sleeping area, the other to enter the right. At the back end of the cabin was a single room reserved for the camp counselor. My bunk that year was bottom bunk, third towards the back, on the left side of the cabin. When I arrived at my cabin, the lights were on. I called out a hello or 2, but nobody answered. I checked the counselor's room and found it empty. Fine by me. I wasn't supposed to be there anyway. I crawled underneath my covers and broke out my collection of choose-your-own-adventure books, careful as to not get too comfortable in case somebody should enter the cabin and I'd be forced to slip underneath my bed quickly. I must have read for a while because when someone did enter, I didn't hear them coming. I was startled from my reading. The front door of the cabin swung open and slammed back again viciously, bouncing off the door frame as the spring tried to return it. A heavy set of footsteps entered the front room. Those footsteps told me it wasn't a camper. Darn, busted. I'd been lying on my stomach propped up on my elbows, so I flattened myself down on my bed and hoped that it wouldn't be noticed. The footsteps circled the front room relentlessly, and it sounded like whoever they belonged to was searching through the cubby holes. From my position, I couldn't see who it was because they weren't walking far enough left or right to reveal themselves in the door frames. I was lying there in my bunk, eyes darting back and forth from door frame to door frame, trying to catch a glimpse of someone as my ears followed the footsteps when they shuffled to a stop. Silence. I held my breath because of all the noise it was making. What happened next came fast and infinitely slow at the same time. With a greater haste, the footsteps resumed and traveled to the left side of the front room. I followed them with my ears and my eyes. Their intention was unmistakable. They were going to walk down the left side of the cabin, down the corridor between the beds, and most importantly, past my bed. When my ears started telling my eyes that I should definitely be seeing someone now, I'm sure I was only confused for a fraction of a second. But when my ears directed my eyes to where they were hearing the footsteps, I was frozen with fright because I could see the footsteps. A heavy imprint in the wooden floors, a pull of dust, the retracting of released weight. The floor thundered and moved with the progression of steps that made their way down the corridor, past my bunk, in arm's reach away from me, and entered the counselor's room at the far end without disturbing the curtain that separated the rooms. I sprang from my bed and exited the cabin, ran down the rocky trails at breakneck speed all the way to the nurse's office. Still no one there. I resumed my punishment on the rock and waited the rest of the night until everyone returned from the waterfront. I never told anyone there. Not too long ago, my then girlfriend and I decided to go camping. We decided on a ghost town near our homes in southern Arizona. In a book I had, it said there was a cemetery, but I had never found it while looking around there. Our trip got off to a late start because my girlfriend had to work late. It was dark when we arrived, so I drove down an abandoned road and found a nice spot with trees on a hill. We set up camp and cooked dinner and had some drinks by the fire to relax. A storm was coming, so we got into the tent to get out of the wind and rain. Later, we thought we heard voices out in the storm. My girlfriend thought she saw a man's outline when the lightning flashed. Being that this area is known for illegal alien and drug smuggling, I was armed and stepped out of the tent with my pistol drawn. I didn't see anyone, but saw a strange bluish-green light on a hill by us. At first I thought it was a car, but I realized it moved very strangely. Again, lightning flashed, and I thought I saw a man 15 feet away. I shined my flashlight, but no one was there. I got back in the tent. All night long we heard voices, so we got no sleep. The next morning, I got out to look for footprints in the mud and found none. It was during the search that I learned we were camping in the cemetery. I will never go back there camping again. This happened during my summer trip to my relative's place. My grandaunt lives in this lovely town surrounded by a forest-covered mountain range. I've always loved trekking there and have even camped out overnight with my cousins. I've been there numerous times. A cousin of mine and I were planning to leave on a 3-day trekking and camping trip into the jungle. At the last moment, my cousin ditched me, taking off for the weekend with his girlfriend. Now I was stuck with a camping trip ahead of me, but no company. I decided to go ahead on my own. So I was all of 22 years of age, and at 5'10" and packing a solid 80 kilos, I thought I could take care of myself. Nevertheless, I packed a Swiss Army knife, a machete, and a solid bamboo stick just to be on the safe side. The trip started off well, and by evening, I had made good ground. But then, with the failing light, my nerves started giving out, and I realized I was in the middle of a jungle all by myself. But being a brave, young, and foolish lad, I went on. I camped after a while in this natural clearing in the midst of the thickly wooded area. Soon I had a roaring campfire going and settled down, leaning against my backpack, helping myself to tinned pineapple slices. The fire and the ambiance soon drove the fear away. Sometime later, I thought I saw something unusual on the other side of the fire. Not being able to get a clear view because of the heat haze, I got up. I got the scare of my life when I saw a boy, must have been 7 to 8 years of age, clad just in a white loincloth, sitting very still on a rock on the other side. He was staring straight into the fire. I called out to him in a variety of languages, but just didn't get a response. The rock he was sitting on was in the midst of a muddy and slimy patch, and so I couldn't approach him either. So I settled down myself. The boy just didn't move and went on looking into the fire. I was really spooked and just sat there smoking one cigarette after another. This went on for more than a couple of hours. Finally, feeling the fatigue of the day catching up with me, I cuddled up with my machete and went to sleep. The morning scene was predictable: smoking ashes, dew on the grass, etc. And of course, the kid had disappeared. I went close up to the rock and examined the surroundings. Not a single footstep or mark. Spooky experience. So, did I end up dreaming the entire thing? No way. I had a dozen cigarette stubs lying around as proof of those tense, sleepless hours. That's the end of the story, people. I asked around a lot, but couldn't trace the story of a lost 8-year-old boy, living or dead. Maybe someday I will, but till then, this remains a mystery. I am a complete skeptic on all matters spiritual. I try to keep an open mind and enjoy stories of anything that smacks of the Twilight Zone, but I don't believe a word of it. I don't believe in an afterlife or UFOs. That said, I've had one encounter that I can't explain. The way it happened was so spontaneous that I think I can rule out a practical joke, but any other explanation fails me. I know that everyone always says this, but this is really true. I was camping with a friend in the Coast Range in northern Oregon. We were riding dirt bikes and were out after dark for one last ride. My bike was equipped with a very bright aftermarket headlight, and I could see what I saw quite clearly. As I rounded a corner on the way back to camp, my headlight shone on what seemed to be an incredibly white, incredibly skinny person. I seemed to be looking at a literal human skeleton. It was definitely masculine looking and standing on the bank, about 10 feet above the road. I saw it so briefly that it just didn't compute. After I passed it, I looked over my shoulder to see where my friend was, and he was about 200 yards back. I just assumed that I had been the victim of a bizarre trick of light. I was sure that what I saw was an artifact of lighting and human perception. When my friend pulled into camp a few seconds after me, he said that he was feeling awful and wanted to go pack up and go home. He then began picking up camp like a scared rabbit. I thought, he saw the ghostly light trick and he's gone completely to water. What a scaredy cat, or something no less juvenile. I began to rib him. I said, "What's the matter? You look like you've seen a ghost." I was making fun of him. He said, "You saw it too?" I told him that I had, and that it was a trick of light, and that he was acting about 30 years too young. We did pack up and leave camp afterwards. On the way home, I found out what he had seen couldn't have been the same trick of light. The being I had seen was about 10 feet up the bank on the left side of the gravel via road. What my friend had seen was at road level, on the right side of the road, and it was holding a large, scary white dog on a leash. But we both thought we had seen what amounted to a walking skeleton, something that in no way resembled a living human being, but looked like nothing so much as a skeleton puppet. It was so much striking, a real event, that I have no doubt that we both saw the same thing. It's been almost 10 years and no practical jokers have come forward. I've camped and ridden there dozens of times since that night, and have never seen anything else that was so strange. Thanks for reading. Forest Park Cemetery was the place. I will never forget it. There's been so much said about the spooky, forgotten graveyard. Many stories that don't make any real sense. On a dare by my classmates, I went there with my friends and sister, after religious class no less. I figured that no spirit would bother me after religion, right? When we got there, it was desolate, and the only thing we heard were the dry leaves rustling along the grass and weeds. It was a very windy day. Things are quite overgrown there. As we made around the iron gate, we started to walk towards the mausoleum. Through the overgrown brush, my friend Marissa fell and cut her knee on some broken glass. It must have been from a previous party, no doubt. As we approached, we noticed that the wind had stopped completely, and it was very quiet. That scared my sister, Tony. She was saying that we must have walked through a time gated into another world or something. She was saying things like, "We can't get back now unless we find the time gate." I yelled at her to shut up and said to her she must stop staying up late watching those freak shows. I had to practically drag her along. With the exception of our constant bickering, we heard nothing until a faint wailing that Marissa picked up on. I said it was a cat or something, and the other two were telling me that it was the sound of a baby's cry that everyone told us about. As we came up to the building, we noticed torn clothing scattered about. I picked up a dirty red t-shirt, and it had 4 tears along its back. I said, "Holy cow, maybe someone was recently murdered here, and we would be the ones to find the body." By this time, the 2 others were shaking in their shoes. We walked around the building and noticed some new sneakers on the ground. As I picked one of them up and began to jokingly say that it must have been from the last person that was here, and that she must have been so scared she bolted out of here so fast that her sneakers fell off, I noticed some hair stuck to the corner of the building stone. We all went over to take a look, and it was someone's hair, and parts of the roots were there too. All of a sudden, the wind picked up real strong, and a white sheet floated into the air and spun around in a devil spiral. It almost looked like a ghost. That was the end of my joking, and we got out of there quick. There were just too many coincidences that day for me to not look back at and say it was nothing. When I worked at an inn in New Hope, Pennsylvania, as a live-in housekeeper, I always knew exactly how many guests we had at the house. I always took time out to talk to each guest, trying to remember who they were and their names for the next morning when I served breakfast. That night I knew we only had 1 room left unoccupied, and I always felt relieved to have even 1 less room to clean in the 8-room inn. I knew that all of the guests were in their rooms one night, and I looked down the hall to see a man in coattails look up the long stairway to the upstairs of the old house. I thought that he looked upset because he's bolted upstairs, 2 steps at a time. I remember thinking at the time that the manager or the innkeeper may have checked this last guest in, and he was possibly part of a wedding. I told the manager the next day that I wasn't looking forward to cleaning all the rooms. He said, "What are you talking about? You don't have to clean all the rooms. Only 7 were rented." He said in a voice that I can only describe as annoyed, confused. I asked him who the man in the gray coat was that bolted upstairs last night. Was he one of their friends? He wasn't any of the guests that I had checked in. I knew that for sure. When I told the manager about the gray-coated man, he looked at me like he had seen a ghost. The manager said, "Don't tell me that. I don't want to hear any more about this." Still confused, I said, "What do you mean he wasn't a guest?" He said, "Oh no, it's Ann Miller, the movie star, all over again. She stayed here and started talking like this." Apparently others had seen this ghost before, and there was an old newspaper story on the wall about a ghostly soldier staying at the inn, or something like that. I'm just really, really glad that I didn't realize that the ghost was a ghost, or I wouldn't have been able to sleep that night in my room on the top floor. I had also nights in the inn where I was sure somebody was watching me, standing right over me. I used to hear very loud, almost insanely loud ringing sounds in my ears at the time. I remember thinking how cruel that was, that loud ringing sound, and I wondered if I was going to die. The energy was very, very strong. I was also uncomfortable after that, and couldn't stand to have the vacuum cleaner on, because I felt cut off from the real world when I was in the inn by myself. Evening Magazine did a story when I was still working there too, about the best inn in New Hope. As you may have guessed, yes, they did mention that ghost in the story. Me and a couple of my other friends were at a slumber party at my friend's house. All of a sudden, my friend starts talking about these people that went into the cemetery and never came out. So I automatically yell out, "Let's go check it out." So we did. We didn't go in the cemetery, but we saw some really freaky things, and I think you deserve to know what we saw. At first, I did not believe her, but then I saw this strange figure sitting on a pole on top of the fence. So I'm like, "You guys see that silver pole?" And they said, "Yeah." Then I said, "Look up." We all saw it. It was a faint sight of a woman, her head facing downward at first. Then she looked up. I screamed. We all did. Then we ran inside the house. After we were calm enough to talk, we started dancing around to the music. When we had come in, we closed the shades. But then something strange started happening. The blinds started to sway back and forth, faster and faster each time. By then, we were so scared we jumped on the couch, but none of us had the guts to get up to turn the television off. But another strange thing started happening. The TV started turning on and off and changing channels slowly. It was about 3 o'clock in the morning. We were tired and freaked out, but me and one of my friends were still up, so we look out the window. We didn't get up, but sure enough, we looked out a crack in the window and saw a ghost looking straight at us. We screamed and woke the other girls up. They saw it too. We went up to wake my friend's parents up to show them, but when they got downstairs, the ghost was gone. I've always been a Stephen King fan, and have always wanted to visit the hotel that inspired The Shining. I got to do just that in September. We checked in, went to our room, turned on the light, left our bags, and turned the light off. We came back an hour later and could only turn the light on with a chain on the ceiling fan, not the light switch. Later, after we went to sleep, the bed shook, like it feels when your washer is in spin mode. We found out at the tour that this is Billy, a mischievous boy. Then we heard the hotel ghost children, described the next day in the tour, giggling and running up and down the hall outside our room of 416. Nobody was even outside the door. I got to meet the people staying in 217. Stephen King's room in the presidential suite, and while we were in the room, we all started smelling a strong scent of rosewater. The tour guide said that was Miss Stanley. We ate in the restaurant downstairs, and my wife's phone went to vibrate mode all on its own. I also set up my Sansa brand digital sound recorder in our room and got the children running not once but twice, as well as the sounds of chairs sliding across the floor and dresser drawers opening and closing, although we were asleep and didn't see it happen. While taking photos, my camera would zoom by itself and sometimes shut off. I don't give a rat's butt if anyone on this website or my friends ever believe me. I will be staying there again. I have business meetings in Loveland every 6 months. What a great time. My daughter had just passed away. She was only 31 years old. She had a grand mal seizure, so it was sudden. After the funeral, I took some of the cut flowers and used twine to hold them together. I then hung them from a pipe in the basement to let them dry. A few days later, I was in the basement doing laundry when I got a really uneasy feeling, and it was getting worse. It got so bad that I started to feel that someone was in the room with me, but I was also too scared to turn around and look. I then turned to my right as slow as I could to walk towards the stairs. I never moved my head. Like I said, I was scared to death. I knew someone was there. I started up the stairs very slowly. I was afraid if I moved too fast, it would hurt, grab, touch, or do something to me. When I got to the top and turned the corner, the feeling left. But after about 5 seconds later, there was a horrible crash that came from the basement. I had a wall of shelves holding canning jars, glassware, knickknacks, etc. It sounded as if this whole wall just fell down. The noise was horrible. That was it. I packed a few things and got the hell out of there and went to a friend's house. After 4 days, I went back with my friend. We waited a little while because we were both apprehensive. But then we went into the basement. I expected to see a disaster on the floor, but there wasn't. To my amazement, the only thing on the floor were my daughter's funeral flowers. Fluffy, dried up flowers that couldn't have been heard falling if you stood right next to it. I also know that it would have been impossible for them to just fall because of the way I tied them up there. I've been trying to contact people who know about this stuff, but hit a dead end because they all want money to answer my questions about this. When a close person dies, it's natural that you would feel and hope that if possible, they will send you a sign. In this case, I don't think this event was my daughter's doing. She would not have scared me like that. That presence was one of evil. It felt evil. If I never was a believer before, I was on that day. I was 15 years old and was home from Arizona for the summer. I more or less grew up on our family farm. The house there is an older style 2-story farmhouse. I play guitar and like to play in the stairwell because the acoustics sound good there. It was early one afternoon in the month of June, and I was taking some time to play, sitting on the middle landing. It was a warm day out. As I was playing, I had noticed the air leading upstairs had gotten cooler. It was weird. Appearing from the north bedroom was an apparition of an older woman with short dark hair, wearing an older style dress, apron, glasses, and holding a rag. She had no feet, but moved to the south bedroom across the hall. Then she came back and looked at me and smiled. She then went back to the south bedroom. The air by this time was noticeably cooler. My first reaction was to get out of there, but I really did not feel scared. I talked to my father a few days later about it, and that was when I found out my then grandmother was not my real grandmother, but my grandfather's second wife. My father told me his real mother died from a fall down those stairs, resulting in a blood clot to her brain. My father was 14 years old when she died. Her funeral was also in the house. She was a lover of music, as all her children played from one form of instrument or other. I, of course, had never seen her. My father just stared at me when I described her to him. Then he took me to visit my grandfather
and I was shown a picture of her. That was her. For some reason, when I go back to the house, I still feel a presence there. I can remember my first experience with a spirit, and it frightened me to the point where I was almost petrified to get out of bed. Okay, let me back up. I was quite a few years younger, probably 8 or 9, when the usual bedtime routines would begin. My younger brother, age 4 at the time, was making his commonly nightly advance for the light switch on the wall. He'd always switch it on right before bed, because he was afraid of the dark, to a point where he would scream like the uncanny themselves. The light switch was at the top of the stairs, in our room, and to scan down the stairs without the lights on, you were almost never able to see the bottom. I believe there was at least 18 stairs, and at the very bottom, another light switch. Above the switches were the light fixtures themselves, just 2 tiny fixtures lighting a long staircase, which would leak beams of light right into the bedroom and keep it well lit. The night continued like any other. Our parents tucked us into our beds, gave us each a kiss on the forehead, told us they loved us, and we'd sleep content knowing they were there. No more than an hour or 2 passed and the light bulbs went out, one after the other. I thought nothing of it until my brother began to toss and turn in his bed as if he were very ill. He sat up in his bed and buried his head into his hands, looked up, and cried for our parents to fix it. Some time ticked by. It turned out the light bulbs blew, which I also thought nothing of until I realized the next morning that we just put new bulbs in that afternoon. After the small, bothersome fiasco, I finally managed to get back to sleep. Many hours later, I regained consciousness, keeping my eyes closed, hoping to get back to sleep. No lights on, which meant nothing would burn my eyes, and I thought I'd be back out in seconds, until I was disturbed by a long, chilling wind that swept up from the flooring. Immediately, I realized I had the chills and opened my eyes, seeing nothing more than a long, flowing, white fabric float over my entire body. Almost too afraid to move, I slowly jerked my head to look at the staircase, seeing how it was almost perfectly adjacent to the foot of my bed. I saw a woman. She seemed so peaceful, content, without a care. Standing at the top of the stairs, she reached for the handrail and dropped her right foot down 1 step. At this time, I realized there was something amiss with her beautiful, fluttering, chestnut brown hair. I was curious as to how her hair was flowing, as if in the wind, when she caught me glancing at her. She seemed so startled and afraid to see me, as if she did something terribly wrong. She began to become transparent as her head hung lower in shame and came back up in a gasp, as if she meant to say something or became even more frightened, and then she was gone. The breeze that filled my room as this event transpired died down, and my alarm clock read 3 a.m. My husband and 2 children moved into a house that we had rented while we were waiting for our new house to be finished so we could move in. We had only been in a rental a few days when strange things started to happen. My husband worked long hours and wasn't home much, so my children and I spent many nights alone. At first, I dismissed what I was feeling was nerves for being alone in a new house and not knowing any of the neighbors. I would be startled awake in the middle of the night with the feeling that I was being watched and someone was trying to get my attention. I would sit up in my bed and there was a dark figure standing in the doorway of my bedroom. Like I said at first, I dismissed it as my imagination. However, the events continued to take place on a nightly basis. Then my 4-year-old son started to talk about the monkeys that were counting his fingers when he was in his room. I asked him to tell me what the monkeys looked like, and he described a dark figure that I had been seeing. At this time, I was getting a little spooked. It really got to me, and I realized that I was dealing with a spirit when one of my kids' wound up stuffed animals kept laying in the middle of the kitchen floor, and I would pick it up and put it in the toy room and within minutes the toy would be in the middle of my kitchen floor again. Finally, I gave up and put the toy on top of the fridge to keep the toy away from the kids. We left shortly after placing the toy up out of the reach of my children. We were gone for most of the day. When I walked into the house from being gone for the day, the toy was in the middle of my kitchen floor, playing the song it plays when it has been wound up. This made the hair on my back of my neck stand up. Later that same week, I had the kids in bed asleep, and I was laying on the couch watching TV. Everything seemed at peace for the time being, when all of a sudden, it sounded like someone was beating up the freestanding fireplace with a baseball bat. I ran for the kids' room to make sure they were safe. When I reached the hallway, I went through one of the spirits. It was a cold that cannot be described. It went all the way through me, and it's a feeling that I will never forget. When I got to my kids' room, I saw that the children were fine and sleeping like babies. I went into the living room and started yelling at whomever it was, and I told them that they are welcome to stay in the home if they would quit scaring us. I said if they let us be, we promised that we would move out as soon as possible. The events calmed down quite a bit. However, they let their presence known on a daily basis. The monkeys continued to count my son's fingers, and I would be startled nightly with a dark shadow standing in my bedroom doorway. We moved out about a month later, and my son stopped telling me about the monkeys. My son is now 20 years old, and he still remembers the monkeys and brings the subject up from time to time. I would like to share with you one of my own true experiences, which happened right here in Dayton, Tennessee, approximately 20 years ago. This story is true. I don't have a witness and I can't prove it, but it happened. When I was about 25 years old, I was hired on at the city of Dayton as a laborer. Due to medical problems, I requested a transfer and wound up working at the water plant. This is where water is sucked in through huge pipes from the Tennessee River and treated with chemicals to make it safe for drinking. Since it had to be located near the river, the water plant was rather secluded and far away from any houses. It was a lonesome place on the graveyard shift, from 11 p.m. until 7 a.m. Nobody there but me and sometimes my little dog, Rustus. But it wasn't really scary either. It was spotlessly clean and well lit. There were no cobwebs or dark corners, and best of all, it was easy. The only place in the plant that made me nervous was the basement. That's where the huge pipes from the river entered into the building, and the atmosphere down there was just creepy. Anyway, I've always been sensitive to spirits, somewhat psychic, and I know my way around a deck of tarot cards, and that intuitive voice, that gut feeling, told me that I should stay on the upper floors, at least above ground level. So I did, and everything was cool for a long time, but then, things changed. I went into work that night at 11, same as usual. Nothing out of the ordinary was going on, and after saying goodnight to the guy that worked the evening shift, I started the filters, checked all the chemicals, and then settled into the chair behind the desk in the office with a book. It's kind of strange, the little things that we remember. The name of the book was One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest by Ken Kesey. Why do I remember that? Oh, well, that's not important. I was really getting into the story. You know how sometimes you can get so absorbed into something like that? You forget about everything except the book, and the next thing you know, a couple of hours have slipped away without a whisper. Well, that's what happened. I looked at the clock and it was 3 a.m., straight up. It's a true witching hour. That's exactly when I heard the noises began. Slam. Something in the hall had fallen onto the tiled floor. Bang. It happened again. But that wasn't possible. I was alone, and there was nothing in the hall that wasn't bolted to the floor. So I took a deep breath, slowly eased out of my chair, and peeked through the doorless opening into the hall. First to the left I looked. Nothing. Just the closet door, which was open slightly. Then to the right, and there, about a halfway to the door that led down to the basement, were two of the cabinet doors laying flat out on the floor. The same two cabinet doors that I had carefully closed and latched earlier. I decided that they weren't hurting anything by being there instead of on the cabinet, at least until the sun came up. I reasoned would be okay, and I could just stay in the office in case the phone rang or anything. I turned back to my chair and book and wished that there was a door that I could close and lock, but there was no door. It had been removed years earlier by Charles, an enterprising ex-employee who would never tell where he hid that door after he got fired for trying to disassemble the whole building in 8 hours. When questioned by the supervisor, Charles pulled a knife and began to babble about the Bible, the Great Beast, and the Book of Revelations. But back to it, my chair and book. I sat back down and tried to read more, but it was impossible. You see, I began to feel that I wasn't alone. I knew that there was someone else in the building, in the basement to be precise, and I knew that it was not friendly. So I just sat there behind the desk, looking through the doorway, waiting. I didn't have to wait long. I felt it before I saw it. A terrible air of hatred and evil seemed to settle in like fog in a graveyard. I was scared, really scared. And then I saw it. As I sat in the chair, looking out into the hallway, the shape drifted into view. It came from the direction of the basement, floating slowly about 6 to 12 inches above the floor. It was the shape of a man, solid, but at the same time not solid, and it was totally black, like a human body dipped in tar. I saw the arms, the legs, the head, but no face and no eyes. When it was exactly in the center of the open doorway, it seemed to notice me for the first time. It turned in my direction, and when we were face to face, with no more than 8 feet of open space and one small desk between us, it almost killed me. It very nearly scared me to death. It began to scream and reach for me, but for some reason, it seemed that it could not cross the threshold from the hall. So it reached and reached, and the arms started to get longer, getting closer with every effort, but never quite touching me. The monster leaned inward through the door and screamed its frustration. Now let me explain that it never made a sound that I could actually hear. It had no mouth. When I say screamed, I mean that it sent wave after wave of negative energy towards me and through me. Hate and fear of such intensity that I had never felt before and never want to feel again pulsed through my body with every lunge of that black demon. I truly thought that I was going to die from the fear, but I didn't want to die in the presence of such a creature. So I sat there for the duration of the attack, at least 30 seconds. I know that 30 seconds is not usually thought to be a very long time, but in my situation, it seemed to be considerably longer. Finally, after my half-minute of terror was up, the thing turned its head to its left, as if it heard something. It then looked eyelessly back at me for just a moment, then turned away and floated back towards the basement. It was several seconds before I could breathe again. When I regained my senses, I was in a fetal position in the chair, with my legs in front of me for protection. Only my bugged-out eyes were above my knees as I watched for any reappearance of the spirit, but thankfully, it did not return. As soon as I was able to speak again, I was on the telephone, calling everybody, anybody. I didn't care who, just to hear a human voice. I finished my shift that night, and I didn't say anything to the day shift guy when he got there at 7 a.m. I immediately applied for a transfer back to the chain gang and soon received it. I never went back to the water plant. I now know the reason that Charles lost his mind. He thought his religion would protect him, but somehow the evil got through. And I know why the people that work there now, 20 years later, carry handguns at all times. They're scared, but they don't know what is scaring them. And you and I both know that if a monster ever returns, their bullets will not protect them. I still don't know what protected me, but I'm glad that it did. In the 20 years since this happened, I've done a little research and talked to several psychics, and I've learned that other people have seen these black spirits in various places and that they are indeed dangerous. So, if you ever go out ghost hunting, and I still do, watch yourself. These spirits are real, and they are nothing to play with.
The first time I had a supernatural experience, I was asleep in my room at my parents' house. Now, I knew this house was haunted because in the middle of the night, I would hear something banging on my walls or my doors.
and our dog, who slept inside, would bark on and off during one night, and the next night be completely quiet. But on this particular night, I saw an angel. I later found out that there is an old refrigerator under our house. Ask me why, and I couldn't tell you. Anyway, about a month after we moved in, we bought a 6-year-old Shih Tzu puppy. About 2 days after we bought her, my fiance and I were sleeping when he woke me up and told me the dog was on the bed. This, of course, was impossible, since she was only 6 weeks old, had short legs, and our bed was tall, with nothing around it for her to jump on. He told me that he felt something tugging at the covers around his neck and growling, and when he rolled over it, ran, and jumped off the bed. I just passed it off as him dreaming. But about a week later, while he was at work, he works night shift. I was asleep, and I woke up because it felt like something was running from one end of the bed to the other, and back and forth. When I rolled over, it stopped. That kind of freaked me out. Then about 3 months later, I woke up and saw a hand coming out of our closet door with what seemed to be a letter or a piece of paper in its fingers. The hand was small and white. When I gasped, it disappeared. Then, about a week after that, the bed would periodically shake while I was asleep. I later asked my fiance if he ever felt the bed shake, and he told me he did. And when he described how it felt, I knew we were both feeling the same thing. It's a subtle shaking as if we're an earthquake, except we live in Virginia, where we don't have earthquakes, at least not the kind you can feel. It was almost as if there was a big dog on the bed, scratching furiously at a flea, and he also described it the way I would have, which is when you wake up, your first thought is, man, my heart beating that hard? And then you realize that it isn't your heart at all. And just last week, I saw a young woman with brown curly hair and brown eyes peering at me from a crack in the closet door. And last night, the downstairs bathroom door slammed by itself, and the bed shook with both of us on it. Usually, it only shakes with one of us on it. Anywho, that's my story. If you have any insight, please give it to me, and you can put the stories on your site. I've had the special gift of seeing those who passed on to the afterlife, often seeing those who have long departed Earth. It happens periodically, but when it happens, I have some pretty vivid and memorable experiences. This has been happening since I was 8 years old. One of the scariest ghost encounters I had was when I was 23. I was a teacher at that time, and when I first started teaching, it had gotten very late, and I was in school grading papers. I remember it started to violently storm for a few minutes, before it stopped after some time. At this point, it was so quiet. I was the only one in the school at the time. I had left the classroom door open when I heard a loud banging on the school lockers right outside the door. It startled me so much, I flinched so hard. I wanted to make sure it wasn't a break-in, so I went outside in the hall to investigate. That's when I was floored. Standing all the way down the hall near the lockers was a man in blue overalls with a long beard. He was holding an umbrella in his hands and looked so deranged. He honestly looked like a homeless squatter to me. I told him not to move at all and that I'd be calling the cops, that I was armed with weapons, so if he tried anything, I'd attack, which wasn't true at all. I was bluffing, but I needed to scare him anyway. The next thing I know, the man starts charging at me full speed. I run back into the classroom I was just in, slam the door, and hide under the desk. I remember hearing the most intense scream for a second, coming from the hallway. The lights go out, and it's pitch black for a moment's time. I started to hear a couple footsteps. Then, silence. It wasn't until about 2 minutes later, the lights went back on. I screamed out loud, "I'm armed. You need to leave. You are trespassing. You don't belong here," etc. I waited a minute or so under the desk and eventually got out. Still quiet enough to hear mice. I opened the door and head out into the hallway. There was no sign of life. Nobody was there. No deranged, homeless man. Just nothing. The school is pretty small. It's 1 floor and about 10 classrooms. There are, of course, 2 entryways to get into the school, the front and back. I went to check the doors, and to my utter surprise, they had been both locked the entire time. I thought to myself, how could anyone break in? The doors are locked, no windows are open, and all of them are locked as well. Was I hallucinating? No, not at all, because the man looked as real as any person I could see. So, I made sure to check all the classrooms, even opened the lockers, to make sure this man wasn't hiding in there. But there was no sight of this guy. I did end up calling the police. They checked out the school as well, and saw absolutely nothing. By morning, everyone was aware of what happened. I think they actually canceled school for the kids that day, because they were worried that a maniac was on the loose. I think they made the right decision. To this day, I have no idea what it was exactly. Of course, since I'm gifted, I lean towards the idea that this was a ghost. If it wasn't, then I'm really lucky I was unharmed. It could have been a lot worse, and I'm honestly thankful that it was just me that evening. I should mention that the school does have a history of oddities and ghostly phenomena. Supposedly there was a rumor that years ago, in the indoor pool at the school, a teacher went mad and drowned a student right in front of everybody. Legend has it that you could hear the moans and cries of a young person in the pool from time to time. One of the school janitors once swore that they saw a blue figure hovering right above the pool. Unfortunately, nobody took him seriously. He actually lost his job and was put into a mental asylum because he had a mental breakdown after seeing that. Anywho, that's my story and the surrounding rumors of this haunted school. I hope this was thoroughly entertaining. I don't work there anymore. I moved to a different state and work as a teacher currently. After what happened to me, I honestly couldn't stay. Thanks for reading. I'm from Dublin, Ireland, and when I was a boy, I forget how old I was, maybe about 14 or 15. I was staying with my parents with my old aunt and my family's ancestral home. There's a very old church just up the road from the house. It's so close that you can take a shortcut across just one field, and you're there. It used to be part of an old Franciscan monastery. Anyway, I was in that church on my own one summer's afternoon. It was a hot day, and though the church was naturally cooler, it was only a degree or so cooler. I remember feeling a little uneasy. All of a sudden, the hackles on my neck rose. I thought my little sister had followed me in, but then the temperature literally nosedived from somewhere in the high 90s to the mid 40s in a matter of seconds. I sensed that someone, or something, was watching me from the choir balcony, above and behind me. Something told me that it sure as hell wasn't human. I don't know how, but I knew. I slowly turned and looked up. 3 seconds later, I was tearing down the road as fast as my legs could carry me.
What I saw was the semi-transparent, cowled figure of a Franciscan monk regarding me from the balcony. He was barely there, yet details, the folds of his robe, the heavy cross about his neck, and the shaded outline of a face was visible, yet weirdly see-through. I'm now 20, and still refuse to enter that church alone. I've since asked the parish priest about it. He explained that he had seen an apparition a couple of times when he was alone in the church, but refused to comment or speculate further. I still feel funny talking about this because the only people that seem to believe me are the children around here. You described some of the things that have happened in your number 2 list of types of ghosts, so maybe I'm not crazy. We moved to this 120-year-old farmhouse about 4 years ago. When we first moved here, my youngest son was 3. He would ride his tricycle back and forth from the living room to the kitchen, which at the end was the basement door. He would ride his tricycle back and forth from the living room to the kitchen, which at the end was the basement door. I was doing the dishes when he turned to me and asked me to stop laughing at him. I told him I didn't say anything, so he proceeded to go to the living room and back again. When he reached the basement door, he turned to me and said, "Can you hear them, Mommy? They're laughing at me." I left it alone, but I never forgot it. As time went on, little things would happen that really got my attention, like the smell of perspiration when nobody was around. It would only last a minute or two, and it would only be in one spot of the room. I would go to other parts of the room, but could smell nothing until I went back to the original spot, and it would still be there. I would also smell it as if it were just passing by, in front of me, and then be gone. This continued for the next year, and then one day, I laid down with my son for a nap. It was about 1 in the afternoon. I would wait until he fell asleep, and then I would get up, but before I could move, our bed started shaking for no reason. It only lasted a couple minutes. After that, things happened a lot. My 8-year-old started to get smacked in the leg when he was asleep. He would always come downstairs afraid after it would happen. I started getting nudged on my leg at night, like someone was trying to wake me up. I am a very light sleeper, so I'd wake up immediately and look all around my bed in my room, but nobody was there. One night, when I was sleeping, I felt something lay across my legs. I tried to move, but it was so heavy, so I started to kick real hard and crazy, and it went away. Again, nothing was there. My son was 5 when he asked me if I could see the man's work boots standing in my dining room. He would see black things floating by and asked if I saw them. He would describe them like shadows, but the clincher was, when we were all sleeping at 4 in the morning, and my dresser started shaking so hard, I thought it was going to fall over. I spoke to my pastor's wife about it, and she said they say a prayer every night that asks the Lord to protect them from any harm or evil. My children and I started including that in our prayers, but we added spirits also. We have never had another problem since, except I do still smell them from time to time. I do still hear footsteps across the ceiling when nobody is upstairs, but that's no problem. I don't mind. My mother, brother, sister, and I moved into an old house in Cambridge, New York in 1995. They had the intentions of refinishing parts of the house to make it more modern. To give you an idea of the house, it was built in 1884, had 4 floors, which consisted of a basement, first floor, second floor, and a full attic. Above the attic there was a window's peak, and access was through the attic by a flight of stairs. Strange things started happening that everyone just brushed off the first week. Every night at 7 p.m. on the dot, the house would fill with the smell of cigar smoke. Nobody in the house smoked cigars. We could hear voices of adults upstairs and people running around. When we went up, no one was there. We heard knocking on the walls all hours of the day. People were heard whispering. It would get so intensely cold in the kitchen, and appliances would randomly turn on and off. My sister was coming down the stairs when she looked to be pushed from behind, and luckily my mother was at the bottom and saw the whole thing. My mother was never bothered at all. It seemed to target only the children, which were my sister, 11, my brother, 13, and me, who was 15. She did hear things, and she also felt things, but never scared out of her mind. One day, my mother came to me and said she had to show me something. She took me to the basement door and said, "Watch." She opened the door and turned a light switch off. Then she shut the door, waited for a few seconds, then opened the door, and the light was back on, and the switch was up. We then proceeded to do this over and over again, and the same thing occurred, so we duct taped the switch off. We left that night to visit family friends, and when we returned, every light in the house was on, even the basement, where it looked like someone tore the duct tape from the wall. We left the light on. From then on, everyone in the house had seen shadows and felt presences, but my brother was the one who saw and felt the most. One day, he was home alone and said he saw 3 men in the backyard digging by the garden. He watched them for a few moments when one of them looked up at him and all 3 of them disappeared. He said the men looked as real as he did. He woke up one morning with 3 scratch marks down the front of his chest, and he said he didn't feel it, nor did he wake up during the night. My closet doors in my bedroom one night rattled uncontrollably while I was trying to sleep. This creeped me out so bad, I refused to sleep or even go into the room. The room became a used office, and me and my sisters opted to share a room. My sister said she felt something watch her whenever she was in the bathroom, and on one occasion, she said the shower curtain whipped open. I do believe her, because she ran out of the shower screaming and straight onto the front porch. We found out that the house was part of the Underground Railroad. When research was done on the house, it was found that it was also an underground bar during Prohibition. Many people lived in that house and also passed away in the house. A woman by the name of Ann Douglas hung herself in what was my bedroom. And we also know that there was also a shooting outside of the house, around where my brother saw the 3 men. There were so many incidences, but too long to tell all of them. We lived in the house for 5 months before selling it and moving out. We have heard that people have lived there or stayed a short time before moving out. The house is currently vacant. I wonder why. I had many paranormal experiences when I was young. As I grew older, I dismissed them as fantasy of the young mind. As I grew older, they became less, but 2, as an adult, stand out in my mind. One happened when I was in Germany, and the other didn't happen to me. The first time was when I was in Mittenfing, Germany. I was about 23 years old. I was new to the country, military, and looking for a place to rent. We, my ex, an atheist, and I found one. Our apartment was on the 2nd floor. The landlord lived on the 1st, and there was an attic. The first night we stayed there, I had a dream about a person named Caleb. I could not see his face. All I could see was a shadow behind curtains. He was asking my ex to come with him, and I kept saying no. I had the dream several nights, but I never told my ex my dream. About 1 month after we moved in, I started experiencing phenomena. We had a bathroom with a skylight. I had this unnerving feeling that someone was looking at me while I bathed. Keep in mind that this was an old German house, and showers are hard to come by. I also had the feeling of being watched when I went into the kitchen. Several months passed by, and winter came. We had a lot of snow, and it was piling up. One day, I was in the living room when I heard this sound in the attic, like someone was dragging something across the attic. I dismissed it as snow piling up on the roof and falling. The only problem was, the snow really was falling north to south, roof pitch, and the sound I was hearing was from east to west. I ignored it for about 2 weeks, and the sound got so loud that I had to leave. My ex found me sitting on the landing one day and asked me what the problem was. I told him what I was hearing, and he laughed and told me it was the snow falling off the roof. I told myself, giggling, "You're losing it." Several days went by, and I kept hearing the sound. I did ignore it, but one day, I tried to lay down on the couch when I heard this sign next to me. I left the apartment again, but one night, we had a party, and my ex told people that I was hearing things. They laughed, and I was embarrassed, but I told them open the attic door, which was between the bathroom and kitchen, and see what was up there. They did, and everyone stopped laughing. I didn't really want to see what was up there, but then again, I did. My ex told me there was nothing up there but old rags. He tried to persuade me from looking, but I wanted to see for myself, so I climbed up the stairs and looked in the attic. What I saw took my breath away. There was an old black German baby buggy sitting up there. It was full of cobwebs, and someone pushed it, and I knew what that dragging sound was. It made a distinct sound that could be heard by everyone. I actually felt sick to my stomach. We stayed there for about another month, and nothing happened. Then one night, we laid down to go to sleep when I heard this knocking on the wall above us. 3 knocks. I asked my ex if we had heard that, and this is what he said. I'm going to tell you I didn't, but I did. Well, it was about 2 weeks after that when my ex told me we were moving. I didn't know it, but he was looking for another place. No explanations. We were just moving. As we were moving, I asked him why, and all he said was, "Let's leave this place." I asked him why, and he got really mad and told me we were just moving. Well, we moved, and about 6 months later I asked him why we moved, and he told me that he looked up to the kitchen window, and there was a man looking down at us. I know there was nobody left in there, because I was the last person to leave. He also told me he was experiencing the same things I was, but wouldn't tell me, because he was afraid to scare me. Keep in mind, my ex was an atheist. I felt chills go down my body. The next one didn't happen to me. It happened to my husband. Keep in mind that he is a Gulf War vet with over 20 years active duty military. Brooke Army Medical Hospital in San Antonio, Texas. Where it stands now is not where it used to be. You actually have to go on post to see the real hospital. It was abandoned many years ago. It is barricaded off, but I would like to hear more about this building. My husband went for training last year. He's a reservist now. He stayed in a hotel across from the abandoned building. After a few days he was there, he called me and told me he couldn't sleep in this haunted hotel. He stated he woke up several times to find his stuff from his closet strewn across the floor. He also said his closet was extremely cold. He also told me that there were roaches as big as tanks. I laughed most of it off until I went there. He told me that several soldiers complained about things happening to them, but no one believes them. Well, I didn't believe him until he drove me by the old hospital, and it looked like an abandoned building, barbed wire, and chains with locks. After a few passes by the hospital, he told me I needed to see the hotel. He got me into the hotel pretending I was a soldier. I felt more like a prostitute, the way the CQ looked at me. I will tell you, this place looks as if you stepped into the 30s. I swear they haven't changed the wallpaper since then. He kept telling me that when he looked out his window, the hospital would have lights on and the windows would be open. Keep in mind, this is an abandoned building. He took me to the room he stayed in, and yes, the whole room was cold. I could see the hospital from the window and no lights. When we left, I looked up at the hospital and I saw a room with lights on and a window open. I got the creeps. As we were leaving, he drove closer to it, and there was no way anyone could have gotten in there. Firstly, I guess I'm what you call a sensitive. I regularly see things, hear things, and feel things that others don't. I'm usually the first one to point out when something doesn't feel right, and I've been like this all my life. During my first year at university, I stayed at Hillhead Halls, and I had the strangest experiences. For about the first month of being there, it was fine. One day, I was walking by the kitchen, and I felt a huge blast of cold and loud whispering, which really frightened me. Seeing strange things doesn't usually bother me, because it happens quite regularly, but this really bothered me, because it felt so bad. I asked my flatmate if she had heard anything, but she said that she hadn't. Just after the Christmas holiday, I came back to the worst time of my life. Firstly, there was a man walking around my flat. He was very tall, wearing all black, including a black hat or hood, and you could not see his face. I saw him outdoors and inside the flat. He frequently had a black dog with him, which often walked by my bedroom door. My flatmate got really scared of being alone in her room, as she felt there was someone watching her from her door. It was about a week after seeing this man that electrical appliances in my room started to go wrong. My electrical alarm clock, for example, would just start to beep much louder than anything it had ever done before, and did not stop when I pulled the plug out. It has no battery backup. My printer would just print out random rubbish, even if it was not switched on, and light bulbs will blow if you looked at them for a long time. The electrical stuff would only happen in my room. Objects would disappear from my room, reappearing elsewhere in the flat. An example of this is that we lost a bread knife out in the kitchen, bearing in mind that I don't eat bread much, especially not in my bedroom. We found it on top of my wardrobe at the back, about 3 or 4 months after it got lost. At night was the worst. Me and my flatmate would drag our mattress through to my room and sleep there because we're too frightened to sleep in separate rooms. I would have the most horrendous nightmares, which I never got before and have never got since. At night there would be constant bangings, tappings, and scrapings, which sounded like they were coming from the space between the walls. I think about the worst thing that I experienced while living there was getting up one morning and walking to the window at the end of the landing and looking out at the trees that are above the river dawn. On the larger branches, there were hanged people, as in dead, with a rope around their neck swinging in the wind. They weren't dressed in modern clothing. I wanted to run away and stop seeing it, but maybe I was too frightened because my feet wouldn't move and I found it really difficult to breathe. After this, my flatmate found staying in her room, which overlooked the River Dawn, unbearable, and moved into the room next to mine. As soon as that room was locked, everything was fine, until it came to the end of the year, and she moved out. She moved out about a fortnight earlier than me, but I was spending most of my time in the flat above mine. After her moving out, I came downstairs from upstairs to find her door open and light shining through onto the landing carpet. Very bravely, I went to shut the door and switch the lights off, but just as I got there, the door slammed in my face and locked, and I heard the light switch off. I phoned my flatmate to make sure she was home, which she was. I then phoned the people from upstairs and asked them to come down, and when they got to my flat, the room was unlocked again, but was totally empty and freezing cold. It was the summer, but you could see her breath was white. The next day when I got out of the shower, I found that the bathroom door was wide open, despite the fact that I'd locked the door and there was no way that the lock could open itself. Also, the bathroom door was very creaky, and I hadn't heard a creak. I went to my room and got dressed as quickly as possible, but I couldn't find the key to my room so I could lock up and leave. I'd left the key in the lock on the outside of the door, but it was gone. I found it in the bathroom sink. Finally, one night, I gave my key to one of the people living upstairs to go and get me a sweater for my flat, as I was too frightened to go down. This person, who was a complete skeptic, came back upstairs completely pale, sweating cold sweats, shaking, and totally out of breath. I don't know what happened, because this person won't talk about it, and has made us all promise never to bring it up in conversation. These all sound like really weird events, but I don't smoke, drink, or do any kind of drugs, and I didn't then, but I swear they are all true. I don't want to experience anything like that again as long as I live. Thanks for letting me share this with you. My friend and I went to Alabama during our senior year in high school to visit my grandparents. Now, my grandparents lived in the middle of nowhere. Little town. You blink, you miss it. Anyway, there wasn't much to do, so one day we went exploring. Down about a half mile from my grandparents' house, at the end of the road, was a huge pasture. It hadn't been inhabited or cared for years. There was a large gate with a no trespassing sign. This made us curious to see what was hiding back there, in the middle of nowhere. We crawled under the gate and started walking. There was a gravel path and nothing else but trees, grass, and insects. We kept going for about a mile until we were in a fully wooded area. This is where the strangeness happened. First off, we stumbled across an old graveyard with only about 3 graves in it. Looked like a family. The tombstones were dated back to the early 1800s. I took photos that I can send at a later date if you'd like. Across from the graves was a waterfall. We decided to sit and take in the sight. While sitting there, we heard horse hooves galloping closely. We turned and saw nothing. A little while later, we heard what sounded like something being swung through the air near our heads. Nothing visible though. It spooked us, and we decided then that we should probably head back to the house. On the way back, we heard the horse hooves again, and this time we ran, got back to my grandparents' house, and replayed our story to my grandfather. This is where it gets spooky. He said that a while back, he stumbled across the waterfall too, and decided to sit and fish at the bank. He heard the horse too, and heard the swinging, which he described as a hatchet or something similar. Only he said that he turned and he saw a man on a white horse, carrying a machete and appeared to be clearing the fields, but it wasn't really there, like he and the horse were transparent. He said that's when he took off running too. The only thing I can think of is that at one time someone lived on that land, which is why they were buried there. I can tell you one thing, it spooked me then, but now I just realize that people just stayed there where their home was. I haven't had any opportunities to get back to that area, but if I do, I may go visit them. I moved to Indiana in 1986. I befriended a woman who sold real estate and said she knew of this huge house that was for rent in a small town called Lamb, Indiana. It sits directly across the river from Carrollton, Kentucky, and is halfway between Vevey and Madison, Indiana. The house was absolutely fabulous, made of stone and built circa 1800. It is told that the Native Americans taught a white man how to build the house. It became part of the Underground Railroad during the Civil War. There was a tunnel built from the Ohio River up to the basement wall, where they had knocked a hole in the wall for slaves to enter. My story starts in the fall of 1987, when my mother, my dog, and I were on the first floor in the living room, watching television. My little dog ran upstairs and was running around in circles. I could hear little toenails on the wooden planks. I felt a cold chill, like a burst of cold air, and became puzzled by it. There were no doors or windows open in the house. It was cold out, and we had built a fire in the wood stove. I went up to check on my little dog to see what she was doing, and there it was. My room had a door that led out to nothing. I assumed there was a balcony at one time, but at this time, there was no evidence of one, so the door stayed shut and locked. When I had gone upstairs, I noticed the air was more frigid, and it seemed windy. I went to my room and the door was standing open, and it looked as though a small child had breathed on the window of the door and wrote Amy's room on the window. I think the most interesting experience in this house also happened to be the most terrifying. One night, I'd been sleeping in bed with the door open when I was awakened by what I thought was my dad. I remember the door squeaked open slowly, and I heard a whisper. I couldn't hear it too clearly. All I knew was that it was some sort of talking. That's when I started to open my eyes slowly and saw what appeared to be a nun with an axe on her head, kneeling down and praying in front of my bed. I screamed. My parents rushed into the room, and I told them I saw something. My dad did his best to reassure me that everything was okay, and after I explained what had happened to me, I feel like he was just as creeped out as I was, even though he tried not to show it. Well, that even frightened my dad, to the point at which he told me he couldn't sleep the rest of the night. I ended up falling asleep, and my dad stayed up. He told me he went to the bathroom and turned on the light, when all of a sudden it went out. Needing to use the bathroom, he grabbed one of the flashlights we had. When he shined the flashlights towards the mirror to wash his hands, he looked at the mirror for a second, only to notice the old man's face right behind him. He only saw this for a few seconds, but he couldn't forget the man's face. He had 3 large gashes on the side of his face, like he had been mauled by a tiger. Claw marks. He was a balding man, with gray hair only on the side of his face, and he looked about 70s. Of course, when the bathroom light came on, there was nothing there anymore. The basement had some creepy occurrences as well. You would hear a very young voice, often singing softly, not super loud. In fact, very faint, but a voice was there. When you'd get downstairs and into the basement, you wouldn't hear it anymore, but it was always something you heard whenever you were in other parts of the house. About a year or so later, We had some family staying with us for the weekend, and my cousin set up a large tape recorder in the basement to see if there were any noises. My little nieces and 3 friends bedded down in the living room by the wood stove to stay warm, and we all went to bed. The next morning, one of the little girls thanked my dad for stocking the fire that night because it was getting kinda chilly. My dad hadn't been downstairs all night. My cousin went down to the basement to get the tape recorder, reel to reel by the way, brought it back upstairs, and played it back to us. You could vividly hear a little girl say "Mommy." My family lived in that house for almost 15 years. This is a wonderfully chilling and rather classic, if that can be said, Scottish tale ghost experience. My mother, who was attending university in St. Andrews, Scotland, was walking home from a party. It was about 11 o'clock on a chilly November night. It should be noted beforehand that St. Andrews was, centuries ago, the religious capital of Scotland, and the ruins of the great cathedral still stand in the middle of the town. Anyhow, she decided to take a shortcut to the dorms. Instead of taking the road, she began to make her way through the soccer pitches. These were surrounded by spinneys of trees. As she crossed the fields, she noticed what appeared to be 3 policemen at the road at the end of the pitch, where she was heading. Though not that close, she could see that they wore heavy clothes, like the Scottish policemen's coats traditionally worn in the winter. She didn't want to be found by them at that late hour, and went to the nearby trees to hide. To her chagrin, they began to move towards the center of the field, though not directly at her. She stayed put. As they came closer, she realized that they were walking on the air, about 3 feet above the ground. Furthermore, they were not policemen, but monks in clerical robes. 2 of them were supporting a third in the middle, who seemed to be wounded. They passed only a few yards away from her, so that she saw them very clearly. Oddly, their feet moved very slowly, but they were moving through the air very quickly. When they came about parallel to her, my mother, mad with fear, ran as fast as she could back to the dorms, clearing a fence that was as high as her, with one leap on the way. A violent wind kicked up against her as she ran, as if trying to blow her back. The next day, she went back to where it happened. At the very spot where the 3 monks had passed near to her, she found 3 black cats eating the carcass of a rabbit that they had just killed. In another note, the mystery as to why the apparitions were floating is easily solved. The ground was leveled in order to make a proper playing field. The monks were simply walking on their own terrain, as it would have been in medieval times, 3 feet higher than the leveled field. My family has had many paranormal experiences. When my mother was a child, they purchased a house near Martins Ferry, Ohio, that had some strange occurrences there. My uncle was in his room asleep, and woke up in the middle of the night to find an old woman in a rocking chair sitting in the corner of his room. He said she told him to get out of her house. My uncle was so frightened, he literally dragged his mattress into my mother's room and refused to ever sleep in his room again. My mother-in-law also saw the woman and can vouch that she was real. My great-grandmother would also see a small black devil-like creature with glowing red eyes outside her window at night. None of my family's pets lived very long in that house either. Their fish were found dead in their tank one morning. All of them. Here's the thing though. The water was somehow boiling hot. My mother's hamster was found dead in its cage too, and I've been told it looked like something had maybe scared it to death from the expression on its face. Also, every night, my grandmother would dream that the house was on fire and they couldn't get out. After living in the house for 6 months, they moved out. The day after they had moved out, the house caught fire and was almost burned to the ground. To this day, my aunt still has ghost experiences. At one of their old houses, they would turn out all the lights, lock the doors, and would come home to find that every light in the house was on. I never felt comfortable being alone in the house upstairs. I would feel like someone was watching me when there was no one else upstairs. And in the house they live in now, they were in bed one night when they heard a blood-curdling scream coming from their living room. They ran into the living room to find nobody there, and all the doors in the house were unlocked when they knew that they had been locked before they went to bed. Also, my aunt was in bed, and someone told her that her baby's daughter's face was covered by her blanket, but no one else was home. I swear this is absolutely the truth. I wanted to share my family's stories with other people, so they can know that maybe they are not alone out there. Hello, my name is Naomi, and I've had several paranormal stories to share. Ever since I was young, I've always been terrified of the paranormal, and I have had terrifying, vivid dreams. As a child, I would frequently awake to see a dark, shadowy figure standing by the doorframe of my bedroom. I would feel a presence behind me when I would walk upstairs at night. At a slightly older age, I dismissed the possibility of ghosts because I figured it was impossible, but later I had a change of heart when I went to this haunted yard. I'd heard many stories about a small yard where strange things had occurred. One night, I thought it might be interesting to go take a look at it and see what all the fuss was about. The yard is almost impossible to find, totally surrounded by trees. If you are able to find it, go there in winter. The snow is always perfect, not a single flaw. If it's a windy night, there will be no wind within the yard. The freaky part about it is that there is an old building which used to be an insane asylum, now abandoned. It's boarded up, but one night we opened it up, and we heard a faint barking of dogs from within, but there were no dogs anywhere nearby. Next to it, there is a small trailer. No one lives in the trailer, but light and the TV are always on. There is an old swing on the yard. If you watch it for long enough, it will begin to swing slightly. The strangest part is that there are 2 old Native American tombstones. Every time you go back, they've been redug and moved to another location on the yard. I'm not sure if any of this is ghost related, but it certainly is freaky. An incident happened to me this evening as well. I was walking with some of my friends along the railroad tracks in my town. On the street next to the tracks, 100 years ago, there was a man who went insane, killed his family, and was hanged in the courtyard. Anyway, tonight, as we were walking, we all of a sudden simultaneously stopped and looked at each other terrified. We all felt a strange presence brushing against our backs. Later, we were sharing stories about screams people frequently hear coming back from the park. We decided to sit out on the deck of my friend's house, who lives right by the park. We were just sitting around, talking, when we hear the scream of a little girl, as if she was being murdered, coming from across the park. We randomly ran inside. Once inside, we began to share ghost stories. One of my friends believes his house is haunted. He always feels things in his room when he is sleeping. With one particular experience, back in winter, he would wake up in the morning with claw marks in his shirts and slight scratches on his back. This happened about 6 times. Another time, he woke up and all of his blankets were totally flipped upside down, but looked as though they had been untouched. He talked to his grandmother about it because she is able to communicate with the dead, and she visited their house and told the spirits to leave. Since then, there have been no strange occurrences. I work in a nursing home and didn't believe in ghosts till I was offered a night shift position. One of the girls said that the home was pretty bad with spirits, but I thought because of my age, 19, she was just trying to scare me. I was walking alone after answering a buzzer past the dining room when someone touched my shoulder. I turned around and no one was there. I was convinced it was the other two girls, but they were in the lounge and couldn't have got there without me seeing them. Later, we were sitting talking when the door, which is a fire door and doesn't move, was slamming and opening for about a minute and abruptly stopped. We all got out of our seats, don't know why, and then a black figure appeared at the door and just stared at us for about a minute and walked off. The eldest girl went after it, so we followed, and no one was there. We sat down to calm ourselves because we were pretty freaked out by that, when the emergency buzzers started going off simultaneously from one room to 30, but there are patients who can't reach them and others on medication, so we went and turned them off and checked our residents. We went to one lady who was dying of cancer, and I turned off the buzzer when my coworker said she was gone. We can only think this was her having a laugh, because she was a great lady, or she was trying to let us know she was gone. That also wasn't the first time someone passed away before we were aware of it. I had a coworker once who could have sworn she was talking to an old woman at the clinic that had been at the nursing home for nearly a decade. This coworker had gone on vacation, and this was her first day back. There was a figure laying in bed, in a room alone. She was facing away from my coworker, and she had the door cracked open for a second to see if the woman wanted anything to eat. There was no response, so she figured the lady was just cranky and didn't want to be bothered. A few hours later, she went back to the room, and nobody was there. My coworker asked another why the patient was missing. The other coworker looked puzzled. Did nobody tell you that Miss Noble passed away in her sleep while you were on vacation? My other coworker said, well, then why was there somebody in the room a few hours ago? She found out that nobody moved into the new room since Miss Noble passed away. They tried moving a patient in there for a couple of days, but we would hear him scream bloody murder for no explicable reason. But again, they took him out right away, and way before my coworker returned to work. My coworker insisted that she saw a figure in that room, and that she wasn't tired or feeling unwell. This might end up kind of being long, since I'm going to try to cover a lot of what I experienced in my life. I will start with the first thing that I remember. I was about 4 or 5 years old. I was sitting in my bedroom getting some coloring books. It was summer, and the window was open. I heard this noise, and at first, I couldn't tell where it was coming from. I looked towards the window, and the sound faded. It sounded sort of like a lawnmower. Well, I went back to what I was doing, and the noise just got louder. I realized the noise wasn't coming from my window, but from the other side of my room, where the closet was. I looked over and saw this black orb hovering over the molding of the closet. It was moving in this swaying motion, and the noise I was hearing came from the black orb. I screamed and curled up into a ball. I continued to scream until my mom reached my bedroom. She looked terrified and kept asking me what was wrong. Well, my little brain could only assume it was a black bee, which she didn't find amusing, She said she thought someone was trying to kill me because of how I was screaming. From that point on, I read everything I could get my hands on about ghosts. Nothing happened for many years after the first incident. My father was in the military, and we moved from Atlanta to Minot, North Dakota, my sophomore year of high school. I'm not going to get into everything that happened down there, since it was a daily occurrence down there, no matter where in town I was. In brief, let's just say the blacker than black negative things. Everywhere. Luckily, the people that I normally hang out with saw them too, so I didn't feel like I was going crazy. They ranged in height from being 1 foot to over 7 feet. There was one we nicknamed Split Toes. Keep in mind, there were more than one of them. I lived in Minot for just under 1 year, and I'll never step foot there again. On top of the shadows, there were many other things that happened, ranging from smells to noises to the absolute feel of being chased, the fear. My sister even saw them. Though it traumatized her so badly, she shut down and now says she didn't. Now I know this sounds crazy, but I know there are other people out there that have experienced these things. I know that what happened down there was not an overactive imagination. We all from time to time will wake up with cuts we couldn't explain, or have them appear out of nowhere, sometimes singular, sometimes looking like a tiny clawed hand that hit us, and rarely bite marks. We were told by a friend's mother to wear sage and little leather bags for protection. I still wear one, even though I'm back in Alaska. After Minot, things slowed down a lot. I had a few more experiences with the shadows. After a while, I had enough, though. I yelled at them and told them if they agreed to leave me alone, I would pretend they didn't exist, and it has been pretty much quiet ever since. The last time I had an experience like that was out in Cooper Landing, Alaska, just a few years ago. I left Minot almost 8 years ago. My friend invited me and a few other people to her parents' cabin for the night. We drove out there from Anchorage at around 8 p.m. in the winter. I don't know if you're familiar with Alaska seasons and such, but in the winter, it's hardly ever light out. Maybe a couple hours a day during the time period we went out there. So anyways, we drive out to Cooper Landing in the dark on really icy roads. We finally get out there, and at first sight, this place made me nervous. I was determined to have a good time, so I forgot my initial feeling on the cabin. The night went well. The cabin was set up in a very open layout. There was a wall that went halfway across in the middle of the cabin, with the living room on one side and 3 sets of bunk beds on the other. Come to find out, it used to be her grandmother's cabin before she died. Well, we all decided to go to sleep. My friend and her boyfriend pulled out the futon in the living room and went to sleep. Me and my boyfriend were lying on the bunk bed, where we could look into the side of the cabin where the living room was. We were just talking, and then all of a sudden, we started to hear this noise. It started by the living room, but outside, and worked its way around the cabin. But the noise would continue to come from everywhere it had already been. It was sort of like wailing. It reminded me of what a banshee might sound like. I was really freaking out and asking my boyfriend what the hell that was. He said it was a ghost crying. I looked out to where the living room was, and this thing started to appear, starting at the top and kind of whirlwinding down. My boyfriend saw it and leapt to the bunk bed directly across and was freaking out. I started demanding he go and turn the light on. It wouldn't stop until he did. Finally he did, and the thing disappeared. My friend woke up and told us things like that always happen out there, and we just needed to get used to it. I was really upset she didn't tell me. Neither me or my boyfriend could sleep till it got light outside. Nothing else happened that night, but I have no desire to try my luck again. Since then, I haven't had any encounters with anything that appeared as a shadow. I've seen ghosts that appear like people look, in color, and they don't scare me at all. I'm not sure what the black things are, and I'm not sure I want to know. I do know that as long as I don't think about them, I don't have any problems with them. Oh, I almost forgot. Oklunta is a really creepy place up there. Not the cemetery, but the village, or what's left of it. I only got to spend about 15 minutes out there, but that was more than enough to feel it out. Very bad vibes out there. And as we were leaving, I saw something back in the trees. As soon as I looked at it, it darted behind a tree. It was dark out, so I didn't know what it was, but it didn't look like a person. And when we were driving back to Anchorage, on the outbound side of the highway there was an accident, and this huge bull moose was on the side of the road dead. But none of the vehicles looked like they had hit it. A moose hitting your car would crumple it like a soda can. Well, that's all I have for this morning. Maybe sometime I'll go more in depth about my experience in Mano, but not yet. I don't like talking about it when it's dark outside. It all started when I was about 5. There was a thunderstorm, and I hate storms, so I went to my parents' room across the hall. After the storm was over, I decided to go back to my room. When I got to the doorway, I saw 2 figures sitting in 2 of my chairs. I had a little table and tea set in the middle of my room, and they were just sitting there. One of them was facing me, and it looked like a pitch black shadow. The other had its back to me. I wasn't sure if it was real, so I blinked my eyes very tight multiple times. The one whose back was facing me slowly turned around to look at me. It was white, kind of fuzzy looking, like the way your TV looks when it gets all snowy in the TV set, and had 2 black holes where the eyes should be, and an outline of the nose and mouth. I think the best way to call it is a static man. I got scared and ran and told my father what I saw. He told me that our grandfather tends to watch over us. He passed away years ago. He even said he saw this dark shadow hovering over his bed one night, although it was pretty dark, so we could barely make out anything. I later found out that an old couple originally lived in the house before my parents bought it in the 70s. The original house is small, 2 bedrooms, and a kitchen, a small living room. It was only 1 story, and when my parents moved in, they said the old man died. They heard voices a few times, but didn't think anything of it. Then, when me and my brothers were born, they built a basement and 2nd story where the bedrooms are. My bedroom and my parents' bedroom are right above the original part of the house. My room used to be the attic until we built the upstairs. I think the ghosts were my grandfather and the old man, but I keep seeing the same ghost when I go places. I'm never scared though. Also, we've had things fly across the room, things shatter out of nowhere, hear noises, and I've had experiences where I felt a presence in the room, and then I saw a crease in the couch right next to where I was sitting. I'm not scared though, because I just have a feeling they don't intend on hurting me. It actually makes me feel safer at times. Hi, I've enjoyed your website and wish to share one of my experiences. This is all true, and if you have any comments about ghosts or questions, please feel free to email me, as I'd like to know what it might have been. When I was 12 or so, I had a strange experience. I was playing with my friend in the woods near the Quibbin Aqueduct. This is in Wayland, Massachusetts. We had to take our neighbor's police dog on our adventure, looking for the Indian artifacts. On a hill that was gravelly, I found what I believed to be an arrowhead. After showing it to my friend, I stuffed it into my pants pocket and moved to a new spot with the dog. He began to wind towards some bushes about 20 feet away. I looked in the direction the dog was looking and saw nothing. Figuring it was a rabbit or squirrel, I let the dog off his leash. He began barking and ran into the bushes. My friend joined me, and we called the dog back. He came right away, being well trained. He sat looking from us to the woods and panting. We put his leash back on, and both my friend and I had the feeling of being watched. I reached into my pants to see the arrowhead, but it was gone. I checked the other pockets. Nothing. Then we decided to go home. Both of us creeped out. On our way back, the dog stopped at a tree and looked up, and at least 30 feet up, we saw a piece of bloody fur stuck to the tree. We ran back to the neighbors and returned the dog, not wanting to get laughed at. We didn't tell him about the fur. My friend got her bike and went halfway to me to my house. When I got in the door, the phone rang. It was my friend. She asked if I was okay. I was fine. I told her. Then she'd explained she'd seen someone lurking in the bushes of the only empty house in my neighborhood, and they seemed to be following me. I dismissed it and ate dinner. That night, a storm came. The thunder and lightning woke me up. During a flash of light, I saw a tall, thin figure at the foot of my bed. I think it was a man. He wore all black, a long, odd jacket, and had very long arms. They reached his knees. On his head was a stovepipe hat that was too high and had a wide brim, so his face was shadowed. As I looked at him, too terrified to scream, he raised his arms and pointed at me with the long finger. Another flash of light, and he was gone. In the morning at school before homeroom, I asked my friend to describe the person she had seen the day before in the bushes. She said he was thin and had a weird hat like Lincoln wore. Of course, I was freaked out. I don't know how much later, maybe a month or more, I was doing homework on my bed and heard scuffling in my closet. Thinking it was the cat, I opened the door to scoot him out. The cat was not there, but the clothes were swaying side by side. I closed the door and left my room. The next and last time I saw the ghost was at summer camp. I'd been put into a room alone, having had a panic attack over an incident in which I had a dream come true. I dreamt a kid got run over by a van, and a storm came and a cabin was hit by lightning, and kids burnt up. That day, we were teamed up and competing for ribbons. One event was the van pull. A team of kids were pulling a van. A kid fell under, and the van went over him. He was unhurt, but the license plate made a dirty mark on his back. I got scared, and then it began raining very hard. Everyone headed to their cabins. It began to lightning, and I lost my mind. I'd confided my dream to my friend that morning, and as she tried to tell the counselor, I was crying and trying to warn the people about the fire I believed to be about to happen. The counselor locked me in her room, alone. A blast of thunder and lightning hit and blew the outside door open. Rain poured in, and in the storm stood my ghost looking in at me. I screamed and slammed the door shut. Luckily, fire never happened. I never saw the ghost again. I often wonder about it, and as scary as it was, it never hurt me. Please note, I know this story sounds far-fetched, but it isn't. This really happened. Hi, Sam here. I've apparently spoke to a ghost when I was 2 years old. To cut a long story short, I moved to Invicta Road in Charnes, Kent when I was 2 years old, with my dad. A year or so before we moved in, a lonely pregnant woman lived there and offed herself by hanging. Because of the pregnancy in the back room, no one lived there till my dad and I slept in the back bedroom. My dad told me that he would often hear me talking to someone at nights in my room. My dad asked me who I was talking to. I said it was the gray lady who sits at the end of my bed. My dad then met my stepmom, and she moved in with us. At nights, sometimes my stepmom and I would sit alone, and she'd hear walking around upstairs and things being moved about. It was so bad, one night, that she went over to her parents' house to get them. They brought their dog over. The dog started growling and barking for no reason. My dad moved me out of the back bedroom to another bedroom when I started to get upset, and not sleepiness. Dreams and anxiety are my main feelings I get. I can't walk through a graveyard without getting anxiety, and I also smell a really musty smell that no one else seems to notice. It's so intoxicating that it makes me feel like I'm suffocating, and it makes me feel sick. Sometimes it makes me wonder whether I still have this woman following me. I was recently staying at a youth hostel in Cornwall, England. The manager warned me jovially when I arrived that there were 3 ghosts in the hostel, all linked to different areas in the building. He added with a mischievous grin that one of them had a particular dislike for the new computer that had been installed and seemed to keep switching it off. He chose to tell me this because the reason I was there was to do some work with that very computer. After an evening of unproductive work on the computer that obviously wasn't working properly, I retired to the small private room I had been given. I dropped off to sleep fairly quickly, but woke up after about an hour feeling cold, the reason for which became clear very quickly. The duvet from my bed was lying in a heap on the floor around my feet. I picked it up and covered myself, but then had trouble getting back to sleep as the couple in the next room were being very noisy. Eventually, they quieted down and I started to relax, but before I managed to fall asleep again, the duvet began to slowly slide down the bed as if pulled from the bottom. I let it move about 6 inches to see what was happening, then got hold and pulled back. Whatever was pulling gave up with relative ease, and I was soon covered again. At this stage, I can remember that rather than being frightened, I felt as if some silly game was going on, and I was almost giggling about the fact that some impish ghost had chosen me for an adversary in its little game. As a result, after a half hour or so, I had no trouble getting back to sleep. It seemed, however, that I hadn't taken things seriously enough and had managed to cause offense. The next time I woke up, it was with a startle, as the duvet began to quickly slide off the bed, again, in the same direction towards my feet. This time, I decided that enough was enough, and started to feel very afraid. You know what it's like in the dark at night. A simple duvet can seem to offer so much protection and security, and the potential lack of it made me feel very vulnerable. I think I managed to move about an inch before I found myself suddenly unable to move anymore. I couldn't actually feel any force or weight holding me or pressing down on me, but I was totally unable to move my arms or any part of my upper body except for my head. In fact, it felt like it was suddenly made from lead. I was then greeted by an old man's laugh. I had literally heard a very slow, guttural sounding laugh, and it sounded far from pleasant. I fought and eventually managed to get my fingers to move slightly. As soon as I achieved this one small movement, everything was fine. The inability to move evaporated quickly, and I was left back in full control of my body. I stood right side up, surveying the entire room, and what I saw next terrified me. There were a pair of red eyes looking at me by the door for about 30 seconds before fading away. Just then, the door opened, and there was a light mist that moved through the door and then evaporated. I screamed, "I'm not afraid of you, and that tonight's rest will be a peaceful night's rest." I pulled the duvet back over myself, and surprisingly, only felt any kind of fear for a few minutes, and was soon relaxing again. Whatever the game was about, it seems that I had won, and that my adversary had admitted defeat fairly gracefully. I slept peacefully well for the remaining few hours of the night, and woke up perfectly refreshed in the morning. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I have had frightening experiences with spirits. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic "someone's watching me" feeling. I always blamed it on me being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallway to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and it didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed was a light blue glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night, my 2 sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards. and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware where I was hiding, stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard a younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign? The stop sign is located next to the gate." After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused and was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw in my bed and the ghost she saw on the sign both looked exactly like me. It all began around the 1st of June this very year. The incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's home. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer. In the summer of 1998, I didn't know that those last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I had spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and it felt like I had actually gotten a little closer to them both, but particularly my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother, informing us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings. I would feel like touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattling and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Diminutive objects would fall from midair, such as paper, hair clips, and coins, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast. So fast, in fact, I would hear a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, money, to name a few, usually belongings that I would use around the house. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night, flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I'd been sound asleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadowy like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else that he would approach me. I'd never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that maybe nobody would believe me or listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed in before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted when I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and my brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I'd said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking first, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience, and it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. It felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping on the living room sofa that I felt appeased, albeit this has not been my first experience. Ever since the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all of the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were several rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away. So my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife on a trip to California got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am to this day too. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. When I was in high school, my family lived in a rented farmhouse in the country. I was 17 and dating a very nice gentleman who had come to visit me for the evening. My mother worked nights and usually got home around 11 p.m. or so. My boyfriend and I were sitting on the floor in the living room, leaned up against the couch watching TV, when the kitchen door opened and the light came on. We both heard a thump like my mother had put her purse on the table, and then the bathroom door opened and closed. We both thought that was odd, because usually my mother would not have turned on the light, because my dad is a light sleeper, and the light would have woke him up, and my mother would have at least said hi to us anyway. My boyfriend noticed that it was getting late, and he needed to get home. We had expected snow, and he didn't want to be caught in a storm. I got his coat, and we walked to the door together, and stood on the back porch watching the snowfall. As my mother pulled in, my boyfriend made us both wait on the porch as he searched the house from one end to the other. No one was in there other than my sister, upstairs asleep, and my dad, who was sound asleep in the back bedroom. Many other things happened there. One night, me and my boyfriend decided to play the Ouija board to summon the spirit that was residing in the house. I remember it was a blizzard that day, and my entire family except for me were in another state visiting my extended family. We were asking questions about the spirit. At first we asked its name. Nothing happened. Then we asked if we were bothering him. Still nothing. After nearly 20 minutes of continuously trying to get in touch with someone, my boyfriend angrily grabbed the planchette and Ouija board and threw it out of the window. He said he had enough of this make-believe and that he was really starting to get tested. I told him he shouldn't have done that he could really upset whatever was living in the house. My boyfriend mockingly says, "Sure, why doesn't this stupid spirit just possess me if it even exists? Make some real noise." My boyfriend gets frustrated and ends up sleeping on the couch because he was tired of playing games. Later that night, around 3 a.m., I was awakened in the middle of the night to hear my telephone landline ringing. The only problem was, there was no landline telephone here. We all had our cell phones, and they were on silent. Seconds later, I hear loud pounding on the door to my bedroom, and it's slightly opened. I yell out to my boyfriend, but there was no answer. I hear the phone ringing again, but I couldn't locate the sound. Then, everything fell silent. Not a second later, I hear a gargling noise coming from the living room, mixed with prayer. It was coming from my boyfriend's mouth. He was violently whispering in his sleep. What really got me, though, is I went to see my boyfriend on the couch. There was this very dark cloud floating above him for a few seconds. It disappeared, and then I heard my boyfriend choking, so I ran towards him. He was literally pale in the face, almost as if he stopped breathing. That's when I realized he did seem to stop breathing. I frantically shaked him, yelling at him to wake up. I started getting scared, and I cried. This time, my phone went off, and someone was on the other line. All I heard was what sounded like a low voice saying "call," and the phone call disconnected. This was on my cell phone. I then called the paramedics. They arrive. Paramedics were in my house, checking my boyfriend's pulse. That's when he wakes up, delirious, but confused. He asks me what's going on. After talking with the paramedics and my boyfriend, they were convinced that he had a panic attack in his sleep, and they ended up leaving. But he told me something very scary. He said that while he was asleep, he had this odd dream that someone was trying to get him to go to the afterlife with them. There was this hooded figure who said nothing to him. He was just motioning towards the sky, and then all of a sudden, he was in a cemetery and saw himself in a coffin dead. I told him, "This all makes sense because you threaten the spirits." This is 100% true, and all I have is my word. But believe me, these events happened. I can't explain the mysterious phone call. I'm sure that my boyfriend challenged the spirit to make some noise, because it certainly made some noise. I'm 14 years old. Even though I may be a teenager, and some may not believe me, please listen to my experience. When I was young, I was not scared of ghosts, nor did I really believe in their presence but slightly. One day, I went to a Japanese shrine with my parents in Japan. This shrine was close to my mother's house she grew up in. I was very attached to my mother. I was all just 7 or 8. I was a crazy little child. Soon it was time for me to leave. As a Japanese tradition, I threw in 10 yen. My mother gave me to throw in and make a wish. Because I was really attached to my mother, I could sometimes feel the sadness of how much she missed her parents. Since I didn't really know my real father, I cared a lot more about my mother than anyone in the world. I threw the coin in and made a wish. I wish I could once meet my grandmother. I had heard many stories of her from my mother, so that was why I was so anxious to meet her. But the only thing was that she had passed away when my mother was around 21. After I made a wish, I saw a box with a whole bunch of paper in it. I ran over to my stepdad and anxiously asked what it was. He told me it gives you wisdom to your wish. So, as a whiny little child, I begged my stepfather to get me one, so gave me money, and I put it in the little slot. I slowly put my small hand in and grabbed a piece of paper. To my surprise, it really did give me wisdom to my wish. I remember exactly what it said. If you wait, nothing will appear, but when you least expect it, I shrugged it off and went on with my life. About 2 weeks later, I returned from my second country. I went to the washroom in the middle of the night. Normally my wishes never come true, but I was in for a big surprise. There, I saw an old lady who looked exactly like my grandmother in the picture my mom had stood there. She was smiling at me. She had a long white dress, and she was all white. Well, obviously, since I was small, I ran at a speed that could make me the fastest person alive, or at least it felt like it. I didn't have to go to the washroom after that, but that's when it all started. After that, I've been having strange experiences. I've seen my future self twice, once in grade 4, and the other I forget. In grade 4, I innocently walked to the washroom, and that's when the weirdest thing happened. That's when I saw the 12 to 13-year-old version of myself. I would say that maybe it's a doppelganger, but I'm not sure. And I know this sounds a little far-fetched, but it did happen. I told my mother, but she said it was probably my imagination. Many years passed, and many odd experiences had gone by. I'd moved during those years to Japan and back. This time, I was in a different building. It was in 6th grade. It was about 11:30 p.m. I went to the bathroom and washed my hands. I'd grown up a bit. I'd opened the door to only see a younger me. It looked as if it was in grade 4. Again, a ghost. She was staring at me, and I was so freaked out. I stood there in shock, unable to move. The only thing was, I was able to stare my younger self in the eye. Finally, I had the guts to run off. I couldn't help but notice that the younger me was wearing normal clothing. Then it hit me. When I saw a young woman, my grandmother, the very old version of me, they were all wearing a white dress. That must have represented that they had died. Just last year, I saw my stepdad's grandmother, who is healthy and alive, staring at my picture of when I was young, exactly like she was when she visited from Japan. Exact posture and everything. I thought I was dreaming and pinched myself many times and tried laying back into my regular posture and sitting back up to see if she was still there. She was gone. Next morning, I told my weird experiences to my mother at the exact time she was thinking of her. My mom told me this. Maybe you see some of my thoughts. Tell me some experiences you had from the past. I told her one of the experiences, like how I saw a young woman, and described how she looked. My mom stared at me with shock. That description fit exactly her best friend's friend,
who offed herself. In fact, a couple of months ago, I saw a faceless figure standing over my bed watching me. Earlier that day, my mom was imagining that and thinking how to see that it would be unpleasantly scary. Last but not least, at camp, I had this scary feeling inside myself. I'd never been so scared for so much a small thing. I knew that was fake. I fell asleep that night, having a dream that was extremely mysterious. I was playing capture the flag with everyone at camp. I wanted to go to the other side, but I saw a very pretty girl my age. She had a ponytail, beautiful skin, hazel eyes, a fit body, and she was wearing red clothing. She was blocking my way, so I decided I should run past her. I tried, but she was after me, so I decided to run back to my side. I ran as fast as I could, and finally got to my side. She was on her side, but slowly came into my side. All of a sudden, everyone was gone. It was only me and her. She was starting to feel like an evil presence. I was scared she ran after me, and finally, I could not run anymore. I couldn't walk. I was too scared. Then, right when she got in front of me, she gave me an extremely evil smile. I didn't feel good. I couldn't move. Then, right before something was going to happen, she started fading. Then, only her hazel eyes were left, except those pair of eyes were brownish white. They were staring at me, just staring. I woke up in shock and was scared so much. I've never experienced such an evil dream. Then, I turned to see right beside me, the girl from my dream fading, and just watching me. Then her eyes disappeared. I can't make this stuff up. I woke up and told my cabin buddy, who I was really great friends with. I told her what happened, and she happened to live in the area. She told me about a girl who had gone missing a while ago. The description fit her. A few weeks after camp ended, my friends sent me the newspaper about her missing. I saw her picture. It was her. Was she telling me something? What caused me to see all these things? I believe it was the shrine I visited in Japan, and it started there. I'm extremely scared of ghosts now. I sometimes consider visiting the shrine again, wishing I wouldn't see a ghost again. I will try my best to try to make a long story short, which is something I've never been good at. I moved into a second-floor flat in South Utica, New York, in January of 2000. My husband was living in Watertown with a friend finishing up college. I always had an uncomfortable feeling in that house. When I would come home from work, it would occasionally feel as if someone had been there. You know that feeling. I thought maybe the psycho downstairs neighbor, Maria, had a key. One night, I think in March, I woke up to what sounded like someone walking up in the attic. I thought maybe it was Maria, the psycho downstairs neighbor. But she had a bad knee and was morbidly obese, and I would have heard her climbing the stairs to the attic. I shrugged it off. My husband moved in for good in May. There were always those little things that we shrugged off. For instance, the cupboard doors would all be open in the pantry. We would just figure it was the other person, mentally get mad at them, not wanting to waste the time or energy to discuss how irritating this was. In the winter of 2001, we had come home from partying all night. Yes, we were pretty wasted when this happened, and that is why we just forgot, or never talked about this after that night. I fell into bed and passed out immediately. My husband brushed his teeth, turning off the dining room light, and shut our door to the dining room. He climbed into bed and drifted to sleep for about 5 minutes. All of a sudden, we both opened our eyes, and the bedroom door was open, and the dining room light was dim. It was the kind of light that had a dimmer. You had to push it on to turn it on and off, and it was on high when it turned off. We looked at each other, kind of read each other's minds, and dismissed it. It had to be the partying. About a month later, I was sleeping on the couch with my head on my husband's lap. All of a sudden, he got up and ran for a knife in the kitchen. He said he saw a man walking in the back part of the kitchen. He was terrified. Don't ask me why he would run towards it. I would be out of the door, but that's just me. He was shaken up for quite a while. No partying this time. He swore he saw a man out of the corner of his eye. I told him he was nuts. About a week after that, in the middle of the afternoon in February, he was home listening to the TV playing loud in the living room while typing a paper in the computer room. He said that he heard a loud slam, walked out, and our bedroom door, which is hung up on a throw rug, was shut. All the windows were closed, as it is as cold as the North Pole in February in central New York. I was at work when he called me, and he was really worked up. I'd never seen him like that. That was when we really became suspicious. I called our landlord and told her not to think I was nuts, but did anyone ever die in that house? She told me that her husband's godfather did back in the early 1930s, and it was of throat cancer. She wanted to know why I was asking. I told her what had happened. She then said that she thought they had taken care of that problem. She told us that the last tenants moved out suddenly after seeing the apparition of a man in his 60s, sitting at the kitchen table and reading. She told me that they had a Catholic mass to help Frank move on. He must have really loved this house. The downstairs tenants after Psycho Maria moved out also had experiences, but I promised a short story. We moved to Syracuse almost 3 years ago. I didn't want to live in a house where someone had died. I actually made a point of it. My very good friend told me the first time she walked in this house and that she felt as though she wasn't alone. I told her that was impossible. A couple months after my son, Peyton, was born, in September 2003, I was sitting downstairs typing on the computer. I had the video monitor on. I heard this strange, muffled, non-English whispering. I turned to look at the monitor, and his mobile was gently moving. He was too little to reach it, and again, no windows open, no air on. I ran upstairs, and his mobile was still, and no noise. My husband was gone on business, and no one died in this home, so I assumed that I must have been seeing things. Then, there was a picture of my son, Peyton, which I sent a copy. This was taken around November or December of 2003. My 7-year-old stepson came out of his room a few months ago and told me there was a boy in his room. He was wearing jeans and an orange shirt. He told me that the boy looked at him, then walked through his bedroom door. Lastly, the top to the kitchen trash can has fallen off, and my stepson in my presence twice. Lastly, The TV station has changed itself twice. And that's all I have to say for now. Thanks for reading. This story starts a long time ago when I was about 8 or 9. I was watching TV when I looked up, and I saw a man watching me. He had a blue coat on. He smiled at me and faded away. I didn't feel alarmed in any way. I even told my parents, and they believed me completely. Every time I was by myself or scared or sad, he was there, and he would sit by me, and his presence would make me feel better. Then one day he just disappeared. When I was 12, he appeared again. I was home alone and cleaning the kitchen. We had one of those musical globe things that played music only if you turned the key that's under it. All of a sudden it went off, and we had not messed with it in years. I had put a bunch of napkins in the stove by the burners, heard a voice in my head say stove. I looked at the stove, and it was on. I feel chills run up my spine when I think about what could have happened. I guess the blue man was still there all along, still watching over me. The year was 1947, and the place, Isle of Wight. It's off the south coast of England, a holiday resort. I'd been taken there for a week's holiday with my brother and my parents and aunt and uncle. There was nothing special about the hotel or its surroundings. I think it was the third day of our holiday, and we were all in the dining room at the hotel for our evening meal. I was sitting next to my brother with my back to the windows, and consequently was able to see the whole room. I would mention at this point that the walls were lined with large mirrors, fashionable at the time, and the effect was rather fascinating, as no matter which way one looked, one would see just about any other part of the room in reflection from one or another of the mirrors. As far as I know, this place is still the same now as it was then, except the owners have changed. In those days, especially when there are 4 adults with you, children were seen and not heard. So as far as I was concerned, any conversation around me was ignored. During our meal, several guests came and went, as one would expect to happen. At some point, I looked up, and a man entered the room and sat down for his meal. There was nothing special about him, and my alarm bells were ringing. I didn't and couldn't see why he looked so ordinary. Eventually, it really dawned on me what was wrong. I couldn't see him anywhere in the mirrors. Impossible in that situation. I tried to whisper to my brother about this, but was told to be quiet and eat. I watched this man until he left and checked as we went out that no one could see his image in the mirrors. At the time, all this left in my mind was a question mark. How? The next day we were down at the beach, enjoying a rare, warm, sunny day. My brother had gone in for a swim, and I was lying on the sand watching him and others, simply enjoying the sunshine. I looked around and saw the man from the night before coming down the steps to the beach. He was some way away from us at this point, and started to walk along the beach near the water's edge, heading in our direction. I think I sat up as the scene I'd witnessed in the dining room came back to me, and I watched him as he walked. He had no shadow. I checked that everyone else's shadows, including mine, were as they should be, and could find nothing else amiss. I never spoke to him, nor have I any idea who he was. I never saw him again after that day. This is a story that my mother told me and my sisters. Back in the 40s, My dad accepted a job in Atlanta, Georgia, and my parents moved from Chicago, Illinois to Atlanta. For several weeks, they stayed at the Biltmore Hotel in Atlanta while looking for a home. One night, my mother, who was 8 months pregnant at the time, was alone in the room by herself because my dad was on a business trip. She said that she woke up at about 3:35 in the morning and saw a man standing beside the bed and looking at her. The man was well dressed in a suit and smiling at her, but she knew immediately it was a ghost because although she could see him plainly, he was transparent. She could see through him. When she was growing up, the woman who had raised her told her if she ever saw a ghost, say the Lord's Prayer, and it would go away. She pulled the sheet over her head and said the Lord's Prayer, but when she looked again, he was still there. She would close her eyes and open them again, but he did not go away. She fell asleep with the sheets pulled over her head, and the next day she found out at the front desk that a man had died in that room at that exact time she saw the ghost. She described the man she saw to the clerk to ask if she knew him. She felt like the ghost meant her no harm and was there to make himself known and protect her. Her and her sister lived in an old house in Champaign, Illinois, and they both told me that they encountered ghosts several times in that home, and one time they both woke up and saw one standing in their room. So far, I've never seen a ghost, but I'm convinced that they do exist. I've worked as a registered nurse at Henry Male Hospital for many years. There are so many reportings there that I'm not sure I can list them all, but here are a few. The TCU, Transitional Care Unit, is probably the most haunted unit. It serves patients who are not acutely ill, but are also not quite well enough to return home, so consequently, a lot of our elderly patients have spent a great deal of time there, including one that never quite made it home and died on the unit. There have been reports of a walker moving by itself down the hall at night. One room in particular, don't know the numbers, I didn't work there regularly, has a reputation for the call light repeatedly going off at night when it is empty of patients. So much so that the engineering has refused to come fix the bell when the nurses plead to have it silenced. I only worked there one night and had a heavy fire door slowly swing open in front of me and another nurse, as if someone was going into the room. No windows or doors were open as they were bolted shut, and the door is extremely heavy. The other nurse, terrified, screamed at me, "Close the door! Close the door!" That same night, I had a female patient who had been in her room for a few months and said she felt like she was going batty and that she was so thankful for her TV. Shortly after, it went to static, and I couldn't turn it off with the remote, nor by pushing the power on and off button on the set itself, and finally had to get a chair to flat out pull out the cord from the outlet that was situated near the ceiling. One night, one of the nurses was working a very late shift at night, and she went to go grab a mop after she spilled her drink all over the lobby floor. She went down to the storage area where she knew nobody was there at the time. As she opened the door to the storage closet, in the darkness, she swore she saw what looked to be the face of an elderly woman from the other side of the room, and two glowing eyes, barely lit. It was all just bright enough to be seen with the naked eye. She immediately turned on the light and ran all the way back. She refused to go down there the rest of her time working there, and even change careers. It was that devastating to her. On the medical surgical unit too, there are ghosts up and down the whole hallway. The end opposite the nurse's station is especially bad. Rooms 148, 146, and 142 are the worst. Oftentimes, patients who are dying are put in these rooms, and shortly before they do die, patients often report seeing a little blonde girl in their room at night. They either ask the nurses to get her out, or at the very least, ask who she is. I had an aide one night open up a utility locker at the same end and saw the girl. She was crouched behind a walker, scared, looking up at her. Sometimes machines won't work in those rooms. Even if you trade them in several times from the supply department with different ones, they suddenly will start working again. Myself and another nurse witnessed shadow people at the same time walk past the nurse's station window while the computers and lights dimmed simultaneously. He saw the same night one shadow person standing in a doorway, just staring at him. He looked up and asked yes, thinking it was a nurse aide willing to ask him a question, only to realize it wasn't an aide. Aides have seen patients that weren't there earlier in the evening suddenly lying in a bed, and thinking it was a new admission, brought the vital signs machine back in to take their vitals, only to have the patient gone and the bed still made. Med-Surg 1 is next to Med-Surg 2, and though it isn't as bad as 2, I've had a patient complain that she felt little kids poking at her and pulling her gown all evening. Med-Surg 1 was a pediatric unit for 1 year when the hospital was first built, but was shut down as it wasn't financially sustainable. The elevators near the cafeteria that lead down to the morgue are just plain creepy at night. I've known people that have had them slam open and shut closed several times before finally shutting and going down to the morgue. I personally would have had them open for me almost 100% of the time if I was pushing a gurney and didn't have a free hand to hit the button, saying thanks to stay on whatever's good side. Besides, it is kinda nice, except for the creepy part. These are only a few of the stories off the top of my head. I myself have only worked on a few of the units, so I'm sure there are many more. I made a dark joke one day to one of the old-time doctors that the hospital was built in an old Indian burial ground, as it has so much activity there. And he responded that indeed it is. Who knows if he is right, but all of Santa Clarita has had Indian tribes situated throughout the valley for thousands of years. In fact, we were one of the main trading hubs, if not the main trading hub, from tribes spanning down into Mexico, all the way up to Canada. I can't validate the Indian burial ground part, but the stories I related to you here, I either experienced myself or spoke with the Asian person firsthand who had just experienced something themselves, except for TCU, but there again, I used first-hand accounts. I grew up in the great state of Utah. As many know, this state has a rich and glorified history of Native Americans who have lived on the North American soil for generations. I'm going to tell you about my experiences with a ghostly apparition, a series of unusual chants I heard while camping at the famous Uneta National Forest, and even a ghost dog. The climate of Utah is more diverse than you would think. We have areas of lush vegetation, forests, and other greener parts of the state in the north, and in the south, we have dry, barren deserts. This first story is about what my grandfather witnessed when he was driving late at night on the road. This was in St. George, Utah. My grandfather was always a very straight-laced person, never drank, never smoked, always got enough sleep, and had a good head on his shoulders. The reason why I'm mentioning this is to explain what he saw that night. He was driving late at night, where there were barely any cars on the road, In fact, it seemed like he was the only one driving on this road. It was pitch black, and the only visibility he had was from his headlights that shine across the road. He had been driving on the same road for about 15 minutes, a road that was completely isolated in the middle of nowhere. Out of nowhere, he saw what looked to be a Native American man standing in the middle of the road from the distance. He slowed down immediately after he saw this, fearing he would hit the man. As he got closer, the Native American man disappeared. Now, he knew it wasn't his imagination. The man looked real to him, at least from afar. His mind wasn't playing tricks on him, and he swore to this day he wasn't tired. He knew what he saw. My grandfather was so floored by the whole event, he had to pause for a second and pull off to the side of the road. Where he stopped was where he saw the man. There was absolutely nothing and no one there. No homes in the area, just desert and a long winding road at night. There was no way he could explain it. This was also in the 1960s, and St. George was way smaller than it is now, a population around 5,000. My grandpa is still alive, in his 90s, and he hasn't given up on the authenticity of his story. He swears he saw a real ghost, and I'm convinced he will take his story to his grave. As for my experience, my family went camping in the UNHEARD National Forest, where we set up a tent deep in the woods. I remember it was a fantastic time, just me, my dad, and my brother. We heard nothing but the sounds of nature, and were truly enjoying our time alone from civilization. It was getting later in the night, and so we set up a campfire. It might have been around 11 p.m. at night, when my brother, my dad, and I all heard what sounded like a ghostly chant, almost sounding like a group of Native Americans. It sounded almost as if the chants were as low as gorillas chanting to us, which was unusual, because gorillas definitely don't live in Utah, and I couldn't think of an animal that could make such a deep voice. And not only that, but multiple voices chanting at once. What made it so eerie was that it wasn't frantic. The chants had a peacefulness to it. But of course, we were all freaked out. It was definitely not a comforting chant, but it wasn't boisterous. So anyway, my dad told me and my brother to get into the tent to sleep at night, because my dad was genuinely concerned that maybe there were dangerous people out there trying to scare us. The chants only lasted for about a minute, and it eventually went dead silent, and we never heard it again. I think my dad must have waited outside the tent with the campfire for an hour or two, just to make sure everything was okay. He eventually went back into the tent himself. However, that night of bizarre events were far from being over. As we were sleeping, my dad said that he was awakened by the sound of rustling leaves. He woke up and noticed from the inside of his tent a shadow on the other side, as in when you are in a tent and you see someone or something's shadow move by. He immediately jumped out of the tent to investigate, but there was nobody there. He thought nothing of it, and then went back to bed. On the third night after camping, we went to bed as usual, and this time, I experienced the same occurrence. Instead of it being a shadow of what my dad thought was a person, it seemed to be of a creature. My guess was a dog, because the shadow shape looked to be of that. It could have been a bear, because the shadow was small from seeing it move from inside of the tent. I immediately woke my dad up, and he went out, and again, nothing. Not sure what to make of all these events, but
I'm certain there's more than meets the eye. I had a strange thing happen to me once when I was in the Philippines visiting family. The home I stayed in was part of a group of 3 homes around a central courtyard and a shared restroom and shower facility with the other 2 houses. My family showed me around the place the day I arrived, and then told me to be careful when going outside at night because there was a ghost that haunted the area. My reaction, of course, was yeah, right, because I just knew they were messing with me. My 3rd night there, I wasn't feeling well and needed to go to the restroom a lot more than usual. Don't drink the water in the Philippines, by the way. So I ended up going out to the restroom facility late at night. The restroom facility was on the far side of the courtyard from the house I was staying in, and around the side of one of the other houses. And it was very dark, because the lights were out in all of the houses, and the nearest street light was pretty far away. I was on my way back from the restroom, and just as I walked into the courtyard, what felt like a force grabbed me from behind. It was such an odd feeling, like a major resistance pushing me back, almost like going against gravity. To clarify, I don't mean literally. It was just an overwhelming pressure, but I could feel the energy around me so strongly, it's hard to explain exactly. I ended up turning around and going in the opposite direction to an empty field that bordered the courtyard, because something was almost pulling me in that direction, like there were hands on my body. I say something because it felt like a force grabbing me on my arms. This force seemed to disappear when I got closer to the field. I shifted my body around, and all of a sudden, I saw this solid black human shape from a few feet away, not moving, just a black mass silhouette that I could identify as a human, if that makes sense. I took off running towards the home and looking over my shoulder again, and the black shadow was gone. I burst into the home, and apparently I screamed. I don't remember even doing it, but I'm not surprised, and I'm not ashamed, because people were coming out of their bedrooms to see what was going on. I told everyone what happened, and they all took it in stride. One cousin even said, "Oh yeah, that happens." I was really freaked out, and didn't sleep the rest of that night, and I didn't go out at night alone for the rest of the time I was there. I did some reading and asked some questions since then, and the answer I got most often was that I was an evil spirit. From what I've read and been told, these are paranormal entities that are angry, evil, and seek to harm people. Sometimes they used to be human, but others were never human. When I ask what they were if they weren't human, I hear the word demon tossed around quite often. Regardless, there are many stories similar to mine where a black shadow or human shape has grabbed a person, and I just wanted to tell you about my experience. Maybe someone else has had this kind of experience as well. I grew up in a hip stone-roof farmhouse that used to belong to my grandparents. We lived in a German-American neighborhood, and many farmhouses had a quaint old country sensibility, with the main living space a flight of stairs up from the entrance. Like many older homes, ours was large in size, but broken up into small rooms. One such room was my grandmother's old pantry, just off the kitchen. My parents had turned half of it into a small home office, with a desk for the telephone, back in the day of one telephone per household, next to a window that looked out into our backyard. When I was very small, I used to enjoy looking out of our windows at night, making wishes on stars, watching sparkling waves of snow fall through the glow of our yard light, waiting for my dad to come in from his evening milking chores in the barn, occasionally finding surprises
like the summer evening that a huge green Luna moth came to rest on the window of the door. This small, close telephone room frightened me, but I enjoyed the backyard evening view, so I'd bravely venture into the room, crawl up into the chair next to the window, and look outside. One evening, I had a desire to look out the telephone room window. As usual, I was somewhat apprehensive about entering the little room, but my curiosity overcame my anxiety. I took a deep breath and prepared to step over the threshold from the warm light of the kitchen into the darkness. As I did, I looked into the window, and there I saw, staring right back at me, the wizened face of an old man, hovering in midair. He was partially bald and had a long handlebar mustache, and he had a furious, even hateful expression. I remember screaming in terror and running outside into the arms of my perplexed mother, crying that a scary old man was floating outside. I remember my mother wondering if I'd seen a frightening program on television and had let my imagination run away with me. I was understandably afraid to venture into that room for a while. The fear and the memory of that night faded away. To the extent that I remembered my experience at all, I tended to explain it in terms of a vivid imagination, and I never had another experience like that in that room. Many years later, when I was a teen, I was sitting at the dinner table with my parents as they were reminiscing about their childhoods, their earliest memories. My father said that one of his earliest memories was of his father's original home, a small wooden home that once stood a short distance away from our farmhouse. He said that he remembered his grandfather dying and being laid out in the parlor of that little home, as was a common occurrence in that rural neighborhood, even in the 20s. "What do you remember about your grandfather?" my mother asked. "He was an old man, mean and strict. We kids were afraid of him. He didn't have a lot of hair, but he did have one of those old-fashioned handlebar mustaches," Dad replied. I felt the hair rise in the back of my neck as I suddenly remembered that vision of my early childhood. My name is Lena, and I'm from Malta. I was looking at your site because I have a ghost story I wanted to share with you. About 8 years ago, I was living with my ex-boyfriend, who had recently changed the house at the time. The home was about 50 years old, and as we were fast asleep, maybe it was between 2:30 and 3 in the morning, I began to slightly wake up, because although I was not fully awake in my head, I was hearing some noises like I had a metal bucket in my yard, which was near the bedroom, like someone was dragging it. Then the wardrobe doors began like someone was shutting and opening them. The wardrobe was by the wall on the side where I was sleeping. I want to remind you that by then, I was still not fully awake. And then I could hear near my ear like people talking. Remember, I was half awake until all of a sudden, I was fully awake, and at the end of the bed, I saw 2 figures of 2 men, and although it was dark in the room, I saw them clearly. When I saw this, I was in awe, and I rose on my ankles, and these 2 figures, as I already told you, were of 2 men. One was young, and the other was older, and they were wearing white robes, and on their heads they had these white turbans, and they had no feet. They half turned and looked at me, and then they went forward like in a slow motion, and began to fade, until they vanished through the wall. I was not frightened at all. I swear that I was fully awake when I saw them, and in the morning, I told my ex-boyfriend, who did not see nothing, because only me they had woken up, and he didn't believe me, but I know for sure that it happened. To this day, I don't know who they were. Excuse me for my poor English. Throughout the years, I've had many experiences with things I've never been able to explain. I'll share some of them here. This is the first one I have a memory of. When I was very small, about 5 years old, we lived with my grandmother while our house was being built. I always felt warm and protected in that home. I never was afraid. Even though my room was at the top of very narrow stairs and was under the eaves of the attic, I never feared anything in that room. One night, there was a terrible thunderstorm, and I remember dreaming that there was a fire under my parents' bed. I woke up screaming and ran into their room. I kept telling my father that there was a fire under the bed. They did their best to explain that it was only a nightmare and that there was no fire. My father even got out of bed, pulled up the covers, looked under the bed, and promised that there was no fire. I eventually fell back to sleep in the bed with them. An hour or so later, I had the dream again, but the fire was bigger. I started screaming again and woke my parents. This time, however, there was the distinct smell of burning wiring, and indeed, the floorboards under the bed had started to smolder. Luckily for all of us, my father was able to shut off the electricity and stop the fire before it truly started. The only damage was replacing some wiring and a few floorboards. From that point on, though, my parents always listened to me when I had an unusual dream or saw something out of the ordinary. This, though, was the scariest thing my parents witnessed when I just turned 5 years old. We always had the attic stairs open. Apparently, I'd sneaked into our attic for multiple days, and when my parents would catch me playing in the attic, they would ask me why I kept going up there. I would tell them that the old man in the attic was lonely, and he wanted a friend, so I continued to talk to him to keep him company. This clearly startled my parents, and after the fire incident and the dreams that I had, they wanted to get to the bottom of this. They continuously asked me, "Where is this man?" So I would point at the corner in the attic and say, "He's staring at you. He's very mad you ignored him." It was at this point we had a priest come bless the home because it really seemed like a massive negative energy was in the home. I even remember getting a witch psychic to come and investigate, to talk to whoever the man was and get an idea. So we did get a spirit session, and she talked with the spirits. The psychic said she felt a man named Jim was burned to death in this home. With what I said about having dreams of the home burning, it was a man in his early 60s. So we got a spirit box, and the psychic asked if Jim was there. He confirmed and said fire truck 4 or 5 times, then smoke, and I was smoked. The psychic then asked the spirit if it died a bad death, and the spirit box said, "Are you kidding?" She asked again. He said yes. You can't make this stuff up. If you ever played with a spirit box before, you know that spirits communicate with their energy to create statements through radio frequencies and whatnot. What we were able to discern was that there was probably a fire in this home, and that this old man was caught in it. We don't know much aside from that, but this whole experience was spooky. This was back in 2009. I've been reading all these great ghost stories, and now I feel it is safe to share mine. Being a paramedic literally saved my life. Before becoming one at age 34, I was always a troublemaker, getting into physical fights as a kid and early adult, rebelling against parents, doing lots of hard drugs, and ultimately doing a stint as a drug dealer. I was a real pain in the rear. I'm 44 now, and have completely turned my life around. Eventually, I got arrested for possession and spent 6 years in prison at the age of 24. Prison life was a lot worse than I could have ever imagined. It's not like they say it is in the movies. Ironically enough, though, I had a prison mate who ended up becoming one of my best friends, Sam. Sam was about 8 years older than me and did time for attempted murder. He once walked in on his sister getting abused by her boyfriend, grabbed a bat, and beat the man in the face until he became severely deformed. He ended up surviving both permanent injuries sustained. Sam was a good guy, but he had a bit of a temper issue, and it only really came out when he felt like he or his loved ones were in true danger. So, Sam was always a bit of a protector, even to a fault. Sam and I would always have these profound conversations, as my cell was next to his. The last conversation we ever had, he told me that the stuff that I was doing was too petty, and he didn't want to see me throw my life away. I remember him distinctly asking me who I wanted to be, and I always just said I don't know. He suggested a paramedic because he saw me as a healer, figuratively and literally. He made me promise him that when I got out, I would straighten my life out. When I asked him what he was going to do when he got out, he just laughed at me and said, "Kid, it's my time to go." At first, I didn't really think much about his statement. I thought he meant he was getting out of prison soon, but he got 10 years and was serving his 5. That's when I realized what he really meant. He was going to permanently exit this world. So I go to bed that night, and before I end up drifting off, I say to Sam, "Good night." The next thing he said is something I'll never forget for as long as I live. Sam said to me, "See you later." The next morning I called for Sam, but he wasn't responding. A prison guard came by and noticed that he wasn't breathing. Before I knew it, my best friend, Sam, was gone. Little did I know, though, that Sam would reappear in my dreams and as an apparition in jail. Yes, my jail cell. So, in my dream, I'm a free man. I'm in this empty, narrow white hallway, sorta hard to describe, but the entire hallway looked like it had clouds surrounding it. At the end of the hallway, I see Sam. He looks in great shape, about 10 years younger, and is wearing a white suit to match the hallway. He's just smiling. As I continue to walk down the long hallway, I approach Sam though, and that's when he slowly starts to disappear. I suddenly fall down to my knees and yell, "Why did you do this, Sam? Why? Your sister needs you." Suddenly, I wake up and I'm in my jail cell. This is late at night. Felt like it was midnight. That was when I saw a black shadow as I was adjusting my eyes. At first, I couldn't believe it, but it was the shadow and silhouette of a man. Somehow, I instantly knew that this man was Sam. I then watched as the shadow slowly moved away and disappeared down the hallway of the jail. Nobody was around at the time, and it definitely wasn't a prison guard, for the obvious reason being, prison guards don't look like dark shadows and silhouettes. So, fast forward a few years later, and unfortunately, I relapsed into a bad drug habit after getting out of prison, getting addicted to the powder. This was the last and final straw that led me to focus on my life and pursue my paramedic career. I end up taking a hit and almost dying entirely. I remember taking one last hit of the powder, passing out, and not waking up for hours. At this time, I was rushed to the hospital because I was on the verge of losing my life. Apparently, I flatlined and became medically dead at the same time, but I came back to life. In that moment, it seemed as if it was an out-of-body experience. I could see myself in the hospital bed, and suddenly, I was in this light room, just like the dream I had in prison. There was Sam again. Sam looked at me, grinned, but didn't say a word to me. My old dog Spot was right next to him, who had previously died when I was a kid. My favorite dog in the world, Spot, was a black lab. There was an overwhelming peace that came over me, and everything felt so good in the moment. It was a feeling that I didn't want to escape. Suddenly, I regained consciousness, and I'm back in the hospital bed, in tremendous pain. That's when the doctor told me I had basically died, and I was shocked. So, fast forward a couple more years, I finally became a paramedic. I turned my life completely around, and I truly believe that Sam was responsible. I believe that I did see Sam in the afterlife, through spirit communication in my dreams, and also the black outline I saw in the prison. I remember what he said about trying to be a medic, and it just sort of resonated with me. I did want to help people in the end, and it was the best decision I ever made. These days I wonder how Sam would have been if he was still with us, but I'm sure he would have been proud of me now. When I almost died, it was the ultimate wake-up call. In some deranged way, I think Sam was responsible for it. Thanks for reading my story. I know it's a bit unbelievable, but I promise you, this all happened. I know I don't need to prove to anyone that this really happened to me, but I truly believe that Sam is my guardian angel watching over me. I believe that he gave me a second chance at life, maybe because he believed in my potential. Thank you, Sam. I'll never forget you. I have one last story for now to tell you. I was born in 1955, so I went to high school starting in 1970. Needless to say, the fashion and hairstyles I liked were very different from those which my mother was used to. We frequently had clashes over these things. Also, from the get-go of my life, I'd always been interested in things like camping, fishing, hiking, and nature in general. My mother, to say the least, was disappointed, because she had always envisioned having a daughter who was interested in clothes, makeup, and flirting with boys. I just wasn't the daughter she had envisioned. I ended up working in forensics for years, and I do believe she was proud of me during the last 20 years of her life. The year and a half after my father had intentionally left this earth, and she died, were filled with sadness for us both. Looking back, if I had known then what I know now, I would have done things differently. But that is Monday morning quarterbacking. I did the best I could to take care of us both during that time, but I feel like I could have done better, and I regretted it after she had passed on. First, I distinctly remember seeing my dad's ghost sitting in his favorite chair of the old house that we lived in, and the one that I own today. One day, I was in the kitchen and looked over to the chair. That was when I saw a gray cloud literally sitting in the chair for a few seconds, then slowly disappear. I tried to blink my eyes to see if I was just imagining things, but then something crazy happened right after. The picture of my dad that I had hanging on the wall somehow fell to the ground without explanation. I was shocked, and that's when I instantly put two and two together. I took it as a comforting sign that my dad was making sure I was okay, even if at the time, it still terrified me. Things weren't always so pleasant with the hauntings, though. I would constantly hear the sounds of boots thumping upstairs in the middle of the night, always at the same time, for weeks on and off. I wanted to believe it was my dad then too, but he never wore boots, and I don't think he would intentionally scare me off if he knew I was frightened. I remember hearing whispering in my dad's former room, and it sounded demonic, low, like multiple people talking to each other. I was always alone and by myself when these things would happen, so I know it wasn't just me hearing things. In that very same room, in the middle of my sleep, I once heard heavy breathing coming from the closet. I jumped out of my bed, opened the closet door to make sure nothing was there. I was right, nothing at all. When I had my son at age 25, years after my dad died, he was 4 years old at the time, said he made friends with the old man in a fedora hat. This really shocked me, because my dad loved fedoras. He would wear them constantly during life, and even collected them as a hobby. My dad also smoked cigars a lot, and sometimes a light fog, would mysteriously appear in his room without the windows open. At times I would get paranoid and think that the house was smoking. Honestly though, I'm not sure if this was paranormal fog, but everything else is 100% paranormal to me. Now on to my mother. Unfortunately, I never had any obvious hauntings from my mother that were as obvious as my dad's. Sometimes I could swear I saw her face looking into the window of the front door, but because it wasn't clear, I wasn't sure if that was just my mind. One night, not too many months after she had died, I dreamt of her. Framing this photo in my dream were white and red lacy strands, as in a Valentine's Day card. As I viewed this picture in my dream, I heard her tell me I love you. Her voice radiated nothing but 100% love. It was as if she was saying to me, I know we had our differences when I was with you, but I can see things so much more clearly from where I am now, and so I want to tell you now I love you. This was a very intense dream, and I do believe it was a message from my mother. The memory of this dream has been a great comfort to me. I've been a fan of this site for years, so here's one of my stories. When I was young, my dad's mother and her second husband, not my grandmother, lived in a 1920s vintage flat-top stucco house in West Orlando. My brother and I both spent nights over there. The room in which we would sleep had a bed that was, from a 4-year-old's perspective, about a mid-chest high. I remember when I was about 4 years old walking into that room one day and seeing this white-haired lady in the bed. I remember she had dark eyes and a prominent curved nose with large nostrils. I remember that she and I looked at one another. She seemed to want something from me, but I didn't know what that could be. She was not either malevolent nor cuddly like my grandmother. She seemed to be a business-like person who didn't hesitate to ask the nearest person around to help. In other words, a matter-of-fact person. I believe at that point, I turned and left the room. To the best of my knowledge, my grandmother never had anyone like this stay in her home. As I got older, I remember my mother talking about my step-grandmother's mother, who had lived with them for some time. During one of these conversations, I said that I remembered her, thinking of the older lady that I'd seen in that bed. My mother said there was no way I could remember her, since she died before I was born. I never brought this up with Mother again, and since then, my mother has passed. I still can't help but wonder who that lady was. I've been to Church Road with a group of my friends. It's located at Church Street in Burt Road in Michigan.
It is haunted. Where the house used to be has been torn down. The temperature will change about 10 to 20 degrees. We tried to test the ghost, so we put my friend's Jeep in neutral, and it was pushed uphill by something. The red eyes are true. If you walk outside your car, he will follow behind you. We also had handprints down the side of our vehicle. We went out there every night for a week and experienced something every night. I've lived in Hillsdale County all my life, and my friend lives right down the road from the cemetery on Burt Road. The truth, it's haunted. I've never seen the sign change, but I will agree that the people who are buried there are not at rest. There are a lot of people who died there of murder, offing themselves, and accidents. I've seen people walk through there at night, and you just get an angry, uneasy feeling about the whole place. You also have to remember that right behind the cemetery is a gravel pit where a woman drowned while swimming out there with her friends. I love the ghost hunt, and I've seen spirits since I was little. I also know that the one on Church Road is not a nice man. I've watched him make one of the people that were in my car very sick, and she didn't get better until we got off the road. The legend is that you have to enter from Holcomb Road, and you have to exit from Holcomb Road. If you don't, he will follow you home. We tried that one night, and he didn't follow us home, but something did, because we woke up to a little girl singing one day, like legit singing, and then we went back. I can't make this stuff up, and I promise you, this is 100% factual. There is a ghostly presence that many have reported as a man who just lingers in that area. I haven't been out there in years, but I'm planning to go back there in a few weeks to see if things have changed since they started building a home on the old foundation where the house used to be. I grew up in a city in southern Ontario, and I've had several encounters with paranormal activity. When I was 8 years old, my mother and my brother had moved into a single-family home that was attached in the front to a store for clothing alterations and such. The home was built in the 1930s, and I was unaware as what the history of the home was. However, there was always the strong feeling on the back of my neck that I was being watched in a way that made me feel horrid and vulnerable. There were certain parts of the home that had felt more evil than the whole house felt. The first part was the stairs going to the basement, and the upstairs bathroom made my stomach turn. I always felt eyes of anger on my neck. My little brother, who was 6 years old at the time, and I were rollerblading in the basement that was not developed enough to be a problem with the rollerblades. There was a separate room in the corner that had a glass pane door, and we had never gone into that room as it was just really creepy. We both very suddenly stopped blading and both looked to the glass paned window, and we both had seen a clear apparition of an older man who had the evil look in his eyes, just like we always felt, looking at the back of our necks. We ran upstairs with the blades on to tell our mom. She refused to go look, as she then admitted to having the same fear in the home. We did move out within 6 months, as it seemed to be getting worse with things going missing, and my Barbie dolls going missing for weeks, and then re-showing itself mutilated. It just felt horrid to be there for all of us. As an adult, I'd share that story with a woman that I had met, and she knew exactly which house I'd spoken of. I showed her the exact home, and she said that the home had been a funeral parlor. The home was evil, and I could never go into it again.
I live in a 2-story townhome. It was the middle of July, and it was very hot in Kansas City. I was sleeping on the couch downstairs, as the upstairs is hot in the summer months. I was sleeping, and I remember a low, heavy, dark voice saying I must help Laura, my cousin, understand. I woke up startled by the deepness of the voice. You could even say a little bit scared. My dog, which hardly ever barks, was looking into the kitchen and growling, and then slowly he started to bark. He was watching something, and when I looked in the direction he was looking, of course I couldn't see anything. The light from the outside street lamp was beaming through the window, so it was somewhat light. He started to back away and follow the presence into the den, and then to the wall that was straight across from me. He was watching something, but of course, I still couldn't see anything. But from the way I woke up, in a startled state, I was somewhat scared to move. Like an idiot, I just stayed still and watched my dog follow this presence that only he could sense. He then started to go to the door, located on the wall across from me, and which opens to my garage, growling at the door. He would back up and then move closer, and then he started to smell under the door. Still, I was too afraid to move. I just stayed there and watched. Within 5 to 10 minutes of this, the presence seemed to have left. My dog stopped growling and was going from the kitchen to the wall, into the door again, and again, as if to look for something. Finally, he gave up and just curled up at my feet, which have not moved an inch this whole time, and fell asleep. Feeling now that the presence had left the room, I went to the door, which led to my garage, and pushed on it to make sure the door was closed. Once again stating what an idiot I am, I did not dare to open the door. However, I didn't really have a choice, because that was when the door cracked open just enough that I could see the face and a body of a bloodied lady in a black robe. It appeared for 40 seconds, and I saw her long enough to make out that she had to be a nun. I just remember her face looking so badly bruised and beaten, as if she was hit with a bat or something damaging enough to give her a black eye. I turned away in fright, then opened the door completely to see that nobody was there anymore. It was like it appeared in a flash of lightning, then was gone. Just to give you some background on my house, the door that goes to my garage does not have a lock in it. Yes, this is dangerous, for if my garage door is open, anybody could just walk in, right into my house. Maybe this nun I saw was really a homeless person. Maybe it was someone who was trying to rob the house, but since they saw me, they fled. Nothing was stolen. Everything was in one piece. Feeling somewhat safe that the presence had left, I joined my dog and soon fell asleep. In the morning I awoke, went upstairs to take a shower, and dressed for work. When I came downstairs, I gathered up all my things and opened the door which leads to my garage, and stood there in total amazement. My garage door was wide open. I left the door open all night and morning. I truly feel my spirit guide was trying to warn me, and I was too stupid and too afraid to listen to him. As I drove to work, I thanked him for trying to warn me, and I promised to try and listen more carefully next time. The reality sank in that I could have been robbed or beaten. Yes, today I'm buying a chain lock for that door and installing it right away. In hindsight, I wish I would have been more accepting of the events that were happening to me. If this has taught me anything, it's to stop, slow down, and listen to the ones who are trying to help me. As a youngster,
I was playing with my toys in the lounge, and suddenly, I had this great feeling of fright around me. So I went running into my mother, who was washing the dishes. She told me not to be frightened, as there was nothing to be frightened of. So she assured me and took me back into the lounge to carry on playing. But as she walked back to carry on washing, she saw a figure standing still in the hallway. It looked as though it appeared to be a monk in a brown habit, with his face covered by his hood. All you could see was his feet, which had sandals on. My mother walked towards it, and it disappeared into my mother's bedroom. But my mother always said how I must have sensed the presence of this ghost. Another time in the same house, it was nighttime, and I couldn't sleep, so I was just looking into space when 3 squares appeared on the wall. I thought that it must have been some kind of light shining in from the window, knowing full well that no light normally shines through, as we had blinds and curtains up at the window. I kept on staring at the squares on the wall. They didn't move or anything, but I felt really frightened like in the other story. I must have fell asleep, thinking about the lights on the wall. In the morning, when I awoke, the first thing I did was get out of my bed and go straight to the wall, hoping in the back of my mind that there wouldn't be any kind of marks on the wall where the square was. But I was wrong. Where the squares were, there were deep lined marks, like holes that were pressed into the wall around where the shapes were. They looked almost like claw marks and definitely weren't there before. There is no logical explanation for this story, not that I can explain anyway. It was not possible for any light to come through the curtains, and there were no other kind of lights or anything on in the room or in the house. I've tried to come up with some sort of explanation, and I don't have one, and that happened about 23 years ago. I've had some strange and incredible experiences over the years. Just posted one in the last batch. Some of them I haven't sorted out how to share yet, but the following experiences are pretty strange. My roommate and I were living in a Seattle neighborhood called Capitol Hill. Our apartment building, the Ben Lamont, was built in 1910, and my apartment overlooked a little park area with a long retaining wall in the back. One night, I must have fallen into a deep sleep as soon as I went to bed. When I woke up the next day, I immediately told my roommate about a disturbing dream, that a menacing, sinister black figure had climbed out of a hole in the ground, right against the retaining wall. He seemed full of rage and anger, and was coming closer and closer to our window, and meant real harm. It was a very real, fearful thing. After hearing my dream, my roommate said she tried to wake me up soon after I went to sleep, but I was out cold. She said she heard something like a gunshot outside in the park and walked through a darkened apartment to the living room's bay window to see if she could see anything. She said she saw a man who was built like a tank, but fitting the physical description of the man in my room to a T. He appeared to be staring up at her. For whatever reason, I don't understand why she did this, considering she thought she heard a gunshot, but she shined a flashlight on him. When she did, she could no longer see him. Although she saw everything else, the trees, the ground, bushes, everything where she was standing was illuminated, but he had vanished. When she covered the light, there he was again. I guess she did this a few times until he really vanished. Very, very strange. Another time I was staying in an artist's loft in San Francisco that was in a really creepy area on Market Street and 6th. I was in bed, just starting to get the semi-lucid feeling, when I woke with a frightened gasp. The only way to describe it is a flash vision. I thought for sure my throat had been slashed with a deep, long knife from left to right, and all this blood was pouring. I remember sitting up gasping, knowing it was fatal. Then on the news the next day, chills went up my spine when the anchor person said that someone's throat had been slashed at a hotel on 6th Street, right around the corner from where I was staying. Somehow, I must have picked up on the victim's fear, anxiety, and shock. Not really a ghost story, but still weird. Another time, a friend and I had an interconnecting dream. I dreamt one part, and she dreamt the other. They matched perfectly, and since we both dreamt this right before we were waking up, we assumed we had these dreams at the same time. I think I was about 7 when I first started seeing things in my house and around my neighborhood. The first time I saw something was when my sister and I were sharing a room. I knew that I always felt something in the room, but I never saw anything, so I really paid no mind. Then one day, while I was sitting in my room, I looked up and saw an image by my door. I don't know exactly what it was, but I know that I was scared. Over the next couple of days, I would hear things in my room, like people walking, the doorknob would jiggle, and things would just tip over. When I talked to my mom about these things, she told me not to be scared of them, just tell them to go away. The next night, I was sitting on my bed, and I heard somebody walking around. I did what my mom told me, and told it to go away. It didn't work. The sound became closer, and an image began to appear. At first I was kind of scared, but when I saw what the image was, I wasn't so scared anymore. It was a little girl, about 5 years old, who was lost. She was just staring at me for a while, and then she just sat down on the bed next to me. She was sitting next to me for about 2 minutes, and then she was just gone. For a few years, I wouldn't see anything, just hear things. When my older sister moved out, my sister and I finally had our own rooms. I stayed in our original room, and my sister moved to my other sister's old room. For a couple of months, things were cool, and then my sister woke up in the middle of the night and asked if she could sleep with me. The next morning, when I asked her why she slept with me, she told me it was because she was hearing people talking from the closet. Me and her had to switch rooms because she wouldn't sleep in her room. The first night, nothing happened, but the second night was completely different. I was hearing whispering and footsteps. At first, I thought I was scaring myself, but when I heard someone ask why my sister and I switched rooms, I knew I wasn't imagining it. At first, everyone thought I was making it up, but when I told my grandma about it, she looked at me as if she were surprised. She told me that I wasn't the only one in the family to be able to hear and see things. It was something that actually ran in my family. After that, things started happening more. People would talk to me. I would feel them touch my arm, face, or even feet when I was sleeping. And sometimes, I could feel someone sitting at the end of my bed. I think when I really got scared was when I decided to sleep with my light on so nothing would bother me. But when someone said turn the light off, that was it. I ran to my mom's room and fell asleep on the edge of her bed. That was the last time anything happened to me for about a year. I thought it was just something I went through, but when I turned 14, it got bad. Not only was I seeing things at home, but I was seeing them outside occasionally. I learned not to say anything, because when I would, people would just laugh at me. My family and I became aware of a particular area of a supposed haunting in the Jamestown, North Carolina area. We were intrigued by the article and wanted to investigate, even though we are people of faith. The article, which made us aware of the haunting, was in a local magazine and caught my two sons' attention after my wife read the article in a restaurant. The article described the following. In the 1920s, there was an accident in Jamestown near a certain bridge underpass involving two high school students returning from the local prom. From time to time, locals have reported driving by the area where the accident occurred and spotting a young woman dressed nicely standing by the roadside, needing a lift. The stories tell of a young woman named Linda entering the car and describing where she needed to be dropped. Upon nearing the destination, she vanishes. Of course, my wife and I are skeptical, to say the least, so, unaware of any peril, or should I say for a lack of knowledge or fear, we thought we would investigate with our two young sons, of 5 and 8 years. We arrived at the location, which is off the main road into the woods, about 100 yards. There is an old stone-blocked railroad underpass, located next to the now regularly used underpass. Both of the underpasses have been covered with graffiti in tribute to the stories of Lydia. The old underpass, however, has been overgrown with ivy and weeds and is relatively secluded to say the least. Nevertheless, we were determined to investigate despite the spooky nature of the claims. As we entered the underpass, the air became distinctly colder, which we all noticed. We all felt frightened and left after only a few moments. We got in our car and drove home. We thought nothing of the event until that evening. Strange things began to occur at about 2 a.m. Of all things, an old woody doll with a pull string began to speak in a toy box and would not stop. The electric van door opened and closed several times without any provocation. My boys thought someone was in their room. We thought we were frightened from our prior experiences and let our logical minds control. The house still seemed strange to me, and I had difficulty sleeping, even though my male ego would not let me admit my fear. Time went by, and although the supposed haunting events were less traumatic, they nevertheless continued for about a month. It came time for the van to have a regular tune-up, and we took it to the dealership. When my wife returned with the van, the trouble ceased. I don't know what we experienced exactly over that period in 2001, but it seemed real. My wife and I still question the validity of our haunting, but our youngest son still maintains that Megan, as he refers to her, often talked to him and was very nice. Anyway, it's a nice little story we often tell family members who don't think we're lost on cozy evenings. Hope you will enjoy. I used to work at this daycare center that only stayed in business for 2 years. The building that we worked in had many owners and many businesses, but never stayed in business for longer than 2 years. Usually, bankruptcy would follow. Anyway, I had worked there for about a year and had always been scared of the back of the building. There was a long dark corridor that always gave me the chills, and I always felt like I was being watched. I had the early morning shift, so I had to be there at 6:30 and get ready for the kids to arrive. One morning, I had an infant who was only 4 months old and was asleep at the time of the incident. We were in our room, and I was writing out papers for the rest of the day when I saw a toy out of the corner of my eye being thrown across the room. I didn't think anything of it and played it off as my imagination until a week later when another coworker told me what happened to her. She was in the sleep room changing a child's diaper when she looked right and saw a little girl standing there staring at her. She looked back at the child she was changing and back, and the little girl had vanished. There were no children besides the one she was changing in the room with her. It freaked her out, and when she told me, freaked me out, because then I realized that the toy that I saw thrown across the room wasn't my imagination. Neither one of us had another experience, but those two were enough for us. I was a staff assistant in my sophomore year at St. Michael's. What this meant was basically, I watched the doors coming into one of the dorms to make sure that the only people coming in were the residents. I sat at a desk from 11 p.m. to 4 a.m. a couple of nights a week. One night, I was making the rounds from floor to floor to make sure all was relatively quiet. I got to the top floor of the building, and that is, of course, when the proverbial strange things started to happen. I began walking down the hall, and I heard the wind howling through the recycling room on the floor. It had been a quiet night weather-wise, so this was a little odd. I passed it off as some random New England weather patterns and continued to walk on. When I stepped in front of the first resident's door, it started to rattle like someone was going to come out. I stopped and waited, but the door just kept rattling, so I moved on. Then, the next door on the other side of the hall started to rattle as I passed in front of it, and then another door started to rattle also. Now there were 3 doors all rattling away, and it only started when I walked in front of them. I hadn't done this earlier in the evening, and I was wide awake, so it wasn't my imagination. What really startled me was all of a sudden, in the midst of all this door action, I had a feeling that someone was right behind me. I turned around me, and from the distance, I could have sworn I saw the fading image of a priest in all black slowly fade, but the doors kept on shaking, and the wind was screaming. So I ran the rest of the way down the hall and back downstairs to my desk. A check of the outside revealed that the weather was perfectly calm. I believe this is the oldest dorm on campus, so who knows what otherworldly beings reside there. The other thing that happened to me while I was there was sort of a strange religious experience, and I'm probably one of the last people something like this would happen to. I was driving home from my then boyfriend's, now husband's house, and heading back to my dorm at St. Mike's. I was at a stoplight, alone in the car, when I heard this deep, low, and gravelly male voice tell me that the second coming was going to happen soon. The voice filled me with dread and danger. It sounded like a lot like a voice that had been altered to sound lower, like when documentaries try to disguise voices of the people they interview. The light turned green, and I drove off. I then looked into the mirror without thinking, and I could have sworn I saw the same priest from the hall sitting in the back seat of the car. I stopped the car immediately, looked back, and nobody was there. I felt like I was going crazy because I knew I saw someone in the back seat of my car. About 2 minutes later, I started to think about what just happened and got very scared. I talked to one of the priests at school the next day, and he felt this was a normal experience within the realm of St. Michael's. Partially because it was getting near Christmas time, and partially because he felt the campus was a center for both good and evil, the good being the chapel on campus, and the bad being the portal that was never shot in the boys' dormitory. He confirmed the story about the pentagram and my location discretion without me bringing it up. I've heard this godly voice once or twice since the original incident, but not to the degree that I heard that night. I once heard of an experience my boyfriend had in that same chapel. He told me that on one occasion he was alone. He walked into the chapel, and under the huge statue, he saw two figures in cloaks praying silently under the statue. He's a complete skeptic when it comes to hauntings, and he insisted that there was nobody there at the time. When I was 7 years old, my parents, my sister, and I lived in a home that was a one-story house that sat way back from the street. My aunt used to babysit us when my parents were away at work. Anytime I got into trouble, my aunt would make me go into a little bedroom in the back of our house, and she would make me stay in there for hours at a time. I never knew why, but I was definitely afraid of that room, and the whole time I was in there, I would hide under the blankets too afraid to move until she came to let me out. One day, while I was playing in the yard, I found out why I was so afraid of that room. While I was outside playing with my toys, I suddenly got the feeling that I was being watched. I looked around me, but I didn't see anybody. I went back to playing, but I just couldn't shake that watched feeling. I turned to look at the house to see if maybe my aunt or sister was around, and I saw a woman in the bathroom window watching me. I know it wasn't my aunt or sister because they both have very dark hair, and the woman in the window had very light-colored hair. I don't know what to do. I was afraid to move. I stayed outside for the rest of the afternoon because I didn't want to go into the house. When my mom came home that day, I finally went inside. I didn't say anything to my mom or anyone about what I had seen. I was worried that they wouldn't believe me, so I kept quiet. My sister and I shared a bedroom, and that night, I woke up to the sounds of cupboards opening and closing, like someone was looking for something, and I heard glasses being moved around and the water being turned off and on. Well, being a little kid, I figured I was just imagining it, and as I lay there listening to this, I looked over at my sister, who was sleeping through this whole thing. The next morning, I asked my mom if she was up last night getting a drink, and she said no, but she looked at me kind of funny. That night, my mom had some friends over, and she sent my sister and I to bed early. My sister fell right to sleep, but I just kept thinking about what I saw in the window and what I had heard the night before. My mom and her friends started talking about a lady who had hung herself in the back bedroom of our house. I could not believe what I was hearing. My mom then went on to tell her friends that she hears noises in the kitchen at night. The next day, as I was playing in the yard, I saw the woman in the bathroom window again. I started to cry, and my aunt got mad at me, so she tried to lock me in the back room again. I was kicking and screaming that I did not want to go back in there, but she wouldn't listen to me. As I sat on the bed, under the covers, I heard the door swing open. I thought it was my aunt to come let me out, so I uncovered my head, but nobody was there. I then started to hear a squeaking noise, kinda like something heavy hanging from a window bar. It sounded like it was coming from the closet. The closet was a really big walk-in one. There was no way I was going to look in there. I just sat on the bed, listening to this noise, until my aunt came to get me. I later found out that the lady hung herself in the closet of that back room. I'm just wondering if anyone knows why she did this, and when it took place. Well, that's my story, and believe me, it is all completely true. I'm an identical twin, and often because of this, Most people ask us if we share experiences. You know, they say, like on television. My answer is always the same. Sometimes. It's true that twins, on occasion, may share certain emotions, even though they may be miles apart. This is what my brother and I have known for years. But everything changed when my brother and his wife and 2 children moved into my late grandfather's home in Norristown, Pennsylvania. The history of the house is nothing spectacular. The only event of any importance occurred when my grandfather, who had been diagnosed with colon cancer in 1987, decided to spend his final days at home before the cancer took him. He died in a hospital bed, which had been set up in the living room of his house later that year, and from that point forward, various members have lived in the house without any strange occurrences or bump in the night, until my brother Peter and his family moved in. The first week in their new home, my brother was excited as ever about living in such a large home compared to the meager apartment he and his family had been sharing for the past 2 years. Given the history of the house, i.e., my grandfather dying there, didn't bother him one bit, since he was the last person who believed in such tales. Then, about 2 months after moving in, he decided to clean out the basement to make room for his music equipment. He is a part-time musician, and a new washer and dryer my father had bought them as a Christmas present. While digging through the accumulated junk of a half a century, he happened upon a small Bible. Inside the front cover was an inscription denoting the Bible as a gift to my grandfather from my great-grandmother in 1906. He took it upstairs and laid it out on one of the coffee tables so that other family members visiting could see it when they visited. Remember that I had yet to hear of this find, since it only had occurred that day, but that night I had one of the most terrifying nightmares I could ever remember. I dreamt I was standing on the landing, overlooking the living room of my brother's house in Norristown, Pennsylvania, but something was wrong. Having visited the house many times in the past, I vividly remember the layout of how it used to look when I was a child, but in my dream, I remember seeing an end table, which was never there before, on which a book was placed. I was drawn to it for some reason. I slowly descended the stairs, even now, recalling how hollow my footsteps sounded on the hardwood floor as I made my way towards the table. As I got there, I looked down and saw that it was, surprise, a small Bible. Upon opening it, I saw there was an inscription made out to my brother from our father. This is where things got really spooky. I remember hearing my brother's voice behind me say, "This is mine, which Dad gave me. Please give it back." I was too terrified to look around, because even though it sounded like my brother, there was something otherworldly about the whole thing. I finally succumbed to curiosity and turned around. This was, of course, when I woke up screaming something. I don't remember what. I startled my wife, who was then yelling at me to keep it down. The neighbors will think we're fighting or something. Later that morning, I spoke to Peter to tell him the strange dream I had, and that's when he told me about what he had found and who it really belonged to. I was startled beyond words. I told him I would be down in an hour. I live in Parksea, Pennsylvania, approximately an hour north of Norristown, to see the book. "Too late," he said. "Why?" I asked. "It's gone," he replied. The conversation went on from there about how he had placed it on the end table, an end table that he just picked up at a yard sale that day, but when he woke up, it was gone.
I asked if his wife had taken it, but he said that it was impossible. They had flown back to Texas 2 days earlier to visit her folks and took the kids with her for the short vacation. After going around and around about what could have happened to it, as well as the strange dream I had and what the voice had said to me, in the end, we just didn't know what to say. I guess it was one of those things that will never really be explained. 2 weeks later, his wife and 2 children arrived back home and were in the process of unpacking when she went down to the basement to see how the cleanup had gone. That's when she asked him about the small Bible. What Bible? He asked his wife. Oh, the one in the basement near the keyboard you put there. Looking confused, I'm sure, my brother ran down to the basement, and sure enough, there it was on the door, right where he had originally found it. Picking it up, he read the inside cover again, only this time, there was no inscription at all. Did he imagine the writing to begin with? Did my weird dream that night have anything to do with it disappearing again? I don't know. Neither does Peter, but there's definitely activity in that basement, because what I saw next in the basement a few days later almost explains some things, although it was incredibly scary. I had another bizarre dream. I ended up going back to the basement to retrieve the Bible, only this time there was a red humanoid-looking creature sitting on a chair reading a book. He had horns protruding from his head, and he looked like an ape crossed with Bigfoot. His face very human-looking at the same time. Frozen in shock, I approached him. He pointed to the book, and there was an image of a car on fire. I woke up in a cold sweat and screamed. A few days later, I got a call from a guy who sounded like my grandfather. I kid you not, it sounded identical to him. All this man said to me on the phone was, "Check on your father, something's wrong with him." I later found out that my dad had been in a car wreck. The car caught on fire. He managed to escape alive. The most shocking thing, my twin brother had the exact same dream on the same night, same exact creature. I guess they say twins are inseparable. When I was younger, I had a terrifying experience with a ghost. I was fast asleep, and then I suddenly woke up. Something told me to wake up, and I just did. I looked at the clock, and it said somewhere around 3:28 a.m. I turned my head slightly to the left, and I saw this girl. I would say that she was in her early teens. She looked very blurry, but she had a blue hue, and it clear at the same time. She was moving in slow motion. It seemed like she was underwater, or something. She had a long nightgown, and it was blowing very slowly. She was holding a short candlestick, and her hair was long reddish brown color. She looked at me, and then I looked back at her. I was surprisingly calm. I got up to tell my mom what I had seen. The next morning, I woke up and I asked my mom if she saw the lady, and she said, "What lady?" Could this have all been a dream? I'm not entirely sure. I've been deeply confused about this ever since. My house has always had extra company. It's been 13 years since we moved in here, and for a while, there were some really odd things happening. I was 10 years old when we moved in, and fell in love with the huge, empty attic upstairs. I would bring my toys and little sister up there to play with. She was around 8 at the time, so we had a lot of fun together. We brought our dollhouse up there and would spend hours making up stories and having fun. I would go up there and read by myself a lot because I was quieter than the rest of the house. Nothing out of the ordinary ever happened while my sister and I played up there, and I felt very comfortable. In the far end of the room were little racks where clothing must have hung before. One day, I was up there alone playing when I discovered this old-fashioned looking gold purse with a painting of a deer and a medal on it, and being a lover of old things, I was psyched. I brought it to my mother, and she said it looked like a pocketbook from the 1920s that her grandmother used to have, sort of a flapper type style. We hung the pocketbook in the back of the closet to keep it out of harm's way. About a year later, my father and a friend of his transformed my attic playroom into a bedroom for both me and my sister. My father had left a quarter of the room where the pocketbook had been found alone, and put up a wall and a door separating the rest of the bedroom from that area. My sister did not like her bed being up against the wall of the back room. Then, what I felt next was unexpected and unbelievable. I was laying there with my eyes open, frozen with fear. I felt as if someone was watching me, but I was afraid to move. I'd never felt like this before. I was never afraid of the dark as a child. My sister said, "Can I please come over and sleep with you?" Now, I usually said no to this and stopped being a baby, but I wanted her to come over, pretending to be reluctant. I said, "All right, but don't hug me," even though I really wanted to be. She ran over and squeezed me, and I squeezed back, and she said, "I'm scared," and I said, "Me too." And then boom, boom, boom. 4 loud knocks right on the wall, which our heads were practically up against. I could actually feel the vibrations from the wall. Then my sister, crying, said, "What was that?" I made it up. I said, "Me." I said, "Don't worry." I was trying to tell myself that it was me when it happened again. Boom, boom, boom. We both jumped up and ran downstairs at this point into my parents' bedroom, and my father went up to see if there was anyone hiding up there. No one was. However, my sister refused to go back up there and slept with my parents. I, however, went back up there scared, but mad that my favorite place was trying to kick me out. I felt almost betrayed and hurt, so I stayed up there for the whole night, refusing to leave, but hoping it would not try to scare me. It didn't. My sister would make attempts to sleep up there later, but would always run downstairs at some point. I couldn't blame her, since most of the time I really wanted to join her, but never would. Over the next several years, I often heard whispering and the doorknob being wiggled as if someone was trying to get in. At first, then it became a game. The doorknob would wiggle really fast, and I would say, "I'm trying to sleep," and it would stop, and then I got used to the weird noises. It's 13 years later, and in that time, I've had many friends tell me that they heard whispering or tapping on the wall, or someone breathing in their ear. To which I say, "I told you there was a ghost in my house." But it sparked my interest in the paranormal, in which I'm an avid believer because of my ghost buddy. I don't know if the purse actually belonged to the ghost, but the house was built in 1940, after the flapper times. But my mother did tell me that the old man who used to occupy the house had 2 wives who both passed on. Whether or not either of them died in this house, I don't know. The purse may have belonged to one of them. There is a log cabin in Ohio, and it is said from previous owners that there are many paranormal activities and images that go on during all hours of the day and night. One family that owned the cabin between 1989 and 1994 had many paranormal activities happen in the few years they owned the cabin. They heard glass shattering, doors opening and closing, and felt the presence of something strange within and out around the house. In one instance, a young mother woke up one night and found herself to be thirsty. She went into the kitchen to make herself a cup of tea to help her relax and put her to sleep. She was then grabbed by the shoulder and thrown into an old rocker they had in their living room. She was in so much shock that she ended up fainting and passing out in the rocking chair after having a panic attack. She ended up being knocked out the entire night and could have sworn she felt like a presence was holding her down. Before she completely fell unconscious, she could have sworn that she saw an outline of a shadow right in front of her with the most evil energy, and when she was out, she had the image of a man with a dark face screaming at her without sound. It was a bearded man, and his eyes were completely black. The next morning, when her husband awoke, he found her wide awake in the chair and asked her what had happened. She asked him to check her shoulder where she was grabbed, and then he found nail prints in his wife's skin. Since then, they've moved out of the cabin, and a few couples have moved into the house, but moved out, leaving all of their belongings inside the house within a month's time period. It is said that if you go to the cabin and sit in the old porch swing, you will feel an old presence of something that doesn't want you there, and on some occasions, you will see a shadow or outline of a person watching you through the window. I want to share an experience I had when I was a child. I grew up in Newcastle, Australia, about 2 hours north of Sydney. As a child, I was very scared of anything supernatural, ghosts, monsters, skeletons, anything. When I was 7 years old, my bedroom was at the end of a long hall. On the other end was the top of a staircase that led to the basement of the house. One night, I was woken by strong winds outside. My bedroom door was open. I always slept with the door closed. I looked down the end of the hall and saw my mother dressed in her nightgown, holding a hurricane gas lamp. She was walking down the stairs. Her robe was white, and her hair was up in sort of a reddish color. I thought that the power had gone out, and my mother was going downstairs to get other lamps for us to use. Our house was high on a hill and was often damaged by storms. Often, we would get up and check the house for damage during bad weather. As a child, this was quite exciting. I quickly jumped out of my bed and went into my parents' bedroom. To my surprise, my father was still in bed, and I woke him. I asked him why my mother was going to get the lamps. He looked at me like I was on drugs, told me to go back to sleep. I then asked if he was going to help my mother. He replied, "What are you talking about? Your mother is in bed." I noticed my mother in bed and was totally confused. I went back to my room, closed the door, and never thought of it again until 7 years later. I do not know why I did not think of it again until I was 14. I thought back and realized that my mother didn't own a white nightgown. My mother's gown for purple velvet. It was in the 70s, and my mother had short black hair, not long red hair. I told my mother about this, and the woman I described was her mother.
who had died before I was born. It seems like she was checking up on me, I guess. I thought my experience was a unique event, but after reading these stories, I realized that it's a common occurrence. I started to see a girl whom I worked with, and it became a fairly turbulent relationship. We used to clash a fair bit, but our sex life was absolutely fantastic. She lived in an older house that was converted into 4 apartments. The apartment she lived in was on the ground floor. I have no exact idea of the age of the building, but it is in a Sydney suburb of Kimbilly, very close to the Sydney Harbour Bridge. It is one of Sydney's oldest suburbs and was frequented by convicts, English soldiers, and working-class people during the early days, but it is now one of Sydney's most high-class suburbs. Anyway, often I would walk into her room, and it often felt as though I was walking into someone or some heavy weight. There was always a heavy energy or weight around the entrance to her room. It used to freak me out having to get up and go to the bathroom at night. This went on for a few months. Our relationship was getting worse, and we argued more and more. One night, we were lying in bed together, both on our backs. We were not arguing, but the conversation was intense, and I was upset with her. We settled down after a few minutes, and things were fine. Suddenly, I felt an urge to leave, get out of there and run. I told her that I have to get out of here and go home. I lived over an hour away. She was shocked and did not want me to leave. I then tried to get out of bed, but then I felt a very heavy pressure on my chest and shoulders. My girl was still lying still next to me and not moving. I asked her if she could feel the weight, and she said yes. We were being held down in the bed. It is a weird feeling like no one is touching you, but you can feel your body weight pushing down in the bed. The room was dark, but I could feel someone only an inch from my face. I stared hard and back, and without fear, I asked, "What is it that you want?" Then, I felt heat all over my face and head. My body became very light and calm. It felt like I was on the ceiling looking down. By this time, I was freaking out, but could still not move my body. My eyes closed hard, and I realized I was being shown something. I could see 2 men sitting in a basement around a furnace. They were cold and wet and appeared to be dock workers. I could not see the face of the one standing up, but the other guy sitting down looked straight at me. He looked really pissed off, not with me, but I think he hated his life or time. He did not move his lips, but he did say to me, "How dare you judge me? You have no idea what my time was like, and you knew nothing of my circumstance. I had to work with this guy. He's a troublemaker." I then looked down, and that man had an iron fire poker next to him. He used it to thump some bloke to death. That person that was killed is the person or spirit that held me down and made me stay. He was only young when he was killed, 20 or so. He had difficulty with his workmates and did not fit in. There seems to have been some collusion or trouble with his work on the Sydney docks. By the appearance of his clothing, it seems to be in the 1800s. Cannot specify a decade though. I then told the murdered man that I did not want to get involved. He was getting agitated. I felt bad about what I did next, but I had to do it. I cast his presence out and unwelcomed him. I used prayer and holy strength to disconnect from him. The weight instantly lifted, and the whole thing separated from me. It became like the room was cut in two. They were still there, but I was now on the living side. I feared that I had not cut them off completely and called my brother on the phone. My brother is a devout Christian and has had experience dealing with the spirit world. We both together cast the entity out. It completely went away. I went back to bed. My girl was not shocked at all by this event, which surprised me. After about a half an hour, I was drifting asleep when I dared to check in on the spirit again without engaging it. He was upset and cowering in a corner. I felt really sad for him, but I just could not get involved any further. The next day, my girl said that the spirit had been there for a while. She didn't tell me because I might freak out. Her ex-boyfriend, who was a complete skeptic, was terrorized by the same spirit until he never went back to her house. They just broke up over it. We soon broke up. She claims she is happy to live in the house, and the spirit does not harm her. Personally, I think the spirit is a jealous guy who acts like a controlling child. But hey, how can I judge someone that could be 200 years old? In 1986, I was a sophomore at Berea College in Berea, Kentucky, and lived in Pearson's female dormitory on the first floor. The dorm room was small, with a loft reached by a ladder. Underneath, we had a love couch and a couple desks. My roommate was a long-haired Pentecostal holiness church girl named Becky. Becky went to church every Wednesday and Friday, as well as Sunday mornings. She had been raised to wear only dresses and skirts and to never cut her hair. A Vietnamese-born man named Keoli, who was a foreign student photographer, went to her church. She would tell me stories of how he'd stand up to witness her in church, about his childhood experiences, and about how he was once a devil worshiper. He would go on and on about how he wanted to be saved by Christ and such. He had a very obsessive crush on Becky. She sort of was flattered at first, but he began to follow her around campus with his camera, and he'd tell her that she was going to be his wife. He wouldn't take no for an answer. She began to avoid him, and eventually became frightened. This guy was stalking her big time. I remember once running into him on campus and trying to reason with him. A few minutes into the conversation, I realized that he was really disturbed and crazy. There was not a rational way to tell him he would understand that Becky didn't want him. She eventually told a school counselor, and the campus security was alerted to the stalking problem. He wasn't allowed around our dorm. She also avoided church for a while until she heard he'd stopped going. Meanwhile, I began having strange experiences in the dorm room. I often took an afternoon nap in the loft, and my dreams began to get creepy. I had a recruiting dream that I discovered a satanic cult under our dorm's front porch, and the group noticed me looking at them and began to chase me. One day during my nap, I dreamt I was in my own dorm room, and I stood looking at Becky, who sat on the love seat. Around my neck was a huge snake, like a boa, hanging down. I said, "Becky, there's a huge snake here on my neck. Quick, get it off me." Suddenly, the snake broke up into 20 or so different snakes, hissing and moving, and they all began to slither away from me and around us in the dorm room. Becky disappeared, and I noticed I was alone. Next, the room began to swell inward around me and became alive with an evil presence. I countered this by yelling at the room, "I love you," thinking that since this was my dream, I could change it around to lightness and God. But the room responded by swelling closer around me with hate and regurgitated my words straight back. "I love you," in both a deep, guttural, and hideous voice, which vibrated in several low tones at once. I was horrified and ran out of the room, only to be chased once again by the reoccurring group of satanic people from other nightmares. A few days later, I was once again sleeping on my loft in broad daylight between classes. I began a nightmare again, this time of being surrounded by negative energy shadows who wanted to harm or steal my soul away from me somehow. Suddenly, my loft was full of stuffed animals, all floating around my head, just floating in the air alive and looking at me. A lion floated before me, smiling, right in front of my face. He just smiled this horrible, hateful, ghostly grin directly at me. I could feel the daggers of his attention. It was eerie. I raised my arm up and knocked this thing away from me, off the loft towards the floor at the base of the ladder. I looked at the floor below, and he was still there, his mangled head smiling up at me, still with that evil grin. I jumped down the ladder hard, knowing my feet would stomp him. I didn't look, but ran away, out of my dorm, without looking back. I opened my eyes, wide awake. The sound of a blood-curdling female scream rang loud in my ears, even with my eyes open and thoughts focused on being awake. I mean, this scream continued loud inside my head as I looked around me, wide awake. Never before or since I've ever experienced this phenomenon. About a week later, my roommate Becky sat talking to me in the rocking chair. We were just gossiping about people, classes, and such, when suddenly she fell to the floor in a fetal position. She was in so much pain, she couldn't move or talk. I rushed her to the hospital. After a Foley catheter was placed, numerous blood tests, an abdominal series, an examination from head to toe, with an overnight stay, they found no reason for her pain. She had screamed all the way to the hospital and through most of her ER visit. Nothing. We could find no reason. This summer came, and Becky and I split up as roommates. We both went to different towns during summer months and returned to school with separate roommates in different dormitories. This year is when something really wild occurred. Coley didn't know that Becky had moved from Pearson's Hall, so when our school semester started again, he began to stalk our old room again. The new girls who lived there were in for a big surprise when one day he wandered into the locked female portion of Pearson's dorm and entered their room. Luckily, both were in class and the room was empty. He locked himself in that old room of ours and wouldn't open the deadbolt for several hours. He began to flip out, cursing and calling out satanic spells, cursing the room and calling out to Becky and just mumbling evil spells. Security, police, and all sorts of folk were called to the dorm room. An interpreter came to get him out of there. He was actually taken away in a straitjacket, expelled, and sent back to his country. I've wondered if all along, that years before, if all of his focused energy on our room and on Becky had caused my nightmares and her sudden unknown pain. We're being attacked by God knows what at all times. Thank God Becky, or I, or anyone were out of that room when he finally came to collect. My mother and I used to live in this old house. We always heard dogs howling in the basement, and we heard stuff moving around in this room where this couple, an old lady and her husband, were murdered in. A few months after we moved in, we found out that the couple's dog were murdered too. We thought that nothing weird would happen because we haven't encountered that much stuff yet. My mother went to work at 5:30 in the morning every day. One day, she was like, "Am I that loud in the morning that I woke you up?" I did not know what she was talking about. She never woke me up. She said, "Then why is it every morning you wake up to wave me goodbye?" I said, "Mom, I don't know. I never wake up in the morning. So the next day, when she got in her car, she saw someone waving to her in the window. So she pulled up to the window so she could get a better look at the person. Then, she saw an old man with a long beard wearing overalls with a plaid shirt under. She jumped out of the car and ran as fast as she could to the kitchen, and she flew open the door. But when she looked at the window, nobody was there. She looked in my room, and I was sound asleep. I have 2 more experiences to tell you. We had this dog named Scooby-Loo. She was a big dog, so she panted a lot. One day, me and my mother were in my room talking. Then, my mother said, "Why is Scooby panting so loud?" I said, "I don't hear anything." So she looked behind her because she thought Scooby was right behind her, but she wasn't. So we looked everywhere in the house, but we could still hear panting. We couldn't find Scooby. Then I looked outside. Scooby was out in the field, about a half a mile away. One night, I was awakened by a weird noise. When I opened my eyes, I saw an old lady with white hair, dressed in all white. The weird thing about her was, she had fresh blood all over her. She had stab wounds all over her. She told me not to go in the basement room. I was always afraid to go into the basement anyway, but I still had the urge to do so after everything that had previously happened. So, that's exactly what I did. I ended up going to the basement, and when I opened the door, there was a foul smell. It smelled a lot like rotten eggs. I ended up going down there, and what I saw horrified me. I had a flashlight because the light wouldn't turn on, and I shined a light at the walls. There was blood all over the walls, and there were scratch marks on the basement door. As I headed back up, I ran to my mom and told her what I had seen. She calmed me down and insisted that what I saw was ridiculous. So we both went down there. The light started working again, and there wasn't blood on the walls or scratch marks. I thought I had been going crazy, but as the years went along, I was able to conclude that it was indeed real, and that was a ghostly experience. I lived in Indianapolis, Indiana, for over 9 years. We moved because we couldn't take the hauntings anymore. The home belonged to Bob and Mary. They were my hubby's great aunt and uncle. Mary died in the home, and a few months later, Bob died in the hospital, both of old age. The only thing was, they never actually left the home. We bought the home through the estate. The home was in desperate need of renovating. For the first 5 years we lived there, we did all of the renovations. Needless to say, all hell broke loose. In the room where Mary died, it was always cold, freezing cold. Though the room was small, it had 2 large windows, but never seemed to let much light in. On the door, in the wood grain, a face could be visibly seen of a man screaming. Also, a skeleton's head could be seen at night on the door. One night, my oldest son, who was 7 at the time, started screaming and running out of that room. He told me he saw a shadow inside of his room walk past both of the windows. He thought a burglar broke into his room. The TV and VCR would go off and on by themselves, even when we unplugged them. I watched my dish drainer in the kitchen go flying up into the air and land on the floor, breaking some dishes. I watched birthday cards that were set on top of an antique china cabinet fall to the ground. The only strange thing about this was that only every other one fell, not all of them.
Our dog would constantly bark into the air for no reason. Our cat's hair would stand up, and it would start hissing and growling at nothing. Our son's remote-controlled cars would play by themselves. Things would go flying across the room. One day, when Mary's sister died, at the time she died, all of our doors in our house slammed shut. No windows were open at that time, and our relatives that were visiting witnessed this. Things would always disappear, then reappear a few days later. We always heard people call out our names, but no one would ever be around to have called out to us. One night, my youngest son and I heard a little girl crying outside of the house. It was around 2 a.m. We looked out of our windows, but never saw the little girl, even though we could still hear her crying, "Mommy." One day, my youngest son was looking out of our huge picture window in the living room when he saw a strange-looking man coming around the kitchen from the glare in the glass. When he turned around, he watched a man walk past him and towards the hallway, then disappear. Many of our friends and relatives have witnessed a lot of the hauntings in this house. At one point, one of my friends went running from the house and about broke her neck falling over the dog laying on the front porch. When we moved from that home, we vowed to never return. I'm sure Bob and Mary are still haunting the place. They didn't like kids because they never had any, and they didn't get along well with any of the neighbors. I can just see why they were trying to run us out.
Growing up in rural Michigan, I had several what the heck was that experiences. Most were minor, a moving shadow or an uneasy feeling, but one stands out. I was 8 to 10 years old in the mid-80s, and my family had just returned from a vacation. When we got out of the car, my dad headed to the mailbox, my mom to her garden, and I lugged my suitcase inside the house. All of the windows were shut, and I pulled the garage door closed behind me. Walking through the house, I passed a bay window, from which I could see my dad still on the road, and my mom picking some vegetables. The house was silent, except for my footsteps on the carpet. I walked into my room and put my suitcase down in the corner. I heard a male voice laughing behind me, maybe in the doorway 8 feet away. It was a hearty laugh, loud and clear. I spun around, and there wasn't anyone in the doorway. I ran back to the garage, through the door, and outside. My father was just grabbing his suitcase from the car, and my mother was pulling weeds. I wasn't scared when I heard the voice, but not having a tangible body to put it with did unnerve me a bit. Following the event, I was able to forget and had no issues in the rest of the house. It was only after I got older and interested in the paranormal did I realize that I must have had a run-in with something. About 2 years ago, I bought a 126-year-old, 8,000 square foot mansion in Missouri, just outside of Kansas City where I grew up. My mother had owned and lived in the house for the previous 15 years, slowly maintaining it. She had done a great job maintaining its mid-1800s character, slowly bringing the woodwork back to life, adding insulation, and replacing all of the plumbing and wiring. I mention this because I've heard that a disturbance in the environment can cause spectral activity to begin. I'd seen the house only once, as I live over 2,000 miles away, but I fell in love with it immediately. The first night I stayed over, I woke in the middle of the night to huge blobs, about a dozen, from golf ball to basketball size,
floating around the room I was sleeping in. This is the one and only time I've ever experienced anything like that. I closed my eyes, said a prayer, and fell back to sleep in time. I said nothing to my mother the next day until she asked me, "Well, did you see the blobs?" One of the workers stayed down there the other night and said he wouldn't stay in the house after dark because of the blobs floating around him. She had not seen them and still hasn't. However, the previous owner told my mother a few years later that he loved what she had done to the front room, but he could never stay in there while the house was his because of the blobs. During the summer of 2007, I went back to see my family. I stayed downstairs again and had several things happen. It is important to note that I've never felt in danger, only uncomfortable. My mom and her boyfriend went upstairs to go to bed. I stayed downstairs in the first floor master suite. For the next 45 minutes, the heavy footsteps above my head were attributed to the two of them settling in for the night. Finally, I decided I would go up and find out what was going on. The entire upstairs was dark and still. They were both long in bed. I returned to my bedroom to hear the continued walking above me. So, I went out on the living room to sleep on the couch. The walking continued above me, although there is only one attic above that living room. I could also hear a distant, quiet talk between a man and a woman, but I couldn't make out what they were saying, and it seemed to always be somewhere else from where I was. The next morning, I decided maybe I would have a chat with myself out loud, and if anyone else heard it, then maybe it would be for the better. I sat on the end of the bed. It was now daylight, so I felt comfortable to be in the bedroom again, and said that I was the new owner and the son of the woman they probably knew very well by now. I really liked the house and hoped to continue my mother's good work, but for now, I lived elsewhere. I also mentioned something that I don't suggest, but in this situation, I felt comfortable in doing so. I told them that they seemed to have been there a long time, and so long as they agreed to stay out of the bathroom while I was in there, we could get along just fine together. The following night was as quiet as it could be. I think their interest in me was satisfied. This past summer, 2008, was my third visit back. Absolutely nothing happened. I was ready, and nothing. Hey, that's fine with me. But one side note, my mother sat down to look at an album she had kept for all these years she had been doing the refurbishing. She was showing me the huge change in the house, from walls being ripped out and then rebuilt, and so on. In well over half of the pictures, there were huge light anomalies. There were smears, blobs, and strange twists of the image. I mentioned this to my mother, who looked right at me and said, "You know, I haven't taken a decent picture since I've lived in this house. I've owned one crappy camera after another. All the pictures look like this. I have to throw most of them away because they are no good." I just smiled. Right, Mom. Every digital and disposable camera she has ever had in the past 15 years has had the same problem. I grew up with a mom who is wicked, and she is very psychic. She has told me accurately if a lover and I will break up, when, if I'll meet someone new, and accurate descriptions of people I'll meet. My mother told my roommate that the child she was having would be a girl,
and she was correct. My mom, to my amazement, is the real deal. On Halloween, our house is the most popular because the altar my mother sets up outside is very real. It's very fun, and I grew up with an easygoing view of the paranormal. I do tend to be very logical, and I believe in a paranormal experience if it does not seem like someone is BSing me. I keep my mind open. My mother does have headaches if she is around haunted houses. She has migraines that will make her sick for days after being in one. She's had this happen to her several times in her life, including once when I was a kid. A few years ago, when I was 23, I started having heart palpitations and tachycardia. At one point, my heart rate went up to 181. I spent night after night in the emergency room, and I was recommended to a cardiologist. I went through that for several months before finally someone realized it was a sedative that I took that helped me sleep. The doctors took me off the sleep medication, and I soon found out that I'd become dependent on sleep aids. At the same time, I had to get on a Greyhound bus for a 2-day trip to move back with my parents because of the health problems. If you've ever traveled on a Greyhound, you know it's really hard to sleep on it. I was sleep deprived. I was told that I was sleeping, but I didn't realize it. I wasn't sleeping through the night. I was exhausted. I was depressed, and I developed a phobia of the sound of a beating heart medication commercials, etc. In short, my mental health was suffering. I had to make the choice to go into a psychiatric ward because it took a month to get an appointment with a psychiatrist. I didn't want to wait that long. The ward was in a regular city hospital. All the patients were quiet and were there to heal. Nobody was dangerous. There were patients with bipolar and other types of mental illness, and nobody was dangerous. There are different levels of hospitals. This was a ward for anybody going through emotional difficulties. I started to sleep the first 2 days I was there. I was not dangerous, but they did have to give me something to sleep. I was having dreams in which in my bathroom, patients had bathrooms in their rooms. I could hear a woman crying and throwing up all night. It was horrible and nightmarish. I could never see her because in the dream, I was laying in bed. How can I describe this? Even though I was asleep and dreaming, it felt like I was aware of everything going on. It never sounded quiet. It sounded like patients were throwing fits, and that someone would go by my room and rap on the wall with a walker, and that poor woman threw up and cried. She sounded miserable. The ward was actually always quiet. Nobody threw fits at night. My mom had taught me how to interpret dreams. I figured mine showed my anxieties. I'd been through hell. I wanted to sleep, and I never gave one thought to the idea that the place was haunted or had residual hauntings. I had greater concerns at the time. However, my mom came to pick me up, and she refused to enter the ward. I didn't think anything of that either. We were driving home, and she asked me how I had slept, and if I did at all. I told her about the nightmares, and how I was completely loud, and I was still very exhausted. My mother was shocked, and it showed on her face. She said, "Sarah, those were not just dreams. This psychiatric ward,
used to be a cancer ward. I was getting a migraine because there are patients who have not moved on. Wow, that shocked me. I never heard doctors mention that it had been a cancer ward. The idea was never put into my head. Like I said, I wanted to sleep again and to feel happy. I was concerned for my health. I believe my mom. She's usually incredibly accurate about these kinds of things. I honestly have gotten tired of finding out if me and a potential lover are not going to work out. She's that accurate. However, I could not tell you if that ward was the former cancer ward. I simply don't know because none of the doctors ever mentioned it. I was sleep deprived and going through hell at the time. My emotional state could have been reflected in my dreams. However, if I've learned anything about the paranormal, is that it can be a very small world. The hospital in question is in Iowa. It is a regular city hospital with an emergency room, surgery room, etc. It is not a psychiatric hospital only. If a former nurse ever writes you, or even a former patient, I'm here to tell you that there may have been something to their experience. The ward in question is still open. This was a few years ago that I was there. This is just a quirky experience that I wanted to share. My story has been going on for a couple of years now. When I was 9, we moved into our house. It's a nice little place, backed by a large ditch. Behind the ditch is a large forest that I used to play in. The house itself is unremarkable. It's 3 bedrooms. The master bedroom is the first room you come to when you open the front door, straight in. To the right, there's a door to the garage, and to the left is the room we use as our living room. To the right of that is the dining room, with an entry into the kitchen. From the left of the living room is the hallway, with the bedrooms and the bathroom. From the time when I first moved in, I've never liked the bedroom at the end of the hall. It has a window that looks out into the front yard. The room I shared with my sister has a window that looks out into the backyard. I'm not sure what it is about the room, but it's a creepy feeling. I was around 11 when my older sister moved out. By that time, it had been a while since I'd gotten any creepy feelings in the second bedroom. I was pleased with the idea of having my own room. I moved my bed in there, got everything set up, and prepared for the grown-up life that I wanted. The first couple days were okay. I had strange nightmares about something coming in from the ditch, something I couldn't explain. Finally, after about a month after I'd been sleeping in the room, I woke up suddenly from one of those dreams. I laid there for a while, not really sure of what woke me up. Then, I realized that the music box my grandma had given me a year ago, it was on. The music box was shaped like a carousel horse, and had a switch on the bottom of it that turned the music on. I sat up and took it down from the shelf above my head and turned the switch off. I figured that maybe my cat went up on the shelf and brushed against it. I laid back down to go to sleep. It was lying there that I first saw him. I don't know what made me look up into the doorway of my bedroom. At the time, I slept with the door open, but I did, and standing there was a man, clear as day. For a moment, I was sure that someone must have broken into the house. The light coming off the nightlight near the door, I saw that his mouth was moving quickly, and no sound was coming out. It was almost like he was screaming at me. He took a step forward and vanished. I slept in the living room that night. I finally got the nerve to sleep in my room again, after about a week of sleeping on the sofa. And that night, I had the same creepy nightmares and woke up to find a child's shape sitting on the end of my bed, staring at me. It vanished when I turned the light on. I ended up spending the next year sleeping on the floor in my sister's room because my mom wouldn't let me move my stuff in with her. I also couldn't change my room without getting the feeling of being watched. I would glance at the mirror. It's the type that sits on the dresser, and see a face staring at me, one that wasn't my own. My older sister finally moved back home, and I ended up back in the other bedroom with my sister. I thought that would make it go away, but I would sometimes see the man standing in the doorway late at night. He'd stand there staring at me, mouth moving, forming words I didn't understand. 3 years ago, some major changes happened. My oldest sister broke up with her husband, lost her house, and had to move in with my mom and dad, along with her 2 kids. My oldest sister had her boyfriend living in the house with her. The living arrangements were this: my 2 oldest sisters slept in one room, along with my youngest nephew, belonging to the first sister I talked about. My oldest sister's kids slept in the second bedroom with me, and my sister and her boyfriend had the living room. It was weird at first, but we all got used to it. The weird things had calmed down since I'd moved to the other bedroom, but it picked up again when my sister moved in. I was trying to get some sleep. It was around 1 in the morning, and I saw the child's shape again, but this time, it was sitting at the end of my niece's bed. I sat up, but before I could say anything, my niece woke up screaming. She said it was a nightmare, and I had a feeling it was probably the same one I had when I was younger. They moved out last year, and things calmed down for the most part, until my oldest sister moved away. I now had a bedroom all to myself. I was trying, once again, to get some sleep. I've always had trouble sleeping in this house, and I looked at my doorway, and the man was standing there, but this time, I could hear him whispering. It was gibberish. I turned over and pulled the pillow over my head, but the room got so cold, I ended up turning my TV on and closing my bedroom door. Another time, I was messing around with a couple of the other teenagers in the area. We were crossing the ditch and going over to the woods behind the houses. The way we cross is there's an area with 2 large pipes that stick out in the water. Surrounding the pipes are these rocky things that you can slide down, but also grip with your hands. They're kind of smooth and hard to hold when wet. We were coming back. The others had crossed just fine. I was the last one over. The first thing that happened that was really odd was my hand slipped and I started sliding down. I felt as if someone had grabbed my arm and stopped me before I reached the water. I was about to step down into the water to get across when I heard someone yell my name and say very loudly in my ear to stop. I looked down and there was a snake in the water, right where I was about to put my foot. My friend came back across and got rid of the snake. I got home okay. When I went to take a shower later that night, I looked at my arm, and I had a hard handprint bruise on my arm. I don't know if it was one of the ghosts from the house, but something stopped me from falling and from getting bitten by the snake. So, I guess even if the ghosts scare me, they're looking out for me too.
Bonito City, a rather grand name for the cluster of log buildings that housed a saloon, post office, schoolhouse, church, general store, a hotel called the Mayberry House, and a number of comfortable residences. Set amid lofty peaks 12 miles northwest of Rizzuto, apple orchards and livestock of the Bonito settlers flourished in the 7,000-foot meadows at the edge of the forests. Trout fishing was excellent in the Bonito River. God was in his heaven, and all was right with the world, or so it seemed, when two events took place that would cause the serene and pleasant community to literally disappear. The centerpiece of Bonito City was the 2-story log hotel called the Mayberry House, operated by Mr. and Mrs. John Mayberry. They had 3 children, John, Eddie, and Nellie. On the night of May 5th, 1885, the Mayberry House leaped into the record books with one of New Mexico's most bizarre crimes. Earlier that evening, a number of miners ate supper there and left. Only 2 guests had rooms, Dr. R. E. Flynn from Ohio, and a youth named Martin Nelson seemed to be pleasant and inoffensive roomers. All were in bed by 10 o'clock. About 1 o'clock in the morning, Nelson arose and knocked on the bedroom door of the 2 Mayberry boys. John awakened and opened the door, at which point Nelson fired 2 rifle shots, killing him instantly. He then turned on the 7-year-old boy Eddie, who was screaming in bed. Nelson killed him with a single blast. Dr. Flynn, hearing the shooting, rushed from his room and was shot through the head. John Mayberry, after hearing the screams, was making his way up the dark stairs from the first floor when a shot through the heart dropped him on the landing. Blood was everywhere. Mayberry's daughter, Nellie, appeared and was shot through the side and left for dead. She later recovered. Miss Mayberry ran upstairs where Nelson shot her in the chest, but failed to kill her. She stumbled downstairs with blood streaming all the way to her feet, leaving bloody footprints visible on the stairs, even years later. She fled to the nearest cabin for help, but Nelson followed, executed her, and threw her body into an irrigation ditch. Nelson, the saloon keeper, no relation to Martin Nelson, appeared on the scene, grappled with the youth, who was no match for the murderer. Mark Nelson shot him to death and left his body bleeding in the sandy street. The next victim was a storekeeper, Herman Beck, who came out to learn the cause of the gunshots. Nelson killed him with 1 bullet. Bonito's terrified citizens locked themselves in their homes until morning, while Nelson roamed at large, finally climbing up a nearby mountain. Next morning, as Charlie Berry, Rudolph Schultz, and Don Campbell were standing in the street discussing the murders, they sighted Nelson returning down the mountain. He saw the man, brought up his rifle to fire, but was an instant too late. Berry failed him with a bullet through the heart. Nelson's last shot went harmlessly into the air as he fell. Total fatalities were 8 killed including the murderer and one wounded. It was years before the people of Bonito City recovered from the shock, and for 15 years, nobody set foot in the log hotel. Folks said it was haunted, told stories of shrieks and groans in the dead of night, of seeing lights flicker from room to room, or hearing muffled shots. Those who peeped through the dusty windows could see the bloody footprints left by Miss Mayberry's feet. The murderer was buried at Bonito, with his head pointed down. Folklore say that this custom was to prevent the buried persons from walking as a ghost. The victims were also buried in Bonito, side by side of each other, and a reasonable distance away from the murderer Martin Nelson. Gradually, Bonito City died. The final blow came when the railroad arrived in the desert below and took a business-like approach to acquiring water rights in the Bonito Valley, and later on, buying out the land in which the remaining residents of Bonito City lived. In 1930, Bonito Dam was built by the Southern Pacific Railroad. The remains of the victims were moved to Angus Cemetery. A large stone marks their resting place, and as for Bonito City, it is presently resting under 75 feet of water that is now known as Bonito Lake. Since then, Bonito City has become an old memory and a murder mystery of the past. Some people have claimed that during a well-moonlit night, they can see the top of the church steeple shining below the serene resting water of the night. Is it really the church steeple being seen 75 feet below the water's surface? Or is it a haunting image, reminding us of the presence of the city below? You decide. In early November 2006, I went over to visit my grandparents' house and my grandpa wasn't feeling well. He eventually went to visit the hospital. I thought he would just get out in a day or so, because he survived a heart attack before. For the first few days I wasn't worried at all, but after a week in the hospital, I was getting a little worried. About 2 weeks later, he passed away. I was absolutely devastated. Before his funeral, his brother and sister came down to visit. While they were sleeping in my grandparents' house, this is 2 days after he had died, my uncle was leaving. He looked back to see if things were all right, and saw a rather tall figure, wearing a hat, walking in our room. At first he thought it was my grandpa's brother Robert, but he was fast asleep in a different story of the house. He went looking in the room, and the ghostly figure was gone. We all think the figure was our grandpa. He was about 6'1", and always wore a hat. Every time my grandma went to go get food, or to pick up my little cousins, we would get a feeling someone was watching me, but in a good way. In early December, I was decorating the Christmas tree, and I saw a face peek out at the top of the stairs at me. It looked exactly like my grandpa, a few years before he died. It kind of feels like a little bit of him follows every one of us. All of these accounts have happened in Lake Havasu, Arizona, each in a different house. My mother and I were driving around town, looking for a house to rent, when we found a large house on Bayou Drive. This house was an old bluish color, with vines creeping up the outer walls and into the fireplace, with a large overhang on the front porch. As soon as we started walking up the driveway, a very strong feeling of dread started to creep through my body.
I really liked the house, so I ignored the feeling and continued into the backyard. As I entered the backyard, I remembered a dream many months before. The exact backyard was in my dream, and the images of death and demons filled my mind. My mother had the same feeling, so we left without another word, deciding that a door had opened and a demon was dwelling inside the house. We moved into a different house where everything felt normal at first. We lived there for 7 years. I soon felt eyes watching me in the shower, which then led gusts of freezing angry wind rushing past my face and arms. Later I learned my mother was going through the same events, only she experienced only one of the gusts of wind. When we started talking about moving out of the house, things got worse. My mom once felt a figure sit down on the bed beside her and saw the indentation of the person on the bed. There were no dogs in the room, and the entire house was asleep. I saw blinds move and nothing in the room, and a shadowy figure walk across the kitchen. I was cleaning out a house, just about to move into it, when I repeatedly saw a figure of a little girl out of the corner of my eye. I could sometimes hear her talking softly to no one in particular. Later investigation proved that a little girl had drowned in the pool years before. I've had a lot of things happen to me in my life, from seeing eyes in the corner of my room to being slapped by something I couldn't see, so I'm very open to anything and everything that someone would think was weird or crazy. My mom, however, is not, so for her to tell me about what happened to her, I know it's true. I'm 28 now, and this happened a few years before I was born. My mom was an FHA teacher for 15 years, so she went to FHA meetings a lot. One night she was at a get-together for school, and it was getting late, and as she was getting ready to go, one of her friend's cars wouldn't start, so my mom said she would take her home. As they were driving, her friend and her were talking, not even thinking about how far out in the middle of nowhere they were. Finally, they got to her house, and my mom dropped her off and started home. It was a very calm night, and very dark, almost eerily calm. As she was driving down the road, she started to feel uneasy, so she tried to blow it off, until she turned down back road to the highway. I can't think of the name of the road right now, but I do know there was quite a few fatal accidents on that road because of how windy it is. So, as she was driving, she looked over and saw this thing running right beside her. It was as big as a cow, and its eyes glowed green. She got so scared, she stepped on the gas and was going 85 miles per hour. And the thing then disappeared. It was almost as if it was there like a flash, and it was gone. She never found out what it was, nor did she ever go down that road again. But she figured it might have been a banshee or something, after a long look at things. She has only had 2 things ever happen to her in her life that she definitely couldn't explain, and that was certainly one of them. The other was when she went to bed one night, when she was a teen. She just got into bed and looked over at her closet, and there was something that looked like a man floating with a glow around it coming at her. She ran and told her mom, and her mom told her it was nothing. So she went back to bed, and she saw it again, and ran out and slept on the couch for the rest of the night.
I'm a clairvoyant, and I'm used to not being alone. The last house I lived in had a number of distinctive entities, and will only share a couple of my experiences with you now. There was a young girl, probably around 4 or 5, who was very prevalent around the time my son was 3. One night, I had a contact dream. Usually my dreams are surreal and nonsense, but when I contact someone, they're usually set in whatever house I'm in, and are more out-of-body experiences. I walked to the end of my hall and looked through the dining room into the kitchen, and there was a small girl with waist-length dark brown, not black, wavy hair. She had a flowered white nightgown on, and she was pushing buttons on the microwave. When I asked her why she was here, she quickly, and I mean quickly, like Japanese horror crossed the room in a blink quickly, came up to me. I crouched down, but I couldn't see her face, and somehow I knew she had been badly injured. Think gunshot wounds to the eyes and cheek, so I didn't want to see her face. I explained to her that she needed to move on and go into the light where her family was waiting, and then I walked back to my room with her following behind me. I woke up, then went back to sleep, and a while later my son woke me up, halfways anyway, enough to answer him and kinda remember. And he asked me to tell the girl that she was not his sister and to leave him alone. I told him to lay down in my bed and explained to her she was about 3 feet away, that I'm not her mother, and that she needed to move on, that it wasn't her house anymore. I thought that part was a dream when I woke up, until I realized my son was asleep beside me. The other very noticeable energy in my house was that of a woman who was very straight-laced and controlling. She would often sit on a window seat in my bedroom at night. My husband, who is a very skeptical man, would sit up in his sleep staring with closed eyes towards her and ask over and over, "Who is that? Who the heck is that?" Until I would tell him it's okay. Then he would lay back down. Well, this house was in Oklahoma, and every time there was a tornado weather outside, she would panic and really become agitated and very distracting to those who could sense her. So I'd have to calm her down and watch the storm. When my alarm clock didn't go off, she would bang loudly on the window in time for you to get to work. The only nice thing she would do. But when we were moving out, she really flipped, stirring up whatever else was there. So in the middle of the night, I would hear floor shakings and bangs from completely empty rooms. Tape would be peeled off boxes and placed across the room. Things would be removed from boxes overnight and put in different rooms, like books stacked in the middle of the kitchen after they were packed, and sounds of the TV coming on after it had been unplugged and wrapped in protective sheeting. All in all, it was not a very fun move, especially when I was alone the last 4 weeks of packing, and she kept opening the valve on my air mattress at 2 a.m. My new house is nice, but I keep hearing a little boy talk to me from a corner of my bedroom. Oh well, I guess. I'm 25 now, and have had strange experiences which, though I'm very analytical and skeptical, can't seem to find out how, or why, or what these things were. I will tell each encounter as simply and as accurately as I can. I used to live in Stockton, and my house was built around 1910 to 1912. I was an only child, and my parents were very busy doing their own things. I may have had an overactive imagination, but I don't believe so, because what I saw was too clear and not vague and reinterpreted by my brain. The sliding redwood doors that separated our living room from the dining room began to shake before my eyes, as if it was locked and someone wanted in. I got up and walked around to the other side, thinking it was my cat, but I didn't see her paw, and she never shook the doors, just nudged them apart. I walked around to the other side of the doors to the kitchen. All the lights were off, and I saw no one. I felt very scared suddenly, and went to bed, closing my door. Another time I was laying in bed, and my mother was on her hands and knees sniffing the floor. A bathroom connected our rooms, and I assumed she had begun sniffing in the bathroom. I asked her what she was doing, and she replied, "Your father and I smelled rotten blood." I can't remember what happened first, but I saw a clear apparition in my living room as I tied my shoes. A man dressed in black with a top hat and coattails, had a cane with a black long beard, walked briskly through the living room, and disappeared. I had a dream that I pulled the back out of the carpets in my parents' bedroom and saw blood stains. I don't know if she was moving them. She denies it still to this day, but I know I wasn't moving them because I was determined to find the truth. The board told this story. A married couple named Mark and Melissa Twain lived in the house with a woman's sister. One day, in jealous outrage, she killed them both in the room with a shotgun. I thought it was very fishy the wife had my name, and the husband's name was Mark Twain. Well, like I said, my cousin says she didn't make the Ouija tell the story. I was under the house one day, bored and playing around, when I found a small handful of large blast bullet casings. Not as large as a shotgun casing bullet, I don't think. Other things have happened. I heard a knock on my door late at night. One huge knock, but I was too scared to open it. I told my father in the morning, and he got very angry and shouted at me that I was too stupid. I don't know why that angered him. I surmised the knock was from my dog changing lying positions on the porch. Once a baby bottle just sitting on the counter just seemed to be thrown in the floor. My father said it was because I stomped into the kitchen. Perhaps. But the powerful way it fell, I doubted it. I was never able to tear my parents' carpet or find any information on the house that could point me in any direction. Though I did get all the paperwork on who owned the house, and no name Twain ever owned the house. My aunt, who claims to be a psychic, came over to the house and said that several ghosts live here. That was something I didn't hear myself. Another family member told me that. The house, which was always a bit odd, had a stained glass window on the front, not very large. It was of a cross. Later in life, I was in high school, living with a friend. I was trying to go to sleep and heard someone say my name very clearly right next to my ear. I got up and asked my friend what he wanted. He was in my grandmother's room, which they shared. "I didn't call you," he said. The voice didn't sound like his voice. It had a lisp, as was very girlish sounding. We went to the house in the Delta, abandoned and run down, as well as vandalized. I walked ahead of everyone, always ready to take on whatever. As I walked past a bush, these birds just exploded from it. Before, I heard no bird song, and they surprised. The house was elevated with a basement that had openings for water to flow through. Everything was pretty much ruined. A door opened nowhere, as the staircase had been brought down. It felt like a cemetery, not in a morbid sense, just so quiet and hollow. We went to the basement, where trash was everywhere. On the door, which had been removed then, placed back up, was a crude black painting of a devil or satyr. Being mischievous, I took a wooden bed frame topper. It was painted brown with a carved flower on each side, and it was painted red as well. After I took it home, that's when I heard the voice. My room was cold, and I saw something in the garage, and I had a really weird nightmare. The kitchen was being renovated, so we had to wash and get dishes in the garage. I went out to get a cup and felt very nervous in there. As I was walking to leave, I heard a loud boom in the wall to my right. I looked, not too long, but long enough, and this will be a very hard to explain situation and sound crazy, but this energy waved and glistened in the shape of something human, turned its head and looked at me. I ran out, scared for my life. I'd never been so scared. I took the bed knob back, and nothing happened like that again. The site has long since been destroyed. I'm not sure what any of this means, but I do know one thing for sure. I experienced it. Both of these accounts took place within the same week of each other, happening to my brother and I when we were on vacation in London. The Hyde Park Ghost. I was on vacation with my family in London for Thanksgiving, 2001. About 10 in the morning on Thanksgiving Day, we decided to go for a walk around London, starting with Hyde Park, which was about 3 blocks from the hotel. The park was beautiful against the autumn sky, and both my brother and I found it strange how time seemed to skip, as the park just lay kitty corner from a highly modernized tourist strip. As we waited on the corner for our parents to catch up, I turned to see a great black carriage standing behind us, pulled by a glamorous-looking brown and white Clydesdale. I tugged on my older brother's jacket and pointed, and we watched it for a while, thinking it was the coolest thing we'd ever seen. Others in the park didn't take much notice of them at all, walking by in a hurry to get wherever they were going, or that's what we figured. My brother, having his camera with him, took a picture of the carriage and the driver, a slightly portly man with a contented smile and a formal air. He looked at us as my brother snapped a picture, and I felt an unexplainable tingling. Shrugging it off as the autumn weather, I continued to watch the driver. Our parents called our names, and we turned back to look at them, agreeing that we should all go for a ride in the carriage. My mom asked what we were looking at, and I turned back and pointed. What happened next is the strangest thing I've ever experienced. There was no carriage standing on the corner with us. My brother just looked as puzzled, and we continued to search about the corner, thinking it must have driven off after we turned to look at my parents. The carriage, driver, and horse were nowhere in sight. I found it odd also that we had not heard them drive off, as one would think a horse walking on stone could not be terribly quiet. A week or so later, we got the film developed. My brother and I searched through the pictures at least 3 times, trying desperately to find the one he had taken off the carriage. But though all the exposures from his camera were present, we could not find the one of the gleaming black carriage, Mary Driver, and the magic Clydesdale. We did, however, find a startling shot of the corner it had been on, with a little glowing orb just right center. My brother and I prickled. The real start, however, did not come until about 2 days after that, when I was reading a book about the ghost of London I'd picked up at the Tower of London for some light reading. I felt the same familiar prickle as I read about a popular ghost in Hyde Park, that of a man driving a gleaming black carriage pulled by a huge brown and white Clydesdale. The shadow in the chapel. A few days after walking in Hyde Park, my brother and I were wandering quietly through Westminster Abbey, enjoying the sights. We walked into the chapel that was open and sat for a moment, waiting for our parents to catch up. While we were there, he said he smelled something burning. I sniffed the air, recognizing the strong smell of incense. We looked around, not seeing anyone else in the chapel. My brother poked his head out the door, and he looked around, informing me that no one was there, and no one was burning anything nearby. Thinking this was strange, but not terribly creepy, we hung around in the chapel a while longer, chatting quietly. Our conversation was broken, however, when we heard someone chanting from the front of the chapel. We jumped, thinking we were alone. I looked up towards the front, certain we had been alone. The chanting continued in a foreign language I didn't understand. My brother, a Latin student, said later the chanting was a prayer or something. We stood there, watching the front of the chapel, looking around for anyone who might be chanting. I nearly fell over when I saw someone flicker to my left. A figure, wearing a dark robe and moving slowly, walked in front of us at the head of the chapel. I remember taking a sharp step backward and falling into my brother when, after a moment's reflection, the being looked up and straight ahead. We couldn't see its face as its profile was towards us, covered by the robe's hood. That didn't matter, however, as in an instant, the being was gone. There was no more chanting, no smell of incense, nothing but me being supported by my paled and terrified-looking brother. We didn't know what to think, neither of us thinking too much of ghosts before, but neither of us could really explain it. One minute, someone standing right in front of us, and the next minute, it was gone, completely and utterly gone. Not a trace of it. First story. I was 11 when this happened. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. It was a pretty Victorian house. It still had the original barn. It was in the back. But anyway, one night we were staying up well past our bedtime, down in the living room, watching TV and talking. Well, our room, which we were supposed to be in, was directly over the living room. Well, we were sitting there, and all of a sudden, we heard what sounded like something being dragged the length of our bedroom. It was something heavy. We were so scared, so we stopped talking and muted the TV to listen. It sounded almost like a dead body. All you could hear was thump, thump, slide, thump. It was freaky. We checked on everyone, and everyone was asleep. In my second story, this is my fiance's story. He's in Germany right now. He would probably be mad at me for telling this, but I have to, because it scared me. Anyway, he's not the type of guy to get scared very easily. He doesn't believe in ghosts. We live in a town called Tacoma. It's south of Seattle. Anyway, A poor town of Tacoma is Lakewood. In this town is an old insane asylum that was torn down about, guessing, 30 years ago, and then rebuilt across the street. Go figure. It's called Western State. My fiance and a couple of his friends went to the hospital for the fun of it. The ruins are still there. They were down in the basement, which also happens to be the boiler room. They were walking down there and came around a corner and saw a bunch of bugs and such. They figured a bum was staying down there. As they turned to leave, Dave is a pretty small guy, so he got pushed to the back. As he was about to leave himself out of the window, he felt someone tap him on his shoulder and heard someone whisper something to him. He figured it was the bum, so he turned around, but there was nothing there. He freaked out because it was a split second that he'd heard something and felt the tap. So he started screaming for his friends to come and get him. His friends had to pull him out of the window because he was freaking out the whole time. A third story. I was sleeping one time in my bedroom, and it was like 3 o'clock in the morning, and I suddenly woke up because I had the feeling that someone was in the room with me. I had my own room at the time, and it was pitch black in my room, but I looked in the corner where my door was, and I could just barely make out the outline of a man. He was just standing there and watching me. I couldn't breathe or think. I just stayed there for about 2 minutes, trying to figure out what to do. I finally got the balls to reach over and yank on the lamp. When I did, nothing was there. Fourth story. Me and my sister were at my grandma's visiting, and recently, my uncle had passed away in the house. He had gone missing for about 2 weeks. My grandma didn't think anything of it, because he did that sometimes. She went in his room looking for something, and there he was, lying on his bed, half decomposed. She said it took forever to get the smell out. On my grandma's TV was a plastic face with a flake flower in it. The TV was off, and my grandma was at work, so me and my 2 sisters was sitting around and talking. I believe we were talking about my uncle, when all of a sudden, the vase went flying off the TV. When I say flew, I mean flew. It flew like 5 feet. We all stopped and decided to go to bed. Fifth story. I was spending the night at my best friend's house. I was like 15 or something. My godmother had just told us to go to bed. We were just getting ready for bed when I hear my godmother yelling at me to get my butt in bed. I came out of my best friend's room and said we were. She then proceeded to tell me that she had seen me in the reflection in the window walk by from the stairs to the kitchen, but the room we were in was right next to where she was. Freaky. The sixth and final story. I was babysitting my nephew one night. I was sitting on, listening to music and relaxing, when I heard my sister laugh. Thinking that was weird, because I hadn't heard them come home, I got up to check. There was no one there. I know my sister's laugh. About 30 minutes later, I heard my sister cough. Again, I got up to check. Nothing. I don't know much about this house. I've only been here about 8 months. It's my brother-in-law's house. This house is kind of weird though. When all sounds have died down, you can hear clicking and sometimes even what kind of sounds like walking sounds. I sleep with my door open, so I would hear if my sister had opened her door. But they're like soft walking sounds.
odd. Anyway, I have tons more stories. I'm a very strong believer in ghosts. So if you want to hear more stories, just email me and let me know. Earlier this year, I attended a camp in Reuben County, Georgia. There, I was told the story of Timothy Dalton. The story is that, in the late 1970s, the Daltons lived in a rural area of Harbison County, Georgia. Supposedly, Timothy was about 11 years old, an only child, and his parents didn't really like him. They abused him in every way possible, and kept him in the basement, due to them not thinking it was worthy of a room upstairs. This wasn't even really a basement, more just like a cellar, with one small window that was about 2 feet in length and a half foot up. Mr. Dalton's wood workshop was down there, so at night, Timothy would work on whatever he could. His father didn't mind him working with his wood, because his father would take whatever Timothy made and sell it without giving Timothy any of the money. Well, one day, Timothy was at home, alone weeding the field, when the postman came. His parents had got off into the next city over to get some supplies for the upcoming fall. Now, Timothy knew that there was such a thing as mail, but since his parents didn't tell him where it came from and neglected to send him to school, he never knew what it honestly looked like. The postman approached Timothy and asked him if his father was around. When Timothy answered no, the postman handed over a package. He had never seen a package before and was informed not to open it or even shake it. It was his father's and not his. Timothy went inside the house and set the package down on the kitchen table. He couldn't stop thinking about it, so he opened it and made sure that he could seal it again. Around this time, power tools started to come out, and Timothy's father figured that he should have one since he does work on wood sometimes. Timothy saw that it was a power drill and was in awe. He couldn't wait until that night to start making something. So, for the rest of the day, he just went around and collected logs and sticks so that he could make something. Once he found them, he set them by the window and at night would open it and pull them in. That night, once his parents locked him in the basement, he started to work. He worked and worked for about 3 hours until he came up with this beautiful rocking chair. He had never seen something this beautiful and never been this happy about something like this. So every night, throughout the summer and the fall, he would sit and rock in it until he would fall asleep. Well, a horrible blizzard blew through, and it was a horrible sight. All the crops of the city had died, and nothing was left of them. So one day, Mr. Dalton told Timothy to go and find firewood for the fireplace, since they didn't have electric heating. Timothy knew that all the firewood would be wet, but decided not to fight with his father. After about 2 hours, Timothy had found some dry pieces to possibly hold them over for the night, so he turned back and started to walk back towards the house. As he approached the end of the woods, he noticed that there was a smoke coming out of the fireplace. He found this very odd and didn't quite know why his father would send him out to find firewood if he already had some. So Timothy walked into the house, and as soon as he walked in, he was horrified. He saw his rocking chair, the only thing he had ever been proud of, chopped up in the fireplace, burning to little bits. Timothy snapped, that's all to say. He didn't start to yell at his dad or anything. He just mentally snapped. So he sat down the firewood and did his chores. Before he was locked down in the basement, he managed to sneak some chicken wire under his shirt, so he took it down to the basement and was locked in there. After about an hour, he knew that his mom and dad had just turned off the light to go to bed.
After maybe 3 hours, he had constructed this power drill into this killing machine. He had found an X-Acto knife and bound it to the power drill so that when he turned the trigger on it, it would spin around and around. So he used some chicken wire to unlock himself and walked up the stairs to his parents' room. He slowly bound his parents' hands and feet to the bedpost and footboard. It took him about an hour just to do this without either of them stirring. So, once that was done, he just stood over his father, staring him dead in the eye, with his hand and power drill behind his back. As soon as his father awoke, he started yelling at Timothy, calling him a freak, and wondering what he was doing there. So, Timothy didn't do anything, just pulled out the power drill and jammed it straight into his father's heart and turned it on. His mother was screaming bloody murder, so he pulled it out of his father and slowly walked her on the other side to his mom. She was crying and was in absolute hysterics. Timmy looked over at her, then revved the power drill once and shoved it straight into her neck. He just dropped everything, didn't wash his hands, didn't even try to clean up. He didn't care if he was caught. All he cared about was that rocking chair. So he went over to the fireplace and sat down in front of it and stared into it for 3 days until the police got suspicious and noticed that they hadn't seen them for a while. When they came to the house, they didn't even have to ask any questions. They knew what happened. So they admitted Timothy into the psych ward, where he stayed into the late 90s. Now that you know the story, I can get to my experience. It's important to understand that story so you can understand the experience that happened to me. When I was with my camp, our cabin of 20 boys and girls were on a bus headed to Helen to go tubing on the Hooch. It was really rainy, so they didn't want us going in the water, so they took us to go bowling in the Habersham County. The night before, we had hiked up Blood Mountain and was told that story, so we were all pretty freaked out. Well, me and my friend Kelly and her boyfriend Jake decided to go walk around the bowling building since a lot of the counselors were already back there. So as we're walking back there was an old man with slightly grayish hair standing out there and smoking. We had been informed that if you see anyone outside your camp, that you kindly say hello, don't say your name, and only tell where you're from, camp-wise. The man did what any other person would do and ask us our names. We sat down on a curb that was parallel to him, but the length of a car away from him. We told him that we were from CHH Lake Burton and that we were here with a camp. Well, that still doesn't answer my question, he said. Kelly spoke up. I'm sorry, sir, but we're not allowed to tell you our names. He looked at her and laughed a little. Well, Kelly, my name is Tim. We're all completely shocked and confused. How do you know our names? I asked. He laughed again and put out his cigarette. Let's just say that I know a lot of things. Habersham is a very quiet town, and as of last night, for you guys, it was a very innocent town too. We were all in shock and awe. How did he know that he knew about the murders? We all got spooked, and Jack led the way back around the building. But every crazy person has some parting words. Just remember this, he said to us as we all halted to stop. I wouldn't have had to kill him if he just kept his eyes closed. To this day, it still haunts me. The wheezing laugh of that man and the wondering of the story. Is it honestly true? A few weeks ago, my grandparents and I went to a Mormon pioneer cemetery a few miles from where I live to get a picture of an ancestor's gravestone. While driving into the cemetery, I noticed a particularly tall gravestone. As soon as I saw it, I got the chills. Normally, I'm not scared of cemeteries or things like that. At least, not in the daytime. As we left the cemetery, my grandmother pointed out the creepy headstone. She said it was her grand-aunt's grave, and that this lady had crossed the plains to come to Utah when she was about 8. She later went north to help settle in the town of Richmond, Utah. Then Grandma told me the following story. When my Aunt Andrea was about 15, she was home alone in the kitchen right after school. She heard a woman's voice and turned around. She saw an elderly lady in a long, old-fashioned style dress with her hair in a bun. Andrea ran out of the house and to a neighbor's, where she called my grandmother at work. Grandma thought she was trying to get attention, but told her she could stay with the neighbors until she got home from work. The same thing happened twice over the next 2 weeks. My grandma requested a picture of my great aunt from my great grandmother so she could copy it and hang it up on the mantle. It was lying on the counter the next day when Andrea came home. As soon as she saw the picture, she jumped. She asked Grandma who it was, and then told her it was the ghost. Andrea never saw the woman again, but says it wasn't scary, more like a lady that wanted to help. I know this one's kinda short, but thanks for reading. I have a story to tell you of a sight which will always be engraved into my mind for life. A friend of mine and I were avid hunters, and we were returning from a duck hunting trip in a place called Dunmurry. We were trying to remain as quiet as possible so that we could catch and hunt as many of those ducks as possible. As time wore on, we weren't able to find too many, but still decided to have a look by the river to check for those elusive ducks. Before we crossed the fields back to the house, we made our way across the M1 motorway at Dunmurry and had our guns loaded as well. It was then when my heart thunderously stopped and noticed something far more terrifying than a simple duck. I put my last shell up the spout and noticed a tall, light tan colored figure to the right of me. It seemed to be about 7 feet tall and off of the ground by about 2 feet, and scared the crap out of me. I couldn't speak, and I warned my friend to stay away. At the time, my friend was right behind me when I saw the figure, but didn't quite understand what I was so terrified about, since he didn't see it himself. I told him to start running, and running as fast as possible, so we could be as far from this mysterious figure. My first instinct was to point my gun at it, but I urged my friend to stay away from this thing. I thought by pointing at it with my gun, I would scare the figure away. Of course now, looking back, it was a ghost, so it sounds silly now. We eventually made it out of there without incident, and explained to my friend what I saw. He called me crazy, he called me insane, but I swore to him that is exactly what I saw. A 7-foot figure floating directly at me from the distance. This happened about 14 years ago, and neither of us went hunting at night again. I told a friend of mine this story, and he explained that a figure not unlike a monk had been reported on the motorway from as far back as 30 years ago. Wish someone could have told me, then I wouldn't be as spooked. My grandparents used to own a home in New Hartford, Connecticut, until about 5 years ago. It was a huge house, mostly built by my gramps, and it sat centered on about 4.5 acres of land. It was really nice, in the daytime, anyhow. It was a 2-story house with a huge attic and a basement as well. There were a total of 5 bedrooms in the main part of the house, and there was a 2-bedroom apartment connected to the house. Now, just as a bit of a background, my gram and gramps were some really cool old people. They traveled a lot. In fact, They've been to many different countries. They have been to all 48 continental states, plus Alaska, in their RV. A few years before I was born, they went to Haiti, and they bought this freaky little wooden statue. Ever since I was a little girl, anytime we went up to Connecticut to visit them, I hated that statue. A giant pillowcase used to have to be put over it so that I couldn't see it. One night, when I was about 13, I was sleeping in the bedroom that was converted into my Gram's needlepoint and sewing room. I woke up to go to the potty. A little freaky statue man had the customary pillowcase pulled over him and was standing in his usual corner across the short, squared hall from my room. I went potty and came out. First thing I always did was I had to check and make sure that the little man hadn't moved. I ended up wetting myself when I looked and saw the pillowcase on the floor in the corner where scary statue man was, and then looked at the corner by my door, and he was there. I was only in the bathroom for 2 minutes, and that statue was way too heavy for anyone to move it, and me to not hear it. Everyone else was asleep anyhow. My older brother, the one who would have been sick enough to pull a mean prank like that, was not at my grandparents' home. He was in Bark Homestead with my cousin Sean and my Aunt Joni and Uncle Jim's house. As soon as I saw that Mr. Man was waiting for me by my door, probably waiting for me to walk by so that he could grab me and eat me or something, I immediately took off running down the stairs, which was an incredible feat for me in and of itself, if you've never seen a fat 13-year-old girl run before, and run through the family and living room, through the kitchen, into the foyer, and up 2 steps to the attached apartment where my mother was sleeping with my little sister Hannah and my baby brother Ryan. The next morning, bright and early, we went upstairs to investigate, and where was the statue? Back in the corner it was supposed to be in, with the pillowcase pulled over it. I've had many encounters with the paranormal since I was about 5 or 6 years old, and I've seen ghosts, and I've even heard and seen the presence of demons. I wanted to share 2 of these experiences with you. People can think what they will, but I take these things very seriously, and know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are real and walk among us. First ghost to ever cross my path was that of a woman. I was 5 at the time and had gone to the kitchen to get a drink while my family was watching a movie on the hydro bed. I was standing there, drinking my water, when I see in my peripheral vision a woman in a white dress floating down the hall from my aunt's room right into the room occupied by my mother and myself. Being as I was a child, a thought only that this lady didn't belong in our house surfaced in my mind. Well, for some reason, I decided to throw a kitchen knife at it, and you guessed it, the knife went through it. I always believed that she was hiding in my closet as well. There would be numerous instances where I'd be sleeping in my room in the middle of the night. That's when I would hear the closet door and see it open a crack. It was very terrifying, and I didn't know what to do but to stare in absolute terror. There were more than a few instances where it felt like something was trapped inside there and was trying to claw its way out. So much so, in fact, that actually the door was splintered in a few places. My second encounter was with the Phantom Miner. Sounds weird, huh? But let me just say that this was in Sacramento, California, where gold was discovered. Sutter's Mill was about 10 to 15 miles from our house. I saw the specter in our backyard, digging in the ground. He was dressed as a miner, would have dressed in the 1840s. He even had a mule with him, loaded down with things. It was at about 10 p.m. at night. I guess he found what he was looking for, because he pulled something out of the ground, put it in a pack, grabbed the mule's reins, and started to walk away, About 3 seconds later, he had vanished from sight. The thing that was odd to me was that a water pipe that was in the spot where the phantasmal miner was searching at, that very next morning, mysteriously began to leak. Strange series of events, but I'm glad you were able to read them, and I appreciate your readership. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I had frightening experiences with ghosts. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic someone's watching me feeling. I always blamed it on me, being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallways to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed, she saw a light blue, glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night my 2 sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware of where I was hiding, they stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard my younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign?" The stop sign is located next to the gate. After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused. It was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, My younger sister told me that the ghost she saw in my bed and the ghost she saw on the stop sign both looked exactly like me. Possible doppelganger? I don't know. It all began around the 1st of June, this very year. This incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's house. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer in the summer of 1998, and I didn't know that these last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I'd spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and had felt like I actually gotten a little closer to them both, but especially my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother. Unfortunately, she informed us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital. We went back to our grandmother's home, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings, and I would feel light touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattled and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Objects would fall from midair, such as paper, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast, and so fast in fact, I could feel a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, and money to name a few. Usually the belongings that I would use around the house a lot. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night. Flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things that humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I had sound sleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadow-like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving in my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else, that he would approach me. I had never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that nobody would believe me, or even listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted whenever I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I had said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking fast, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience. And it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with, before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. I felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping in the living room sofa that I felt appeased. Albeit, this has not been my first experience. Ever since I was the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now. In previous homes, I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were many rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away, someone that used to stay in the master bedroom. So, my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife, on a trip to California, got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am, even to this day. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. Hello. I have a lot of experiences to share. I've been told that I'm more in tune with the spiritual world, and that's why a lot of stuff happens to me. Anyways, I'll just share some that I can remember. One night, my friend Amanda was having a sleepover with 3 other girls, and someone brought along a Ouija to play. We were playing and having fun because it was spooky. After that, we went to sleep at about 12, and we slept on a trundle that came out of the couch. We were the only ones in the house because her mom was out. Anyways, I woke up and shook everyone awake because I had a bad feeling, and I heard the closet door slamming all night. It was pitch black, so I told for my friend to turn on the light. She did, but it blew out. She tried it again, but it blew out once more. I thought bulbs can only blow out once. We were really scared, and we saw this black mass approaching us and closing in on us. We jumped up and all ran out of the house. We were really spooked and didn't go back inside for like 2 hours. One time, when I was about 7, I'd been staying at my grandparents' house for Easter vacation. I'd got up to sleep in this one room, but for some reason, I didn't like it. Well, one night, I woke up because I felt someone watching me. There's a door that leads to my room, and right next to it is a door that leads to the backyard. I sat up in bed, and right in front of the back door was this figure. It was about 6 foot, and they appeared to have armor on. I was afraid because I knew it was bad, but I wasn't able to run away because the door to get out of the room was right next to where the spirit was. I just looked at it, and it wouldn't let me go. Finally, after like 2 minutes, it faded away, and I ran out of the room and refused to sleep in there again. Another time, at my mom's house, I was home alone, and I was watching TV in the living room. I heard the bath water running, and so I ran to the bathroom to turn it off. I thought it must have been loose or something, so I tightened it. I closed the door and resumed watching TV again. It somehow turned on again, so I tightened it again. This continued on for another 4 times, and I still didn't know what it was. In my dad's house, an old lady supposedly died there. I never sleep with the light off because I like to be able to see who and what is in my room. Anyways, I always get knocks on my door, even though it's open, and one night, I felt like someone was sitting on my chest while I was sleeping. My older sister seems to get bugged more. Someone tickles her feet, pokes the bottom of her mattress while she's sleeping, and breathes behind her when she's on the computer. In this same house, in my bedroom, I hung this picture about 6 inches across and 3 inches wide of this rapper Dr. Dre on my wall. The next day, there were scratches that had torn through the picture, although it was still on the wall. This freaked me out because I was the only one visiting my dad that weekend, and he doesn't have any pets. I put tape over it just to cheaply laminate it and see if she could or would scratch it again. The morning after that, I was surprised to find it scratched again. It freaked me out, but I left the picture there. I don't think she likes rap very much, and I think she and they take and hide things. These may not sound scary, but when they happen to you, it is. I have many more, but I can't remember anyone right now. Thanks for listening, and I'm sorry it was so long.
It's been 17 years, but it still happens to this day. It happened on a summer night on the back road connecting Mount Clair to West Milford, known to the locals as Alfie Hill. The area had very few houses at the time, and one house stood out, a brand new gorgeous home right at the crest of the dirt road. The man who lived there built it for his wife, and they had a daughter who was, I believe, around 8 years old at the time. I remember traveling the road, more of a cowpath really, and watching the home being constructed. Once it was finished, it always looked so pristine and happy. But one night, I was coming through this patch, black stretch of land, and saw the mother and daughter in the middle of the road, both in what looked like nightgowns in a mud puddle. I could see them standing there as I approached, and the moon seemed to shine on them alone. When I got to them, they disappeared in front of me. I wasn't alone in the car, so I asked did anyone else just see that, and everyone just sat there, too scared to answer. By the light of day, early, I was crossing back across the hill and saw 6, maybe 7 police cruisers and an ambulance. Crime scene tape everywhere, and one covered figure in the grass by the house, and several officers crouched by the road, beside where the mud puddle was the night before. Apparently the man had long suffered from depression and killed his wife and daughter before running to the house and killing himself. The officers said that they speculated he had committed the act the night prior to them being discovered. Still, on summer nights, you can see the girl and her mom looking down into the middle of the puddle in their nightgowns. My husband Steve, brother, and myself were staying in a condo at Sunrise Village in Killington, Virginia, to go skiing. It was in April of this year, and there was a special on the Fox News channel entitled, "Does the Devil Really Exist?" or something of that nature. It must have really affected me, as I later dreamt that my husband and I were before the devil, and he was going to decide which one of our souls to claim. I was making an argument to spare Steve and take me instead. I remember waking up as someone was grabbing my left calf and tugging on it. I looked around and saw my husband was just coming into the bedroom from the bathroom, and he saw my distress as I was waking up and shouting for him to turn on the light as I was waving my hand around me to see if I could detect any cold spots. I enthusiastically read all I can on the paranormal. I vividly recall the hand, fingers and thumb wrapped around my left calf. It was a warm hand, and no, without a doubt it wasn't my husband's. He was in the bathroom, or my sleeping brother on the living room couch. I was sleeping, tucked in with the sheets and blankets tucked under the mattress. I think whatever it was trying to wake me up from a horrible dream. Perhaps my father, who passed away 5 years ago prior. Don't know. What I do know is that my husband believes it was a dream
and he won't accept any other explanation. This infuriates me to no end. I know it was real. Thanks for listening, and keep up the good work on your website. It's great. I've got another experience I thought you might find interesting. In October of 2006, I got orders to move from Arlington Air Force Base, Alaska, to Peterson Air Force Base, Colorado. My ex-wife and I decided to drive because we didn't want to get to the next station and not have a car. We spent the weekend with her relatives in Wasilla, then made the drive to Haines Junction and stayed the night. We really didn't sleep well that night. The room was rather uncomfortable. So we left at like 500 and began the trip to Canada. We took the Alcan, Alaska-Canada highway and pushed into the Yukon Territory, stopped and had a rather awful lunch, but my daughter, who was a year old, needed to get out of the car for a while. We pulled into White House around 1800 and decided to stop for the night. We chose the Best Western Hotel, mostly due to the military giving us a list of which hotels were best for us to stay in, and that was one. As we were checking in, I noticed a rather cold spot by a cartoony statue of a Canadian Mountie. Mind you, this was October, and things were getting cooler, but not that cold. I believe we had a room on the 6th floor, and let my ex-wife and my daughter get settled, while I brought in the things we needed for the night. While I was making the trips to the car and back to the room, I learned that this Best Western was once a saloon and brothel. I'd mentioned the cold spot to my ex-wife, and she had stated that once she had made the trip to Alaska in '02. This was 2 years before our marriage, and I did not know her before '03. That she had stayed on the 4th floor and experienced similar cold spots and orbs. Well, we decided to have dinner, then turn in. We had been in the car for over 12 hours, and we sorely needed a seat after the awful night before. My ex-wife said she had forgotten something in the car, and for me to get it, as she was going to give our daughter a bath and put her to bed. I went out from the restaurant and the hotel, and as I was walking in the entrance to the hotel, I kept feeling cold spots in various places. I also felt like someone had brushed up against me, and like a hand on my shoulder. Of course, no one else was around except the front desk clerk. It got stranger as I came back in after getting what it was. I have since forgotten, and got on the elevator again. I got this feeling like I was being watched, or something was there with me. Now, I was the only one in the elevator, but for some reason, it stopped on the 4th floor, and when the doors opened, an odor of tobacco filled the area. This is a non-smoking hotel, and what can be best described as a wet dog smell filtered through the hallway. When I finally got back to the 6th floor, these cold spots seemed more spread out than before, and I swear I saw some floating orbs in the window overlooking Whitehorse. By this time, it was around 1930 to 2000 at night. Of course, when I looked again, nothing was there. I also heard something that sounded like someone banging pots and pans. Obviously, there was no one there, and you weren't allowed to bring such things into the hotel. I got back to her room and told my ex-wife about it, and she said she had a similar experience in '02, without the pots and pans banging noise. We slept the rest of the night without any further disturbances, and decided to head out at 6:30. While I was loading the car, it was still kind of dark outside. I swear, I saw what looked like a prospector from the latter part of the 1890s. Of course, when I looked up, he was gone. When I went back into the lobby near that cartoony Canadian Mountie statue, the cold spot really intensified,
and when I got to the area where the elevator was, I saw someone out the window, and I thought nothing of it. But once I got closer to the elevator, I noticed that the person was wearing Victorian-era clothing. He passed by the window and disappeared. Again, I told my ex-wife, and she by now was picking up on animal spirits, as she called them, and she was telling me it was time to get moving. But she noticed the intense cold spot by the statue as well, and like our trip to Rika's Roadhouse in Alaska back in '04, she was quick to get out of the hotel with our daughter and get to the car, while I checked out and brought the bags out. Again, I felt something brush against me, and something touched my shoulder. However, this time, the hand felt cold and clammy almost. Of course, I turn around, and no one is there. Just that cartoony Mountie statue. We get out of there okay, without any further strangeness, save for a feeling of sorrow. Then, of course, I found out it was a saloon and brothel from the Alaskan Canadian gold rush of 1898, which could explain several things, but it was the first time I actually feared spirits and ghosts, and that was because of my daughter, who was a year old at the time. Again, my ex-wife and I would talk about this till our divorce. It was probably the first time I've ever felt animal spirits. This is a personal experience that happened to me 2 years ago in Charleston, South Carolina. I'm in the Navy and had just got off the swing shift on base, leaving at approximately 11:45 p.m. from the base. The base I was at is on an old plantation's land, but I never thought anything of it. The part where I worked at was on the water of the nearby river, and the road back passed along the river for about a half mile before turning inland. Fog had a tendency to build up on the river in the fall and winter months, and the fog had rolled across the road on this particular night. As I was driving along the road coming back from work, I saw a man running on the side of the road. This was nothing special on a military base. People run all the time to keep up physical condition, but this was almost at midnight, which I found strange, and he was wearing nothing reflective at all, seemingly wearing all dark clothing. As my car came up on him, he immediately darted out in front of the car at a speed I'd never seen before. I slammed on the brakes, but it was too late. I expected to hear and feel a massive thud as I hit this poor fellow, but as the car passed through him, he vanished without a trace. I got out of the car, brights on, searching with my flashlight for a person anywhere around my car, but I was the only one as far as I could see on this road. It scared the living daylights out of me, to the point in which I started searching inside of the car to ensure I did not have a hitchhiker with me now. After getting into the car, I drove as fast as I could, with interior lights on in the car, to the nearest well-lit area, locked the doors, left the lights on, and called my father to relate the incident. After some 20 minutes of consoling me, I finally got my wits about me to drive home. However, it did not end here. From this night on, something was different about my apartment. There was a presence in that place that I haven't felt the months before the incident. I began to review sitting in the living room alone altogether because of feeling like someone was watching me. Out of the corner of my eye, I would see the bathroom light on, clear as day, but when I looked over, it would be off again. It would feel like someone would sit down next to me on the couch, but I was the only one in the apartment. Finally, one weekend my father came out to visit. Growing up with numerous ghostly and at sometimes demonic experiences, most of which he never talks about, he has become highly sensitive to the paranormal. The first day he arrived, used a key I left him to get in while I was at work. When I got home, having said nothing of my experiences in the apartment to him, the first thing he asked me was if I ever got the feeling someone was in the kitchen area, peeking over the half wall at the television. I froze in my tracks at this. Over the course of his week-long visit, he said he also thought he saw the bathroom light turning itself on and off, and felt someone else sit down on the couch next to him, as well as seeing a shadow of a man mainly around the kitchen area, who would periodically lean over the half wall like he was looking at what was on the television. But he said he never saw or felt anything or anyone in the bedrooms. I now had a reason for my seemingly unfounded paranoia of being in the living room alone. I continued living with this feeling from the night of the incident, driving home through the following few months until I received orders to leave Charleston, and have not felt the presence of the Running Man since then. When I was little, about 5 or 6, we lived in a big house which was originally 2 cottages, later joined together. Although myself and my sister were young at the time and had no personal experiences, my parents told us stories about what happened there when we moved house some years later, as well as the familiar cold spots, creaks and groans. Some other stuff went on too. One day, my mom was in the downstairs bathroom when she heard a man's cough coming from outside the door. Thinking it was my dad going into the study room, which was opposite the bathroom, she thought nothing of it. When she came out of the bathroom, however, the study was empty and no one was outside. She went back to the kitchen and found my dad where she'd left him, sitting at the table. She asked him if he had come out the bathroom and coughed. He hadn't moved the whole time. Another time, my mom, my dad, and one of their friends were sitting at the kitchen table when they all heard a massive crash come directly from upstairs where my bedroom was. My mom described it as the sound of a wardrobe falling over or a full-grown male adult being thrown to the floor. They rushed upstairs to find me fast asleep and nothing out of place in my room. We even had the fireplace in my room checked in case a stone had fallen down the chimney. Nothing was found and there was no explanation. Everyone in the house was accounted for. One night my parents were in bed when they heard the sound of a woman gently humming and singing. The sound came from the end of the corridor and continued downstairs, then eventually stopped. Again, this could not be explained. Myself and my sister were asleep, and even if we did get up, we certainly would have walked down the corridor singing. My second story is based in my grandmother's house, a manor house which is around 200 years old. My grandmother has a story which even to this day she swears was true. She was walking upstairs when in front of her she saw a pair of women's shoes on the step above. She looked up to see a skirt, blouse, and before she could see the woman's face, she vanished. My dad's family all grew up in the house, and my uncle mentioned that from his bedroom, he used to hear the sound of gravel crunching outside, like someone walking towards the house. On several occasions, he even recounts seeing 2 big black dogs sitting by his bed. Although I like the house, I always get that feeling of being watched whenever I go over. If I'm sat in the kitchen, I always want to look into the parlor, which is next in the kitchen, with the door always open so you can see in, and I always feel like someone's sitting in there. Even to this day, I refuse to go upstairs by myself, as well as seeing a key moving in a locked door from the inside when no one was in there. Myself and my sister had a weird experience. We were sat outside. The garden is kind of placed on a hill, very sloped, that you could reach by climbing some steps. From where we were sitting, we could just see into my grandmother's bedroom. She had gone out shopping and had left her 2 dogs on her bed. We were just watching them, talking, when suddenly, one of the dogs started barking at the corner of the room at something we couldn't see. She, the dog, then jumped onto the bed and started barking directly at us. Then, at the exact same time, we both saw a white mist, sort of in the form of a hand, move gently over the dog's head. He then stopped barking. My sister and I both looked at each other in surprise. We'd both seen it, but could not understand it. It was daylight, but not sunny, quite cloudyless. There was no reflections on the glass or anything like that, because there was nothing to reflect, no trees or anything behind us, and we quite clearly seen the mist from the inside of the window. While serving at RAF, Middle and Hall, with USAF, 1993-1994, I lived with a roommate from Santa Rosa named Greg. Santa Rosa is located in New Mexico. We both originally lived in the dorms on base, but got special permission from our first sergeants to move off base together. This was due to the fact that we did not drink alcohol, and drunken parties were a constant among our roommates, and in the dorms, in general, 24 hours daily as airmen worked 3 shifts. We were both practical-minded Air Force aircraft mechanics with serious responsibilities, and not given to flights of fancy, and had no previous interest or experience in the paranormal or occult. I simultaneously dated an Englishman I would later marry named Bill. The cottage only had a coal fireplace for heating. Greg did all he could to keep the coal stoked, but the house never warmed, and coal always died out quickly, despite large piles of coal Greg stoked well often. The phone rang at various hours day and night, with a loud, hissing static. There was a faint, but unmistakable sound of someone whispering loudly through the static, but the words were always unintelligible. Calls to the operator to discover where the calls came from were answered that we had not received any phone calls at all during these events as far as the phone company was concerned. The calls simply came from nowhere. Greg worked a night shift, I worked days. Every night, I heard heavy footsteps come up the stairs to the bedroom landing, 4 square feet, and back downstairs after varying lengths of pause. When I was home at night, these heavy footsteps occasionally went into Greg's room. When he was at home, he heard the steps enter my room a few times. 500-year-old stairs creaked very loudly beneath thin carpet when no known humans were using them. The human footsteps could be heard anywhere in the cottage. These phantom footsteps were much, much louder and projected a foreboding emotion to the roommate at home when they occurred. The rocking chair in the living room near the fireplace rocked off of its own accord on a regular basis. Once, Greg and I were simultaneously TDY, or assigned temporary duty, to separate bases for a few months. We locked the cottage down tight as a drum. A friend agreed to check the place from time to time, but as all doors and windows remained locked, he never went inside. I returned before Craig did. Every object in the kitchen that could be moved, such as cutlery, dishes, pots and pans, bread bins, knickknacks, whatever, were taken by someone and all dumped in the middle of the living room floor. Nothing was missing. It was simply transported to the middle of the living room and unceremoniously dumped there. At other times I was TDY, and Greg experienced occurrences more often and more intensely for him when I was gone. However, his worst experience happened unbeknownst to me while I was deep inside the cottage. One night, as Greg went out to his car to go on duty, he saw what are sometimes called a shadow figure, but in much more detail. Greg was not bothered by the unmistakable occurrences in the cottage until he met this thing. It was blacker than black, the outline of a large adult male, about 6.5 feet tall, be his estimation. No facial or other features, except glowing eyes that looked at Greg in such an evil way. Greg said he was scared to death. He claimed without hearing a sound that this thing was unmistakably evil and had ill intentions, to say the least. Greg got in his car, a true British yellow Mini, and sped away as soon as he could. There is a broken down shed directly behind the house in the backyard. Both Greg and I looked into it from time to time, but refused to enter until one day we agreed to go in together. We both experienced an unexplainable strong sense of being watched from up close, though no one else was on the property. The sensation, we both agreed at the time, was an evil one. We both thought we heard heavy breathing, but neither one of us wanted to jump to the conclusion and appeared to the other one to be easily duped by what we couldn't explain. There's a storage area on the side of the house that cannot be accessed from inside the house, only by the door outside the storage area, attached to the side of the cottage. Greg and I both hardly dared to look inside after our first time inspecting the property. There were no electrical lights in the room. There was junk and building materials scattered around, as if someone dumped everything from the ceiling, and materials changed positions from time to time. Occasionally, the taps, faucets in the bathrooms upstairs turned on and off on its own accord, yet both hot and cold tap levers were always in the off position. Every unexplained occurrence was of an extremely strongly sensed nature. It always got our attention, except for the static phone calls and the chair rocking itself. Most activity took place when there was only one roommate in the cottage. Neither Greg nor I had ever experienced anything paranormal before. At least, he had not anything to this degree. Of the photos taken inside and outside the cottage, there is nothing remarkable. No orbs, light streaks, vortices, apparitions, etc. The Englishman I was dating and later married was a complete skeptic, but strongly disliked being in this cottage. He would only state, something is wrong with this house, something is strange about it. For his degree of skepticism, that was quite a statement in itself. When a man with a young teenage girl moved into the other side of this duplex cottage, Greg and I decided to warn her, without giving anything specific away about the occurrences, so we weren't planting suggestions in her mind, knowing teenagers are very impressionable. We simply welcomed her, made chit-chat, then told her when she was alone if she was ever uncomfortable or frightened, telling us she was in her bedroom alone when she audibly heard a voice call out for her. She had no history of hallucinations, swore she did not mistake it for a conversation she heard through the walls, which would not have occurred for that night Greg was on duty at the base, and that the voice was male, not matching Greg or myself. Shortly after this, I moved in with my fiancé in a nearby town, largely to get away from the occurrences, and soon lost touch with Greg entirely. The paranormal occurrences in the cottage were constant, in one form or another, and experienced intensely. It carried a heavy pull of fear or, at times, dread or terror,
everywhere in that cottage that never ever left. Never anything that could be called benign or benevolent. In the summer of 1996, I bought a large home in a nice, older neighborhood. My fiancée lived with her parents at the time she was still in college, and I was living with my parents since I'd just gotten out of the army. We were really looking forward to getting married and having our own private place. The first night in the house felt very strange to me, but I chalked it up to being a newlywed in a new home. As time went by, the strange feelings did not abate as they thought it would. I felt more and more apprehensive, especially when I was in the house alone. The house made very strange noises when I was there by myself that it didn't make while Sandy was home with me. Also, I asked Sandy if she heard any strange noises when she was there alone, and she said she didn't. I tried to ignore the noises in apprehension, but it was getting harder and harder from the upstairs. There were just the two of us in the house, and the bedrooms upstairs were only used for storage. The footsteps seemed to pace back and forth in the upstairs hallway. Sandy claimed she never heard any of the sounds and was calling me paranoid and crazy. At first, the footsteps were confined to the upstairs, but eventually they came downstairs and into our bedroom. Whatever was making the footstep noise would come up to my side of our bed and stand there for several minutes before walking straight out of her room. I heard other strange noises in the house, like the sound of an animal growling and scratching noises in the walls. Someone or something knocked on our front door one morning at 3 a.m. so loud that I thought the door was going to come off the hinges. Of course, Sandy never heard anything and accused me of trying to scare her. I began to see small, black humanoid figures darting in and out of the corner of my vision. They would shoot behind furniture or duck into some rooms when I tried to lay my eyes directly on them. I saw them during the night and day and began to see them more often and often. I would often get this odd feeling that someone was behind me, and if I quickly turned around, I could see one or more of those things run away. One day, when I turned around to try and see the little black things, I saw a large, black thing at the other end of the hallway. It was about 6 feet tall, and though I could not make out any features, I could tell that it was a human shape under a cloak, and it did not run away. It just stood there for several seconds to let me get a good look at it, and then it slowly disappeared. I saw that apparition several more times over the next few months, always standing some distance away and just looking at me. I was really getting scared, and it came to the point that I did not want to go home at night. The experiences were taking a huge toll on our marriage. Sandy would blame me for scaring her with reports of things that were not happening in her mind, just to cause trouble in our marriage. She would not begin to convince that I was truly scared and that something was really happening, even if she did not experience it. We stayed married for a total of 30 months before she moved out of the house and filed for divorce. But here's where the story gets even stranger. The day she moved out of the house, the frequency and intensity of the experiences began to diminish. That night, the footsteps did not come downstairs like they always had in the past. I saw the large black apparition only one time after she moved out, and that time it was translucent, as opposed to being completely opaque as it had been before. It also did not stick around as before. Once I saw it, it vanished. 4 months after she was gone, all the activity ceased. The house was quiet and still,
and I no longer felt that apprehension I wrote about earlier. I've since remarried, and we live in the same house with our children. I thought that the experiences might return once I brought my new wife into the home, but they didn't. If they had, I would have sold the place. It had to be something associated with Sandy. Maybe she was into the occult or something. I spent plenty of nights with her in her parents' home when they were away, before we were married, and never experienced anything like what happened in the house. Perhaps it was the combination of her and the house that was the problem, but I hope not. If it were, then that means the same thing could happen again, and I don't want my family subjected to that. I'm writing to tell you my story. I was reading Dave's story, and it's so close to the experience that I had that it actually gave me chills. My first paranormal experience happened to me when I was 4 years old. All the experts say that things that happen to someone before the age of 5 is very hard to remember. The funny thing is that I can remember my experience like it was yesterday. My mother, sister, who's 3 years younger than me, and myself. I remember being asleep in my bed and waking up very suddenly. I looked at the doorway and I saw this full-bodied figure. The only thing is that it was completely white. I'm not talking like white, like a white wall. I'm talking white like energy. This figure to me was a child. The reason I believe this is actually because of its height. I mean, it did not have a face or anything like that. It walked towards me and got on my bed. I remember pulling the blanket up over my head because I was so scared, but I actually felt it on the bed. At that point, I ran screaming and crying into my mom's room. Her boyfriend got up and walked me back to bed to show me there was nothing to be scared of. When we got there, it was gone. Now let's fast forward to the age of 17. By this time in my life, my mom had gotten married, not the same guy from when I was 4, and they had bought a house. It was a tri-level with a full finished basement and a sub-basement. From day one, something felt very odd in the house, almost like a very heavy, unwelcome feeling. The sub-basement was probably the strangest. When you would walk in there, you could see spray paint all over the walls. I know that's not strange, but when you stood in the center of the room, you could see that the spray paint was actually covering up what looked like writing on the walls, and it was also on the floor, so that was kinda creepy. We had 2 dogs that both refused to go into my room and constantly would either stare at the wall and bark, or would stand at the stairs and bark up to the 2nd floor or down the stairs to the basement. The longer I lived in the house, the more I began to feel almost alone. It was like I was becoming isolated mentally from everything. In my room, it would constantly feel as though I was being watched. I would hear loud bangs and things sounding like they were hitting the floor, but nothing would be around. All the motion sensor lights around the outside of the house would turn on all at once for no reason. I mean, I actually began to think I was going crazy. Finally, I broke down and told my stepdad everything that had been going on. He looked at me very seriously. I remember thinking, oh crap, he thinks I'm nuts. He began to tell me about how one night, after I'd gotten home from work, he worked 2nd shift and didn't get home till around 1 a.m. We were sitting on the computer playing a game. At the time, our computer was in the front room, and you could see right up to the stairs and onto the landing where the bedrooms were. He said he saw a man walk out of my room. The man he saw was a taller man in a pair of jeans and a flannel shirt. At first, he thought it was me because he only saw the man out of the corner of his eye. But then he asked how I was doing and looked up and realized the man wasn't me. The man turned and walked back into my room. My stepdad ran up the stairs and opened my door, and I was the only one in there, and I was asleep in a pair of boxers. After my stepdad told me this, I was convinced something was going on. One weekend, while my parents were out of town, I invited two of my friends over so we could try to catch stuff on film. Of course, we got absolutely nothing. That is, until we tried to go to sleep. We had all decided to sleep in the basement because there was more room there. We turned off the lights and started to go to sleep. My one friend, Chris, was already asleep, and myself and Dave were talking. All of a sudden, the light to the sub-basement turned on, and we could see what looked like a shadow under the door. You could actually hear what sounded like the work boots walking up the wooden stairs. We woke up Chris, and we all stood at the door. We really thought someone had broken into the house. We opened up the door, prepared to beat the crap out of someone, and there was no one there. We walked downstairs and looked around. We checked the windows and everything. The windows were shut and looked like no one was there. There are a lot of things that happened, but it would be like writing a novel to tell them all. I just thought it was kind of creepy how similar my story is to Dave's. This experience happened when I was in my late 20s, back around late 1994 or early 95. I was laying in bed asleep. I felt something touch my face, and I woke up. I was face to face with a smiling old man. He crawled backwards out of my bed and stood there smiling at me. He looked like he was Caucasian descent, in his 80s at least. He had a glowing light all around him. He looked like he was at peace while staring at me. I have no idea who this was. Furthermore, I don't know why I wasn't afraid of him. He definitely looked scary to me, and I had roommates at the time. I don't know why I didn't go running down the hallway to get someone. I just stayed in bed and stared at him. Again, I wasn't afraid at all. It was almost peaceful. He faded away, and I looked at the clock in front of me. It was 3 a.m. in the morning. I stayed up a little while, and then went back to sleep. How do you talk about something like this? I didn't tell any of my roommates when it happened. I was fearful because I thought I would be outed as a crazy person. I did call my best friend, and thankfully she seemed to believe me. I gave her my rocking chair, and she wanted to make sure the spirit was not standing next to it. So yes, I think she believed me. I've thought about it a lot over the years, trying to figure out who this could have been. I told my grandmother. She's Catholic and thinks it was an angel. I've never met my father, and I have no pictures of him, so I don't know what he looked like. But perhaps, maybe this could have been my father? My mother is Spanish and French, and supposedly, my father was of Caucasian descent like the spirit of the old man. So again, maybe it was the father or grandfather that I never met. Who knows? Since then, I've now had a husband and children. I mentioned it once to my husband. He looked at me like I was crazy, and I'm not allowed to talk about it again. Anyway, thank you for reading my story. I know it sounds unbelievable, but it's the best I can do to tell you guys. These are two experiences that happened to me about 5 years ago. Here's the first story. My house is 6 years old and has never been lived in by anyone else. This started about 2 months ago. I'm laying in my bed alone, with the door to the hall and the door to the bathroom open. I swear I see the door open a little bit and then go back to where it was. I then see black figures with little or no shape appear in the doorway. Then whoosh, they are gone. I also saw what looked like people I knew, who will stick their heads in the door and then turn and leave. Last night I was asleep when I felt something nudge me 2 times. I woke up to see this black form standing beside me. It stood there for about 2 seconds, then vanished out the door. The most interesting aspect of this all is that these figures have no legs. They are just a black oval shape with no faces or arms. Just a black form. Last night was the first time it really scared me. I felt like it was the Grim Reaper asking me to follow him. Now on to my next experience, which was even spookier, I might add. I was working in a gym at a hotel in Moodsburn near Glasgow. One night, I was getting ready to leave for the night. The route I had to take was down a dark corridor to the main door. This was a walk I had made many times before, and had never any problems. But this night, as I was going along, I felt like I was being watched. As I got to the end of the corridor, I turned to close the door when I saw what looked like a white shape running towards me. Needless to say, I closed and locked the door very quickly and sprinted to the bus stop outside the hotel. The next night, I was working again and decided to see what could have caused it. I went through every possibility I could have think of, from car headlights to interior lights, but nothing recreated what I had seen. About 2 days later, I was looking through the old accident book when I found an entry from 3 years before. A man was running on the treadmill and died of a heart attack whilst using it. What was interesting was, it was the same date and time of when I saw this incident myself, of the running man. This happened to a friend and I back in the mid-1960s, when we were 12 or 13 years of age each, and we were camping with our church group, and while we had some free time, Alan and me as in Mark, decided to do exploring on our own, so we set off towards the perimeter of the park, where we found a fence that we could easily squeeze through, surrounding the park property. And bordering some large open cow pasture land was a grove of trees right smack in the middle of it. We set off across the pasture land towards the grove of trees, and much to our delight, for it was a hot day, we found a meandering stream in the grove of trees that was about 6 feet deep and about 6 feet wide, and it wandered all throughout the grove. But to our dismay, Alan and I realized that we were wearing blue jean pants and a t-shirt, and had not brought along our swimsuits, since we were not planning on going swimming until later, when the springs in the park was less crowded, so we had nothing to wear to go swimming at that time. But Alan convinced me that there was nobody around to see us, and we could go swimming like they used to do in the old days, by going swimming in the nude, or skinny dipping, and nobody could tell we had nothing on. Once we were in the water, and not wanting to be labeled a coward or chicken by my friend, I quickly got undressed, and we dove into the cool water. We swam around in the water for about 15 minutes, when we were startled to see a young boy, about our age, dressed in some dusty old-fashioned looking overalls, and barefoot, staring at Alan and me from the bushes. And even though he probably saw we were both skinny dipping by our clothes hanging from the bushes, neither Alan or me felt embarrassed about it. After all of us were boys, and Alan got bold, but staying in the water, Alan said hi to him. The boy came out of the bushes, but didn't get near the banks, and he just stared at Alan and me for a solid 20 seconds. All we could think to do was ask him if he wanted to go swimming with us, but at this point, I don't think we realized it was a ghost at the moment. We just always thought it was a kid that always hung around this area and just wanted to play because we were playing around. But then, it was like he had simply vanished again. Alan and I did not wear glasses, and our vision was perfect. And we were looking straight at the boy as we climbed out of the stream, and like I said, the boy just disappeared before our very eyes. Just kinda blinked out of sight. And Alan and I quickly got into our jeans and looked around for him, but he was nowhere to be found in the bushes. And if he wanted to play with us, why did he disappear? And if he had left the grove of trees, which he didn't, we would have seen him in the open pasture land. And afterwards, we talked about our experience between us, but Alan and I didn't tell anyone of this, knowing that no one would ever believe us. Alan and I both wondered if the boy might have fallen into the stream from the crumbling banks and drowned in that stream many years ago. And as the kids our age wouldn't be caught dead wearing old-fashioned looking overalls, when all the kids we knew were wearing the latest looking fashions, was it even remotely possible that perhaps Alan and me saw a ghost that day? One who was lonely and just wanted to play. I worked at a place called Dowling as a janitor for a year. My shift was overnight, and for 3 months, I worked that shift alone. I never saw a purple orb, but I did spend a lot of time outside. What I can tell you is that after the creepiness of being in a big building all alone wears off, there are still sounds and such that can't be explained by me. Every week, if not every night, doors would open and close by themselves. Me and the others would go chasing these noises, thinking there was someone in the building, but of course, there was no one there, or I wouldn't be writing to you. And the security company wouldn't call to say an external alarm went off, so there couldn't have been anyone there. Sometimes we'd be in the library, and we'd hear one of the counselor's doors open and close. The library was the same room, but divided by office walls from the counselor area. Sometimes the classroom doors would as well. At times, I'd be in the gym and would chase the sound of footsteps. The place does make a lot of building noises. It's difficult to report on anything I heard in the auditorium, the creepiest place in the school, because the roof and heating systems would collaborate with the big empty space to make many mysterious noises that could be too easy to explain away. Plus, the auditorium was creepy because it was always dark until I would clean it, and there were so many access areas, such as backstage or the lighting area above the stage and the several doors, that would really just make me paranoid. Having said all that, I did sometimes get transfixed on the idea that an emaciated naked woman was watching me. I only got that feeling in or around that particular room. It makes no sense to me, but I did avoid it. The band room was also a little creepy. I would sometimes take my lunch there so I could listen to the radio, and the doors within would make noises like they were opening and shutting. There was one definitive time that I also couldn't explain. I went into the library and locked the door behind me because I was hearing so many noises around that door that night. Then, I climbed over the wall to the counselor's area and unlocked that door so I could rush through it when I heard the noise. Sure enough, the library door tried to open because I heard the deadbolt hit the door frame. So I ran to the hall and listened for footsteps, but there were none. I ran to look down both north and south halls along the library, but there was nobody, and there was nowhere to hide. I didn't think someone could have gotten away like that, not in that manner anyway, without making enough noise for me to hear it. A similar thing happened one night, when all 3 of the overnight janitors were in there. We heard the noises in the counselor's area, so I climbed the wall, while the other guys went to the doors, but nobody was there. I want to assure you of 2 things, even though these aren't really the most impressive tales. First, I don't really believe in ghosts. I'm open enough to the idea, I guess, but anytime I heard a noise, I would go looking for somebody, because I assumed it was an intruder. There were times we had intruders, and times people who had rights to the building were found. However, there were so many times that we were sure there were noises, and so little chance for whoever was making them to escape, and we still found nothing, that I thought you might be interested to hear the story of Dowling from someone who was there for a long time. The building stopped creeping me out by itself about a week after I was working there alone. I heard voices and chased them, but the air unit, the building setting, and other normal noises stopped giving me the jitters by the time they became normal for me. I don't really believe in ghosts, but I saw the purple orb listed on the website after a night of chasing these noises, so I decided to write this to you, albeit 2 years after the fact. Last thing I want to say, there are 2 creepy stories about the place from a source that I'm not sure I trust, but I'll tell you anyway. One time, this guy saw people in robes walking into the woods west of the building. Another time, a girl was taken advantage of in the auditorium. A funny, unbelievable, but true story from the overnight shift. Ninjas attacked the school one night and put one of the soccer goals in the atrium. The kids did this for their overnight prank. They seriously climbed onto the roof of the school with 2 of the school's regulation-sized soccer goals and dumped them into the atrium. I chased off a bunch of kids when they were trying to get on the roof a 3rd time. They were all dressed like ninjas. My name is Carly, and I used to live in a 100-year-old house on the Eastern Shore in Maryland. This house was on a street with about 10 other houses, all closely related in shape and size, except my friend's. She's my best friend, and the man who had built all the houses in our street lived in hers. They have never had any bad experiences in theirs, up until now. My friend's older sister came back for Thanksgiving, and she woke up in the middle of the night and saw a form of a giant man. The man closely resembled Andre the Giant, even though she thought it was her boyfriend. When she looked next to her, he was sleeping. She really didn't think too much more about it until the next day, where the rest of the family shared that they had been hearing and seeing things too. My house was only a few years younger than hers. My parents bought it at an auction because the whole thing had to be gutted and renewed. As my dad was working on it, he was putting in new windows one day and saw a man. He was crouched down with his face right up against the wall, looking at the window he had just put in. The man saw my dad get up and disappeared. I've had my own experiences too. Like, we used to hear someone running up and down the halls at night. My room was right at the end, and my bed looked out the door. When the person got to the end, you could hear them turn around and run back. That wasn't too bad though. I also remember going into my room and saw a crowd of people. They were all dark figures with the outline of a trench coat that were so long you couldn't see their feet. They slowly faded away, and I didn't go back in the room for weeks. I would stay in the other guest bedroom. I had a great aunt, and she was a psychic. I loved her. We had the strongest bond you could ever have with anyone. She died of cancer, and it was terribly hard on me. I ended up with some things of hers, like her tarot cards, but most importantly, her angel cards. I'd just gotten these, and I was up in my room playing with them when I pulled up one card that had a picture of a lady on it. This lady looked exactly like my aunt, and she was surrounded by animals. My aunt had a basement full of bunnies, birds, fish. She had 5 cats and 5 dogs. The message on the card said, "A message from your loved one. I'm fine, very happy now. Don't worry about me, and don't forget about me, but don't let me overtake your life." Then it said goodbye, and I love you on it too. After I read that, I teared up and ran downstairs. I showed my mom, and she couldn't even believe it. I couldn't believe it either, so I got scared and told my mom to take the cards out of my room, just in case. My mom put it on her dresser. They were there for about a week or 2, and then they disappeared. My mom never moved them, and neither did anybody else. No one had touched them, and they had just vanished. I'm for sure that was her final message to me. Maybe not forever, but just so I wouldn't worry. It was her proper goodbye. The week before Thanksgiving, my son and I were emptying out a house that was to be torn down and this new one brought in. We were standing by my pickup truck, which we were loading, and he happened to look at a bright light in the sky and said, "Hey, look at that. Is it a plane?" I looked up, and there were no flashing lights, just looked like a wide set of headlights, no other colored lights. I thought at first it was a plane, but no sound for as low as it seemed. It came over slow and headed east, and I thought it would disappear, like over the trees, like the planes that come over do. But instead, it went up, and did so very quickly, until it was a speck that disappeared. I still wonder what it was. Was it a paranormal entity, like an orb or some sort? Or maybe something different, like even a UFO? It's hard to say. But back in 1990, my husband and I were talking outside and happened to look at the edge of our 40 acres. There, just above the trees, was a long cigar-shaped object that covered the entire line of the 40-acre parcel. It had flashing lights and looked like windows were along the side of it. It was reported in the newspaper, as a lot of people saw it that same night. It made no sound at all. My son passed away in August 2008, and I've had my grandson say that he sees him in my bathroom. I find that strange. Last week he came to me and his mother and said that there was a man in my bathroom and he needed to put his clothes on. When I found my son, he was naked. My grandson didn't see him that way, the way he passed away. He has told me many times that there are ghosts in my house. We have heard doors open and close, and sometimes the floor's creaking. Like last fall, I'd gone in my bathroom to turn off the lights the kids left on. I called out to him, thinking that maybe someone was still in the bathroom. Finally, I said loudly and impatiently, "Who is in here?" I heard a voice distinctly said, "I am," very quietly and clear. I didn't recognize the voice and thought one of the kids were playing a joke on me. No one was near the bathroom, which is just off my master bedroom. It didn't scare me. There are other strange things that happen in my house. We hear little kids outside talking. Most of the time, it is indirect, and you can't make out what they say, and other times, something comes in clear. We just think the land is haunted. These incidents happened around 1984 or 1985 in Baltimore, Maryland. I was in my early 20s and on my way to meet a shuttle bus that would take me to my job in Washington, D.C. It was around 1 p.m. in the afternoon. I was driving down Windsor Mill Road, going towards Woodland, Maryland. As you drive down that hilly road, it kind of feels creepy because you pass an old graveyard that sits across the street from a small patch of old, single-family homes. As I drove, I looked over at one house in particular, and I saw a young girl. She appeared to be about 10 years of age. She was extremely pale, and her hair was long and bright red. She was alone, sitting on the steps. What really stood out, though, was the way she was dressed. She wore a long old-fashioned dress and black granny-style boots that buttoned up. The clothes looked like something people would have worn in the 1800s. She just kind of sat there, with no expression on her face, staring across the street at the graveyard. I was really puzzled seeing her. First, because of the clothes she was wearing, and second, because it was extremely hot that day. We were experiencing a heat wave. It was at least 85 to 90 degrees. I figured she was just a kid playing dress up, and maybe her parents weren't aware that she was outside in the oppressive heat, dressed in those heavy clothes. I went on to work and didn't think any more about it. I took the same route every day and didn't see her again until about 3 to 4 months later. I was driving down that same road, and when I came upon that house, I noticed a group of kids in front of the house playing a very lively game of tag, laughing and chasing each other. I looked closely, and there was the redhead girl running along as if she were playing with them. I say as if, because it seemed like the other kids were not playing with her. It looked like they didn't know she was even there. There was no direct interaction between her and the other kids. The kids would run one way, and she would run too, but not with them. She looked like she was playing by herself. I can't explain it any other way. It was just weird. She wore the same old-fashioned clothes that she had on the first time I saw her. I honestly thought my eyes were playing tricks on me. A year passed. I changed jobs and forgot about the sightings until one day I was having a discussion about the paranormal with my mother. She was born in the South and had experienced her fair share of paranormal sightings. I began to tell her about my sighting, and she quickly interrupted me and described what the girl looked like and what she was wearing. She told me that she had seen the girl before and assured me that my eyes were not playing tricks on me. That is because I had indeed seen a ghost. I've driven down that road several times since then, but I've never seen the red-haired girl again. I've spent most of my life growing up in Hartsdale, New York, a block away from the Ferncliff Cemetery, directly behind the old cemetery flower shop. When I was younger, and our family first moved into the house, my mother would yell at my father, blaming him for leaving the door to the basement open, claiming that my sister and I could easily fall down the stairs and hurt ourselves. My father would always deny it was him who was opening the door. It couldn't have been my sister and I, because the bolt to keep the door closed was too high for us to reach at that age. My father wanted to test if it could be someone else. My mother, my father, sister, and I all went into the guest room to watch a movie one night, around the times of the door constantly being opened. Before the movie started, My father went downstairs to check and make sure the door was closed, and the bolt was locked. Halfway through the movie, he went downstairs and realized that the bolt was undone and the door was wide open. My mother had to have priests come over one day and do whatever it is they do when there are signs of a ghost in a house. Clearly, it didn't work. Or maybe there's different spirits because that instance isn't the only time. One day, around the time we were about to remodel the kitchen, I walked into the house and my mother was looking at me like she'd seen a ghost. That's because she actually saw this white form of a little girl running up the stairs and into my bedroom. Often, I've come home and heard voices or whispers. I would yell out that I'm home to inform whoever, thinking my mother or someone else was home, that I'd come back from school. I would then go around the house and realize no one was there. At first, I would think there were thieves who broke in and hid. Eventually, I realized this was a common occurrence and did not want to be home alone by myself because of this. My mother has heard voices too. When I moved away for a while to live in New Jersey, I would get frantic phone calls from my mother to come home to visit her because she would constantly hear voices and objects would move on their own. One night, the most terrified I ever heard my mother. She said she did not get any sleep because she kept hearing things, objects moving about, and then the wireless doorbell she had recently installed went off at around 2 or 3 a.m. She went as far as to take the batteries out, but the bell continued ringing for a good half an hour or so. I believe she said her bed was shaking too before any of this happened. Books had flown off the shelves and across the room in my sister's bedroom. This has happened on several occasions. I also recall as a child my toys moving on their own and me just telling myself that it was all my imagination because I couldn't believe what I was seeing, resulting in me just hiding under my covers until sunrise. Finally, I know this is probably just a weird coincidence, but the day my old refrigerator died was ironically the same day the elderly grandmother of the previous owners died. She was very fond of that old fridge and was very upset that the family didn't take it with them to the next house they moved off to. I just considered it an odd occurrence, but whatever. The dang thing was as old as time, so I was surprised it even lasted as long as it did. Oh, and while we're on the subject of the paranormal, the Ferncliff Cemetery. Never had a problem with it until one night I was walking through. My friends and I would always cut through the cemetery to get to one another's houses, because it was safer than walking on the main and busy streets. Usually, we would go in packs, or if alone, during the daytime. I don't anymore because, well, besides the fact I can drive now, one night, when the moon was full and you could clearly see that no one was around, except for the field of graves, I constantly heard voices whispering. I would constantly look around, thinking maybe it was some teenagers drinking. That's what kids used to do in town, drink in the cemetery, but no one was anywhere in sight. I know my house in this town and area near the cemetery is not the only one that has or is still being haunted. On the other side of the cemetery, in White Plains, there is another house near where my mom's friend lives. The mother thought the son was making up an imaginary friend that he would talk to, until one day she saw for herself an apparition of an elderly man. He rose up from the ground of the room she has her washer and dryer in, and then he vanished. My name's Patrick, and I submitted a story to the site about 5 or 6 years ago of some things that happened to me back when I was in college, but I wanted to submit a more recent story of mine as well. About 3 years ago, I purchased the house I live in now, which is a 1940s Cape Cod in a suburb of Pittsburgh. The land upon which my neighborhood sits is the site of the post-revolutionary military installation known as Legionville, which is where General Mad Anthony Wayne trained the first peacetime U.S. Army. The first night I slept in my house, I woke up about 3 or 4 a.m. with the light next to my bed turned on. Now, I'm a light sleeper and need total dark to fall asleep. I figured I must have turned the light on in my sleep, so I turned it off and went back to sleep. The next night, I woke up again at 3 or 4 a.m. and the same light was turned on. I was a little weirded out with this occurrence, but shut the light off and went back to sleep. The next night I made sure I was going to sleep with the light off, moved the light all the way to the other side of the nightstand, and slept all the way on the opposite side of my queen-size bed. Sure enough, at 3 or 4 a.m., I woke up and the light was on. What weirded me out more than the experiences of waking up with the light on is the fact that it completely stopped after I confronted it. Fast forward about 3 months. I have a career which allows me to work from my office at home for much of the time. I was in the second bedroom, which I converted to my office, doing some paperwork around 3 p.m. I heard a door downstairs open and could sense that someone was in the house. I figured it was my parents, who have a habit of letting themselves in on unannounced visits. I called down, "I'm up here," to them, but received no response. I went to the top of the steps and yelled down, "Hello," and nobody answered. At that point, I heard the door to my kitchen slam shut, and loud, heavy footsteps run down into my basement. I ran outside of the house and called the police, as I was certain there was an intruder. From the sidewalk across the street, I observed the house while waiting for the cops to arrive. I have a front door, a garage door, and a side door, all of which are visible from the street. Nobody exited the house during this time. 2 police officers showed up and seared my house, but found nobody. The strangest part of this occurrence is that the door I heard slam, which is at the top of my basement steps in my kitchen, was locked. That door locks with a deadbolt. It is the type where you cannot lock it behind you and shut the door. You have to either lock it from the kitchen side or with a key on the basement steps side. I clearly heard the door slam shut, and then steps ran down to the basement, but the door was locked from the kitchen side. At that point, I decided to have a priest do a house blessing. For the next few months, nothing that degree would happen. However, I would be in bed late at night, just at the point where I'm about to doze off, and would hear a male and female talking. It's just like when you were a kid and were sent to bed when the adults are still up talking downstairs. I could hear voices back and forth, but could not make out what they were saying. I'd get up out of bed to listen closer, but the voices would stop. I made sure to check to see if I was catching the neighbors talking or left a TV or radio on, but never found an explanation. After those few months, all activity stopped altogether. I never really did figure things out, but as long as it stays quiet, I'm happy. I've had an encounter with an invisible thing, such as what was posted in the first Lowing, Texas post. It was on my great uncle's farms, Uncle Nut. Have no idea why they called him that, out near Elgin, Texas. We were visiting, and I got bored of the grown-up talk, so I went out past the barn, and their dog went with me. We went out about 50 yards from the back of the barn, and we were looking for bugs and such. The dog was fine, I was fine, and all was good. The fields and woods we were in had short grass, and all the trees looked about the same age, and the trunks were maybe a foot around each. The trees were spaced roughly about 10 to 20 feet apart, or more, and you could easily see through and past them without any problems. More trees were behind them about the same distance, but there would be no way a person could move from behind one tree to another without being seen. The dog was fine, I was fine, and all was good. Well, pretty soon, all that changed. I started feeling like something big was up ahead of me in the dark, maybe 100 feet or more. I looked, nothing in sight. Shake it off. Keep bug hunting. Nope, something is there. Can't see it, but something is there. Then, a loud grunt-like noise from ahead of us sounded deep like a bull or buffalo. Still can't see anything, but the hair is standing up on my neck. I move my position to get a better view, and as I do, the dog moves closer to me and let out a low growl, which is answered by another loud grunt, but slowly closer. Now I can hear grass and leaves being crunched, and can definitely tell where the sound is coming from, but still nothing but trees and grass ahead of us. Those trees can't hide a bull and buffalo, and as I look forward, I see some of the grass moving, but there isn't any wind. It's like I'm in a vacuum. I look down at the dog, he looks at me, and whatever is ahead of us comes closer. This time, not a step, but a faster pace. I'm still looking at the dog, and he at me. We hear a gurgly, ugly sounding grunt, and whatever it is coming on strong at a good speed. I look up and see Bart get knocked off the side of a tree and decide I've had enough. I look down to the dog who is already hauling you-know-what back to the barn. I took off and actually got to the barn before the dog did. Neither one of us stopped at the barn, as we both headed straight to the house. Whatever that was in those woods was chasing after us, snorting and stomping as I was running after us. I've been chased by a bull before, and vividly remember the sounds associated with that experience, but stopped before it got to the barn. At least I think so. But it still sounded like a bulldozer crashing around out there when I turned back towards the field and woods once I got to the house. It was something. I went in and told my great uncle about what happened, and he got all worried and said, "Oh, we don't go out there." And that's all he said. I later looked, and on the back of the barn was painted this weird symbol, like a pair of glasses, like an infinity sign, but with some other marks as well. Nope, I didn't go out to the field again and press my luck, and the dog spent the rest of my stay under the old house. Hi, my name is Lee, and I'd like to share my recent haunting experiences with you all. I'm Australian, recently moved to Ireland, and during my first week here, I was staying at the Dublin International Hostel. I was staying in a dorm with 9 other women. However, one night, I woke up in the middle of the night, sitting bolt upright. I didn't have any trace of sleepiness, and after looking around for a few seconds, I heard someone whisper Ella in my ear, clear as day. I thought it might have been one of the other women, but looking around, I saw that everyone else was asleep. The next day I asked at the front desk about the history of the hostel, and apparently it used to be an orphanage, go figure right, and a school for the local area, and the good folks at the front desk told me that there has been a fair share of people reported spooky things. Next, I arrived at my new house, new job working as a nanny. I got to know the children and got to know the story of the family. The father's parents had passed away before the children were born. One day, I came into the room to find the oldest daughter who is 4, talking away to herself. I asked her what she was doing. She said that she was talking to Granny Teresa at the window. I asked her if she was there right now, and she said that she was gone now, but Granny Teresa knows all about you. You're staying in her room. I got the chills like you wouldn't believe. The parents told me that she often says she's talking to her Granny Teresa. Another time, it was just myself and the baby, she's 2, in the house, and we were just playing away when she stood up, went to the staircase and said, "Hello? Hello?" with a big smile on her face. I asked her who she was talking to, and she just pointed to the top of the staircase and started chattering away in baby to the person at the top of the stairs. At other times, I've heard footsteps on the upper floor when it's just me in the house on the bottom floor, and sometimes in the room I sleep in, it gets unbearably cold. I wonder, who was Ella? Has anyone else stayed at the Dublin International Hostel and had any ghostly visitors? I wonder if the girls are actually talking to their granny, or if they're just pretending to feel close to her. It's still creepy either way.
I've experienced quite a bit throughout my life when it comes to the paranormal, and it all started at my old childhood house. It was a 3-bedroom, 1-bathroom home in Garden Grove, California. If you were to drive by and look at this house, it's cute, and it's a little home in a good environment. However, the things I've experienced sparked my interest and curiosity about the afterlife. Everything in every room in the house felt awkward whenever I walked into it. I shared the middle bedroom with my younger brother, who was only 4 at the time. Once a month, I would have a nightmare of a girl sitting on our picket fence with red eyes aglow, staring at me with such a playful expression. She didn't seem happy that our family was there. Nonetheless, us kids. The strange part about that was, whenever I would have these awful dreams, I would wake up to find my little brother crying, as if someone had really hurt him. I never really took the nightmare seriously though. We had an old, rusty swing set that we loved so much. I was only 10 at the time. During the daytime, everything would be fine, and no strange feelings would occur. However, once nighttime falls, our backyard would be off limits. My mom wouldn't let us go to the back and play on summer nights, and she, well, never told us why. One night, my mom forgot to turn off the water hose, so she kindly asked me if I would do it for her. The idea of it was already bothering me, but I didn't take anything paranormal into consideration. So, I went down, straight to the back of the house, and the walk there felt like eternity itself. I had a strong, eerie feeling that I was being watched and even followed. I bent down to turn off the hose and had a fear so strong that it made me tear up. I ran into the house and swore never to do the favor for my mother again. What made this incident particularly eerie was the fact that I swear I heard a sobbing. It was like in my mind, but I swear it was outside. In another awkward time, my mom was taking a shower, and I was in my room watching TV with my little brother. I heard her call my name, so I came to see what she wanted. She asked if I could go to the towel cabinet and grab her one. When I did, I walked up to the door in pure darkness, and I swear I saw a ghostly hand, but it was still a woman's hand with red fingernails. I immediately thought it was my mom's hand at first. The strange thing was, it was translucent. Like I said, a ghostly hand. But I mean, you could see right through this person's hand. So, naive as I was, I thought I said Mom, and instinctively handed her the towel. But the towel dropped to the ground, and the hand disappeared.
My mom then opened the door and looked at me, saying, "Barbara, what are you doing, honey?" That's when I told her, "I was giving you the towel you wanted." My mom looked at me with such confusion and said, "You know I was in the kitchen, right?" When I look back at that incident, I know it terrifies me now, but at that moment, I was simply not afraid. I just chalked it up to something non-paranormal, and maybe my eyes were just playing tricks on me. But at that moment, it was pretty obvious that I was both hearing and seeing things come to life. Paranormal things at that. There was much more that went on in that house, such as if you were sitting in the living room watching TV, at the corner of your eye, you will see a dark figure walking up to the front door. Immediately, you would assume someone was here, so you trot over to the door to find that no one is there. It happens almost every week to everyone in my family. I love that house, but I didn't love being followed or the feeling of being watched while taking a bath. After spending most of my childhood in that house, we moved to another city nearby. Now this house is quite dramatic. I'm 19 years old now, and I lived in Georgia for 3 years to finish up school. Coming back, strange activities started happening, especially in my new room. My grandfather passed away 3 years ago, and my room used to be his room. At night, getting home from my boyfriend's house, I would hear the floor creaking. I just assumed there was someone walking around, but to find that no one was out there at all. I remember one night, laying on my bed with the lights out and just the TV glaring. I fell asleep and woke up to see a pair of transparent, veiny legs pointing in my direction. I knew immediately who they belonged to. Grandpa. Grandpa was watching over me, and that didn't and still doesn't scare me. But there's another presence in the house. A girl, I assume. I came one night from staying at my boyfriend's the previous night. I left the door opened because I was planning on changing and going to say hi to my parents. While changing, I have a habit of looking at the door to see if anyone will walk by and see me change. So, I looked a few times, and when I looked the last time, at the right side of my door, I swear I saw the apparition of a girl, her bright blue eyes, glowing and bulging right at me through the crack of the door. The eyes then disappeared. I trotted to the door, looked to my right, and nobody was there. Just then, it was my teenage cousin, Diane. But I looked towards the left side of the hallway, and there she was. I was absolutely freaked out in that moment. Well, those were some documented instances of my family's paranormal history. I hope for future sake that I never have to experience any of this again. Even though the first few incidences weren't that scary, and even my grandpa incident, yeah, I wasn't scared. However, if it were any kind of other ghost, like the one I was just talking about, I might be a little bit more frightened. I'd like to refer to this haunting as the haunting in Duxbury, Vermont. We bought the house from the niece of Leo Morse in the fall of 1999. Leo lived here his entire life. Shortly after we moved in, we heard strange footsteps on the second floor when we knew no one was up there. During one such incident, my husband, myself, my 2 children, and a couple friends heard someone walking across the floor in the upstairs bedroom as we all stood in the living room below. One night, when I was taking a bath and was lying back in the tub with my eyes closed, I suddenly felt very uneasy, like someone was staring at me. I looked behind me to where the door was and saw this transparent mist, and it disappeared within a second. The door creaked open just an inch, and I screamed my head off. My son, while still in high school, had similar experiences of being watched by someone who couldn't be seen. Our television has also turned on by itself on more than one occasion. Our channels have changed, with the remote sitting out of everyone's reach. In the fall of 2007, my husband had just walked upstairs to go to our bedroom when I heard him hollering at someone and asking him what he wanted. We all ran upstairs to where my husband stood in the doorway to our bedroom. He was staring at the back wall of the other bedroom, pointing to no one and yelling, tears in his eyes, for someone who no one else could see to get out. This lasted for several minutes until the man, whom my husband said was in his early 30s, brown hair, clean shaven with round, wire frame glasses, dressed in a flannel shirt and blue jeans with the bottoms of the legs rolled into cuffs, disappeared. It was a very restless night that night, and my husband, who is not drunk or on drugs and isn't prone to hallucinations, doesn't like to talk about it much, but is very adamant that it truly happened. We haven't had any more sightings since then, but I still hear footsteps and unexplainable bangs and thumps coming from upstairs every morning after I get up, and I know my husband is still sound asleep in our room. My name is Andrea. I'm from New Mexico, and I'm 17. I've had numerous experiences throughout my life with the paranormal. I'll start from the beginning, I suppose. Before moving to Deming back in 2000, I lived in Hatch, which is about an hour away. We used to live in what was called the White Brick House, near the park, and not even a half mile from the schools. Hatch is very small. Anyway, living in the house was my mom, my very abusive dad, who I call Alex. I don't even call him dad. My 2-year-old sisters, and my older brother, and me, the youngest. I don't remember the experiences in any specific order, but I remember them as if they happened yesterday. They are all very true. Believe if you want. We had a certain room called the back bedroom that no one really liked to go to, at least not alone. This room had an extremely strong presence in it, and it was only when you entered it you could feel its presence. You could stand in the doorway and look in the bedroom and feel nothing, but as soon as you stepped, that all changed. You feel like you're being watched by one great evil spirit, or a great number of evil spirits. You would have to leave. It was so uncomfortable. We couldn't even get any of the dogs that we had throughout the time we lived there to enter that room. While there was that room, there was also other things that happened in the rest of the house. One night, my mom swears up and down this happened, and so does Alex. They were getting along, a rare occasion. I love these nights. My mom put all 4 of us to bed, so her and Alex had some alone time, and were relaxing together in the spa, talking one night. In the middle of their conversation, both my mom and Alex saw the shadow of someone walk past the doorway of the spa room. My mom thought it was one of us that had gotten up in the night and went to check in on us, only to find us all snoring in bed. Her and Alex then asked us the next morning if we had gotten up, and none of us had. Another time, me and my oldest sister were playing in what we called the second kitchen that had a room off called the craft room. My mom paints ornaments in there. We suddenly smelled a strong perfume that didn't smell like any perfume made today. Then we heard a conversation between maybe 4 or 5 people. We looked in and saw 5 older upper-class people in clothes from the early 1900s time. I remember one man specifically. He was bald, with a brown beard and a looking-glass eyepiece like the rich people would wear back in the day. He was wearing a black penguin-tailed suit with a white button-up underneath. He looked somewhat pale, but not very transparent. He turned his head slowly and looked straight at me, not my sister, and nodded his head. Shortly after, he continued to speak with his company. I ran to my room and stayed there for the rest of the day. We had an organ in the living room, along with a drum set and Alex's guitars. We're all musicians. Amps would turn on, even when they were unplugged. The organ played, as though a very experienced pianist were playing it. Piano was one thing none of us really learned how to play, so it was obvious none of us was playing it. There were times when the dogs would follow something we couldn't see, down the hallway, to my room and Alex's room. My older brothers one night got up to get a drink of water in the second kitchen, and that's where the laundry room also was. He's 22 years old now, and still swears this is true. He saw a tall figure standing by the washer and dryer near the back bedroom, and he felt it as an evil being. It just stood there, glaring at him, but never moved, as if it was frozen, but with the evil expression looking at him wherever he moved. He figured it was Alex. He shouted out Alex's name, but didn't hear a response, so he figured he was mad and went back to bed. The next morning he asked Alex why he was so mad at him. Alex just looked at him and said he was at the bar. My other sister said she was walking by the back bedroom one night and swear she saw a black figure out of the corner of her eye, standing straight up against the wall, and it tried to grab her with its arms, but couldn't reach, as if it was restrained. After Alex left, we moved out of the house and into a little apartment. There's only been one thing that has ever happened to me there. I got up in the middle of the night to get something to drink, and as I was going back to my room, I saw what looked like a little blue orb, glowing in intense blue. It moved around for a few minutes, before ultimately dissipating into thin air. Aside from these apartments we lived in, we also moved into a trailer not too far from the white brick house. This house was always said to be haunted because the man who used to live there died of a heart attack in either the yard or the bathtub, and he had 2 dogs that died of mysterious causes after he did. It was almost as if they died of a broken heart. There would be nights when we could hear the clicking sounds of a dog's nail on the tiles. I was in my room reading one night when my whole dresser just fell over. No reason for it just to fall over. My friend and I, Rosario, and my sister were all in the living room one night when we heard a window shatter come from my room. We never found a single shard of broken glass in the house or even outside, even though the sound came from inside. Finally, I would always see the shadow of someone walk into the laundry room, and no one would be there when I looked. All of these incidents were fairly alarming to all of us, and I'm convinced that they were being followed by the same evil spirit that resided in the red brick house. These days, I never experienced any hauntings, and I'm very glad that this is all over. In the fall of 2001, my parents bought an old Victorian house in a quiet suburb. It was a huge relief for us because that year was a very tumultuous time for our family. We couldn't find a house that was affordable, and nearly every house we found in the area was either in need of major repairs or super expensive. When we moved into this home, there had been mumblings around town that nobody wanted it due to its supposed hauntings. By the way, I'm 21. The house had a history of violence and death. The city is very safe now, but years ago, it was considered one of the worst cities to live in. It was said that a man who had lived his entire life as a loner took up residence in the house in the early 1920s. One night, he apparently hired a prostitute to stay the night with him. She was unaware that he had no money to pay her for her services. He led her into the kitchen, playing off that he had some spare cash lying around the house. He ultimately ended up strangling her to death and chopping up her body. He was apprehended months later and ended up dying in prison. When the cops questioned him, all he could say was that he needed love. In the first months, we had stereotypical noises that any house would make and dismissed it as nothing more than just noises. However, doors would open and close, lights would flicker on and off, and there was this funky odor that always seemed to linger throughout the house. It was very hard to describe, but it smelled a lot like rotten eggs on a very subtle level. The most terrifying thing that occurred was when I was in the kitchen in the middle of the night. It was about 11 p.m., and I had just come home from work and entered the front hallway of the house at first. That's when I heard whispers, which sounded like the word lonely. I figured I was just exhausted from a long day's labor, so I decided I needed to get to bed. But before I did, I fixed myself something to eat in the kitchen. I walked into the kitchen, but that's when I heard moaning sounds, almost like someone was struggling. As I sat on the chair by the kitchen table, I saw the transparent figure of a woman with an anguished look on her face. She appeared for a few moments, then disappeared. She looked like she was from another era and wore all black. Her face looked disfigured and beaten. It terrified the living hell out of me, so I ran upstairs to get my parents. I guess I just needed some comforting, and I found out they weren't home yet. There were other incidents that occurred in the house. My mom actually told me that she was in the laundry room when she could distinctly hear the sounds of a growling man in the laundry room late at night. This was something that seemed to happen quite frequently around the same time, and always only in the laundry room, nowhere else. It was never something really loud and startling. It was always faint, but insanely scary. There were times that we would see two shadows in the corner of our eyes constantly walk back and forth from the kitchen to the living room. Again, this was subtle. When anybody would actually turn to directly look, these shadows would be gone. Most of the time, we always thought it was just our eyes playing tricks on us, and even after my incident, I still thought that. Anyway, that's my story. It might not be too exciting compared to others, but it is creepy and insane. I'm glad I don't live in that house anymore. Sadly, my parents still do, but it seemed that nothing happens anymore, besides the subtle doors creaking open slowly from time to time, and the continuation of lights flickering. Thanks for reading. I feel kinda silly writing this, since I haven't talked much about it since it happened. I'm 17 now, and still can't come up with any explanation other than spirits. I've always been a believer, and hope to one day have my own encounter with ghosts. I never thought it would be as terrifying as it was. 8 years ago, summer of 2000, my dad's family was having a reunion, and we all decided we would stay at Oak Island Beach in North Carolina. I'm not sure if that is the exact name. I know it was something to do with oak in it. The week we were there, the weather was very fickle. It rained most days, and the sun was only out 3 or 4 times. Most of our time was spent indoors. My parents, sister, and grandparents shared one condo. My dad's brother and sister and her family shared another, and his step-siblings were in the third with their children. One night, while it was storming, my cousin Josh and I went to the condo to play video games and watch TV. Everyone else was in our condo, playing cards and drinking. We played Dino Crisis and an X-Men game, and decided to watch cartoons after about an hour. We spent another couple of hours just goofing off when the storm really started picking up. We were sitting on the couch, talking and laughing, when we heard a creak on the balcony outside. Neither of us is scared easily now, and we weren't then either. I looked out of the sliding doors, but everything was pitch black. We went back to our conversation and had no interruptions for a couple of minutes. When a bolt of lighting lit up the beach, we saw a man standing on the balcony, dressed in a trench coat. He seemed to be looking out at the sea. It all happened so suddenly. We didn't believe what we saw, no matter how skeptical we were. We weren't about to go and check like I had with the noise. After a couple of minutes, we noticed the door was fogging up. Not the entire thing, just a little patch about 6 feet off of the floor. We were very spooked now. During the next bolt of lightning, we both saw the man standing against the door, looking in on us. He screamed, and I screamed, and we jumped over the couch, headed for the door. We yanked it open, and as we did, we heard the sound of glass breaking. We didn't look back, just ran across the parking lot to the other condo. When we came in, we were soaked and out of breath. Our parents started to freak, asking us what was wrong. When I told them, they just laughed and brushed it off. We kept begging them to call someone, but they refused. After about a minute, they got fed up with it. They grabbed us and their umbrellas and dragged us over there. When we went in, the place was just as we left it. The door was intact, and no one was on the balcony, not even a footprint. I know I didn't imagine it. I believe that the spirit was drawn to me for some reason. My cousin has had no other experiences that he has told me about, and I've had quite a few, but none as intense as the first. Anyone that has had a similar experience, know that you're not alone. Finding the site has opened my eyes to the world of ghosts and those that have been affected by them. Thanks. My Aunt Terry, from my father's side, lived in Oklahoma. When I was about 16, she came here to Memphis, and she told me about a house that she lived in. She said that when her husbands and kids moved in, there was a barn out back, and she said when she walked in there was an upside-down pentacle on the barn floor. After she saw that, she never went back out there. One night, when everyone went to bed, my Aunt Terry heard the dogs barking in the kitchen. She went into the kitchen and watched her dog bark at a corner in the room. The next night she went to bed, and the TV in the living room came on by itself, and she said it did it every night. So one night, she decided to unplug the TV, and she went to bed as normal, and the TV still came on. Then another day, after everyone ate dinner, they were all sitting in the living room. My aunt looked out the window and saw a pair of red eyes. Her husband saw them too, and it really freaked them out. On yet another night, my aunt and uncle and the kids were leaving to go see a movie, and on the porch stood a beast with red eyes, and half his body was human, but the rest of him was like an animal. She described his hands and feet as hoofs. Well, after they got home that night, my aunt and uncle made the kids sleep with them, and Catherine started to get really sick. When my aunt and uncle tried to take her to the hospital, the car wouldn't start, so they had to push the car all the way down the street, and it started right up. The doctors couldn't find out what was wrong with Catherine. My aunt and uncle decided to move, and every morning the car wouldn't start when my aunt had to go to work, until my uncle pushed it down the street. After my aunt and uncle found a new place to live, when they got everything they owned out of the house, Catherine got better immediately, and the car never gave them a problem, and the TV never came on by itself again. Some strange occurrences, but I swear they're true. Thanks for reading. The Hampton Inn on Warner Road, off Route 279, has a haunted room, which is number 417. My husband stayed in this room while on a business trip in March 2008. He frequently stays at this hotel while in Maryland, but never had an experience like this until he stayed in room 417. This was his room for 3 nights, and for the first 2 nights, he was very restless and didn't sleep well, which was not a normal occurrence for him. On the 3rd restless night, he realized that he was hearing noises inside the room, not from adjoining rooms. These noises were hangers moving around in the closet, the refrigerator door opening, noises from the bathroom, and the sound of glass being set on the nightstand next to the bed. Final thing that really spooked him was that something grabbed his side as he laid on the bed, trying to ignore the sounds and fall asleep. He was not imagining any of this. He could still feel the sensation of his side after jumping out of bed. He looked around the room and checked the deadbolt lock on the door, and all was secure. He considered packing and checking out, but it was 3 a.m. He finally fell asleep and checked out the next morning. He has since stayed at the hotel and was offered the same room upon check-in, but he refused it. The hotel clerk wanted to know why, but he didn't want to sound foolish and wouldn't elaborate on his experience. For the record, he didn't believe in ghosts or spirits until this happened. We believe that someone must have died in this room, heart attack or something, and their spirit is trapped there. We dare anyone to stay in this room. It is creepy. Last year, I was living in an apartment on the far northwest side of town in Chicago, Illinois, and had one experience in an apartment that for the most part was pretty quiet, but for this experience. I lived in a frighteningly active apartment on the northeast side before this occurrence, so this didn't really totally freak me out, but I was sitting in my living room on the couch reading. The sun was reflecting through the blinds, which I halfway closed, and the TV, which was directly in front of me and perhaps 8 to 10 feet away, was off. I sat reading for quite some time, and at one point looked up and into my reflection on the TV screen. Sitting a few inches from me was a woman with a pageboy hairdo, perhaps in her early 40s, with glasses on. I could see her curves as she sat, so there was no mistake that she was a woman. I turned instantly to my left side, irrationally expecting to see someone sitting next to me in my lockdown apartment where I knew no one but myself had been the entire day. No one was there, of course. I looked back into the TV reflection again, and she was no longer there. May I point out that there was absolutely nothing in that apartment that could have made such a reflection. I was on the 2nd story, so there was nothing inside that could have reflected that way, no nearby trees, etc. It was a bona fide experience. There was this one terrifying experience, though, that has haunted me ever since while being in that apartment. I was sitting in the bathroom, doing my business, as usual. I left the door open because I felt very uncomfortable with the door closed. I don't know why, it just gave me that feeling. I saw that same lady, early 40s style, with the pageboy hairdo, right outside the door. It was like she was fixated on me, and she appeared momentarily, just staring at me. Although the bathroom light was obviously on, the hallway outside the door was pretty dim, so you could just barely make out the outline of her face and her body. There were some slight changes with her this time. The only difference being this time was that she looked like she was in some kind of nun outfit. It was really creepy.
This was the moment where I was terrified. I didn't know what to think. She kind of looked like Mother Teresa in a way. It also looked like she was trying to open her mouth, but somehow couldn't, like she was unable to speak or something. Maybe she was in danger. Just like that, she disappeared. And later on in that day, I also saw an orb float around. It was pretty eerie. For the record, this was a highly Polish neighborhood, and had been for years, so I have a feeling it was some old Polish lady that couldn't leave her building. I lived there for a year, and am now gone. I also have a theory that because she is Polish, that she was wearing the nun attire due to her religion. You see, Polish people are Roman Catholics usually, so it all made sense to me at the time when I thought about it. Thanks for reading. I had a personal experience at this bed and breakfast, and it was so exciting. A friend of mine and I were staying in this B&B, the Henderson House, while we visited her daughter at a nearby Baptist university where she is a cheerleader. We stayed in the downstairs guest bedroom by the dining room. When we arrived, they were setting up for a big sit-down dinner and reception with round tables covered in white tablecloths. It was a big affair that went on for a while we were at a football game. When we arrived back at the B&B later that night, it was late, and the staff was cleaning up and putting up the tables. They apologized for making so much noise, and said that they'd be finishing up for the next hour or so, washing the tablecloths and putting them away. We were exhausted, so we each took a shower, and my friend crawled into this beautiful mahogany bed, and I pulled out the sleeper sofa and settled in and watched TV for a little while. Finally, it quieted down somewhat out in the parlor, so we turned off the lights and immediately fell asleep. I woke up some time earlier as 3 women in gowns brushed by my bed, carrying things. We had gotten quite friendly with the innkeeper and her staff earlier, so I really didn't think that much about it, and wondered why they had put things away in our room before morning. The next morning, I asked my friend what the women were doing in our room the night before. She said, "What women? No one came in here." And she motioned towards the door where the deadbolt was still locked. She went out to the dining room for breakfast a little before I did, and as I was walking out into the hall, she walked up to me and said, "Come here, the owner has something to tell you." When I walked into the kitchen, the owner looked up and said, "So, you saw them, huh?" I told her I saw 3 women in gowns, and she said, "They are dressed in wedding and bridesmaid dresses." She then walked into the parlor and opened the big old photo album and turned to the page that showed a wedding party lined up on the staircase. It was them. They are seen from time to time, getting ready for a ceremony, and the bedroom where we stayed at was once a porch that leads around to the front of the house. Because it is a Baptist college, they don't promote these ghost stories, as the college frowns on it. But she said many people see them. There is also a ghost of a captain, army or sea, I didn't quite get, but he haunts an upstairs room with a big bay window and is seen often too. It was not a frightening thing. I loved it, in fact, and hoped to go back again. They were not see-through people, and had I reached out, I could have touched their dresses. Maybe. In the year 2000, my husband and I moved to LaGrange, Georgia, to a fairly new apartment on Old Airport Road. His job had transferred him from New Hampshire, and he was able to be on a 5-day shift, 5 on and 5 off. That meant he would not be home every other week, as he was a truck driver for a major store chain. Anyway, after being there a month or so, we decided that it was a great little town to settle down in, and began looking for a house.
During this time, we had no incidents at the apartment. After another 2 months of searching, we finally found the house we wanted. It was a 3-bedroom ranch with a small in-ground pool located in a rural part of LaGrange. When our offer was accepted, we were ecstatic. This is when my 4-year-old son began falling out of bed at night, something he had neither done before or after living at this apartment. Eventually, this led him to waking up in the middle of the night, and I would have to go in and confront him, which was usually fairly easy to do, and he'd go back to sleep, only to wake up later again in the night. When I put them to bed, I would sit in the hallway between both of their doors. Daughter's bedroom was at the end of the hall, which was about 10 feet long, but their doors were close together. I would have all the lights off, except the hallway, and once they were asleep, I'd go and get on the PC in the dining room, adjacent to their hallway. This hallway had a bathroom at the opposite end of the bedrooms and a laundry closet where my washing machine were. One night, my son insisted I lay with him in bed, so I laid down behind him, closest to his closet, with him closest to the door. My eyes were closed, and we were both resting quietly, when suddenly he half sat up in bed and said, "Who is that?" Naturally, I asked, "What do you mean?" He said a woman in a long skirt just walked by his bedroom door and headed to his sister's room. Of course, this is the week my husband's gone, so I'm alone in the apartment, thinking someone must have broken into our second-floor apartment. So I got up and looked. My daughter, who is 9 years old, thankfully was sound asleep, so I checked her room, closet, and under her bed to make sure no one was in there. I questioned my son again, and he said no one passed back by his door, and there's no exit from my daughter's room, just right by my son's room. I brought both kids to sleep in my bed on the other side of the apartment that night. Another night, I sat in the hall again until they were both asleep. Now keep in mind, all the lights are off except the hall, which includes their big walk-in closets. No lights on. When they were both sleeping, I got up and used their bathroom at the end of their hall. While in there, I heard what sounded like a toy hitting the wall of my son's closet, which shared a wall with the bathroom. Thinking that he woke up and started playing, which was not like him at all, by the way, I went to his room to find him sleeping cozily, but the closet door halfway open and the light inside open. Okay, so now I'm freaked out because I know that the door was closed and the light was off, and yes, his bed's right next to that closet, so yeah, I took them into my room again. Again, on another night, my son wakes up again, but this time my husband's home and we're all asleep in our own beds. I can hear my son crying, so I go to comfort him, but he's not there. My husband and I can't find him, but he's still crying, sobbing, a terrified cry actually. In a minute or two, we find him hiding under the sink in the bathroom at the end of his hallway. He told us the mean lady won't let him pass. He had tried to come in her room, but she stood in front of him. Again, he described her exactly the same. Long skirt, hair up behind her head, and she makes faces at him. Now I know for a fact I'm dealing with a ghostie here. My husband thinks I'm just going nuts and putting stories in the kid's head. My daughter, meanwhile, never notices any of this and is not disturbed. While on the computer one night, late around 2 a.m., I hear 3 distinct loud knocks under my feet. One on the left in the small kitchen, one directly below my feet, and one to my right. Sounded like someone downstairs used a broom to knock on the ceiling in extremely rapid succession. I sincerely doubt that anyone can move as quickly in the downstairs apartment and get by the furniture they undoubtedly had there, just as I had mine arranged. I know for a fact the lady and her kids were in bed by 10 at night. So the bank has decided that they will give us a loan on any house in LaGrange, except that one, because it's rural, so we try another place and another. One night, I'm sleeping and have a more vivid than any other dream I've ever had, kind of like a dream nightmare. In it, we live in the house, and I'm looking for my son, only to find him floating face down in the pool. I woke up crying and made up my mind that there's no way I'm ever moving into the house. So now I must convince hubby, who thinks I'm nuts anyway, and is determined to get to the house. Well, having bought a puppy when we started looking for a house, this collie is now almost fully grown size, but he still has accidents, so we keep him penned in the kitchen with a large baby gate. When we go out, this doggy somehow gets past the gate by pushing a corner or whatever, and is running around our apartment. So one night, we're going out to dinner, and hubby and I lock up Poochie and set 2 high back dining chairs against the gate. Keep in mind, our apartment is carpet, thick and plush everywhere except the kitchen. When we return, Puppy is looking at me from my kids' hallway, and the gate is still exactly as we left it, and the chairs are too. Not one thing had moved, but somehow, according to Lovey Hubby, I'm supposed to believe the dog vaulted over the chair backs and somehow landed without killing himself or breaking my dining room table, which was a mere foot or two from the chairs. Yeah, okay. My downstairs neighbor's kids told me that their mom was upset because I let my kids run around my apartment, banging at all hours of the night, mostly after 10 p.m., and she can't believe I let my kids stay up so late. She has to get up early, yada yada yada. Except, my kids are in bed every night at 9 o'clock, and asleep no later than 9:30ish. I see a shape leaning out of the kitchen door, watching me as I watch TV and tell it, "Come sit by me and leave my son alone." It didn't sit with me, but it didn't bother my son that night. I never noticed my dog noticing anything. The only cold spot in the house was the kids' hallway, and not always, just mostly. Hubby slept in son's room one day, in the afternoon, and, even though we had central air, complained that he sweat like a hog, and had the worst nightmares ever. But the place still isn't haunted, and yes, he steadfastly refused to ever sleep in there again. I saw blinds move on their own, doorknobs that rattle when I was alone in the place, and no, it wasn't a teeny shake caused by some truck rumbling by, which was there some 50 to 100 feet between the side of our apartment and the road. This was a defined and voracious shaking, a definitive hello, I'm trying to open the door, but no one in the apartment but me. Finally, my husband grew tired of trying to get a loan for that house, and mysteriously, everything stopped. No more rattling of this or that, no shadows, but by now, it is also true that the 4 of us were sleeping in my waterbed, in the one room that never seemed affected by the haunting. But I noticed everything in the apartment changed, and felt cozy again. But by then, I'd also decided that tornadoes, large cockroachy-looking bugs, and the ghost belt were too much for me, and we packed up and came back north. Interestingly enough, when we returned home to my parents' house, which we later bought, which has never ever felt anything but perfect there were 3 knocks on the bottom half of my bedroom door one afternoon. I was alone in the house. Immediately, I felt that was the spirit or something, telling us we made the right choice by not getting the house. My father believed that it was his mother who had lived and died in North Carolina, who knew something bad would happen to my son if we bought that house, especially since it all seemed to stop when we stopped trying to get financing for it and gave up on the house. My son has never been affected by any other ghosty type stuff since then, and he's never fell out of bed again either. Feel free to email me if you choose. Earlier this year, I attended a camp in Reuben County, Georgia. There, I was told the story of Timothy Dalton. The story is that
In the late 1970s, the Daltons lived in a rural area of Harbison County, Georgia. Supposedly, Timothy was about 11 years old, an only child, and his parents didn't really like him. They abused him in every way possible and kept him in the basement due to them not thinking it was worthy of a room upstairs. This wasn't even really a basement, more just like a cellar with one small window that was about 2 feet in length and a half foot up. Mr. Dalton's wood workshop was down there, so at night, Timothy would work on whatever he could. His father didn't mind him working with his wood, because his father would take whatever Timothy made and sell it without giving Timothy any of the money. Well, one day, Timothy was at home, alone weeding the field, when the postman came. His parents had got off into the next city over to get some supplies for the upcoming fall. Now, Timothy knew that there was such a thing as mail, but since his parents didn't tell him where it came from and neglected to send him to school, he never knew what it honestly looked like. The postman approached Timothy and asked him if his father was around. When Timothy answered no, the postman handed over a package. He had never seen a package before and was informed not to open it or even shake it. It was his father's and not his. Timothy went inside the house and set the package down on the kitchen table. He couldn't stop thinking about it, so he opened it and made sure that he could seal it again. Around this time, power tools started to come out, and Timothy's father figured that he should have one since he does work on wood sometimes. Timothy saw that it was a power drill and was in awe. He couldn't wait until that night to start making something. So, for the rest of the day, he just went around and collected logs and sticks so that he could make something. Once he found them, he set them by the window and at night would open it and pull them in. That night, once his parents locked him in the basement, he started to work. He worked and worked for about 3 hours until he came up with this beautiful rocking chair. He had never seen something this beautiful and never been this happy about something like this. So every night, throughout the summer and the fall, he would sit and rock in it until he would fall asleep. Well, a horrible blizzard blew through, and it was a horrible sight. All the crops of the city had died, and nothing was left of them. So one day, Mr. Dalton told Timothy to go and find firewood for the fireplace, since they didn't have electric heating. Timothy knew that all the firewood would be wet, but decided not to fight with his father. After about 2 hours, Timothy had found some dry pieces to possibly hold them over for the night, so he turned back and started to walk back towards the house. As he approached the end of the woods, he noticed that there was a smoke coming out of the fireplace. He found this very odd and didn't quite know why his father would send him out to find firewood if he already had some. So Timothy walked into the house, and as soon as he walked in, he was horrified. He saw his rocking chair, the only thing he had ever been proud of, chopped up in the fireplace, burning to little bits. Timothy snapped, that's all to say. He didn't start to yell at his dad or anything. He just mentally snapped. So he sat down the firewood and did his chores. Before he was locked down in the basement, he managed to sneak some chicken wire under his shirt, so he took it down to the basement and was locked in there. After about an hour, he knew that his mom and dad had just turned off the light to go to bed. After maybe 3 hours, he had constructed this power drill into this killing machine. He had found an X-Acto knife and bound it to the power drill so that when he turned the trigger on it, it would spin around and around. So he used some chicken wire to unlock himself and walked up the stairs to his parents' room. He slowly bound his parents' hands and feet to the bedpost and footboard.
It took him about an hour just to do this, without either of them stirring. So, once that was done, he just stood over his father, staring him dead in the eye, with his hand and power drill behind his back. As soon as his father awoke, he started yelling at Timothy, calling him a freak, and wondering what he was doing there. So, Timothy didn't do anything, just pulled out the power drill and jammed it straight into his father's heart and turned it on. His mother was screaming bloody murder, so he pulled it out of his father and slowly walked her on the other side to his mom. She was crying and was in absolute hysterics. Timmy looked over at her, then revved the power drill once and shoved it straight into her neck. He just dropped everything, didn't wash his hands, didn't even try to clean up. He didn't care if he was caught. All he cared about was that rocking chair. So he went over to the fireplace and sat down in front of it and stared into it for 3 days until the police got suspicious and noticed that they hadn't seen them for a while. When they came to the house, they didn't even have to ask any questions. They knew what happened. So they admitted Timothy into the psych ward, where he stayed until the late 90s. Now that you know the story, I can get to my experience. It's important to understand that story so you can understand the experience that happened to me. When I was with my camp, our cabin of 20 boys and girls were on a bus headed to Helen to go tubing on the Hooch. It was really rainy, so they didn't want us going in the water, so they took us to go bowling in the Habersham County. The night before, we had hiked up Blood Mountain and was told that story, so we were all pretty freaked out. Well, me and my friend Kelly and her boyfriend Jake decided to go walk around the bowling building, since a lot of the counselors were already back there. So as we're walking back there was an old man with slightly grayish hair standing out there and smoking. We had been informed that if you see anyone outside your camp, that you kindly say hello, don't say your name, and only tell where you're from, camp-wise. The man did what any other person would do and ask us our names. We sat down on a curb that was parallel to him, but the length of a car away from him. We told him that we were from CHH Lake Burton, and that we were here with a camp. Well, that still doesn't answer my question, he said. Kelly spoke up. I'm sorry, sir, but we're not allowed to tell you our names. He looked at her and laughed a little. Well, Kelly, my name is Tim. We're all completely shocked and confused. How do you know our names? I asked. He laughed again and put out his cigarette. Let's just say that I know a lot of things. Habersham is a very quiet town, and as of last night, for you guys, it was a very innocent town too. We were all in shock and awe. How did he know that he knew about the murders? We all got spooked, and Jack led the way back around the building. But every crazy person has some parting words. Just remember this, he said to us as we all halted to stop. I wouldn't have had to kill him if he just kept his eyes closed. To this day, it still haunts me. The wheezing laugh of that man, and the wondering of the story. Is it honestly true? A few weeks ago, my grandparents and I went to a Mormon pioneer cemetery a few miles from where I live to get a picture of an ancestor's gravestone. While driving into the cemetery, I noticed a particularly tall gravestone. As soon as I saw it, I got the chills. Normally, I'm not scared of cemeteries or things like that, at least not in the daytime. As we left the cemetery, my grandmother pointed out the creepy headstone. She said it was her grandaunt's grave, and that this lady had crossed the plains to come to Utah when she was about 8. She later went north to help settle in the town of Richmond, Utah, Then Grandma told me the following story. When my Aunt Andrea was about 15, she was home alone in the kitchen right after school. She heard a woman's voice and turned around. She saw an elderly lady in a long, old-fashioned style dress with her hair in a bun. Andrea ran out of the house and to a neighbor's, where she called my grandmother at work. Grandma thought she was trying to get attention, but told her she could stay with the neighbors until she got home from work. The same thing happened twice over the next 2 weeks. My grandma requested a picture of my great aunt from my great grandmother so she could copy it and hang it up on the mantle. It was lying on the counter the next day when Andrea came home. As soon as she saw the picture, she jumped. She asked Grandma who it was, then told her it was the ghost. Andrea never saw the woman again, but says it wasn't scary, more like a lady that wanted to help. I know this one's kinda short, but thanks for reading. I have a story to tell you of a sight which will always be engraved into my mind for life. A friend of mine and I were avid hunters, and we were returning from a duck hunting trip in a place called Dunmurry. We were trying to remain as quiet as possible so that we could catch and hunt as many of those ducks as possible. As time wore on, we weren't able to find too many, but still decided to have a look by the river to check for those elusive ducks. Before we crossed the fields back to the house, we made our way across the M1 motorway at Dunmurry and had our guns loaded as well. It was then when my heart thunderously stopped and noticed something far more terrifying than a simple duck. I put my last shell up the spout and noticed a tall, light tan colored figure to the right of me. It seemed to be about 7 feet tall and off of the ground by about 2 feet, and scared the crap out of me. I couldn't speak, and I warned my friend to stay away. At the time, my friend was right behind me when I saw the figure, but didn't quite understand what I was so terrified about, since he didn't see it himself. I told him to start running, and running as fast as possible, so we could be as far from this mysterious figure. My first instinct was to point my gun at it, but I urged my friend to stay away from this thing. I thought by pointing at it with my gun, I would scare the figure away. Of course now, looking back, it was a ghost, so it sounds silly now. We eventually made it out of there without incident, and explained to my friend what I saw. He called me crazy, he called me insane, but I swore to him that is exactly what I saw. A 7-foot figure floating directly at me from the distance. This happened about 14 years ago, and neither of us went hunting at night again. I told a friend of mine this story, and he explained that a figure not unlike a monk had been reported on the motorway from as far back as 30 years ago. Wish someone could have told me, then I wouldn't be as spooked. My grandparents used to own a home in New Hartford, Connecticut, until about 5 years ago. It was a huge house, mostly built by my gramps, and it sat centered on about 4.5 acres of land. It was really nice, in the daytime, anyhow. It was a 2-story house with a huge attic and a basement as well. There were a total of 5 bedrooms in the main part of the house, and there was a 2-bedroom apartment connected to the house. Now, just as a bit of a background, my gram and gramps were some really cool old people. They traveled a lot. In fact, they've been to many different countries. They have been to all 48 continental states, plus Alaska, in their RV. A few years before I was born, they went to Haiti, and they bought this freaky little wooden statue. Ever since I was a little girl, anytime we went up to Connecticut to visit them, I hated that statue. A giant pillowcase used to have to be put over it so that I couldn't see it. One night, when I was about 13, I was sleeping in the bedroom that was converted into my Gram's needlepoint and sewing room. I woke up to go to the potty. A little freaky statue man had the customary pillowcase pulled over him and was standing in his usual corner across the short, squared hall from my room. I went potty and came out. First thing I always did was I had to check and make sure that the little man hadn't moved. I ended up wetting myself when I looked and saw the pillowcase on the floor in the corner where scary statue man was, and then looked at the corner by my door, and he was there. I was only in the bathroom for 2 minutes, and that statue was way too heavy for anyone to move it, and me to not hear it. Everyone else was asleep anyhow. My older brother, the one who would have been sick enough to pull a mean prank like that, was not at my grandparents' home. He was in Bark Homestead with my cousin Sean and my Aunt Joni and Uncle Jim's house. As soon as I saw that Mr. Man was waiting for me by my door, probably waiting for me to walk by so that he could grab me and eat me or something, I immediately took off running down the stairs, which was an incredible feat for me in and of itself, if you've never seen a fat 13-year-old girl run before, and run through the family and living room, through the kitchen, into the foyer, and up 2 steps to the attached apartment where my mother was sleeping with my little sister Hannah and my baby brother Ryan. The next morning, bright and early, we went upstairs to investigate, and where was the statue? Back in the corner it was supposed to be in, with the pillowcase pulled over it. I've had many encounters with the paranormal since I was about 5 or 6 years old, and I've seen ghosts, and I've even heard and seen the presence of demons. I wanted to share 2 of these experiences with you. People can think what they will, but I take these things very seriously, and know beyond a shadow of a doubt that they are real and walk among us. First ghost to ever cross my path was that of a woman. I was 5 at the time and had gone to the kitchen to get a drink while my family was watching a movie on the hydro bed. I was standing there, drinking my water, when I see in my peripheral vision a woman in a white dress floating down the hall from my aunt's room right into the room occupied by my mother and myself. Being as I was a child, a thought only that this lady didn't belong in our house surfaced in my mind. Well, for some reason, I decided to throw a kitchen knife at it, and you guessed it, the knife went through it. I always believed that she was hiding in my closet as well. There would be numerous instances where I'd be sleeping in my room in the middle of the night. That's when I would hear the closet door and see it open a crack. It was very terrifying, and I didn't know what to do but to stare in absolute terror. There were more than a few instances where it felt like something was trapped inside there and was trying to claw its way out. So much so, in fact, that actually the door was splintered in a few places. My second encounter was with the Phantom Miner. Sounds weird, huh? But let me just say that this was in Sacramento, California, where gold was discovered. Sutter's Mill was about 10 to 15 miles from our house. I saw the specter in our backyard, digging in the ground. He was dressed as a miner, would have dressed in the 1840s. He even had a mule with him, loaded down with things. It was at about 10 p.m. at night. I guess he found what he was looking for, because he pulled something out of the ground, put it in a pack, grabbed the mule's reins, and started to walk away. About 3 seconds later, he had vanished from sight. The thing that was odd to me was that a water pipe that was in the spot where the phantasmal miner was searching at, that very next morning, mysteriously began to leak. Strange series of events, but I'm glad you were able to read them, and I appreciate your readership. Since I was a little girl, my sisters and I had frightening experiences with ghosts. When I was 6, my family and I moved to a fairly new house, only 8 years old at the time, in West Texas. As far back as I can remember, we had strange things going on in that house. First off, at night, if you were to go through the hallway to get to my parents' room, you would always hear what sounded like a TV. You could hear voices and sometimes music. Most of the time, my parents' TV was off. If you left the room and stood in the hallway again, the sounds would be gone. Secondly, when I would try to go to sleep at night, I would always have that classic someone's watching me feeling. I always blamed it on me, being a young child. The house was a very scary place to be at night. Wherever you went, someone was watching you. Friends who have spent the night rarely stayed twice. The areas of the house that scared everyone the worst were the hallways to my parents' room and my older sister's closet. The closet always had a feeling of hate radiating from it. I tried to spend a night in there with my scared sister, and didn't last. I was sleeping on the floor with my head next to the closet, and that just wasn't a good feeling. I went back to my room after she fell asleep. A couple years after we moved in, my younger sister had a frightening experience. Her and I shared a bedroom with our beds parallel to each other, with a nightstand in between us. We were about 3 feet apart. One night, I woke up to her screaming my name. I woke up and asked what was wrong. She told me that, for no reason at all, she woke up and looked over at my bed. Laying at the foot of my bed, she saw a light blue, glowing figure of a woman. Her eyes were gone, and her mouth hung open. My sister described her as looking dead. My sister also added that she couldn't see me anywhere on the bed, so she started screaming my name and closed her eyes. When she opened them, I was awake, asking her what was wrong. She told me, and I looked down at the foot of my bed, and my huge stuffed animal that I had there every night was sparking like it had really bad static electricity. I took it off my bed and threw it in my bathroom sink and ran water over it. Being young, I thought it would help. Years later, my family and I moved to southern Louisiana and moved into a gated subdivision. One night my 2 sisters were mad at me and left the house to go on a walk. I followed them without them knowing. I followed them up to the front gate of the subdivision and talked to them for a minute. They quickly left in a huff, being that they were still angry with me. For what? I don't remember now. I stayed by the gate for a couple of minutes afterwards, and then decided to run to the end of the main street and hide behind some bushes that faced the gate. I waited for my sisters to walk by, and when they did, unaware of where I was hiding, they stopped remotely in front of the bushes. I heard my younger sister say, "What is Jenny, me, doing, sitting on top of that stop sign?" The stop sign is located next to the gate. After that, they walked on. I was a bit confused. It was about to chase after them, but then, through the leaves, I saw a shadow of someone running past the bushes I was behind. I could also hear the sound of footsteps. I stood up quickly to see who was there. No one was in sight. After this, I ran to my sisters and told them what I had seen. They then told me that they saw me, or what looked like me, sitting on top of the stop sign. They said I had a very angry, disfiguring grin. After we traded stories, we ran home quickly. Later, my younger sister told me that the ghost she saw on my bed and the ghost she saw on the stop sign both looked exactly like me. Possible doppelganger? I don't know. It all began around the 1st of June, this very year. This incident took place in my grandmother and grandfather's house. My grandfather had been diagnosed with cancer in the summer of 1998, and I didn't know that these last few months would be the last time I would ever see him alive. During that period of time, I'd spent a whole lot of time with my grandparents, and had felt like I actually gotten a little closer to them both, but especially my grandfather. At the end of the summer, I left and went back home. Subsequently, about 5 months later, our family received a disturbing phone call. It was from my grandmother. Unfortunately, she informed us about the passing of our grandfather. He had passed away in the hospital. We went back to our grandmother's home, which was the very last place that our grandfather lived in before his passing. A month and a half after we had been staying there, I noticed that something just didn't feel right. The whole atmosphere had changed. I decided to take the guest room. For some reason, I always got the feeling that I was being watched in the guest room. Then, other little occurrences started to evolve. The very first was, I always felt like somebody was standing over my shoulder. I started to notice scars on my back after I would awake in the mornings, and I would feel light touches on my back. My mom and brother both complained about the door handles being rattled and opening and closing really fast. Cabinet doors would fly open, and the pots and pans would all fall out. My hair would get pulled in the night. Objects would fall from midair, such as paper, and I would hear voices, one of which said, "Wake up," very loudly in my ear. I would see mists and rays of light shoot past me extremely fast, and so fast in fact, I could feel a whoosh of air. I would notice some of my belongings missing, such as my CDs, jewelry, and money to name a few. Usually the belongings that I would use around the house a lot. I would feel my bed move, as if someone were to bump into it during the night, flickering lights, and last, but certainly not least, since animals can sometimes see things that humans cannot see, my cat would turn her head really fast and just stare at something, which I would not be able to see for a significant amount of time. A little while later, about a month after being there, I saw the unthinkable. After I had sound sleep for about 7 hours or so, I woke up suddenly to a spirit at the foot of my bed, and it was my grandfather. I could not believe what I was seeing, but I will describe this to you in full detail. There was no doubt in my mind that this was actually a spirit. He was shadow-like, but his clothing was colored. He would always wave at me, and sure enough, he was waving in my direction with a smile on his face. It was plain to see that he was trying to get my attention. He just wanted to see me. I was too afraid to move a muscle, in fear that in spite of everything else, that he would approach me. I had never seen anything like this before in my entire life. I didn't want to tell this to anyone though. I thought that nobody would believe me, or even listen. About a week later, I was in the kitchen with my mom, and she told me that the guest room was where our grandpa had stayed before he died, because he was too ill. That explains the reason why that very room felt like the most eerie room in the house. I almost fainted whenever I discovered that, but I knew that a spirit can travel anywhere in the home, even outside or in back of the house. But it wasn't until a month later that I decided to come out with the news. I first confided in my mom and brother, and my mother believed me, because she said that before I brought up anything that I had said. Our grandmother had experienced the exact same thing, that he was at the foot of the bed watching over her and smiling. I had a phone conversation with her, and I let her do all the talking fast, and everything that she told me measured up with my experience. And it only happened to my grandmother and I, whom he was the closest with, before he passed away. Everyone was wondering why I didn't scream or attempt to run out of the guest room as soon as I saw him, but I was too afraid. Whenever you're that close to something like that, it just takes your breath away completely. I was in my own little calm. I felt very uncomfortable. It wasn't until I started sleeping in the living room sofa that I felt appeased. Albeit, this has not been my first experience. Ever since I was the age of 5, my family and I started traveling around a lot, and we would move here and there. I've went to 9 different schools total. I'm 17 now, in previous homes. I've experienced a whole lot. I lived in a haunted house for a total of 3 years. Not only by all the experiences that I've endured, I've been doing many researches involving the paranormal. I'm really good at picking up on things too, which I've found out. There was this one house that we went into that we were thinking about purchasing, but I felt like something was wrong. There were many rooms in the home that I could just not stop venturing off into. The main ones were the master bedroom and the study. After I left the house, I told my parents that someone from the house must have passed away, someone that used to stay in the master bedroom. So, my mom went to go look up the history of the house, and sure enough, the owner and his wife, on a trip to California, got killed in a car wreck, and they lived in the master bedroom, and the owner spent most of his time in the study. After I was enlightened with that information, I was in disbelief. I still am, even to this day. My mom told me that it goes back to her being Jewish and Indian. She said that she can pick up on and see things too. She claims that it's an Indian thing, but I don't know. Maybe it is. Anyways, God bless everyone, and thank you for your time. Great website, by the way. I'm a current visitor. Hello. I have a lot of experiences to share. I've been told that I'm more in tune with the spiritual world, and that's why a lot of stuff happens to me. Anyways, I'll just share some that I can remember. One night, my friend Amanda was having a sleepover with 3 other girls, and someone brought along a Ouija to play. We were playing and having fun because it was spooky. After that, we went to sleep at about 12, and we slept on a trundle that came out of the couch. We were the only ones in the house because her mom was out. Anyways, I woke up and shook everyone awake because I had a bad feeling, and I heard the closet door slamming all night. It was pitch black, so I told for my friend to turn on the light. She did, but it blew out. She tried it again, but it blew out once more. I thought bulbs can only blow out once. We were really scared, and we saw this black mass approaching us and closing in on us. We jumped up and all ran out of the house. We were really spooked and didn't go back inside for like 2 hours. One time, when I was about 7, I'd been staying at my grandparents' house for Easter vacation. I'd got up to sleep in this one room, but for some reason, I didn't like it. Well, one night, I woke up because I felt someone watching me. There's a door that leads to my room, and right next to it is a door that leads to the backyard. I sat up in bed, and right in front of the back door was this figure. It was about 6 foot, and they appeared to have armor on. I was afraid because I knew it was bad, but I wasn't able to run away because the door to get out of the room was right next to where the spirit was. I just looked at it, and it wouldn't let me go. Finally, after like 2 minutes, it faded away, and I ran out of the room and refused to sleep in there again. Another time, at my mom's house, I was home alone, and I was watching TV in the living room. I heard the bath water running, and so I ran to the bathroom to turn it off. I thought it must have been loose or something, so I tightened it. I closed the door and resumed watching TV again. It somehow turned on again, so I tightened it again. This continued on for another 4 times, and I still didn't know what it was. In my dad's house, an old lady supposedly died there. I never sleep with the light off because I like to be able to see who and what is in my room. Anyways, I always get knocks on my door, even though it's open, and one night, I felt like someone was sitting on my chest while I was sleeping. My older sister seems to get bugged more. Someone tickles her feet, pokes the bottom of her mattress while she's sleeping, and breathes behind her when she's on the computer. In the same house, in my bedroom, I hung this picture about 6 inches across and 3 inches wide of this rapper Dr. Dre on my wall. The next day, there were scratches that had torn through the picture, although it was still on the wall. This freaked me out because I was the only one visiting my dad that weekend, and he doesn't have any pets. I put tape over it just to cheaply laminate it and see if she could or would scratch it again. The morning after that, I was surprised to find it scratched again. It freaked me out, but I left the picture there. I don't think she likes rap very much, and I think she and they take and hide things. These may not sound scary, but when they happen to you, it is. I have many more, but I can't remember anyone right now. Thanks for listening, and I'm sorry it was so long.
I've been debating on whether or not I should post anything here, but I figured I might as well. I'm a really big fan of this page, so I thought maybe I could contribute somehow. So here goes. Okay, so this one happened when I was probably 4 or 5 years old. We live in a tiny town in North Carolina. Combined with the city and entire county, we have a roughly 5,000 person population. Now, when I used to live with my parents before I married, we lived 10 minutes from town. Our neighbors are family, and they live about an acre away in each direction. We know everyone, and everyone knows us. When I was young, I had a particular fear of leaving my curtains up at night. I had to have my windows covered before I could sleep. I was too young to verbalize it at the time, but the concept of waking up with someone looking through my window terrified me. After this incident, this particular fear of mine had amplified. Anyways, to get to the actual story, we live pretty much by ourselves. If anyone comes onto our property, we know who they are. So, when my father and older brother started finding boot prints that didn't belong to them, we got a little nervous. Living out as far as we did meant police, fire department, or EMS would take much longer in a bad situation. My father had taught my older brother, sister, and me how to handle guns, even from an early age. At 6, I was very proficient with my Daisy BB gun. So, over the course of several days, they started to notice more boot tracks. Stuff was being moved around in the barn. The building door was open one morning, though we couldn't tell if anything was missing or not. It was apparent that someone was snooping around at night. Since I was so young, my parents didn't want to frighten me, but my brother did. He told me that someone was creeping around the yard at night, and one day I would wake up and he'd be in the house. To put it lightly, my brother was an asshole. My brother always made fun of the fact that I would not sleep with my windows uncovered. He told me I needed to face my fears, and eventually, during this time that someone was definitely sneaking around, he convinced me to sleep with my curtains drawn back. I craved his approval more than anything, so I agreed to do so. He said now was the best time to do it, and I believed him. So, that night, I left my curtains drawn. It took a long time for me to get some sleep, but eventually it did come. I was always a very light sleeper, and even the slightest gust of wind would wake me. I would always wake up 4 or 5 times a night. That night, I heard the porch just outside my window creaking. I tried to ignore it, thinking that it had been my imagination. Then a shadow passed over the light coming from the lamp outside. I opened my eyes and sat up. A man was standing in the window, hands cupped up to the glass. In the process of running out of my room, I did piss myself. I ran straight for my parents' bedroom. At the same time, the doorknob to the front door started jiggling hard. He was trying to get in. I managed to get into the bedroom and tell my parents what had happened. My dad grabbed a gun and flashlight and headed outside, throwing the door open. Mom locked it behind him before waking up my brother. After nearly half an hour, my father came back in. His face was sweaty and pale. He sent my brother and I to bed, but we both sat up and listened. My father had found a tarp and blankets set up about a half a mile into the woods, just off the logging trail that had been dug in some 20 years previously. Guy had been there a while. Dad apparently tore the place apart. He'd had sight of the guy, but lost him in the end. The police came and took statements from my parents and had a look in the woods, but didn't find anything. They figured he wouldn't be back anytime soon. We never saw him again, and I always sleep with my windows covered. This is going to be long, as it is a long story that takes place over several years. I'm 23 years old right now. When I met the subject of this story, I was 15, so we're talking about 8 years. Get comfortable. Here comes an overdose of backstory before we get to the good parts. Let's go back to September of 2010. My third period class in high school is Algebra 2. This is where I met John. John was a sophomore, so only about a year older than me. At first glance, I thought he was quite cute. I was already in a relationship, my first ever one, but it was quite rocky and doomed to collapse. I had a close friend named Bethany who one day came up to me and told me that John was interested in me and wanted to get to know me. Bethany and John were acquaintances and thought at first she was trying to hook us up. My relationship with my first boyfriend ended only a couple of days before, and it seemed like the timing was on point. Anyway, the very next day, during algebra class, John came up to me and sat down beside me when we were told to work on an assignment. John introduced himself and wasted no time in asking if I wanted to hang out with him after school. It was a Friday, which meant that there was a high school football game after school in the evening. I assumed he wanted me to stay with him until then, or also during the game and then afterwards. I immediately agreed to, much to his surprise and Bethany's. They would later admit. I'm not sure why I was immediately able to say yes, but looking back, I was quite lonely and rather upset after my first breakup and wanted a boy in my life. I texted my mom, telling her that I was going to stay after school to work on a project and then stay for the football game with Bethany and her friends. My mom agreed and told me she'd pick me up afterwards. I spent the rest of my day rather anxious, and when the final bell rang, I met up with John near the band room. The following couple of hours were amazing. We worked on schoolwork together, talked about our interests, hobbies, and the works. I was surprised to find that we had quite a bit in common. We both liked the same books, movies, music, and we both loved to be outside. He did a lot of flirting that afternoon and evening as well, which, I must admit, was very flattering and gave me butterflies. We went outside on a walk around the area after we finished up our schoolwork. He was very poetic in the way he described and admired things like the trees, the air, the sky. I'd never heard a boy say these things before with such a poetic elegance, and it was beautiful. He was a beautiful boy, inside and out. He was also very intelligent and had a vocabulary that dwarfed even my own and the other smart kids in our school. He told very clever and funny jokes, and when we had a discussion, was easily able to intelligently explain and describe things in ways that I didn't even know were possible. Needless to say, I was falling for him. During the football game, we walked around and talked about our families and friends for the first time. John wasn't really open to talking about his family, and he told me he didn't have any real friends, only acquaintances. He told me that no one really liked him, not even his family. I felt bad for him. If there was anything that I learned that afternoon I spent with him, is that he was extremely likable. I could never imagine somebody not being able to like John. After the football game, he finally asked for my cell number and I gave it to him. Before finally parting ways, he gave me a hug and thanked me for spending the day with him before his mom finally arrived to pick him up. The next day, my parents invite John over. John wastes no time introducing himself, and after only about an hour, it seemed like we were all a family. John talked all about his hobbies, interests, and plans after high school. He seemed like a boy that really knew what he wanted out of life and had all the motivation and ambition to be successful. My parents fell for him as much as I did, and after he left had nothing but good things to say about John. I felt like this was the beginning of something very special. Before John left, he finally asked if I would be his girlfriend. My heart leaped at the opportunity. We exchanged a hug before he left and told me he'll text me when he gets home. John came up to me one day and asked if I was finally able to come over to his house for a change. My dad wanted to meet his family beforehand, but John was always reluctant to do so. And after I said I couldn't, he finally began to show a side of him I didn't even know existed. He expressed how much he disliked my dad. He expressed hostility towards him about how protective he is and whatnot. I simply explained that since I'm his only daughter, that's to be expected. John didn't like that though. He still insisted that my dad was a stuck-up prick who only wanted things done his way. I never saw John like this before and felt worried. Yet, he simply laughed it off, saying that he was probably just overreacting and that he apologized for saying what he said and that nothing was wrong. Of course, he said it in such a convincing way that I believed him, and we went along our day as usual. We were still together by the time summer came along. I spent that summer not talking to John after he explained he was going on a summer-long trip with his family, but he would be back sometime in August. It wasn't until 2 weeks before school started that John called me on a different phone number. I didn't question the number since I was just happy that I was speaking to him again. We talked for hours and caught up on things. He told me that he enjoyed his trip with his family and that things went well. I felt glad. He asked if I could come over, but once again, I said I couldn't. He didn't seem bothered by it, even happily saying that he'll stop by that weekend. For the next couple of months, John called me less often and kept to himself more. Finally, one day he broke up with me, telling me that he was probably going to kill himself and wanted to be alone until then. I cried myself to sleep that night. I tried calling John's house phone every day to try and speak with his mom or dad over the course of the next week, but no one ever answered. He was at school, but he never even batted an eyelash at me. The rest of the school year went by, and so did summer. John at this point became a senior and was still alive and attending school while I became a junior. John and I had been separated for a long time up to this point. Then one day, sometime in December, about a week before his birthday, this is how I remember, he came up to me and asked if I wanted to get back together. I hesitated at first, but agreed after thinking about it for a while. I didn't want John away from me any longer. I loved him. Gradually, his positive attitude and overall demeanor came back. He was back to the way he was before his depression. Before I knew it, things were great again. He came over a lot. We spoke on the phone every day. Things were perfect again. School year went on smoothly, and by the time summer came along, John had officially graduated. I became a senior. During the summer, John and I spent almost every day together, either in person or on the phone, talking about our futures. John at one point said he had a surprise waiting for me. 2 weeks later on, a beautiful Saturday night, John and I were lying down enjoying the starry sky. John told me to sit up and turn around until he said to look at him. He suddenly got down on his knee and pulled something out of his pocket. He told me to turn around. It was a ring. He then asked if I would marry him. My heart leaped and I felt tears in my eyes. I hugged him and said I would. Of course, being only 17 at the time and him 18, I would have to wait, but I didn't care. The love of my life had finally proposed to me. We shared a long kiss and an even longer hug before he departed for home. I spent my days at school thinking about John and what he was up to and looked forward to talking to him after school. Each day around the same time, John would text me asking how my day was, and after school he would call me. Life was good. That is, until about 5 months later. I unexpectedly got a call from John. Even thought he had told me that he was going to be away that day. He called me, upset. He told me that he was feeling depressed again. I asked him where he was, and he said he was at his uncle's house in his backyard. I didn't know where his uncle lived and stayed on the line as he cried. Suddenly, he told me that our engagement was off. My heart broke again. I cried hysterically as John cried as well. He told me that he was going to kill himself and that he loved me. Abruptly, the phone cut off. I cried for days on end and refused to go to school. I once again tried to contact him and his family, but to no avail. I was heartbroken. I was lost. I attempted several suicide times over the span of the next year and ended up hospitalized on a couple of occasions. Each time, the same reason, a suicide attempt or my parents caught me trying to do something. Not once did they ever try to contact John or his family, insisting that we leave them alone. I agreed. I didn't want to see him ever again after he had broken my heart. I eventually recovered and graduated high school. I began my life anew that summer and decided to put the past behind me and focus on the future. Now to the meat and bones. I hope you survived that overdose of context. Fast forward about a year after I graduated. This is when the letters began appearing in the mail. I'd received letters from somebody whose name and address on the envelope was always different who claimed to be in love with me. Every so often, maybe once a month, I would receive a letter from someone in the mail. My parents and I thought at first that it was someone other than John, given John had never tried to contact me since our engagement broke off, and that is his handwriting. When compared to notes he had written me before, were noticeably different. Each time I would receive a letter after the first one, I would immediately discard it, not wanting anything to do with whoever was writing them. I figured if I ignored the person, they would leave me alone. Boy, was I wrong. This continued for a little over a year. When the letters stopped arriving, nothing occurred up until one day. John had messaged me on Facebook asking how I was doing, but I didn't reply. I didn't want anything to do with him. I curiously looked at his profile, but it was all private and the photo of him was old. I had seen it during the time we were in high school, so it was definitely not a recent photo. Now, let's talk about when John began appearing around my area. It was the week following 4th of July in 2015, around the same time the letters ceased to show up in my mailbox. I was out on a walk with my dad and my niece when we all saw a car drive by us and stop just before the corner ahead of us. I didn't recognize the car, but I did recognize the person who got out of it. It was John. He hasn't changed one bit since I saw him last. He wasn't the driver, so there was someone with him. We watched as he casually walked to the backside of the car and inspected one of the back tires. At least, that was what it looked like. I noticed that he was looking towards us every couple of seconds. My dad and I watched on for about a minute as I noted it was John to my dad. My niece, confused, asked who John was. I said an old friend. My dad, a bit annoyed, decided that we should turn around and head home. I could hear the sound of the car drive up shortly after. My dad and I wondered why John was in the area, but we coughed it up to coincidence. Yet about a month later, my mom, dad, and I are outside doing yard work. My mom and I are tending to our backyard garden when we both hear my dad yelling, "What do you think you're doing?" My mom and I got up and walked towards the front yard and watched as my dad walked towards our driveway, pointing and cursing at someone out of our line of sight towards the road. We then heard the sound of a car driving off. My dad explained that somebody was hiding behind a tree off the side of our driveway and that he luckily spotted him as he tried to maneuver closer to our yard. At first we thought it was somebody scoping out the house, possibly a burglar. There were burglaries in our area before. I asked my dad if he recognized who it was, but he said he couldn't make out their face or any distinguishing characteristics. My dad did call the police and say that somebody was creeping around our house and possibly others. They sent out a squad car to patrol the area, but nothing came of that. Some time passes before I start receiving phone calls. I received a phone call late one evening, about 3 months after my dad chased a trespasser off of our property. I'd gotten home from work and was relaxing on the couch with my dog, watching a television show with my dad when I received a call from a number I didn't recognize. I picked it up, and this is how the call went. "Hello? Hello, Jacqueline." The man's voice was hushed and monotone. "Who is this?" "You know who." "No, I don't. I don't recognize your number." "Oh, that's too bad." At this point, my dad looked at me, confused. "Who are you?" "I want to see you one last time." "Wait, what? What did you say?" I looked down at my phone, confused and anxious. I looked at my dad, concerned. He asked for the number's area code. He didn't recognize it as one in our county or state for that matter. After Googling it, I found that it was an area code from Vermont. That's more than a state away from me. He asked me who it was. I said I didn't know. John's old cell phone number had the same area code as mine. But at this point, I knew that if John was the one harassing me, that he's not going to let it be known so easily, as he's practically the paradigm of intelligence. I received 3 more calls from that number over the span of 3 days, each in the evening hours. I eventually changed my number, but unfortunately, this didn't stop the calls. Over the span of about 4 months, I kept receiving calls from unknown numbers, some with different area codes than the other ones. I stopped answering after the 3rd time, and each time I went to listen to the voice messages left by the numbers, there was nothing but silence except for one which had the faint sound of a man talking, but I couldn't ever make out whose voice it was or what he was saying. I went to the police, but of course, there was nothing they could do. Of course, it didn't end. I was being constantly harassed by somebody who really wanted my attention. I at times thought it could have been John, but I didn't have any proof. The police told me that unless they had evidence to prove that he was harassing me, that they couldn't do anything. I always knew John as the paragon of cleverness, so catching him seemed hopeless. Fortunately, the phone calls eventually stopped. I was hoping whoever it was simply gave up. They didn't. Once again, some time passes. I was pulling into my driveway early one evening after returning home from work. As I got out of my car and went towards my front door, I noticed a piece of paper taped to the door. My parents were away for the day, so I knew no one was home. I never saw them leave a note behind before, which was odd. I walked up to the door and read the note. This is what it said. May not be 100% accurate, but it's the best that I can remember. I miss you dearly. Not a day goes by that I don't think of you. I dream about you a lot, think about you a lot, and I will not rest peacefully until I see you one last time in my presence. Signed, your secret admirer. My heart pounded as I read the paper. I ripped the paper to shreds and felt angry. I stormed inside and just about frightened my dog as I went upstairs to change out of my work outfit. I was angry for the first time since this all started with the letters. I've had enough. I'm sick of being harassed and crept out by this person. I called my mom and told her about the note. She was upset as well and told me to call the police. But what would they do? Nothing like before. If only this person broke into my house, then I would have something to make this a case out of. But the door was locked, as were the others, and there were no signs of entry. I felt hopelessly lost. Another year went by, and nothing major happened, apart from the occasional letter that started up again. About once every 2 months, I would receive one. Things finally began to die down. I'd thought that this nightmare was over. Of course, I was wrong. I was asleep one night when I woke to the sound of something knocking on my window. I got up in a trance-like state and walked to my bedroom window and opened the curtain. I saw nothing but trees. I lied back down, thinking I was imagining things. I then heard it again. I got up again and looked out the window. Nothing but trees. I went downstairs and found my dad, who was awake, and told him that something was knocking on my window. He went outside and walked around the house before coming back inside. He told me I was probably imagining it. I went back to sleep. This happened again the following night. This time, my dad wasn't awake, and I had to wake him. He grabbed his shotgun, walked outside again, and once again saw nobody. He did, however, hear the sound of a car driving away from near our driveway and called the police, who came by and inspected our doors and windows for any tampering, but to no avail. I went back to sleep an hour or so later on one of our couches. A week goes by and nothing new happens. Once again, I thought it was all over, and it did finally end. The last thing that happened was back in late March of this year. My parents were sitting outside on our porch just before sunset while I was in the house playing with my niece when somebody drove by our house and stopped down the street. My parents, who were obviously well aware of what was going on with me, got up and made their way towards our front yard and peered down the street. They were able to see somebody get out of their car and walk up one of our neighbors' driveways. Our neighbor's driveway leads to the side of their house, which isn't fenced off, and you can easily walk from their driveway up to our backyard. My parents immediately came inside after my dad was finally able to recognize the person. It was John. My mom immediately called the police as we waited. My dad and mom had parked their cars in our almost never used garage that day, which probably explains why John was here now. Perhaps he thought I was the only one there. Sure enough, not too long afterwards, we see John walking up towards our backyard from our neighbor's backyard, quietly and slowly through the trees. My dad has his shotgun ready as my niece and myself go upstairs into my bedroom. At last, after all these years, he's finally going to get what he deserved. I sat quietly with my niece as I waited for the shit show to go down. I finally heard my dad yell out to John, telling him what he wants with us. I didn't hear John say a single word. By the time the police arrived, John had already vanished. But of course, now we knew who had been harassing and stalking me for the past several years. We finally decided, since we finally knew John was behind all of that we were going to file a restraining order against him. First, we filed a temporary order, then finally the final protection order. When I learned that John had to be there for the hearing, I felt afraid. Hopefully it will be the last time I saw John. To all of our surprise, he showed up and admitted everything at the hearing. Yet, he didn't show a single ounce of remorse and even smirked a few times during the hearing. I thought he took pride in his work and was eager to show himself off to us. It was bone-chilling. I must admit, I felt afraid seeing him. After all the years he spent harassing and stalking me, I still don't know what he's fully capable of. But at least now, he was legally bound to stay away, and I hope he holds up his end of the agreement. Of course, if he breaks the agreement, he'll be locked up, but I'm sure he's way too smart to even think about it. I just hope no other woman have been or ever will have to deal with him. As I sit here typing out this final paragraph, I can only imagine what he did that I wasn't aware of. I can only tell you what I know, what I don't know. Now that's a story in of itself that only he could tell.
The first thing I must explain is that I lived in a place where there was a horrible fire in the late 1800s. Across from my house was a cemetery where all of the 800 people that perished in that fire were buried. My best friend had come over and we were wanting to be alone, so we scampered up to our room. Shortly after that, we began to hear strange noises, like footsteps running up and down our spiral staircase. We yelled to my sister to stop bothering us, but she was nowhere in sight. We closed the door and backed up our trunks against it. While we sat there, a patterned knocking sound began on the wall. An eerie feeling came over us, and we no longer felt safe there. We rushed out of the door, and the room was filled with blue smoke. I never ventured up there alone again. It's strange that everything weird that ever happened in my bedroom, because there was another night I remember vividly. The night I saw a figure dressed in a red and blue checkered smock standing there. She smiled and waved, but then, when I went to touch her, she disappeared. Thank you for letting me share my experience. My friend would love you for it. It's important to be able to share these experiences. I don't think their ghosts were unfriendly, but they sure scared the living daylights out of me. Thanks for reading. This is a story that my mom told me about when my grandma worked as a maid for a rich family in England. The house she worked in was haunted, and some really weird things happened there. The most interesting was whenever someone cooked bread in the oven, it would come out smeared with blood. So after that happened several times, they blocked off the kitchen with a wall. Another neat thing happening occurred there when my grandma woke up in the middle of the night and heard the table being set, but then she found out that no one was up and it was the middle of the night. To make things even more creepier, whenever she was cleaning the third floor and she knew that no one was up there with her, she got the strangest feeling she wasn't alone. One night, a thunderstorm was so loud it woke her up, yet her room was the only one that had the thunder that could be heard. Another night she woke up and her bed was rocking. In the morning, she asked the people who owned the house about it, and they said that her room was once the room of a young boy who became very sick, and every night his mother would rock him to sleep. Interesting story, and thank you for reading. The story I'm about to tell happened when I was about 15. For the last month or so, when we talked on the telephone, my friend had been telling me that during the middle of the night, when he was in bed, he could hear rocks bouncing off the roof, and this would go on for hours every single night. His parents also heard this and would go outside during the middle in the dark night to find nothing. Needless to say, it kept happening night after night. As time went by, the events got worse. Mr. Knock Knock, as they called him, started knocking on the door in the middle of the night and also during the day, which of course, when they would go to look, nobody was there. At this point, I didn't know if I believed him or not. One time, when I was talking to him on the telephone, I heard a really big boom, and he told me, "Oh my God, Mr. Knock Knock just knocked the door open." Of course, he went and looked, but as always, nobody was there. This got me excited. I said to him I want to stay over and hear Mr. Knock Knock. Now, I don't know if it was that night, but I did stay over. It was late in the afternoon, and we were in the kitchen, and I made the remark that I wanted to hear Mr. Knock Knock. Right after I said that, boom on the door. We went outside and found nothing. Finally, they had the police install cameras around the whole house, mostly in the trees, but they never recorded anything. They say that a man many years before hung himself in the shed. The same events went on for a period of time, then they just stopped. I think it was the man who hung himself many years ago. I know it was some spirit, but what it wanted, I don't know. I
hope you all enjoyed this story though. Thanks for reading. Paranormal is a part of everyone's life, but not everyone noticed it. My first encounter was around 18 years ago when I was 10. It was Christmas morning when I lost my father. It was a devastating loss for all of us. Since then, I don't want to celebrate Christmas. Anyway, let's get to the point. The day after the funeral, I was sitting in my room. I was bummed. I didn't want to accept the truth. And then it happened. I heard my father's voice, calling my name not once, not twice, but 3 times. I couldn't believe my ears, and I raced out of my room into the kitchen. My eyes were starting to water because I didn't see him. I started to cry and headed back into my room. Then I realized that it was very bright winter's day. I mean, it was freaking December 26th, and then I saw him. My dad was standing before me, smiling, surrounded by that light. I stared at him for what seemed to be hours. Then suddenly, light started to flicker, and I heard him talking directly to me. He said to me, "I'm sorry. Be good. I have to go now. Goodbye." And then he disappeared with the light. That was the last memory I had of him. The next experience was 4 years ago, when I was in my neighbor's house. My neighbor, let's call her Z, lived with her father, let's call him A, who by the way was a creepy guy. However, Z was gifted. She could see the future through cards. I was stunned when she told me things known only by me. I went there often times, but every time I took even the slightest look to A, my head started to hurt like hell. When I shared that to Z, she told me that I was sensitive. Every time, when I get a headache, I was in a way cleansing the negative energy. I shook it off because that couldn't be true. After the seance, you know the cards, she told me that I have a big hole in my heart, a hole full of pain and sorrow. She started to cry and told me that soon, very soon, I will lose someone very close to me, and I needed to be strong at that moment. After that, I stopped going there, and a week later, she died, leaving behind her awful father. I know it's a terrible thing to say, but he was evil. I can't explain how I know, I just do. 10 days after Z's death, A got ill and died. I know my stories aren't as exciting as the others, but they are true. Just letting you know that the person who I was supposed to lose was my mother, who died a year after Z and A. You may say it's a coincidence, but it's not. Every time I pass Z's house, I get the same headache, and I get the feeling that someone is watching me through the second floor windows where A lived. I'm 28 now, and I still get that feeling. About 20 years ago, when we lived in Navy housing on Oahu, Hawaii, my daughter and I experienced something that still haunts me. Honestly, I'm not sure what it was, and that I'm not sure if it was a ghost. At the time, we, my husband, our 2 daughters and I were living in Navy housing. I never believed in ghosts or the supernatural, and we didn't entertain such stories or thoughts in our home. It was a summer sunny day. My husband was at work, my oldest daughter was out surfing with her friend, and my youngest was at home with me. We had just finished lunch and decided to watch some TV. The TV room was just off the living room, dining room, and filled with windows and 2 doors, one to the kitchen and one to the backyard. There was a wall composed of 2 large sliding doors that separated the living and dining room from the TV room. Against that makeshift sliding door wall was a love seat that my daughter was sitting on. I was sitting on a chair opposite the love seat. The TV was to the side of us, on a low bookcase below a bank of windows. While sitting there watching TV, something shimmery, a staticky, sparkly, flashing sort of mass passed between us and the TV. It had entered from the living room into the TV room and then moved across the room and out the back door. Within seconds of seeing it, we turned to look at each other. She then jumped into my lap, and we sat hugging each other tightly for a bit before either of us could speak. I knew by her actions and the panic on her face, she had seen what I had. With fear in her voice, she asked me, "What was that?" I had no idea what it was, but I tried to reason it away. Staying as calm as I could, I told her it was probably the sun reflecting off a car passing the house. With a trembling, soft voice, almost a whisper, she replied, "But all the blinds are down." Not wanting to give in to the panic, I told her that the shades don't fit the window so tightly that light can't find its way in between window frame and shade. I then changed the subject to picking up my oldest daughter and going for shaved ice, a Hawaiian snow cone, but better. Other than telling family and friends for the next few weeks, we didn't and haven't talked about it since. We put it behind us. Fast forward 2 years later, my husband, reassigned back to Rhode Island, had moved back to the mainland to open our old home and get it ready while the girls and I were still in Hawaii. The girls still had a few months of school to finish, so he went ahead without us. The last few days on the island, I spent alone, cleaning our base housing. All our household belongings had been moved out the day before, and we were on our way back to Rhode Island. While I cleaned the house, readying it for inspection, my girls enjoyed their last few days with friends on the beach. I had cleaned the kitchen and laundry the day before and was now cleaning the bedrooms, bathrooms, and on into the living room and dining room. The whole house was floored with floor covering, which I had to sweep and mop spotless. I was mopping the living room and dining room area. The only thought in my mind was how warm it was now that the air conditioner was gone. Then, out of nowhere, appeared that same shimmering, sparkling, wild flashing mass. It crossed the room right in front of me. Being all alone and startled by what I was seeing, I packed up and left. I still hadn't mopped the TV room, nor finished the living or dining room. I didn't care. I was out of there. I grabbed my cleaning supplies, my purse, and locked the door. I left the mop and bucket with the curbside trash and got in the car and didn't look back. I have never ever seen anything like this before or after Hawaii. I've also since become more open-minded to ghosts. Once back in Rhode Island, I started watching the many supernatural and ghost hunting shows that had since started appearing on TV, and although I am open-minded now, I haven't seen any real proof. I say that because I'm still not sure what I saw in Hawaii. I still feel like there might have been a logical explanation. I'm still waiting to come across someone, somewhere, who has experienced the same thing. Someone who can tell me what it was that my daughter and I saw.
This happened earlier this year. I was still 13 at the time, along with my two other friends, Tyler and Jackson. We were all spending a night at Tyler's house that night, and before we went to his house, we hung out at our local skate park. We got annoyed with everyone at the skate park, so we three wanted to chill alone. So, we went down a block or two to a local park. It was about 7 or 8 o'clock, so it was pretty dark out. We were sitting on the swing sets, playing music, eating Cheetos, doing what teens do. All of a sudden, Jackson told Tyler to stop the song. He told us to shut up, as we were wondering why he did tell us to stop the music in the first place. He started walking towards the field of the park. Me and Tyler thought he was just messing with us. Then, he came running towards us, yelling at us to run. We grabbed our stuff. I hopped on my custom scooter and started hauling ass. We saw a girl running towards us. We ran down a couple neighborhoods, and after a couple of minutes running, we stopped and decided to go back for some dumb reason. We were sitting at benches. As it was close to the neighborhoods, we can just run and outrun the guy or whatever. We eventually forgot about it and we went back to playing music. Jackson and Tyler were facing their backs towards the playground, and I was sitting across from them. Looking out into the field, just out of curiosity, I saw someone. It looked like the girl from before, sitting in the field in a crisscross position with her hands on her face. I told them to look, and when they did, they saw her too. I said, let's just pretend she's not there and ignore her. We all looked back about 5 minutes later, just for the fuck of it. She was gone. About 5 minutes later, we got bored, so I came with the idea to start roasting each other. I wanted to go first, so I was going to roast Tyler. I was looking at his hair to think of something clever when I saw the girl behind a bush. My heart dropped as I saw her with blood-red eyes, and she was smiling at me. I yelled, "Run!" at the top of my lungs, and we grabbed our stuff and we started running. I hopped on my scooter once again, and as I was riding by the side, I heard her say, "Hello." We went back to the skate park. I'll never forget that night, as we still talk about it to this day.
Spirit in the Swamp. My encounter happened in early February of 1985 in a farming swamp area of extreme South Florida, outside Homestead, Florida. My father called it the East Glade. Some folks call it the Double Canals. It's a very flat area, fairly large area, 5 by 8 miles, where corn and potatoes are grown in the winter with a mix of willow, buttonwood, scrub oak, sawgrass, and cattail slough. It is a crisis crossed with small drainage ditches that we called jumpers because they were just wide enough to jump across. Some larger ditches and 2 large canals, hence double canals. The drainage ditches were dug for fill for the roads, which are set up in straight north-south, east-west grids, and they divide the area up into large plots of fields and swamp. It was late afternoon, and the temperature was cold for subtropical Florida, mid-50s, expected to drop to the low 40s that night. My buddy and I had been fishing the jumpers about smack in the middle of the glade, on the edge where the farms yielded to the swamp. About an hour and a half before sunset, I saw a figure approaching us from the swamp, about 3/4 of a mile down the road we were fishing on. My friend was around a corner, so at the time I was alone near the car. I knew it was a person, but it was moving very slowly, and I didn't pay much mind and continued fishing, but kept an eye on it. After about a half hour, I could make out it was a woman. Then, as she got closer, I could tell she was barefoot, wearing only a long pink t-shirt with a teddy bear on it. The kind young girls sleep in, supposedly. When she finally got close enough to talk to me, I could see she had been out there a while. She had a slight build. Her mouse brown hair looked like it had been wet earlier in the day and not brushed very well. But her feet didn't appear very dirty. Her skin was slightly ashen, but not pale, and she wasn't blemished. She seemed fairly healthy, didn't seem lost or overly concerned about her situation. She asked me for a cigarette, of which I didn't have. When I told her I had none, she just looked at me blankly. I then asked her what in the hell she was doing there. She replied, "I've been swimming with the alligators." I asked her who left her out here. I mean, I figured she was a hooker or something. And she just said, "They left me here." I asked if, out of good nature, she would like a ride back to town when we were done fishing, and she said she had no place to go. I told her that I couldn't, in good conscience, leave her out there, and would give her a few bucks, and then drop her off at a convenience store. She just said, "I'll wait over there." She walked about 50 feet in front of my car, and she squatted down in the road and pulled the shirt over her knees and just kind of settled there. Now, this was getting kind of strange. So I went and found my buddy to tell him we had a crazy lost hooker we were going to take back to town. We spoke about it out of earshot of the girl and decided where we would drop her that would be the least likely place that anyone would see us dropping off a fallen flower at. He did ask if she propositioned me, which she had not. Then it seemed even stranger. He also said something to the effect that she might be trying to set us up to be rolled, which wasn't likely because I was wearing a rather large pistol. It's time to leave. She gets in the back of my 72, four-door Chevelle, and off we go. My buddy asked basically the same questions I did, and she gave me the same answers. Swimming with the alligators, not gators. Alligators, and that they left her out there. She also said she didn't have any more friends in town, that they were all gone. From that point, we just rode and were quiet. About a half a mile from the pavement in civilization, she blurts out, "I forgot my shoes." I told her she could get more shoes, but she reiterated that she had to have her shoes. I told her it's almost dark, and we're not going back for shoes. To which she replied, "Let me out. I must have my high heels." I wasn't going to argue with someone, and especially a crazy hooker, so I stopped and let her get out. She exited the car from the back passenger door, and at that moment, my buddy just looked at me and said, "She's a ghost." I told him he was nuts. She's a hooker, not a frickin' ghost. He said, "Not a spirit." As I was explaining him why his eyes were brown, I looked in the rear view mirrors, and she was gone. Turned around, no sign of her. The road we were on was white rock 50 feet wide and had flat, freshly planted farm fields on either side. Not a bush of a tree in sight, but it did have a jumper on either side. I still thought he was a loony, as she was. Then he turned around and put his hand on the seat where she had been for the last 20 minutes. It was cold as ice when I put my hand on it. He then said, "Did you notice she didn't smell like anything?" Then when he mentioned it, that she didn't, for someone who had spent a day in the South Florida swamp, she really had no odor at all. I didn't tell hardly anyone about it except my wife. Then one afternoon, while chatting with my father, I told him the story. With as serious a look as he could have told me, he had seen the same girl 50 years prior in the same area. When she approached, she asked the same question, "Do you have a cigarette?" Her attire was different. She was completely naked except a pair of high-heeled shoes. My father told me that she had been out there for a long, long time. This was sort of shocking to me that my father, elder in the church, had direct contact with a spirit, and the same spirit that contacted me. Call bunk on it if you want, but this encounter made a believer out of me. Glowing Swamp Girl Perspective. My name is Cody. It all started about a year ago, when me and my best friend John went to Swine Creek Park in Ohio. There was an astronomy stargazing thing going on, and we avoided it. We were messing around with Nerf swords, and were fighting near the edge of a swampy area. It was dark outside at the time, so we couldn't even see much. It felt creepy being around there alone in the dark, but it was the only place that wasn't crowded. We took a break to talk, and caught a glimpse of something that caught our attention. There was a strange glowing figure of what looked like a young girl with long black hair in a wedding dress. It looked like she was walking slowly along the edges of the swamp water. As we stood there, frozen in fear and shocked to see what was happening, we started to hear a strange noise. It was almost sounding like a helicopter that was flying really down low. Of course, this could have been just crickets, I don't know, but I'm not sure. After watching it for what seemed like 3 minutes, we moved to the crowd as quickly as possible and begged John's mom to leave. This was our first paranormal encounter that we had seen. However, we thought nothing of it until we accepted the fact that whatever it was we saw could have very well been something paranormal. To go into more detail on what the glowing figure looked like, it was what looked like to be around the average height of a teenage girl. It had black hair, as I said, and was wearing what looked like a tattered wedding dress. The color of the glowing aura around it was like a greener color of a marshmallow or something. I'm sorry if this was undescriptive, but this happened a year ago and I'm new to this site. If you have any ideas of what this is, please comment. Thank you. The Everglades Ghost Boy. It was one of those days where you are really bored and have nothing to do. Then someone comes along and tells you what they have planned, and you are excited about knowing that you have something to do that day, and then later on something ruins it for you. It all started off early one morning when I was lying in bed watching my TV. My mother walked in and said that we were going to the Everglades to canoe, with my cousin and aunt coming alongside us. I quickly got out of bed and we all got ready to go. The drive was about an hour long, and when we got there was hardly anyone there, and it was very breezy and cold. We waited for about 15 minutes before my cousin and aunt arrived. Once we had gone to the office to arrange our canoeing plans, we headed outside to where the canoes were and started to get in. Me, my aunt, and my cousin got in one canoe and were pushed off the shore first, leaving my mom, dad, and sister behind, and us having to wait for them in the water. Once they were in the water, we started paddling. We had been paddling for about 15 minutes, enjoying the scenery and the time we were spending with each other as families do, when I spotted something move in the water. I looked down into the water and I saw a human figure swimming beneath us. The water was extremely shallow. The figure moved like it had all the room in the world, stretching its arms out wide, legs extended, and it was doing that even though there were walls of sand and mangrove trees everywhere, including the water. He seemed to be going through everything. I looked closely to see that it was a young boy. About 13 or 14 years of age, with beautiful blonde hair. I gasped for air very loudly too, so that my family would hear and show concern. The boy looked at me with dark red eyes and rings of black as well. I sensed evil and sadness and very much cruelty. On seeing me, the boy turned his head and swam away, deeper into the water, fading away. Once I had realized what had just happened, I noticed that my family was around me, worried. "What's wrong? Are you okay?" my mother yelled out to me. I nodded my head. Yeah, I'm just fine. I thought I just saw something in the water, and it scared me. It was nothing, though, I replied, unfortunately lying. My mom said, okay, and then we all headed on with our sightseeing. Not even 5 minutes had passed. Another thing happened. I was looking all around, enjoying the scenery, when I saw the boy again. I focused my eyes through the layers of thick mangrove trees to see the boy staring back at me with a very angry face, and this time with completely full bright red eyes. I thought I had passed through his territory and that me and my family needed to get out of there, and quickly. Our canoes went into an open area of the river, and I was still focused, looking at the boy. The wind started to pick up real fast, and it got real cold. My cousin was standing up at that moment, taking a video of the area with her video camera. My aunt was holding her legs from behind, but barely. As I continued staring at the boy, the wind got worse. The boat tipped a bit, and my cousin lost her balance and fell overboard into the water. I quickly looked away from the boy to look at my cousin just falling into the water. I stood and then reached out my arm to her. Then I remembered the boy and his evil look. I looked back at the place where I was just staring at him before, and to my amazement, he was gone. I panicked to reach for my cousin and pull her back on the boat. The boy was gone, and I feared he would do so, and maybe cause harm to my cousin, who was still in the water trying to reach me and my aunt's hands to get back on the boat. "Take my hand, take my hand, take my hand, get back on the boat," I yelled out to my cousin very loudly and quickly. She did as I said and swam to me quickly, reaching for my hand with both arms. I quickly pulled her back onto the boat, and she was fine. No damage done. Phew. I was worried the rest of the time in the water, and when we got back to the shore, I just happened to spot the boy again. He gave me an evil wink and rolled his eyes back, fading away. "Ouch! My back hurts," my cousin yelled out, and just after I finished looking at the boy, I lifted her shirt up, and to everyone's surprise, her whole back was a big black and blue bruise. Everywhere you looked on her back, she had a bruise. She basically looked like a ripened plum from her back. "I don't even remember getting hurt," she said to me. "Who knows?" I said back, fakingly, knowing that the boy had something to do with it. We left after that. I came back a few years later and asked one of the workers there of the history of the place after telling them of what I had experienced there. They told me that many years ago, a boy in his teens was playing around with his friends in the water where my family and me were canoeing. One of his friends placed a bet with him to see who could hold their breath the longest. The boy who had died was from a poor family and wanted to win the money desperately. After they completed, the friend who was competing against this boy noticed that his partner was floating when he touched him to tell him that he had won. He quickly grabbed him and pulled him out of the water, then went to go get help. The kid had wanted the money so bad that he drowned and did not even mean to. He lost his life that day, and no one could bring him back to life. When his parents found out, they both committed suicide for losing their only son. I understood the story. When I was walking out of the Everglades Center building, I looked down at the area at where the canoes were, and there was the boy, standing there, looking at me with a sorrowful face, and this time light blue eyes. I smiled at him, and then waved goodbye to him. I looked back, and he had sort of a smile on his face. At that moment, I felt like he knew I understood, and was just glad.
I used to live in a pre-Civil War house. I was in the midst of a dream one night, and I was dreaming my dog was pulling on my clothes and pinching my skin with her teeth. I awoke to this being a reality. My dog was waking me up, and she was covered in a gray ash. She was literally gray instead of her natural yellow cover. My room was full of floating gray olive green smoke. My walls were covered in soot. My lungs were full of smoke and residue. I was coughing up black tar, and my tongue was sticking to the roof of my mouth. One more second of sleep, I would have been dead. I rushed my dog and I out of the bedroom and collapsed on the floor coughing. When I was done coughing out a tar-like resin and could somewhat breathe again, I re-entered my room to see smoke still hovering. From the first floor halfway up to the ceiling, it was clear. From there up to the ceiling it was thick, still smoke. After opening up the windows, I noticed, on the little plastic table along my bedside, there was a pile of ashes. This was very strange, considering the night before, I wanted a cigarette, but had no form of fire. I didn't feel like walking upstairs, so I decided to just put the smoke off until tomorrow. There were no matches or lighters in my room. I know for a fact because I looked very hard before sleeping. When I went to touch the first pile of ashes, it disintegrated by the touch of my finger. It was my wallet. The strange thing is, all of the plastic cards like credit cards, license, etc. were cooked along the edges, like they were baked. The only untouched parts of the cards were dime-sized circle in the center of the cards. I also noticed my wallet was not the only thing that was disintegrated pile of ashes. The PlayStation CDs and my cell phone were also a pile of ashes. I thought maybe the battery of the cell phone exploded, but the burn on the tabletop was easily distributed. The burns, or should I say baked in marks on the table, were only under the burnt items. The rest of the surrounding table was untouched and in perfect condition. If it were a normal fire, there would have been wrapping and disfigurement of the flammable, thin, cheap plastic table. I also noticed I had a glass candle holder with no candle in it that was literally melted into the table. The glass was actually melted down. I had oily black suit on my legs and above my head on the wall. This was weird because the suit on me was different than the suit on my dog in the walls. It was very oily like shoe polish. Picture the McDonald's logo. Now vertically cut that M in half. This was the shape of the very dark suit over my head on the wall, like it came out of me or something. The rest of the walls were like light gray ash, like the ash covering my life-saving dog. I actually had a sunburn on the side of my arm and face from the hot fire that occurred. To this day, I still wonder how the suit got under my covers on my body, why it was oily, and why the suit over my head on the wall was darker than the rest of the walls. The fire department came over my house and could not find a source of fire. None at all. They were quite baffled. The firemen told me to buy my dog a bone because she saved my life, and that the fire was more of a flash of heat at least 1200 degrees in order to melt the glass candle holder on my table. He said he hates to use the words, but it is considered spontaneous combustion. It did remind me of a photo I once saw that had a body in it that spontaneously combusted. The body was cooked, but not all of the body was burned. The bed was only burned under the body. Like my table in my room, it was only burnt under the cooked items. I put the table outside because 1, it creeped me out, and 2, because I grew tired of the volunteers at the fire department, along with the paid firemen kept calling me and kept wanting me to see the table where the fire took place. Before the fire, my roommate and I saw an orb floating over the cornfield across the street. Who knows if it was related? After the fire, I slept for 2 days. I woke up to find my life go downhill for the next 7 years. Did the fire have something to do with it? Who knows? Did the orbs have something to do with the fire? Who knows? After the fire, I was actually followed by several orbs in different neighborhoods, about 30 miles away. I was with my friend who witnessed the orbs with me. Is it all related? In Ventura, California, there's a home and a business that are haunted. The lady's name, who owns the house, is Linda Vander Wyck. I don't think that she's married. Anyway, in this house, there's a bad spirit and a protective good spirit. The bad spirit tries to burn the house down every now and then, and the good spirit wakes up Linda and leads her to the fire. On the night that Linda moved in, she was asleep and alone when she felt a tap on her shoulder. Linda said that she wasn't scared when she awoke. She walked into the other room, and there was a fire going on in her fireplace. Linda hadn't built a fire that night. Then she said that she had words come into her head that she should be very careful about fire in this house. Another time, Linda saw smoke and ran to her front door where the smoke was coming from and found 2 trash cans melted to the ground. The evil ghost had tried several times to burn the house down. Luckily, Linda escapes. One fire started in her room right out of thin air, and another fire started in the attic that almost trapped Linda in the house. Authorities investigating this fire said that it was started on purpose. Linda then took in roommates. Several of her roommates have felt the evilness of the one ghost and the goodness of the second ghost. The evil ghost has been seen by Linda's roommate as a shard man standing at her bedroom door at the same time each night, and the good ghost has been seen sitting in an old chair, a lady in her early 40s, wearing a dress and looking kind and friendly. Even though the charred man keeps trying to burn the house down, Linda won't leave because she feels that the house is charmed because of the good ghost. Linda wanted to find out about the ghost, so she did some investigating throughout the house. Her roommate said that she was terrified to go into the basement because of the scary feelings that it gave her. Linda went down to the basement to see what she could find. Finally, she pulled open a cupboard. Behind it was the beams holding up the rest of the house. They had been in a fire long ago, but the house is still standing. Okay, anyway, Linda called in a ghost hunter who had special equipment, and he was testing the place for energy readings or something of that sort when he tested this old chair. His machine about shorted out because the reading was so strong. This is the same chair that Linda and her roommates have seen the old good lady spirit sitting in. Linda thinks that the Shard Man is the evil ghost that was burned in the house fire. The ghost hunter says that something pretty awful must have happened, and that this event has left a scar on the house, trapping the Shard Man here on Earth. Linda found out who the original owner was, and that he also owned a flower shop downtown Ventura. The flower shop has a new owner, and has changed it to the Phantom bookstore. This place is haunted too. He said that books fly from their shelves, and that the doors open and close by themselves. Linda thinks that the owner of both the house and the old flower shop is her charred ghost, but she has no idea who the lady in the early 40s is, who protects her from the charred man. All the same, Linda won't leave because she feels that she is well protected. Creepy, no doubt. I just think that seeing a shard man at my bedroom door every night would be just as scary as seeing Freddy Krueger from the movie Nightmare on Elm Street. I must go now. Happy ghost hunting. And thank you for reading. This is yet another story told to me by my stepfather. It's a little creepy, so hold on to your computer mouse for comfort. About 20 years ago, my stepfather and two of his friends were renting an old house in Liverpool, NS, Canada. It was rather remote, I guess, and the locals had tagged it as being haunted. The men scoffed at such notions and moved right in, forgetting all the silly warnings. A month went by with no real problems. Everything seemed calm and serene. One night, however, my stepfather and one of his friends decided to stay up late, light a fire in the fireplace, and sip some cold ones. They assumed the fire was out after dumping soot on it, so they went to bed. At 3 a.m., my stepfather felt something cold, almost icy on his shoulder. He bolted awake, and he could smell something smoldering. What could it be? He just asked himself. Oh no, it must be the fireplace. He raced downstairs and got there just a split second before a big log was just about to roll onto the floor, flames shooting everywhere which way. He ran over and flipped the log back into the fireplace with a pair of tongs. Yet another 2 months went by without any other happenings. One of the guys had a bright idea of using an iron to iron their clothes for work the next morning. Well, they did not unplug the iron. The wiring malfunctioned and blew a fuse. My stepfather was again woken up to the touch of icy fingers on his shoulder and was able to fix the problem without much difficulty. 2 weeks later, he was shuffling through some old things in the ancient attic when he found a diary. It seemed that 50 years before, there had been a girl living in the house named Teresa who had kept a diary when she was about 14. She had watched her drunken father drive over a nearby cliff with his horse and buggy one night, and she went hysterical. Her mother, a cold, unloving creature, decided her daughter was insane and locked her up in the attic, only giving her bread and water once a day. My stepfather turned the diary into a local museum where they told him Teresa had eventually died in her room, where the attic was now. It didn't take long for these grown men to pack their bags and leave. Thanks for reading. So about 2 or 3 years ago, around 2003-ish, I moved into my apartment with my dad. It's a triplex sort of thing, with walls and floors like drums. At first, I looked at it and I loved it. It looked all new, with hardwood floors, freshly painted walls and everything. I never considered why it looked so new, but I found out after we had moved in that there was a crazy old man that used to live in the basement, and he used to set fires like once a month. One time, he got caught in the fire and he burned to death. I actually forgot about it for the first year or so, which is strange for me because I'm a ghost fanatic. Anyway, a few times, all the fire alarms in the building would go off all at once, but seeing as I forgot about all the old man, I just thought somebody was cooking or something. One night, my dad was on the computer, and I was lying awake in my bed, and all the fire alarms in the front and back stairwells went off. I knew nobody else was awake, because there was a brick wall on either side of the house, and if any lights are turned on, it shines on the wall and you can see where the lights are on. So, me and my dad go to the front and back, and as soon as we open the doors to the stairwells, they all turn off. And this would happen once every few months for about 8 months, and it stopped after that. And another thing, I always hear sort of a whistle, a click noise, at 11:18 or 19 p.m. in my room, or in the hall outside my room. Anyway, that's my story. It isn't especially shocking or anything, but whatever. Thanks for reading. I've had no paranormal experiences whatsoever, but I'm telling my mother's true story. Please keep in mind that this is a really short story, so I apologize in advance, but I hope you enjoy it. One night, my dad lit up a cedar log for our wood stove and set it on the top to let it burn a little before putting it in. Well, him and my mom were really tired because we were out and about all day and somehow forgot about the wood. They went to bed, and mom and dad went to bed. Well, my mom was in that state where she was half asleep and half awake when she felt someone nudge her on the back. She turned around, thinking it was me or my sisters. She saw no one and got out of bed to see what was the matter. She saw the log in flames that we set up to 5 feet high and quickly called my dad. But before she could do that, she noticed an apparition by the fire. The apparition was unusual because it looked very fiery, just like the fireplace itself. It was strange, but it was a calming presence. The presence was so warm, and she felt like she could hug it because it was so positive and full of light. Then, the apparition just faded away, with a smile on its face. That's what she noticed. They put out the fire, and Mom told Dad the story. At first, she told my dad that she was shocked by the mere presence of the figure, but she felt a sereneness to it that she couldn't explain. She felt happy around its presence, and that it would make her happy. I'm thinking it was her guardian angel, because they saved us all, and I'm so thankful that the fireman came and saved us. I bet you never heard of the fiery angel. Well, I guess you do now. Thanks for reading. The story I'm about to tell is something that recently happened to myself and my roommate. About a month and a half ago, my friend Margot, now my roommate, had a fire at her apartment. Her apartment building was built around the turn of the century and is situated on the 3rd floor over a barber shop and a wig shop. The halls aren't very well lit, and the landlord at some point painted all the walls a butterscotch brown. For the color of the walls, we can only reason that there must have been a sale somewhere on this paint. I had only been to her apartment after the fire to help her clean up anything that was salvageable. The fire started mysteriously enough in the kitchen near the hot water heater. She noticed smoke and immediately ran around the building to notify the other tenants of the fire. She was dubbed a hero by her local paper. Not realizing how quickly the fire would spread, she took her 2 cats and stuck them into a closet, but when she returned the fire was too out of control to get back in. Despite firefighters' efforts, both cats died during the blaze. It was a devastating loss to her. She moved in with me not long after, and we started making trips over to the burnout apartment to start the cleanup process. I never liked the stairway leading up to her floor. Her apartment was the only one on that floor, and the stairs just gave me the creeps. I was supposed to meet her over there one Saturday afternoon and got tied up doing some other things. When I finally got over there later on in the afternoon, she had already left. It was deathly still and quiet. You could have heard a pin drop despite the fact that several other families inhabited the building. I thought I heard a noise like a door slam on one of the floors below me. I leaned over the balcony to listen and didn't hear any sounds at all. I got kinda spooked and decided to leave. My legs felt like jelly as I descended the staircase. Once Margot got home, I told her about the feeling on the staircase. She said that she felt it on numerous occasions as well. We never felt anything threatening, just a strange feeling. This past Saturday, we got up early to make one of my last many trips to the old apartment. Around 10 a.m., her friend Kathleen came up to join us in the help of labeling boxes and cleaning soot off of different things. Kathleen lived downstairs from Margot, and they had been friends for many years. We were out working in the hallway when I kept feeling like maybe I was coming down with something. I would bend down to do something and lose my balance. Then there were these cold spots. I thought I was getting a fever, but then it would pass. My stomach started to feel a little bit queasy. It was getting towards noontime, and we decided to break for lunch. I associated how I was feeling with the fact that I had 2 cups of coffee on an empty stomach. Once I had some fresh air and some food in my stomach, I started to feel a lot better. The 3 of us continued back to finish the work we still had left in the apartment. Once I reached the 3rd staircase, the feeling came back over me like a wave. I started to feel disoriented and dizzy. I tried to put it aside and went along my business of packing things up in the back room with Kathleen. Margot was doing something in the kitchen when I heard her call for me. I went into the burnout kitchen. That is where the fire started, and the room is completely black with soot. The large windows are now boarded up, and the old stove is now turned over. As I walked into the room, I could feel the goosebumps rising on my arms and all the hair stand up on the back of my neck. Chills ran down my body, and I felt another wave of dizziness and nausea came over me. She asked if I could feel it. I started backing out of the room, and then I broke out into tears. It was like standing in the presence of something very big and very pissed off. I didn't see anything, but it was like the air in the room was alive or dead. I told her I couldn't stay there. Kathleen was still working in the back room and didn't hear what was going on. Margot and I raced down the stairs into the parking lot behind the building. As soon as I stepped outside, I lost my lunch. She was coughing and gagging. She said loudly, "What the hell was that?" I said I didn't know, but it didn't seem to be too happy. She had lived there for 10 years and never had experienced anything like that. In all my 30 years, I don't think I've ever felt something so strongly negative. The last time I sensed a presence like that was in a restaurant ladies' room at an old building in San Jose, California about a year ago. Then there was the time before that, when I was about 14, but that's another story for another day. I was worried about Kathleen, who was still alone and unaware of what had just happened. Margot didn't want to scare her where she still lived in the building. She also said that she didn't think Kathleen was in tune with that kind of stuff. I sat down on the pavement and caught my breath. Margot lit a cigarette. We were both shaking and felt very strange. It took a long time to feel normal. It was like this negative presence had permeated over our beings, and it slowly faded after a while. We decided to go back in, grab a few boxes we were taking with us, and get the hell out of there. I took a deep breath, and then I blessed myself before entering the apartment. We got to the top of the staircase, and I knew it was still there. I said out loud that whatever it was still there. Margot said she could still feel it. I walked into what used to be her bedroom and avoided looking into the kitchen at all costs. I grabbed some boxes and headed down the stairs. She said she would meet me downstairs. Kathleen still had no clue to what was going on. I tried to get myself down the dimly lit staircase, all the while fighting the feeling that I was going to be pushed from behind. A few minutes later, a very nervous Margot and an unaware Kathleen came down to the stairs with stuff to load into the car. The 3 of us went back to my house, and we didn't bring it up again until the next day. On Sunday morning, Margot and I sat at the kitchen table drinking our coffee and discussing what happened the day before. I asked her when she noticed that something was odd. She said she had been in the kitchen trying up a trash bag when she just got a weird feeling that she was being watched. She said there was a shadow against the boarded up window. She said it was very large and dark. She thought maybe it was her own shadow until she moved and the shadow didn't. That's when she called me into the room. After I'd left the building, she told me she was tossing boxes over the balcony right outside her apartment door when she felt someone shove her as she leaned over the railing. She got the rest of her things, locked up, and got the hell out. Right after that, we both came down with what I can only describe as the flu, complete with fever and other flu-like symptoms. It has since faded. My roommate is over at the apartment as I type this. Luckily, her dad is with her, and she brought over a couple of religious items for protection, including holy water. On Monday morning, I awoke from a restless night of sleep. I was dreaming about her apartment. I was up above and looking down at her as she was throwing boxes over the side of the balcony. It was very vivid, although not very scary. Then I was helping a very old lady down the stairs. It was all strange. Margot got up not long after and said she had a terrible night's sleep. She also had been dreaming about the apartment but wouldn't elaborate on what she dreamt. What or why it happened, we don't know. The town she lived in is very rich in history, and from what I've heard, the Historical Society has taken very good records of the town over the years. We're thinking of doing research on the building, and I'll post anything we find. One thing we did find strange was that Kathleen's grandmother has lived in the apartment building for 50 years, and when asked about the past of the building, she refuses to talk about it. Anyway, that's my story. Strange but true. What I want to know is if any other readers have experienced this feeling of being sick or being disoriented after a run-in with the paranormal. When I started crying after leaving the kitchen, I felt extremely sad, and I had been in a pretty good mood all morning. Any ideas? Thanks again for reading.
So you thought you could waltz right into this video, start it, and play a couple stories before I'd notice, huh? Well, did you like, comment, and subscribe? Come on, man, or woman, if you're a woman, can't exclude the women. Anyway, guys, share the video, like it, give it a comment, write poop in the comment section, whatever you want. Just show me support, and let's get on with the video. Love you guys.